Chapter 1. Every day brings forth new journeys. Today, it is my turn. In a narrative so trite it has become commonplace, I too have experienced a traverse into reality. Awakening from a profound darkness, Lin Xian had yet to open his eyes when a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. These recollections belonged to his predecessor. Upon assimilating these memories, Lin Xian realized that he had crossed over into another realm. Gradually rising from the ground, Lin Xian found himself ensconced within a primordial forest. Gazing at the surrounding thickets and the distant mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, he shook his head and sighed. Alas, what a predicament! Lin Xian lamented. To traverse into another world is one thing, but what is this? I find myself as a mere child in a primeval forest. It seems I have yet to escape the depths of this mountainous wilderness, and before I can even showcase my prowess in the Dragon Ball universe, I might be devoured by ferocious beasts such as dinosaurs or tigers. Having transformed into an 80-year-old boy, Lin Xian, through the memories left behind, understood that he had entered the world of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, a beloved anime from his past life, also known as Dragon Ball Z, encompasses a series of tales, including Dragon Ball Kai, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT, and various cinematic adaptations that in his previous existence. Lin Xian was an ardent admirer of Dragon Ball. His passion for the series made him acutely aware of the perilous nature of its universe. The formidable beings within this realm could effortlessly shatter mountains and cause planetary upheaval with a mere gesture. A slight exertion of force could lead to the annihilation of entire planets. With battles that resonated across the cosmos, it could be said that the martial prowess in the Dragon Ball universe reached unparalleled heights. This world served as a stage for Saiyans, malevolent frost demons, and those endowed with unique bloodlines and extraordinary abilities. One of the classic anime from the Island Nation. A joke from my past life remarked that One Piece involves one death per crew member, Naruto one death per village, while Dragon Ball entails one death per planet. Lin Xian mused to himself. If fortune were to favor him, leveraging the memories of his past life to forge alliances with the main characters, he might yet utilize the Earth Dragon Balls to transform his fate through repeated wishes, thereby enhancing his own strength. Once the Earth Dragon Balls had served their purpose, he could ascend further by making wishes upon the Namekian dragon, ultimately striving for the Super Dragon Balls, climbing the ladder of power step by step. Yet, here he was, transformed into an 80-year-old child, trapped in a perilous primordial forest. It is crucial to understand that the Earth within the Dragon Ball universe is teeming with a myriad of creatures. Dinosaurs and tigers are but the most commonplace residents of these woods. In urban settings, one might encounter beings with the heads of various animals, such as werewolves and tiger-headed humans, showcasing the diversity of this realm. At this moment, Lin Xian could only silently pray for a stroke of good fortune, hoping to evade encounters with fearsome beasts like dinosaurs and tigers. He had no desire to bear the ignominious title of a would-be hero who fell before ever truly embarking on his journey. The thought of being devoured by a creature unworthy of even a background role would indeed be a tragic fate. As Lin Xian pondered how to navigate through the dense primordial forest, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Beep. System binding in progress. Beep. Attribute acquisition system activated. System. As an avid fan of novels and anime, Lin Xian was well aware of the allure of such a fantastical mechanism. System. What abilities do you possess? Lin Xian mimicked characters from stories who had received systems, engaging in a mental dialogue with it. This system is named the Attribute Acquisition System. Whenever a creature endowed with combat prowess, special abilities, or unique bloodlines appears before the host may acquire the combat power or special abilities dropped by that creature through this system. Initially, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. However, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, System, pray tell, did you have a hand in my transmigration to this world? Yes, but not entirely. It is indeed somewhat related to the system. Moreover, the system felt compelled to clarify that not everyone who transmigrates is granted a system. The host should not be misled by the tales depicted in novels. Furthermore, the entities portrayed in those stories, often unworthy, cannot be compared to this system. It is important to recognize this fact. Stop. Hearing the Attribute Acquisition System boast about itself, Lin Xian hastily interjected, interrupting its self-aggrandizement. Subsequently, Lin Xian gained a deeper understanding of the Attribute Acquisition System and examined his attribute page. Host. Lin Xian. Combat Power, 1. Bloodline, Earthling. Superpower, none. Special abilities, none. Techniques, none. Well, a combat power of 1 certainly left him far from impressive. However, it must be noted that one should not underestimate the significance of a combat power of 5. An adult on Earth, armed and uninjured, is typically rated at a combat power of 5 to be considered formidable. Hiss. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard a sound emanating from the treetops. A drop of foul-smelling saliva landed on the ground, mere inches from Lin Xian's feet. Looking up, he beheld a massive python coiled upon the branches, gazing down at him with predatory intent, akin to that of a hunter eyeing its prey. Had it not been for the tree's substantial size, it would have struggled to support the serpent's weight. After acquiring combat attributes 4 times, Lin Xian's combat power surged from 1 to 5. Just as the python prepared to strike, Lin Xian employed the combat power detection feature of the attribute acquisition system to assess the creature's prowess. Earth Forest Python Combat Power 6. This python surpassed even an armed adult in combat capability. Hiss. The python, sensing Lin Xian's hostility, decided to take the initiative. As the colossal serpent lunged towards him, Lin Xian clenched his fists and leapt aside, narrowly evading the python's gaping maw. Initially, Lin Xian was no match for the serpent with a combat power of 6. The python outclassed his own power of 5, necessitating evasion rather than confrontation. However, in a fortuitous turn of events, the benevolent python inadvertently bestowed upon him an additional 4 points of combat power, elevating his total to 9. According to the combat power theory from the Dragon Ball universe, surpassing an opponent's power by a third enables one to dominate the adversary. Currently, Lin Xian possesses a combat power of 9, while the giant python's combat power stands at 6, placing Lin Xian 3 points higher than the python, exceeding its combat power by 1/3. Despite lacking combat experience, he can easily overpower the giant python. With a resounding thud, Lin Xian leapt into the air and delivered a powerful punch to the python's head. The python hissed in pain as blood trickled from its wound, altering its cries. Ding. Acquired Bloodline attribute. Fragment of giant python bloodline. However, Lin Xian refrained from assimilating the fragment into himself. Compared to formidable races in the cosmos, the giant pythons of Earth are utterly inferior. Lin Xian would not risk merging with the python's bloodline, uncertain of the outcome. Taking a moment, Lin Xian examined the bloodline fragment. Giant python bloodline fragment, 110. This indicates that should Lin Xian collect 9 more fragments, he could merge them into a complete giant python bloodline. Subsequently, he struck the python's head once more, effectively eliminating the creature. Afterward, Lin Xian began to search for an exit. With his current combat power, he was entirely capable of ensuring his own safety. It is worth noting that at the onset of the Dragon Ball storyline, young Goku had a combat power of merely 10, while Lin Xian's power of 9 was only 1 point less. On another note, the air in this primordial forest is exceptionally fresh, imbued with an unparalleled sense of comfort and a natural aroma. For Lin Xian, who had grown accustomed to the PM 2.5 laden air of his past life, breathing in this pristine, untainted atmosphere felt utterly delightful. Looking up, he beheld the azure sky, as clear as crystal, devoid of any blemish, resembling a polished mirror, in comparison to the environment of his former life. This place was a world apart, a stark contrast. He had never encountered such pure nature in his previous existence, nor had he ever aspired to do so. His past life had been plagued with poor reincarnation skills, leaving him too preoccupied with survival to venture into the untouched wilderness and experience the beauty of unspoiled nature. Lin Xian wandered aimlessly, and after half a day, he had yet to exit the mountains. The creatures of the primordial forest possessed their unique sensory abilities, causing many to evade Lin Xian. As a result, after a lengthy trek, he had only managed to acquire 2 points of combat power. His combat power had risen from 9 to 1. At this moment, his stomach growled incessantly, a testament to his hunger. If not for his combat strength, he would have been unable to continue. Ugh, I am truly famished. If this continues, I might starve to death. I must prioritize satisfying my hunger, he mused, as a strong craving for sustenance surged within him. Just as Lin Xian contemplated stopping to hunt for food, he caught a faint whiff of the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. His nostrils twitched involuntarily. Drawn to the scent wafting from afar, he pressed onward, the fragrance growing increasingly distinct. The glimmer of joy sparkled in Lin Xian's eyes. As if his thoughts had summoned the very object of his desire, he quickened his pace, drawing ever closer to the alluring scent that wafted through the air. Upon focusing his gaze, Lin Xian beheld a modest clearing where a magnificent fish, weighing approximately 200 pounds, was suspended over a roaring fire, its golden skin crackling and exuding an irresistible aroma. His stomach grumbled in response, prompting him to swallow hard. Observing the perfectly roasted fish, Lin Xian pondered. Surely someone must have been grilling this fish. Yet where are they? Suddenly, a familiar scene flashed through his mind that it was reminiscent of the moment in Dragon Ball's early episodes when a young Goku, having caught a fish of similar size, endeavored to carry it home to roast, only to encounter Bulma along the way. Regardless of who it belongs to, I must prioritize satiating my hunger, he resolved, for his stomach rumbled fiercely. Without further hesitation, he retrieved the fish from the flames and began to devour it voraciously. As a pure-blooded Earthling from the Dragon Ball universe, Lin Xian's appetite surged, reaching a combat power of 11, though it paled in comparison to the exaggerated voracity of the Saiyans. Even in his hunger, he could only consume nearly 10 pounds of the fish, which, at the tender age of 8, was already quite an impressive feat. This fish is exquisite, he mused, savoring the flavors. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Lin Xian could not help but acknowledge that his culinary skills from a past life merely sufficed for basic fare, incapable of producing such a level of roasted fish. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Xian intended to explore his surroundings, seeking to confirm his suspicions and discover the identity of the fish's rightful owner. Yet, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud exclamation from behind. "How dare you steal my fish?" The voice carried a hint of youthful indignation. Lin Xian turned to find a boy standing behind him, his face flushed with anger. The lad bore a hint of baby fat, with delicate features and a head of spiky hair that resembled a hedgehog. Clad in deep blue attire, he wore a belt around his waist and carried a crimson staff on his back, while a brown tail sprouted from behind him. At that moment, the boy glared furiously at Lin Xian, his finger pointing accusingly, his expression a clear testament to his wrath. As Lin Xian beheld this youthful figure, a twitch of recognition flared in his left eyelid. As a fervent admirer of Dragon Ball, he instantly recognized the boy before him. The tail, the signature wild hairstyle, and the staff he carried all unmistakably marked him as none other than Goku, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Just as he sought to validate his speculation, he was astonished to find that his conjecture was correct. He had indeed encountered the main character. In his previous life, during his innocent and naive years, he had held a deep admiration for this pure-hearted, kind, strong, and courageous hero, Son Goku. As he matured and experienced the authentic nature of the world, he began to perceive the universe's tyrant, Frieza, in a less malevolent light, or perhaps more in accordance with reality, while the protagonist appeared somewhat naive. Now, reflecting on the idol he once admired in his youth, Lin Xian found the experience surreal, filled with profound reflections. Suppressing his sentiments, he offered a faint smile, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face as he addressed little Wukong. "I apologize, I did not notice anyone here before my arrival, and my hunger compelled me to indulge in some roasted fish. Oh, so you pilfer my roasted fish because you were famished. I understand hunger can be quite distressing," replied little Wukong. Since the dawn of his memories, the only individuals he had encountered were his late grandfather, Sun Wukong, and Lin Xian. Thus, like an unblemished canvas, his earlier anger faded, replaced by concern for Lin Xian as he inquired, "Did that little bit suffice to satiate your appetite?" In little Wukong's perception, the scant morsel of fish Lin Xian consumed was hardly enough to fill even the gaps between his teeth. Even his deceased grandfather, Sun Wukong, had consumed more than Lin Xian. Observing little Wukong's concern, Lin Xian, who was 4 years younger and shorter than Sun Wukong, could not help but chuckle. Subsequently, Lin Xian and little Wukong engaged in conversation, mutually learning each other's names. After a while, little Wukong polished off the roasted fish. Noticing little Wukong clutching his stomach, looking unsatisfied, Lin Xian said, "Wukong, I shall catch a fish to supplement your meal. However, I am not particularly skilled at roasting fish, so you'll have to manage that yourself." "Sounds great. I am indeed still hungry," little Wukong responded enthusiastically with a nod. He did not contemplate whether Lin Xian, who was smaller in stature than he and weighed over 200 pounds, possessed the strength to catch a large fish. Yet, for Lin Xian, whose combat prowess had reached 11, catching a fish weighing over 200 pounds was a trivial task. Fortunately, little Wukong was considerate and did not let Lin Xian venture alone. The two made their way to the river, where Lin Xian sought a shallow area and successfully captured a large fish weighing over 200 pounds. Upon returning to the spot where they had roasted fish earlier, little Wukong began to prepare the catch. At that moment, Lin Xian utilized his system to assess Sun Wukong's combat power. He was already aware of little Wukong's strength. This was merely a confirmation. Saiyan, Sun Wukong's standard combat power, 10. Furious combat power, 15. Great Ape transformation combat power, 100. Truly, Sun Wukong, was remarkable. His template was far richer than that of the colossal python. Meanwhile, little Wukong had already skewered the fish with a stick and placed it over the original fire to roast. He was meticulous in his efforts, striving to ensure even cooking while slowly smoking the fish. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, filling the surroundings with the mouth-watering scent of roasted fish. Having lived in the mountains with Sun Wukong, little Wukong had honed his culinary skills, though regrettably, he lacked salt and other seasonings. Once the fish was thoroughly cooked, Sun Wukong lunged forward, devouring the fish with wild abandon, swiftly consuming it. Having devoured 2 fish in succession, the youthful Sun Wukong found himself unable to consume any more, his belly now protruding like a small hill. After finishing his meal, little Wukong reclined on the ground. Gazing at Lin Xian from behind, a thought suddenly struck him. Lin Xian, why do you lack a tail? With an expression of astonishment akin to discovering a new world, he pointed at Lin Xian and promptly sprang to his feet. Why should I have a tail? Lin Xian retorted casually without providing a direct answer. In a moment of clarity, Sun Wukong exclaimed, could it be that you are the girl my grandfather spoke of? How peculiar. Are girls and boys truly different in that neither of you possesses a tail? You are the girl, your whole family is girls, but I'm a real man. Don't talk nonsense. Fortunately, you're not a woman. Otherwise, being inexplicably thought of as a girl would be ridiculous. Although Lin Xian knew that Sun Wukong was naive and simple-minded, he still retorted like he had been stepped on the tail. In response, little Wukong smiled and said, boys have tails, but girls don't. Saying this, he even wiggled the tail behind him to signal Lin Xian. Your grandpa is also a man, but have you seen his tail? To clarify that he was a man, Lin Xian asked little Wukong in return, referring to the deceased son Gohan. Grandpa, little Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, Grandpa doesn't have a tail. Why is that? Little Wukong sounded as if he had discovered a new continent. Remember, your grandpa doesn't have a tail either. I'm telling you, it's not those with tails who are men. Having a tail can only mean one is an ape or you Saiyans, as well as some special beings in the universe, Lin Xian said seriously to little Wukong. Oh, is that so? Little Wukong didn't think much of it and became curious about the Saiyans, asking Lin Xian. Saiyans? Who are they? You will know that later, Lin Xian casually replied. Dismissing little Wukong, the sun gradually set, and little Wukong's belly, which had been piled like a small hill, had already deflated. At this moment, little Wukong, who was talking to Lin Xian, said, Lin Xian, I want to go back to see Grandpa. Come with me. Grandpa, it's the 4-star ball, right? Lin Xian thought to himself. He had no intention of refusing little Wukong's invitation. Since he first met Sun Wukong, he didn't want to leave the mountains anymore. What a joke. Bulma will be coming soon. Wouldn't it be better to leave here with him? In the Dragon Ball world, he had no relatives, and even if he left the mountains, he would only walk into the city, not knowing where to settle down. Okay, Lin Xian nodded and said, I will go too. Following little Wukong, they walked a few steps, and soon Lin Xian saw a red brick house. This brick house was very ordinary, an ordinary house that couldn't be more ordinary, with 2 Fu characters pasted on the door. Although it was not big, it exuded a sense of warmth of home. Little Wukong led Lin Xian through the door, and the first thing that caught Lin Xian's eye was a yellow round ball with 4 stars lying on a purple cushion. This yellow sphere was the 4-star ball among the Dragon Balls. After crossing into this world, it was Lin Xian's first time seeing the Dragon Ball with his own eyes, and it would be impossible for him not to feel a stir in his heart. However, with the attribute collection system as his golden finger, he had little desire for the Dragon Balls. As long as he kept collecting attributes, he could become the strongest in this world without relying on the Dragon Balls. Speaking of which, according to the plot of the Dragon Ball world, the first time one gathered all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish was indeed a huge waste. Lin Xian felt it was necessary to change this terrible plot. Looking at little Wukong, as soon as he entered the room, he put his hands together in a devout manner and respectfully said to the 4-star ball placed on the purple mat, Grandpa, I'm back. As a token for summoning the dragon, the 4-star ball is an inanimate object and naturally cannot speak. However, little Wukong didn't mind at all, chattering on about what he had eaten that day and the events that had occurred. Watching little Wukong talk to himself, Lin Xian did not interrupt him. As a Dragon Ball fan, how could Lin Xian not know that little Wukong regarded the 4-star ball as his grandpa? In the plot, when Bulma went to get the 4-star ball, little Wukong scolded her fiercely. It was only when Bulma took out another Dragon Ball that the stubborn little Wukong finally closed his mouth. Knowing the plot, Lin Xian certainly wouldn't make a foolish mistake. That night, Lin Xian stayed at little Wukong's house. Since Grandpa's son Wufan passed away, Lin Xian was the first person he interacted with, and both of them were little ones. When they lay in bed at night, little Wukong opened up like a chatterbox, and Lin Xian didn't find him annoying at all. The next morning, while Lin Xian was still sleeping, little Wukong had already gotten up early to practice martial arts. By the time Lin Xian got up, little Wukong was almost done with his training. Lin Xian, you're up. Little Wukong greeted Lin Xian first, then suddenly thought of something and asked, Lin Xian, you looked so easy catching fish yesterday. You must be a martial artist, right? Martial artist? Lin Xian shook his head, denying, I'm not a martial artist. Lin Xian did not deceive little Wukong. Combat power and martial artists are two different matters. In the Dragon Ball world, martial artists can be considered a profession. The ki in the Dragon Ball world is not true chi, but a form of advanced energy. Ki exists not only within every living being, but also in all things in the universe. In fact, everything is composed of ki. The cultivation system in this world is simple and brutal. As long as one continues to train their body, their ki will surge. Training the body is essentially training ki, which is also training the soul. In the Dragon Ball world, when powerful beings die in the universe and reach the afterlife, their souls do not experience any decline in strength and retain the same power as in life. This is quite contradictory. In the Dragon Ball world, once combat power exceeds 10,000, one possesses the ability to easily destroy a planet. As the story progresses, the combat power system collapses, and beings with combat power in the hundreds of billions are not even considered the strongest in the universe. Combat power must be measured in larger units, such as trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, 1,000 trillion, quadrillion, 10 quadrillion, 100 quadrillion, 1,000 quadrillion, quintillion, 10 quintillion, 100 quintillion, 1,000 quintillion. However, even with such immense power, these beings can at most live a few more years. They do not achieve immortality, let alone eternal life. In the Dragon Ball world, longevity is achieved either through special bloodlines, divine status, or special means, such as wishing on Dragon Balls and other various methods. Similar to Lin Xian's previous life, humans on Earth have a lifespan of about 100 years, while those in the universe with special bloodlines can live for hundreds or even thousands of years. As for divine status on Earth, there is the heavenly god. In the afterlife, there is King Yama, and in the four galactic systems of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, there are four kais with the Grand Kai above them, and above the Grand Kai is the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai is further divided into the Great East, West, South, and North, with the Great Supreme Kai holding the highest position. Equal to the status of the Supreme Kai is the God of Destruction. These gods are merely some of the deities in the seventh universe. The Dragon Ball world is very complex, containing numerous parallel universes and parallel timelines. The Earth where Lin Xian is located is the main timeline of the Dragon Ball world, specifically the Earth of Universe 7. In some respects, the Kaishin is equivalent to a creator with the authority to create new planets. In other words, they provide an opportunity for the creation of planets. Additionally, they can split one planet into several planets, thereby increasing the number of planets. Although they sometimes create life for newly born planets or transfer life from other planets, their basic job is to observe the state of the planets. The Kai and Great Kai are subordinates who assist the Kaishin in their work. Due to the overwhelming number of planets, the Kai and Great Kai help watch over them. If the balance of the world is disrupted, the Kaishin will intervene, but usually only as a reference for new life forms, not by taking direct action. As for the destroyers, since the number of planets has increased too much, they take destructive actions to maintain balance. They do not act on the orders of the Kaishin, but rely on their own judgment. However, they have a somewhat impulsive personality and may sometimes destroy even important planets. The lifespan of the Kaishin race is 75,000 years. This means that the members of the Kaishin race can live for 75,000 years without relying on the divine position of the Kaishin. How long the Kaishin with divine positions can live is something Lin Xian does not know. Lin Xian knows that there is a time realm king god, the supreme being of time, who has lived for 75 million years. Living for 75 million years, or even several hundred million years, is not considered much. In the primordial world, a calamity lasts 48 billion years. Overall, although the combat power of the Dragon Ball world exceeds that of most fantasy worlds, and even surpasses many versions of the primordial world based on different settings, it falls short when compared to the immortal or everlasting beings in fantasy and fairy tale worlds. However, Now is not the time to get tangled up in discussions of immortality and eternity. Looking at Sun Wukong, he showed a hint of disappointment upon hearing that Lin Xian was not a martial artist. Seeing his expression, Lin Xian deliberately asked, Wukong, from the look on your face, you must be a formidable martial artist, right? Your grandpa is too. Of course, both my grandpa and I are martial artists. I was taught by my grandpa, who is a very powerful martial artist. Little Wukong proudly said to Lin Xian, look, now my muscles are as hard as steel. Even rocks. I can shatter with my fists. Then, little Wukong began to practice again. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 2. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 3. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 5. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Low-level Saiyan bloodline fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 1. Although Lin Xian picked up a low-level Saiyan bloodline fragment from little Wukong, he did not integrate it into his body, just like the giant python bloodline fragment. The difference is that Lin Xian is still considering whether to integrate the low-level Saiyan bloodline from little Wukong, and he will decide after collecting enough fragments. Low-level Saiyan bloodline fragments, 3,100. In this round of collection, Lin Xian obtained 3 bloodline fragments, and he still needs 97 more to synthesize a low-level Saiyan bloodline fragment. After that, Lin Xian checked his attribute page. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 31 bloodline, Earthling superpower, none special ability, none techniques. None Lin Xian's combat power was 11 before, and now it is 31. This time, little Wukong gained 20 combat power. Little Wukong practiced a few moves and then stopped because his stomach let out a growl. And just then, Lin Xian also felt hungry, and his stomach growled as well. Lin Xian asked little Wukong, Wukong, what do you usually eat in the morning? Little Wukong replied, in the morning I eat roasted wild boar, roasted fish, sometimes tiger, wolf, and even dinosaur. All of these are delicious. Remembering the tasty food, little Wukong drooled. Well, let's see which animal has bad luck today for breakfast. Lin Xian said playfully. Without hesitation, Lin Xian and little Wukong entered forest, quickly delving deeper into it, with the sounds of birds and beasts reaching their ears. Suddenly, a swift figure flashed in front of them, and Lin Xian and little Wukong saw a wild boar sprinting past them. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 1. Lin Xian casually picked up the attributes dropped by the wild boar. For Lin Xian and little Wukong, they were quite lucky to encounter a wild boar so quickly. Of course, it could also be due to the high population of wild boars in this area. For that wild boar, however, it was out of luck. Encountering Lin Xian and little Wukong meant its life was over. Leave it to me, little Wukong said to Lin Xian, and in the blink of an eye, he shot forward like an arrow, covering several dozen meters in an instant. He then kicked in midair towards the wild boar's body. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 4. The wild boar didn't have time to dodge and was kicked by little Wukong, letting out a piercing scream. Its massive body flew through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Lying motionless, the screams now silenced. Little Wukong's kick had the power to crack stone. It was more than enough to kill a wild boar. Running to the boar's corpse, little Wukong used his small arms to hoist the heavy body, weighing several hundred pounds, onto his back. Breakfast was secured. Lin Xian also gained 5 points of combat power, 1 point from the wild boar and 4 points from little Wukong. In the morning, they ate wild boar. For lunch, Lin Xian and little Wukong had dinosaur. And in the afternoon, they ate wild wolf. By the end of the day, Lin Xian's combat power had risen to 55, having gained another 24 combat power combined from lunch and afternoon. When the sun set, little Wukong's home was pitch dark except for the moonlight streaming in. It's worth noting that the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is a high-tech planet. However, little Wukong's home didn't have a single modern device. There wasn't even a television in sight. If Lin Xian didn't know that this was the Dragon Ball world and wasn't familiar with the protagonist little Wukong, he might have thought he had traveled back to a time before the technological era. However, for Lin Xian, living without television, computers, and all modern facilities was acceptable. But he couldn't bear the thought of being alone without anyone to talk to. If he had to live in the mountains all by himself, he would definitely struggle. In the future, as he grew stronger, his ability to endure loneliness would also increase. What is that saying, right? Only through 7 layers of loneliness can one become a true, strong person. The 7 layers of loneliness refer to the departure of family, the separation from loved ones, the leaving of friends, the parting from lovers, the loneliness of guarding an empty house, the solitude of hunger and cold, and the anxiety of exploring the truth alone. Little Wukong can live alone in the mountains and accept loneliness because he is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. If it were someone else, they might not be able to handle it. Lying in bed, Lin Xian asked little Wukong, "Wukong, don't you turn on the lights at night?" Little Wukong replied, "I usually go to bed early. My grandpa told me to sleep early to maintain good spirits. Also, I must tell you, you should never go out at night. There could be monsters." Hearing little Wukong's words, Lin Xian muttered to himself, "The monsters your grandpa Sun Wufan speaks of are you." Unable to sleep while lying in bed, Lin Xian started chatting with the system in his mind and learned more about its functions. The main ability of the system is indeed to collect attributes. However, it also has other minor functions, such as using combat power to enhance bloodline level. And it can also be applied to super abilities, special abilities, and techniques. Among the Saiyans, the most ordinary ones are classified as lower and upper level. Sun Wukong is a lower level warrior. In contrast, Nappa, who invaded Earth and comes from a prestigious Saiyan family, is an upper level warrior. Therefore, their bloodlines are divided into lower Saiyan bloodline and upper Saiyan bloodline. Naturally, Earthling bloodlines are also divided into different levels. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 55 bloodline, Earthling, ordinary, super ability, none special ability, none technique. None as a purebred Earthling, Lin Xian's bloodline is merely ordinary. In the classification of Earthling bloodlines, ordinary is the lowest level, followed by excellent, and then elite. Most Earthlings have an ordinary bloodline level. Those with an excellent bloodline level are approximately 1 in 10, 000. Those with an elite bloodline level are about 1 in 100, 000. Lin Xian needs 100 battle power to upgrade his bloodline from ordinary to excellent. After upgrading to excellent, he will need 1,000 battle power to upgrade his bloodline to elite. With a property collection system, Lin Xian can also choose not to upgrade his bloodline by continuously collecting battle power and various attributes, as the bloodline does not limit him. The bloodline represents a person's potential and cultivation speed. The higher the bloodline level, the greater the future achievements and faster the cultivation speed. In this world, the main character Sun Wukong continuously breaks through from a lower level Saiyan, and his bloodline keeps upgrading. Otherwise, his son's Sun Goten and Vegeta's Sun Trunks would never be able to become Super Saiyans at such a young age. To become a Super Saiyan, the S cells in the body must reach a certain quantity, and then through emotional stimulation, the S cells can explode and grow to enable transformation. The next generation with S cells has a lower difficulty in transformation. S cells are inherited from the bloodline. Above the lower level and upper level ordinary Saiyan bloodlines is Vegeta's Royal Saiyan bloodline, and above that is the Super Saiyan bloodline. After that, there are the legendary Saiyan bloodline, the Saiyan God bloodline, the ancient Saiyan bloodline, and many other Saiyan bloodlines. For Earthlings, above ordinary, excellent, and elite is the King level and Emperor level bloodlines. The classification of Earthling bloodlines is determined by the system. After all, there are very few powerful Earthlings. If bloodline levels were further classified, it would only invite ridicule from aliens. Aside from the Earthlings in the Dragon Ball storyline, there are no Earthlings who can venture into the universe and fight based solely on their battle power. After upgrading the bloodline to elite, it costs 10,000 battle power to upgrade it to King level. Although elite and King level differ by only one level, it is like a chasm. It cannot be said how many people can produce one. Above the King level bloodline is the Emperor level, and after upgrading to King level, it costs 100,000 battle power to upgrade to Emperor level. There are even higher levels above the Emperor level bloodline. However, Lin Xian currently does not even have 100 battle power. So even if he wants to upgrade his bloodline, he must take it slow. After 2 days of continuous hunting with little Wukong and collecting attributes dropped during little Wukong's morning training, Lin Xian's battle power finally exceeded 100. Host, Lin Xian battle power, 128 bloodline, Earthling, ordinary, super ability, none special ability, none techniques. None Lin Xian was going to upgrade his bloodline with combat power. His attribute page instantly changed. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 28 bloodline, Earthling, excellent, super ability, none special ability, none techniques. None as soon as his bloodline upgraded. Lin Xian felt a change in his body, as if several shackles had suddenly snapped. In the past 2 days, Lin Xian had collected 8 pieces of bloodline fragments. Low-level Saiyan bloodline fragment, 11, 100 to be honest. Being able to upgrade the Earthling bloodline with combat power made Lin Xian completely uninterested in collecting Saiyan bloodlines, regardless of their level. He felt that being an Earthling with the power to crush Saiyans was pretty good. As a Dragon Ball fan, Lin Xian had read many Dragon Ball fan novels in his previous life, where the travelers either became Saiyans or tried to obtain Saiyan bloodlines by any means. Like the protagonist in those fan fictions, he had traveled through time, but he wanted to be different. It was morning again. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 2. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 3. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 1. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Low-level Saiyan bloodline fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 4. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Giant piranha bloodline fragment. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Underwater breathing. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Low-level Saiyan bloodline fragment. After finishing his training, Goku went with Lin Xian to the river where they had been before to catch a big fish for breakfast. This series of actions allowed Lin Xian to gain 12 points of combat power and 2 pieces of Saiyan bloodline fragments. The big fish caught by Goku struggled as it leaped out of the river. Besides dropping 2 points of combat power, it also dropped a bloodline fragment. Low-level Saiyan bloodline fragment. 13. 100 giant piranha bloodline fragment. 110. The average weight of the big fish was over 200 pounds, and it was a giant piranha. Fortunately, there was no one else in the mountains besides Goku. Otherwise, they would definitely become food for the piranhas in the river. In addition to the bloodline and combat power attributes, the giant piranha also dropped a special ability attribute, and it was not a fragment, but a complete special ability. It is well known that most fish breathe in water through their respiratory organs, gills. The gills contain numerous thread-like structures called gill filaments. The gill filaments are rich in capillaries, and the oxygen dissolved in water exchanges gases with the blood through the capillary walls in the gill filaments. Now, Lin Xian possessed the special ability of underwater breathing. As a human, he could breathe the air in the water through his pores. Host. Lin Xian combat power. 40 bloodline. Earthling, excellent. Super ability, none special ability. Underwater breathing techniques, none Lin Xian. Let's hurry back to cook. I'm starving. Okay. Goku pulled the big fish with one hand and walked alongside Lin Xian, following the rugged mountain path back. Behind them, the sound of a car engine was getting closer. A car was coming. Hearing a car in such a remote place made Lin Xian guess that Bulma was arriving in the storyline. Lin Xian didn't expect Bulma to arrive so quickly. Sure enough, a 2-seater off-road vehicle appeared in front of Lin Xian and little Wukong along the bumpy road. The speed of the 2-seater off-road vehicle wasn't fast, but the driver didn't expect there to be people in the mountains, blocking the already bumpy and narrow road. Plus, her driving skills weren't very good, and she couldn't stop the car, heading straight towards Lin Xian and little Wukong. Fate! How wonderful! Lin Xian sighed. When Bulma's car came crashing in, Lin Xian and little Wukong dodged and weren't hit by the vehicle. Meanwhile, Bulma managed to stop the car. Lin Xian and little Wukong were not hit, but their breakfast, the corpse of the dead giant piranha, was run over by Bulma's car. At this moment, Bulma poked her head out of the SUV. Young Bulma had sky-blue hair tied in pigtails, fair skin, and dressed brightly. However, she had just nearly hit someone, and in her nervousness, cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she muttered to herself in a frightened tone. That was so scary. Then, Bulma said to Lin Xian and little Wukong, "Hey, this is too dangerous." Before Bulma could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by little Wukong. Little Wukong angrily looked at the unknown monster in front of him, his brows tightly furrowed, and shouted angrily, "You monster, are you here to steal my food?" Hearing little Wukong shout, Lin Xian shook his head. Just as in the plot, little Wukong thought the car was a monster, a demon. Little Wukong walked up to the SUV, puffing, and lifted the bottom of the car with both hands. With a burst of strength, he lifted the 2 people, who seemed to weigh a bit, as if they were 2 mini SUVs. Seeing the boys' incredible strength and the car shaking continuously, Bulma inside the car was terrified and kept screaming. Little Wukong paid no attention to Bulma's somewhat frightened and trembling cries, and with great force, he threw the car hard, sending the SUV flying 3 to 4 meters away. Dust immediately rose from the ground as the SUV flipped over, landing on its roof. Lin Xian was watching the commotion from the side, picking up attributes. Looking at little Wukong, he pulled out the Rui stick from behind his back, holding it horizontally in front of him, and stepped up to the off-road vehicle, loudly shouting at the fallen car. "If you want to fight, then come on. I'll accompany you to the end." Ugh, daring to damage my car. Inside the off-road vehicle, Bulma, trembling and holding a gun, poked her head out of the window, aiming the gun at little Wukong. Little Wukong, not recognizing the gun, saw Bulma sticking her head out and exclaimed, "As expected, it's a monster. And there's even a little monster inside the big monster." Hearing little Wukong's words, Bulma's anger flared even more, and she fired a shot at him. The bullet struck little Wukong right in the forehead. Little Wukong was knocked down by the impact of the bullet, but he wasn't too seriously hurt. Ouch! It hurt so much. Little Wukong rubbed his forehead with both hands, grimacing in pain. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian thought, with my 44 points of combat power, not to mention taking a bullet head-on, I should be able to withstand a missile too. After this thought flashed by, Lin Xian stopped watching and walked over to little Wukong, helping him up from the ground and patting the dust off his clothes, concernedly asking, "Wukong, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but it hurts so much. This monster actually knows how to use magic." Little Wukong pointed at Bulma, who had just come out of the car, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Before this, after Bulma shot at little Wukong, she had crawled out of the overturned off-road vehicle and was stunned for a few seconds upon seeing that little Wukong wasn't dead. Then, she said in disbelief, "You actually didn't die." In response, little Wukong angrily retorted, "You idiot, I wouldn't be so easily killed by you. My body is as hard as steel." After saying this, little Wukong picked up the Rui stick, intending to strike at Bulma. At this critical moment, Lin Xian grabbed little Wukong's hand, saying, "Wukong, stop." If Lin Xianyuan hadn't stopped little Wukong, the plot might have been seriously rewritten, and Bulma would really have been killed by little Wukong with a single blow. "Why, Lin Xian, she is a monster who wants to steal our food. Look at me, I'm going to beat her up." Little Wukong still wanted to take action. Lin Xian said again, "Wukong, she is not a monster, she's just a girl." "A girl?" Little Wukong opened his mouth wide, showing an incredulous expression, and said, "This monster that came out from a monster and can use magic is a girl?" Then he awkwardly asked Bulma, "You're a girl?" Bulma saw that little Wukong was about to hit her with a Rui bang and was very scared, ready to plead for mercy. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by Lin Xian, who was even shorter than little Wukong. At this moment, hearing little Wukong's question, he quickly nodded and said, "That's right, I am a girl, a beautiful girl, absolutely beautiful." "Oh, so you're a girl." Little Wukong changed his expression and stared blankly at Bulma. Little Wukong couldn't tell the difference between genders, and there was confusion on his face. Bulma looked timidly at little Wukong, then glanced at Lin Xian and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Lin Xian said, "My name is Lin Xian, and this is son Wukong. We have no enmity with you. It was your poor driving that almost caused an accident. Wukong meant no harm. He mistook you for someone trying to snatch food from us, which is why he acted against you." Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a bit embarrassed and said to Lin Xian in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, I thought there was no one in the mountains, so I drove a bit fast. I didn't expect to almost hit you. Besides, he isn't even afraid of bullets. I thought he was a monster." At this point, Bulma glanced at little Wukong again. Well, both little Wukong and Bulma regarded each other as monsters. Lin Xian spoke again, saying, "Wukong is very strong, naturally different from you ordinary people. However, if it were an ordinary person, you'd have just shot them dead with that gun. I was just scared and rushed into it," Bulma said to little Wukong apologetically. "Forget it. My grandpa said that I should be gentle with girls in the future. Since grandpa said so, I won't mind it anymore." Little Wukong waved his hand at Bulma, showing a nonchalant expression. "Your grandpa is right. You should be gentle with girls." Bulma sighed in relief. Then she asked Lin Xian and little Wukong, "By the way, are you two from this mountain?" Lin Xian casually said, "I guess so." He was too lazy to explain his origins to Bulma. Bulma didn't catch on to Lin Xian's indifference and happily said, "That's great. Since you live here, you must be very familiar with the area, right? What's the matter? Do you have something to ask?" Lin Xian pretended to inquire. He knew that Bulma wanted to ask about the Dragon Balls. "I want to know if you've seen a ball like this," Bulma said, taking out a yellow ball from her pocket, holding it in her palm, and shaking it in front of Lin Xian and Goku. The ball in Bulma's hand was the two-star ball. "This isn't that my grandpa?" Goku exclaimed upon seeing the two-star ball in Bulma's hand, immediately questioning her. "How could it be in your hands?" Before Bulma could clarify, Goku continued, "Wait, that is not my grandpa. The one in your hand only has 2 stars." Goku stared wide-eyed, looking confused. Bulma, picking up on Goku's questions and mutterings, blushed with excitement as she looked at him and asked, "You said your grandpa has 4 stars. What does that mean? Does your grandpa also have a ball like this?" It was hard for a normal person to understand Goku's words clearly. Bulma couldn't imagine that Goku mistook the 4-star ball, which belonged to his grandpa's son Wukong, as his grandpa. Facing Bulma's inquiry, Goku admitted, yeah. Not understanding Bulma's intent, he simply acknowledged it. The 4-star ball was indeed a relic of Sun Wukong, and it was true that it was in his grandpa's hands while he was alive. It could be said that Bulma and Goku's conversation was on different wavelengths. Really, confirming that the Dragon Ball she wanted was indeed here, Bulma excitedly said, "Great, it's really here. I'm truly a genius girl. The Dragon Ball radar I made is incredibly accurate." After her excitement, Bulma asked Goku, "Can you take me to see your grandpa?" Seeing Bulma's eager expression, Goku thought about how she was a girl and recalled his grandpa's words about being gentle with girls, so he agreed, saying, "Then I'll take you to see my grandpa." "That's great." Bulma said, "By the way, my name is Bulma. You must remember that." Bulma. Lin Xian already knew her name. Goku, however, responded as he did in the storyline, "Bulma? What a strange name." Bulma looked a bit annoyed and replied, "It's Bulma. Stop teasing my name." However, it was clear she wasn't satisfied with her name either. Afterward, Bulma followed Lin Xian and Goku along the mountain path to Goku's home. "Look, this is my home." Upon reaching Goku's doorstep, he pointed behind him and opened the door. Once the door was opened, the 4-star ball was immediately visible to all three of them. "Huh, it seems Grandpa spoke." Goku noticed the change in the 4-star ball and walked forward in surprise, saying, "It's glowing, it actually glows." It turned out that when 2 or more Dragon Balls appear in the same place, they would emit light. This is really the Dragon Ball. That's great. Seeing the ball in front of her, Bulma stepped forward to grab it, but was stopped by Goku. He said to her, "Bulma, that's my grandpa. Don't touch him casually. Besides, Lin Xian hasn't touched my grandpa yet, so you have even less right to." Hearing Goku's words, Lin Xian felt somewhat touched, but Goku's words were quite strange. What did he mean by Lin Xian hadn't touched his grandpa yet? "Grandpa?" Bulma said with a hint of amusement, "That's a Dragon Ball. How could it be your grandpa?" Goku replied, "This is my grandpa's relic." "So it's my grandpa." As he spoke, a sense of nostalgia and affection flashed in Goku's eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke up, "Goku, even though this is your grandpa's relic, don't you want to know the origins of this ball? Listen to what Bulma has to say." Seeing Lin Xian speak up for her, Bulma looked at him gratefully. In her heart, Lin Xian was undoubtedly a good kid. He had just stopped the wild, tail-wagging Goku, and now he was being so sensible, which didn't seem like the behavior of a child from the mountains. Then, Bulma began to tell Goku and Lin Xian about the origins of the Dragon Balls. They're called Dragon Balls. I found this 2-star ball in my family's storage. As she spoke, Bulma took out the 2-star ball again. "Dragon Balls?" Goku listened attentively. Bulma continued, "When I got the 2-star ball, I was wondering what it was used for. I asked many people, but they didn't know. Later, I read many books and through ancient documents. I learned that they're called Dragon Balls, and there are a total of 7 in the world, each with 1 to 7 stars inside them. This 5-star ball, I found it in the Northern Valley 10 days ago after great difficulty." Saying this, Bulma took out another Dragon Ball. Afterward, Bulma revealed the greatest secret of the Dragon Balls, which was that if you gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and recited a spell, you could summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. However, with just this information, it was impossible for her to trick the naive Goku into giving her the 4-star ball. Lin Xian certainly knew what Bulma was thinking. Sure enough, Bulma spoke again, inviting Lin Xian and Goku to leave the mountains with her to search for the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. She had already witnessed Goku's incredible strength. Having such a powerful little monster along the way would significantly reduce the risks of collecting the Dragon Balls and ensure safety. As for Lin Xian, he could keep Goku in check, and given the various hints he had shown, even if his strength was weaker than Goku's, it shouldn't be by much. Bulma thought this way, unaware that the strongest one was Lin Xian. "Hee, I understand now. You two really are clever for your age." Seeing Lin Xian not speaking, Goku hesitated as Bulma thought. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian promptly stopped Bulma, preventing her from throwing flirtatious glances at Goku, who was essentially blind, as in the original plot. Of course, unlike the original plot, he was present here. If it weren't for age restrictions, he definitely wouldn't stop Bulma. Instead, he would kick Goku away and bear the suffering he didn't understand alone. "Goku, just listen to her. Let us go look for the Dragon Balls together. The outside world is full of experts. If you stay in the mountains and don't spar with strong people, your power won't grow much." With that, Lin Xian said to Goku, "If that's the case, you'll never become the world's strongest martial artist. Only by continuously challenging various strong opponents can you quickly enhance your strength." Lin Xian described the outside world in this way, and upon hearing it, Little Wukong felt a surge of excitement in his heart and blood at the thought of challenging strong opponents to enhance his strength and becoming the world's strongest martial artist. Little Wukong no longer hesitated and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Lin Xian. Bulma, let's travel together and search for the Dragon Balls." "Great. Welcome to the journey of finding the Dragon Balls." Bulma jumped up with joy. After leaving Little Wukong's house, he locked the door and walked behind Lin Xian and Bulma. Suddenly, he asked Bulma, who was walking in front, "Bulma, we don't know where the remaining Dragon Balls are. How are we going to find them?" Hey. That's where my cleverness comes in," Bulma proudly replied, then turned to Little Wukong and said, "Wukong, that's a good question. This kind of thing is no challenge for this genius girl. You two look, this is a Dragon Ball radar I made. It can detect the location of the Dragon Balls. The 3 light points on the radar indicate the locations of 3 Dragon Balls, one of which is to the west, about 1,200 kilometers from here." Bulma's face showed a proud expression as she showcased the Dragon Ball radar she took out of her pocket to Lin Xian and Little Wukong. Witnessing the Dragon Ball radar firsthand, Lin Xian felt deep admiration for Bulma, this technological genius. No wonder she could even create a time machine in the future. Her level of technology was truly extraordinary. The technology in the Dragon Ball world is very impressive. Lin Xian was very interested in the technology of this world. In Marvel Comics, there's a saying, "The rich play with technology, the poor rely on mutations." In the Dragon Ball world, Lin Xian didn't know whether the rich played with technology or not. What he did know was that technology could generate wealth, but could also destroy planets and even the universe. In the Dragon Ball series, both heroes and villains play with technology. In the entire Dragon Ball series, at least half of the major villains have a technological label. Several villainous scientists who played with technology immediately came to Lin Xian's mind. Dr. Gero. He was frozen in the snowy mountains and was accidentally revived by his subordinates using the Dragon Balls. However, only his brain remained, and he attempted to take the body of the so-called strongest Master Roshi, only to find a stronger Wukong and change his target, ultimately being defeated by Wukong's spirit bomb. Dr. Raichi, the #1 scientist of Planet Z, he completed the Grudge Wave amplification device when the Z people were exterminated by the Saiyans, preparing to escape with the device before being killed by the Saiyans. Later, the device produced his undead warriors, initiating a revenge plan against the Saiyans, and was ultimately killed by Wukong and others. Dr. Mew, also a scientist from Planet Z, he was actually a mutant robot created by Baby, but he mistakenly believed he was Baby's creator. Later, he was killed by Baby and, at the invitation of Dr. Gero in Hell, created the new Android 17, opening the gate of Hell to resurrect, but both ended up dying at the hands of Super Android 17. Dr. Gero, the villainous scientist Lin Xian is most familiar with. A frail old man with a white beard, the mastermind behind the Cell Saga, the scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, and the father of the prototype of Android 16. In order to avenge the Red Ribbon Army, he continued to develop and improve android technology, eventually transforming himself into an android, namely Android 20. After being defeated by Piccolo, he returned to his lab, only to be killed by his own creation, Android 17. Later, in Dragon Ball GT, he became Dr. Mew's partner, Android 21, a character appearing in the games, claiming to be a researcher hired by the Red Ribbon Army, but in fact, she is the prototype of Android 16, the biological mother of Dr. Gero's son. In other words, she is Dr. Gero's wife. It must be said that Android 21 and Dr. Gero are completely mismatched. One is an old man, while the other is a mature woman. Android 21 is the second female scientist in Dragon Ball besides Bulma. An ultimate cell fusion android surpassing cell, capable of gaining energy by preying on other beings and growing indefinitely. The production process is slow, and after Dr. Gero's death, it continues to be manufactured by computer. Some of the cells used to create Android 21 are from Majin Buu, which are quite prone to going out of control and possess an independent personality with a desire to prey. The gentle Android 21 also harbors a terrifying evil persona within her. Pilaf, like Bulma, he is an elder character in Dragon Ball, and Lin Xian watched as he grew old and then small. One could say that Pilaf is the first real enemy of Wukong in the story, initially collecting the Dragon Balls to rule the world. He later fought against little Wukong multiple times, with 2 henchmen named Shu and Mai. By the time of the Android Saga, Pilaf and his gang turned into children due to the wish of the dragon. Pilaf's intellect is second only to Bulma. He not only can invent and create himself, but can also improve Bulma's designs and even help her repair the time machine. In the Dragon Ball series, as an early villain, Pilaf shows signs of being redeemed in the later stages. After discussing the villainous scientists, we cannot forget about the heroic scientists. Dr. Brief, strictly speaking, he is not a character in Dragon Ball. He is from Dr. Slump, the creator of all, and made a brief cameo in Dragon Ball. When it comes to heroic scientists in the Dragon Ball series, Bulma and her father Dr. Brief are certainly at the forefront. Here, we can list the black technologies mastered and created by Dr. Brief and Bulma. 1. Universal Capsule. Dr. Brief invented the Universal Capsule, significantly advancing the development of human civilization. From the beginning of the Dragon Ball storyline, Universal Capsules have been widespread on Earth in the 7th universe, definitely a super profitable existence. And the wealth of the entire planet has been taken away by the Universal Capsules. Previously mentioned, technology can generate wealth, which is particularly evident with Universal Capsules. 2. Dragon Ball Radar. The artifact for locating the 7 Dragon Balls, created by Bulma. No need to elaborate. 3. Shrinking Watch. Appeared only once in the story. It was a little gadget Bulma invented while bored in school, which has not yet been created. The Shrinking Watch, as its name suggests, allows the wearer to shrink in size, with their weight also changing accordingly. Definitely black technology. 4. Time Machine. A proud creation of Bulma from another parallel universe when she reached middle age, allowing free travel through parallel worlds. 5. Advanced spaceships and combat suits. For Dr. Brief and Bulma, these are completely easy tasks. They not only can create them, but also optimize and modify them. 6. Gravity Room. The super gravity training room used by Vegeta, created by Dr. Brief. In addition to the above, Dr. Brief also repaired Android 16. On the eve of the Cell games, he helped Bulma repair Android 16 and remove the explosive device inside him, advising everyone not to tell Android 16. It is worth mentioning that this inadvertently led to Android 16's downfall. After being impressed by Bulma, Lin Xian exclaimed, "Bulma, you are truly a technological genius. You will definitely be the #1 scientist on Earth, even the #1 scientist in the universe." To which she replied, "Of course, for this genius beautiful girl." Lin Xuangu dared to boast, and Bulma dared to respond, proudly bragging, "Xiao Xian, Goku, our goal is this Dragon Ball, the one located 200 kilometers to the west from here." After her self-praise, Bulma told Lin Xuangu and Xiao Wukong about the Dragon Ball they were going to find. In addressing Lin Xuangu, Bulma used the term Xiao Xian. Damn it, with such a long distance, ordinary transportation definitely won't work. The off-road vehicle was broken by Wukong, and we can't walk there. We need something to ride on. Bulma complained to Wukong about the off-road vehicle being broken. Wukong, with an innocent expression, replied, "I thought it was a monster. Forget it. I'll think of another way." Bulma had no intention of blaming Wukong. There were 3 of them, and the broken off-road vehicle was a 2-seater, only able to accommodate 2 people. Bulma took out a white box from her pocket, opened it, looked at the universal capsule inside, selected one, pressed the button, and threw it forward. With a bang, white smoke billowed out. The next moment, a motorcycle appeared before the 3 of them. Seeing the universal capsule for the first time, Lin Xuangu felt very curious. In the Earth of his past life, this kind of storage method belonged to science fiction. Looking at Xiao Wukong, his naive, understanding grasped what an off-road vehicle was, but he couldn't comprehend the sudden appearance of the motorcycle. Xiao Wukong's eyes widened as he exclaimed to Bulma, "Wow, wow, wow. It's magic. You really know magic." Lin Xian said to him, "Wukong, this is not a monster technique. Let's go." This motorcycle, just like that off-road vehicle, is also a 2-seater. However, Lin Xian, little Wukong, and Bulma, 3 people, 2 kids and a girl, had more than enough space on this motorcycle. Bulma got on the motorcycle and shouted to the 2 behind her, "Little Xian, Wukong, you 2 sit the back." Lin Xian nodded and got on the motorcycle first. Little Wukong, having heard Lin Xian's words and seeing that Lin Xian was already on the motorcycle, didn't hesitate to sit in the position behind Lin Xian. "All set, let's go." Bulma shouted and started the motorcycle. The motorcycle shot out like a bullet. Just as Lin Xian sat down, he caught a faint scent of Bulma's body and was momentarily stunned, not reacting in time. Therefore, when the motorcycle started, his body leaned forward and he instinctively wrapped his arms around Bulma's waist. Bulma didn't say anything or react. In her eyes, Lin Xian was just a child. The main thing was that Lin Xian didn't go overboard. He didn't act like that annoying little brat Momonosuke from One Piece, doing something that would make people want to kill him. Little Wukong, sitting behind Lin Xian, also didn't react in time and wrapped his arms around Lin Xian's waist. Little Wukong was full of excitement and said to Lin Xian, "So fast. This guy is even faster than me. Lin Xian, I didn't expect this guy to be so amazing." "Well, just wait. Your speed won't be comparable to just a little motorcycle in the future, Lin Xian replied calmly. Lin Xian and little Wukong chatted back and forth with Bulma, who was acting as the driver, just listening. After more than 20 minutes and having traveled a distance, as they went down a steep slope, the motorcycle made a big jump as if it were flying. Ooh yeah yeah, Bulma and little Wukong shouted. On the motorcycle, only Lin Xian remained calm. This was partly because he knew that an accident wouldn't happen, and partly because even if there was an accident, with his battle power of 44, he could ensure the safety of himself and Bulma. As for little Wukong, he could protect himself just fine. After flying down the steep slope, Bulma applied the brakes and came to a stop. She turned her head and said to Lin Xian and little Wukong, who were sitting behind her, "Wait for me a moment, I'll be back soon." Lin Xian reminded, "Be careful in this remote area." Seeing Bulma's shy and embarrassed expression, along with her fidgety tone, Lin Xian, who knew the plot, immediately thought of what Bulma was about to do. Therefore, he didn't ask Bulma where she was going. He understood, but little Wukong did not. He directly asked, "What's wrong, Bulma? Where are you going?" Wukong, you're really stupid. Little Xian understands. Why do you have to make the girls say it out loud? When a lady says such things, it means she needs to go to the bathroom. Got it? Bulma shouted at little Wukong. After saying that, she hurriedly ran into the bushes by the road. Little Wukong, looking suddenly enlightened, grinned and said, "Oh, so you need to pee." Little Wukong was completely unreserved. He didn't think about or care about the girl's feelings and said whatever came to mind. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh at this. "You two are not allowed to come over. Especially you, Wukong." Bulma's voice came from distance. Lin Xian said to little Wukong, "Wukong, look, you've made Bulma angry again. I don't know why she's always angry. Women are really strange creatures." Little Wukong shook his head, looking confused. While Lin Xian was talking to little Wukong, Bulma's cries for help reached their ears. "Help! Help!" Hearing Bulma's cries, Lin Xian and little Wukong quickly ran behind the bushes. They saw a pterosaur-like dinosaur with wings. Poor Bulma had already fallen into the claws of this pterosaur. Lin Xian, who had been in this world for several days, had already seen dinosaurs and even eaten dinosaur meat with little Wukong. Lin Xian knew that this was not just a simple dinosaur, but a human being. Indeed, the dinosaur in front of him was a type of human, a type of Earthling. In the Dragon Ball world, Earthlings from the 7th universe are divided into ordinary Earthlings, such as whites, blacks, and those who resemble Lin Xian's previous life in China. It is worth mentioning that at just 8 years old, pure-blood Earthling Lin Xian looked identical to a child from his previous life in China, both having black hair and yellow skin. In addition to ordinary pure-blood Earthlings, there are also hybrid Earthlings mixed with extraterrestrial beings, such as Tian Shinhan, who has 3 eyes because of his lineage from the 3-eyed people. The most famous hybrid Earthlings are the Saiyans, who later possess Earthling bloodlines. Pure-blood Earthlings, hybrid Earthlings, and Earth have various branches of humanity, including monster-type humans, animal-type humans, dinosaur-type humans, and others. The representative of monster-type humans is Pilaf. Animal-type humans resemble beastmen, having human bodies with dog or wolf heads. They have animal heads, fur on their bodies, can speak human language, and possess human thoughts. As for dinosaur-type humans, they can only be explained as beings with a human-like way of walking, talking dinosaurs with human thoughts. Dinosaurs, on the other hand, do not speak. While some dinosaurs may be quite intelligent, their IQ is not inferior to that of ordinary humans. They lack human thoughts, and their way of walking is completely different from that of humans. The pterosaur, a dinosaur-type human that captured Bulma, widened its bell-like eyes upon seeing Lin Xian and little Goku. It then looked down at Lin Xian and little Goku as if they were 2 little reptiles. The dinosaur-type human pterosaur disdainfully asked, "Who are you two? Are you this guy's companions?" "Sai, I already warned you. In this wilderness, you need to be careful." Lin Xian did not respond to the pterosaur's words. Instead, he sighed at Bulma. However, it was not surprising. Bulma was just a weak girl, and it was quite normal for her to be captured by this dinosaur-type human pterosaur. Immediately, a hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. The killing intent was directed at this dinosaur-type human pterosaur. With Lin Xian's combat power, killing this dinosaur-type human pterosaur was very easy. Before making a move, Lin Xian coldly said, "You shouldn't have grabbed my person. Next time, keep your eyes open and don't seek your own death." "You idiot, you lowly little brat. Dare to speak to this dinosaur lord like that. I will not spare you. You will be a dessert for me before my meal." The dinosaur-type human pterosaur was furious. Its face twisted in rage, and its roar sounded like thunder. This dinosaur-type human pterosaur did not just talk tough, but immediately attempted to attack Lin Xian as soon as it finished speaking. The dinosaur man lost 2 points of combat power, but Lin Xian ignored the system's voice in his mind. He raised his hand, and with a single finger, he pierced through the pterosaur's head from a distance. Lin Xian's move is similar to the finger gun technique from the anime One Piece, which is one of the Navy's 6 styles. He indeed drew inspiration from the finger gun. The finger gun is a technique that concentrates all of one's strength into the index finger, releasing a powerful strike with a hardened fingertip that has the attack power of a bullet, capable of easily penetrating the human body. After being hit by Lin Xian's finger gun, the dinosaur man instantly died. Wow! Bulma was saved, but upon seeing the blood, she screamed in fright. During the past few days living with Lin Xian, Goku hadn't seen Lin Xian's full strength. The power Lin Xian displayed didn't exceed his own, which left him unaware of Lin Xian's prowess. At this moment, he finally witnessed Lin Xian's strength. Xiao Xian, you're amazing. You seem even stronger than me. Since just now, Goku changed how he addressed Lin Xian, calling him Xiao Xian like Bulma did. With the blood of a Saiyan, Goku's fighting spirit instantly surged, and he eagerly said to Lin Xian, Xiao Xian, let's have a match. I want to see the difference between us. Okay. Lin Xian didn't refuse. With his current battle power of 46, he could easily crush Goku as long as Goku didn't transform into a giant ape. Even if Goku did transform, as long as he picked up the battle power that Goku dropped, he could instantly secure an invincible position. The battle, or rather, the crushing began. Ding. Battle power attribute acquired. 2. Ding. Battle power attribute acquired. 7. In just 2 moves, without harming Goku, Lin Xian knocked him down. If Lin Xian were serious and didn't consider whether he would hurt Goku, he could have defeated him in 1 move, or even killed him. Xiao Xian, you're too strong. I'm completely no match for you. But I will work hard to become stronger and defeat you. Goku, after being defeated, had no negative emotions. Instead, it ignited a strong fighting spirit within him. Xiao Xian, thank you for saving me. I didn't expect you to be this powerful, even stronger than Goku, Bulma. Having calmed down, ran to Lin Xian's side to express her gratitude. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was still just a child. Otherwise, Bulma might have been inclined to offer herself to him. At just 8 years old, Lin Xian is indeed a child. However, among his peers, he is exceptionally handsome. He currently has the appearance of a young boy, and when he grows up, he will definitely be a super handsome guy. Bulma is now 16 years old, and in her eyes, Goku is still a child, let alone Lin Xian, who is younger than Goku. At 16, Bulma is 8 years older than Lin Xian. Bulma is collecting Dragon Balls to make a wish to the dragon for a Prince Charming. Lin Xian stated that he is a ready-made Prince Charming. On the journey to find the Dragon Balls, Lin Xian is confident that he can win Bulma's acceptance. Lin Xian is confident because of the transformation technique. Lin Xian knew that on the journey to find the Dragon Balls, he would encounter 2 characters who could transform, Oolong and Puar, 2 animal-type Earthlings. Oolong, in Lin Xian's previous life, was also known as Little Beiji, inspired by Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. He was a talking little pig who could perform transformation techniques, allowing him to become anything he wished. He was expelled from a Southern Transformation kindergarten for stealing a female teacher's underwear. Because he left early, he didn't learn the transformation technique completely. He only learned an incomplete version that could only last for 5 minutes, requiring a 1-minute rest before he could transform again. Oolong shared Zhu Beiji's personality traits, lazy, greedy for money, and with lust being his primary motivation. However, unlike Zhu Beiji, Oolong took a cute approach, lacking strength and being easily bullied. When the dragon was first summoned, Oolong, ahead of Pilaf, exclaimed, "I want girls' underwear." This wish thwarted Pilaf's plans. The negative energy accumulated from this wish led to the birth of the 7-star dragon in Dragon Ball GT. Puar, another animal-type Earthling, also attended the Southern Transformation Kindergarten and learned transformation techniques. Unlike Oolong, he fully mastered the transformation technique without the limitation of needing to rest after 5 minutes. Lin Xian was determined to acquire the transformation technique. Thanks to the attribute collection system, it was a piece of cake. Bulma, you don't need to be polite. Lin Xian replied with a smile. After that, Bulma went to complete her unfinished tasks. Just earlier, she had just reached a designated spot when she was captured. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xian looked at his attribute page. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 55 Bloodline. Earthling, Excellent, Super Ability, None Special Ability. Underwater Breathing Technique. Finger Gun, Mastered. His technique bar was no longer empty. He had learned the finger gun. However, although called a finger gun, compared to the one from the anime One Piece, his version was still a prototype and needed improvements and upgrades. The mastery indicated next to finger gun on his attribute page meant he had just learned the technique and was not even proficient yet. Above mastery came proficiency, followed by entry-level, skilled, minor achievement, major achievement, and master level. To progress from mastery to proficiency, Lin Xian could either spend time practicing himself or directly increase it with 100 combat power. Setting off again, Bulma drove the motorcycle, with Lin Xian sitting behind her and little Goku sitting behind Lin Xian. The journey was very quiet. Apart from animals, they didn't see any people, nor did anything else happen. After traveling a considerable distance, they stopped at dusk. Along the roadside, there was a large open space. Bulma took out a universal capsule and tossed it onto the open land, and a house appeared. That night, Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku stayed in that house. For the first time since crossing over, Lin Xian witnessed a modern house and modern appliances in this world. Once inside the house, the smell from little Goku was unbearable for Bulma. She wanted to give little Goku and Lin Xian a bath, but Lin Xian refused. If it was just for him, Lin Xian would have agreed without hesitation. The task of bathing little Goku fell to Lin Xian. Thus, Lin Xian and little Goku took a good bath together. After the bath, Lin Xian first ate the bread and other items prepared by Bulma, and also drank some coffee. Faced with these urban foods, little Goku couldn't eat. He went out hunting and returned with a jackal and a centipede. Fortunately, the house was stocked with spices, and Lin Xian prepared the seasonings. After little Goku roasted the jackal, Lin Xian also had some and enjoyed another meal. Later that night, while little Goku was preparing to sleep on the floor, Bulma discovered that his tale was real. This shocked Bulma, and she exclaimed, her face showing disbelief. It was Lin Xian who explained to her, helping her calm down quickly and not dwell on the issue. While little Goku slept on the floor, Lin Xian had a much better treatment. He shared the bed with Bulma. The next day, another fresh morning arrived. Little Goku woke up early and, seeing that Lin Xian and Bulma were still asleep, he ran outside to practice martial arts. Lin Xian traveled to this world and intentionally or unintentionally protected Bulma, preventing this predetermined wife from being taken advantage of. As a result, little Goku did not act as he did in the original storyline. After leaving the house, little Goku, who was practicing martial arts outside, found a large rock, lifted it up, and with sheer arm strength, crushed it. Then, he wanted to lift another large rock and ended up picking up a big sea turtle, mistaking it for a rock. The sea turtle, picked up by little Goku, exclaimed, "You scared me to death." Little Goku remarked, "What a big turtle." Inside the house, Lin Xian and Bulma had already woken up, startled by little Goku. The sound of the door opening had awakened them. Hearing someone talking outside, and knowing it was not just little Goku, but another person, Lin Xian already knew who it was, while Bulma was very curious. Therefore, she didn't even change her clothes and walked outside in her pajamas, asking Goku, "Who are you talking to?" "It's a sea turtle." Bulma recognized the sea turtle at a glance. She was puzzled because they were not by the sea. So how could there be a sea turtle? Upon stepping out of the house, Lin Xian saw the big sea turtle and thought, sure enough, it's the turtle from Master Roshi. This turtle, a long-lived sea turtle, was the ancestor among sea turtles, usually serving as Master Roshi's vehicle, pet, and friend. The sea turtle crawled in front of Bulma and politely said, "Excuse me, could I have a glass of salt water? And maybe some seaweed? You really have a big appetite." Bulma mumbled, but she didn't refuse the sea turtle and went to get it some salt water with seaweed. Thank you." The sea turtle thanked Bulma after drinking the salt water. Later, the sea turtle explained to Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku that it had come ashore to look for Matsutake mushrooms but got lost. It had been wandering on land for nearly a year without finding its way back to the sea. After explaining why it was there, the sea turtle sought help from the three of them. Kind-hearted little Goku agreed without hesitation. In contrast, Bulma was extremely reluctant. She had checked and found that the sea was 120 kilometers away, and she only had 30 days to collect the Dragon Balls, which was her vacation. Lin Xian knew the benefits of returning the sea turtle to the ocean. Little Goku would get the flying Nimbus, and Bulma would receive a Dragon Ball. If Bulma knew the plot, she would have eagerly gone along. In reality, little Goku pulled Lin Xian to carry the sea turtle back to the ocean, while Bulma sulked alone, angrily saying to little Goku and Lin Xian's backs, "If you go, don't ever show up in front of me again." As soon as she said that, Bulma regretted it. She hopped on her motorcycle and chased after Lin Xian and the others. After making her bold statement, She saw a large dinosaur appearing not far away, and feeling scared to stay there alone, she had no choice but to follow them. Lin Xian, who had already anticipated this, knew that if he stayed by Bulma's side, she wouldn't chase after them. Along the way, the group chatted and laughed. But they were soon blocked by a giant bear person who had poor eyesight. This bear person, wielding a large knife, pointed at little Goku and demanded that he put down the sea turtle, or he would eat little Goku first. Ding! Obtain Battle Power Attribute. 3. Ding! Obtain Battle Power Attribute. 2. Ding! Obtained Bloodline Attribute. Lower level Saiyan Bloodline Fragment. Ding! Obtain Battle Power Attribute. 1. Ding! Obtain Battle Power Attribute. 4. Ding! Obtained Bloodline Attribute. Giant Bear Person Bloodline Fragment. Ding! Obtained Move Attribute. Rock, Paper, Scissors. From the moment little Goku struck until he defeated the giant bear person, Lin Xian collected a total of 10 battle power points, 1 lower-level Saiyan Bloodline Fragment from little Goku, 1 giant bear person Bloodline Fragment, and the move Rock, Paper, Scissors used by little Goku. Lin Xian's first time picking up a move was like picking up the special ability of breathing underwater. What he obtained was not a fragment, but a complete technique. Rock, Paper, Scissors, an original move of little Wukong, incorporates the gestures of rock, paper, scissors, starting with a single-handed fist fight with the enemy, while the other hand pokes the opponent's eye, then pushing the opponent away with the palm. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 65 Bloodline. Earthling, Excellent, Super Ability, None Special Ability, Breathing Underwater Technique, Finger Gun, Mastered. Rock, Paper, Scissors, Mastered. It should be noted that the difficulty of Rock, Paper, Scissors is almost 0. Lin Xian can quickly hone the technique level with just 1 application, reaching minor and major mastery in just a few tries. Lower-level Saiyan Bloodline Fragments, 14. 100 Giant Bear Bloodline Fragments, 115. Lin Xian naturally looks down on the Giant Bear Bloodline. However, compared to the Giant Python and Giant Piranha Bloodlines, this Giant Bear Bloodline is obviously of a higher level, as it requires 15 fragments to complete. To put it this way, the more fragments there are, the harder it is to gather the fragments of the bloodline, making it more advanced. After dealing with the short-sighted giant bear, Lin Xian and the others, along with the turtle, continued on their way. As they walked, they finally saw the ocean and arrived at the seaside. The sea breeze blew through their hair, and at a glance, the vast blue sea was all in sight, boundless. The sea is really nice, so beautiful. Lin Xian felt his current strength was still insignificant. He gazed at the vast ocean, taking deep breaths of the unique air by the sea, standing against the sea breeze, and couldn't help but sigh. Little Wukong was the most excited to see the ocean for the first time, bouncing around energetically. Among the three, only Bulma was not in a good mood. Clearly, having grown up in the city as a wealthy young lady, she was used to such scenes, and it was no wonder she was reluctant to come. Thank you. Thank you. Please wait here for a moment. I want to repay you. The turtle was very grateful to little Wukong and Lin Xian, asking them to wait while it said it wanted to repay them. After saying this, it entered the sea and disappeared from the surface. Lin Xian saw the turtle leave and knew it was going to call Master Roshi. In a while, Master Roshi would be coming. Lin Xian was very interested in meeting this martial artist, one of little Wukong's teachers. The old man, Master Roshi, is known as the god of martial arts. He was a powerful figure in the early Dragon Ball series, although by the later stages, his strength was not even comparable to that of minor characters. However, he remained an important figure and made a comeback during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. Moreover, although Master Roshi is a martial arts master, he would unhesitatingly stand up during times of crisis on Earth, showing himself to be a fearless martial arts master who sealed the Demon King Piccolo with his life. But in terms of lechery, he is no less than the previously mentioned Oolong. Taking advantage of the free time, Lin Xian immersed himself in the ocean. With his special ability to breathe underwater, he entered the sea as if he were returning home. Little Wukong and Bulma were splashing in the shallow water, and little Wukong even drank a mouthful of seawater, spitting it out and sticking out his tongue because of the saltiness. Looking at the sea, Bulma sighed. If I'd known it would be like this, I should have brought my swimsuit. After a while, Lin Xian and little Wukong built sand mounds on the beach, playing a game of building forts and castles. At that moment, Bulma pointed to the distant sea and shouted to them, "Look, what is that?" Lin Xian looked up and saw a blurry figure, a sea turtle gradually coming into view. It was the turtle hermit, no doubt about it. Little Wukong said, "There was actually someone on that sea turtle's back. You could see that clearly from so far away." Bulma initially couldn't see clearly, but once she did, she confirmed that sea turtle brought someone. After the sea turtle swam to the shore, the turtle hermit jumped down from its back. An old, thin man appeared before the three of them. He was the turtle hermit. The turtle hermit was carrying a purple turtle shell, wearing an orange floral shirt, flip-flops, and holding a cane, with sunglasses on his face. Hello. The turtle hermit greeted Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian looked at Master Rashi and used the system to check his combat power. Earthling, Master Rashi's normal combat power, 124, explosive combat power, 159. In the Dragon Ball storyline, when Raditz attacked Earth, Master Rashi's normal combat power was 139. Master Rashi continued to train hard until the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, after which he saw his junior disciples making rapid progress, and he gradually gave up training as he couldn't keep up. Master Rashi's current normal combat power is only 124. Looking at Master Rashi, Bulma exclaimed, "What a stylish old man. I heard you saved the turtle." Master Rashi smiled at Lin Xian and the others. His gaze towards Bulma filled with something unusual. "Old man, who are you?" Little Goku asked with wide eyes. "My name is Master Rashi." Master Rashi introduced himself. Then, he reached out and patted the turtle shell, asking, "Who saved you?" The turtle pointed at Lin Xian and Little Goku, replying, "It was those two." Master Rashi looked at Lin Xian and Little Goku, saying, "Two people, just in time, I have two gifts to give away." Lin Xian knew that Master Rashi originally wanted to give Little Wukong an immortal bird that died from food poisoning, but later changed it to the flying nimbus. The two gifts mentioned by Master Rashi should be these two. Lin Xian smiled and said, "I don't need it. You can give it to Wukong." While speaking, Lin Xian pointed at Little Wukong. "Well, okay then." The turtle hermit didn't expect Lin Xian to refuse his gift, but he didn't dwell on it. He turned around and shouted to the sky, "Come out, immortal phoenix." After waiting for a minute, there wasn't a single sparrow in the sky, not even a bird flying by. The sea turtle reminded the turtle hermit that the immortal phoenix had died from food poisoning, and the turtle hermit suddenly remembered. It was awkward. The atmosphere became tense. The turtle hermit began to feel relieved that Lin Xian had refused his gift. Then, the turtle hermit shouted loudly for the flying nimbus. Suddenly, a yellow cloud streaked across the sky at high speed, floating in front of the turtle hermit. "This is the flying nimbus. I'll give it to you," the turtle hermit said generously. He was generous, but Little Wukong asked, "Can this thing be eaten?" "This is a treasure, not food. If you sit on it, you can fly freely in the sky," the turtle hermit explained. Suddenly, the turtle hermit changed his tone and added, "However, only those with a pure heart can ride the flying nimbus. In other words, only good children can do it." After saying that, he jumped up to demonstrate. Unfortunately, due to his lecherous nature, he fell to the ground. The turtle hermit awkwardly got up from the ground, and a cool breeze blew by as he scratched his head. "Ha ha 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 ha." Bulma burst into laughter. She understood perfectly that it was the turtle hermit's impure heart that prevented him from riding the flying nimbus. Lin Xian said to Little Wukong, "Wukong, why don't you give it a try? Only those with a pure heart can ride the flying nimbus, and son Wukong is as pure as white paper, so the nimbus is destined for him." "All right, I'll give it a try." Little Wukong jumped up and stood steadily on the soft cloud. Then, he controlled the nimbus and flew around a few times. Seeing Little Wukong easily jump onto the nimbus, Master Rashi widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and showed a look of surprise on his aged face. "Good boy. Being able to ride the nimbus means you have a pure heart and a simple mind. You're quite remarkable." Master Rashi looked at Little Wukong with admiration and praised him. After hearing Master Rashi's compliments, Little Wukong continued to play around on the nimbus. Seeing this, Master Rashi sighed. "The nimbus has been in my hands for so many years and has never been put to use. Today, I finally found its true owner." Watching Little Wukong having so much fun, Bulma felt envious and said to him, "Wukong, come down and watch me. This girl is also a good child. I can ride it too." "Bulma, you'd better not try the nimbus, or else," Lin Xian said with a smile, not finishing a sentence. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Bulma's fingers involuntarily touched each other, looking somewhat guilty. But in less than 2 seconds, Bulma suddenly changed her expression and, feeling a bit embarrassed and angry, asked, "Xian, what do you mean? Are you saying I can't ride it?" Then, Bulma retaliated, "Xian, you're 4 years younger than Wukong. You're only 8. You can't be a bad child who can't ride the nimbus, can you?" Lin Xian asked, "Bulma, do you dare to bet with me?" "What bet?" Bulma was very curious. Lin Xian explained, "Let's bet on whether we can ride the flying nimbus. If you can sit on it, then I lose. And I will agree to one of your conditions, anything you want, If I can sit on it and you can't, then you lose. And you have to agree to one of my conditions. If we both manage to sit on it, then it's a draw, no winner. This, Bulma hesitated, then cautiously asked Lin Xian. You're not planning to make some outrageous demand, are you? Lin Xian, with righteous indignation, asked Bulma, what you take me for? Am I really that kind of person? Bulma also felt she was overthinking. Lin Xian was just an 8-year-old child, and he was quite nice. Even if he made some outrageous requests, how outrageous could they be? Besides, she might not necessarily lose. Although she was at a disadvantage compared to this 8-year-old, betting against Lin Xian, who was not as naive as Goku and was a clever little devil, shouldn't be too difficult. Thus, Bulma agreed to bet with Lin Xian. The turtle sage, watching from the side, felt there was a good show to see. Bulma, you go ahead and try. Lin Xian pointed to the flying nimbus. Little Goku had already come down and cleared the nimbus, just waiting for Bulma and Lin Xian to get on. As the sea breeze blew, Bulma lightly tossed her hair, took a deep breath, and jumped confidently. The next moment, the laughter of little Goku and the turtle sage reached her ears. Bulma had failed. She passed right through the nimbus and landed on the ground. Facing the teasing of little Goku and the turtle sage, Bulma's fair face instantly turned red. She got up from the ground and started cursing at the nimbus. No matter what, she had no problem with it. It was Lin Xian's turn now, and he stepped forward. Seeing Lin Xian approach, Bulma, feeling even more unconvinced, said, "Humph, this broken cloud can only be sat on by empty-headed people. As a brilliant and beautiful genius scientist like me, my head is filled with knowledge, so of course, I don't meet its standards. It seems that being beautiful and smart is also a sin." Sigh. Lin Xian sighed, jumped onto the nimbus, and gave Bulma a slap in the face with facts. Lin Xian is not simple. He has many thoughts, but he has a system. The system has protective measures that prevent anyone other than Lin Xian from knowing of its existence. The system's protections prevent mind reading and any means of knowing Lin Xian's thoughts or memories. With the attribute collection system in place, the cloud can't figure out what kind of person Lin Xian is, allowing him to exploit this loophole. Although Lin Xian took advantage of it, it can also be said that he cheated to ride the cloud. However, the people present do not know this, and Bulma has truly been slapped in the face. Little Goku said to Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, you really are a good kid." Lin Xian sat on the flying nimbus. Bulma had failed, and Lin Xian became the winner, able to propose a condition to Bulma. "You won. You can state your condition now." Bulma admitted her defeat. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. I haven't thought about what conditions to propose yet." He had already thought about the conditions before betting with Bulma. It was just not the right time to bring them up. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Master Roshi's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. If it were him proposing conditions, he definitely would. "Well, think it over and bring it up later. Just don't go too far," Bulma said. Suddenly, she noticed a necklace made of a Dragon Ball hanging around Master Roshi's neck. Simply put, it was a Dragon Ball on a string. This Dragon Ball appeared unexpectedly and was very surprising. Bulma ran in front of Master Roshi and said, "Grandpa, I've saved the turtle too, so you should give me a gift as well. Just give me the ball hanging around your neck." "Did this girl save you?" Master Roshi asked the turtle. "Not at all." The turtle shook its head. Bulma became anxious and said, "How can it be nothing? Didn't I give you salt water?" At this moment, Goku also noticed the Dragon Ball hanging around Master Roshi's neck and exclaimed, "It's a Dragon Ball!" Having consumed the immortality potion and lived for 300 years. Master Roshi had long become wise and knew the importance of the Dragon Ball from Bulma and Goku's expressions. "Do you want this?" Master Roshi looked down at the Dragon Ball around his neck and smiled. Then, he began to propose conditions to Bulma. Upon hearing Master Roshi's conditions, Bulma exploded in anger, shouting, "Old man, you really have no shame. Don't you want this Dragon Ball?" Master Roshi waved the Dragon Ball towards Bulma. Frustrated after losing the bet to Lin Xian, Bulma did not compromise with Master Roshi and said, "If you won't give it to me, then forget it. I was going to introduce you to some lovely girls, but now it seems that's not necessary." Recognizing the Dragon Ball, Lin Xian, who had been silent until now, was very pleased with Bulma's performance. If she couldn't get the Dragon Ball from around Master Roshi's neck, he would naturally step in to help. Looking at Master Roshi, seeing that Bulma didn't compromise but mentioned introducing him to lovely girls, he thought that wasn't a bad idea and immediately changed his tone, saying, "I was just joking with you. I, Master Roshi, am the legendary martial arts god. How could I quibble with you, little girl? This is for you." Master Roshi took the Dragon Ball off his neck and handed it to Bulma. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball, both Bulma and Goku jumped up in joy. Then, Lin Xian spoke up, addressing Master Roshi. He told Master Roshi that he wanted to see the Kamehameha technique. With an opportunity at hand, Lin Xian had no reason not to seize it. Master Roshi was somewhat surprised, but did not refuse Lin Xian. Lin Xian saved his sea turtle, but did not take his gift, leaving him in debt of gratitude. Now, Lin Xian wanted to witness his Kamehameha, which wasn't a big deal. Thus, the three of them witnessed the turtle sage demonstrating the Kamehameha. They saw the turtle sage transform from a frail old man into a muscular guy, launching a blue energy blast towards the sea. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Max power fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 5. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Max power fragment. Ding! Acquired skill attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 10. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 15. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Max power. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 20. Ding! Acquired skill attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 30. Ding! Acquired skill attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 40. Ding! Acquired skill attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute. 50. Ding! Acquired skill attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Max power. Achieved by concentrating energy to enhance all muscles, resulting in a state of growth that significantly boosts combat power, but accelerates energy consumption. The Kamehameha, created by the turtle sage, is performed by placing both hands together in a flower bud shape, resting them at the waist, and gathering a glowing sphere in the palms, which is launched as a blue energy blast resembling a meteor with a tail. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 315 bloodline. Earthling, excellent, superpower, none special ability, underwater breathing, max power skills, finger gun, mastered, rock paper scissors, mastered, by consuming energy, known as chi, to temporarily boost his power significantly through max power. Lin Xian acquired 2 fragments and obtained the complete ability. As for the Kamehameha, Lin Xian collected over 1/3 of it. Kamehameha fragments, 35100 from this perspective. The value of the Kamehameha is not lower than that of little Goku's lower Saiyan bloodline. Afterward, the turtle sage bid farewell to the few people and disappeared into the vast sea. Bulma obtained the Dragon Ball, little Goku got the flying Nimbus, witnessed the Kamehameha, and Lin Xian reaped the benefits. All 3 of them were very happy. Sitting on the flying Nimbus, little Goku excitedly said, "Little Xian, Grandpa's Kamehameha is amazing." Lin Xian timely served a bowl of chicken soup and said, "You will be even more powerful than him in the future, able to use a more formidable Kamehameha." After returning to the house, the 3 discussed their next itinerary. The house reverted to its capsule form, and the 3 set off again. This time, however, the situation changed. Little Wukong was flying alone on his Nimbus cloud, while Lin Xian continued to ride the motorcycle, letting Bulma take the lead. To be honest, while this treatment was good, Lin Xian still felt a bit envious of little Wukong flying in the sky. No, to be precise, he envied the ability to fly on one's own strength without relying on external forces. After all, flying is a human dream, and Lin Xian wished to fly soon. Although his combat power had reached 315, he didn't know how to use the air dance technique, let alone flying techniques. If he wanted to fly, he would have to wait. But don't underestimate the air dance technique. If you can't master it, even with a combat power of 10,000, you won't be able to fly. In Dragon Ball Super, Master Roshi can represent the 7th universe in the Tournament of Power, yet he still can't fly. 3 days passed in a flash. The 3 sped up their journey, and with the Dragon Ball obtained from Master Roshi, Bulma and little Wukong had a total of 4 Dragon Balls. They were now approaching the valley in the west to find the 5th Dragon Ball. Little Wukong, riding the Nimbus cloud, was moving much faster than Bulma's motorcycle, flying back and forth, and complaining that Bulma's speed was like that of snail. Bulma was furious and scolded little Wukong. "You little Wukong, now that you have this broken cloud, you think you're amazing? You're speeding." Seeing Bulma's reaction, Lin Xian found it amusing. Wanting to fly, he successfully borrowed the principles he had seen in anime from his past life, combined with his current combat power, and replicated the moonwalk from the One Piece anime, along with the other 4 techniques from the Marine 6 styles, while also improving the finger pistol he had previously borrowed. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 343 bloodline. Earthling, excellent, super ability, none special abilities, underwater breathing, max power, breath perception techniques, Finger pistol, mastered. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. Shave, mastered. Moonwalk, mastered. Iron block, mastered. Paper drawing, mastered. Gale foot, mastered. Moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles, is a technique derived from shave that allows one to kick in midair while jumping, changing their trajectory before descending. The strong foot strength treads on the air, generating powerful hovering force, enabling one to walk in the air like stepping on stairs. A master can remain suspended in the air. It can be said that moonwalk is a weakened version of air dance. However, while air dance involves floating in the sky, moonwalk, when mastered, allows one to stand suspended briefly. Shave, one of the Marine 6 styles, allows for rapid movement by stepping on the ground more than 10 times at 36 seconds, utilizing the explosive speed generated by the reaction force. Iron block, one of the 6 styles, is a defensive technique that, once mastered, gives the body the hardness of iron, allowing it to withstand bullets and blade attacks. The stronger the user's strength, the harder their body becomes after using iron block. The downside is that before reaching mastery, one cannot move freely while using iron block. Paper drawing, a defensive technique among the 6 styles, involves releasing all body strength to evade attacks directed at oneself by reacting to the changes in air pressure caused by the opponent's movements. Gale foot, a foot technique among the 6 styles, does not kick the enemy to deal damage, but instead creates a vacuum with super fast kicks to slash. The Marine 6 styles, also known as the 6 techniques of body arts, are martial arts from the One Piece anime. The 6 techniques, shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger pistol, transcend the physical limits of humans. Breath perception allows one to sense the location of those they wish to perceive, as well as their strength. Once combat power reaches a certain level, it can sense the breath of all living beings across several planets, even throughout the universe. Breath perception is a characteristic of Earth, not to mention other planets in the universe. In the Dragon Ball storyline, even the Saiyans, who pride themselves on being a warrior race, and the aliens under Frisia, cannot sense breath. Having seen the storyline, Lin Xian understood that this ability could be comprehended as long as one's combat power reached a certain level and there was some talent. With his combat power exceeding 300, he could realize and learn on his own. In terms of combat power, Lin Xian gained an additional 28 points, raising it from 315 to 343. In the next instant, Lin Xian's combat power dropped back to 43, leaving only this fraction. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 43 Bloodline. Earthling, excellent, super ability, none special abilities. Underwater breathing, max power, breath perception techniques. Finger pistol, mastered. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. Shave, skilled. Moonwalk, skilled. Iron block, skilled. Paper drawing, mastered. Gale foot, mastered. Lin Xian skills in shaving, moon step, and iron block have gone from mastery to proficiency, losing 300 battle power. Now, the Dragon Ball storyline has just begun, and battle power isn't very important. In the later stages, when battle powers reach billions, that will be thrilling. Suddenly, little Goku, flying in the sky on the Nimbus, pointed at the 4-star ball in his hand and said to Bulma, "Bulma, look, the Dragon Ball is glowing." Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly took out the 3 Dragon Balls in her hand and found that they were also glowing. Overjoyed, she smiled and said, "The Dragon Ball is nearby, not far from us. Let's go find it." After saying that, Bulma took out the dragon radar to narrow down the search area. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Bulma, Goku, there's a village ahead." Hearing Lin Xian's words and looking at the display on the dragon radar, Bulma guessed that the Dragon Ball they were looking for was in the village. Following the path ahead, they quickly saw rows of houses. These houses were like a bunch of mushrooms, crisscrossing each other. The 3 entered the village, and Bulma took out the dragon radar again, noticing that the light spots on the radar were flashing continuously, indicating they were getting closer to the Dragon Ball, which was nearby. However, the village was eerily silent, with no one around, which piqued Bulma and little Goku's curiosity. Bulma frowned and said doubtfully, "Why is it so quiet here? Is there really no one?" Little Goku, standing on the Nimbus, looked at the houses on both sides and said, "There must be people. I can feel that there are people here, and probably quite a few." Goku was right. Lin Xian suggested, "Let's ask a household." Lin Xian had a constant smile on his face. He was getting closer to mastering the transformation technique. Lin Xian and the 3 of them turned and walked to the door of a house. Little Wukong rushed up, knocked on the door, and shouted loudly. When no one responded, he directly punched the door, creating a large hole and damaging it. Then, the door was opened by little Wukong, and before he could step inside, he saw a shadow flash in the room. Lin Xian warned, Wukong, be careful of ambush. Hearing Lin Xian's reminder, little Wukong quickly turned his head and saw an axe about to fall on his head. If it weren't for Lin Xian's warning, the axe would have struck him down just a moment later. As the axe swung down from above, little Wukong nimbly stepped back, raised his right hand, and caught the axe that was chopping down at him. With a slight exertion, the axe head immediately shattered into pieces, turning into scrap metal. What the hell, you bastard? After dodging the dangerous ambush, little Wukong angrily shouted at the person who attacked him. A balding middle-aged man looked shocked, staring incredulously at the axe handle in his hand. With a look of panic on his face, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, no way, it really doesn't work. Just as little Wukong was furious and wanted to confront him, the man quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, Oolong Daxian. Little Wukong was stunned, and Bulma was puzzled. After the middle-aged man explained the misunderstanding to little Wukong, both he and Bulma realized it was all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, young brother. I thought you were that guy Oolong, the middle-aged man said, looking embarrassed. If it weren't for Lin Xian's reminder, taking that hit from you would have been really painful. Little Wukong said, feeling relieved as he turned to look at Lin Xian, grateful for his help. It's lucky it was Wukong who opened the door. If it were me, I probably would have died. Even with Lin Xian's reminder, I wouldn't have reacted in time, Bulma said with relief. Then, Bulma curiously asked, by the way, what is this Oolong you mentioned? Sigh. The middle-aged man sighed, and then told Bulma about Oolong, sharing the troubles that Oolong had brought them. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, before Bulma could say anything, Lin Xian stood up and said to the people in the house, I can help you defeat Oolong and rescue those girls. Young brother, are you serious? That Oolong is very powerful and terrifying, the middle-aged man asked excitedly. At only 8 years old, Lin Xian claiming he could deal with Oolong was hard to believe. However, for the middle-aged man, it was a case of trying anything since Oolong was about to come and take his daughter away. Leave it to me, but in return, you have to give me one of these beads, Lin Xian said, shaking a Dragon Ball he took from Bulma. An old woman who had been standing by the door stepped forward, took out a Dragon Ball, and trembled as she asked, is it this kind of bead? Yes. It's this one. Lin Xian nodded and then turned to Bulma, signaling her to take it. Seeing the Dragon Ball in the old woman's hand, Bulma was overjoyed. Understanding Lin Xian's intention, she quickly stepped forward, took the Dragon Ball, and smiled widely, saying, thank you, Grandma. Just wait and see. We will definitely take care of that Oolong. Having accepted the old woman's Dragon Ball, Bulma didn't care about who Oolong was or whether Lin Xian and little Wukong could handle him. She had more confidence than either of them. Some people in the house were happy, while others raised doubts, not believing that Lin Xian could defeat Oolong. Just as the crowd continued to discuss, Lin Xian sensed Oolong's energy and said to the people in the house, Oolong is coming. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, the villagers in the room had not said anything yet, but they felt a slight tremor in the ground. Lin Xian didn't say anything more and strode out of the room. After Lin Xian went out, Bulma asked little Goku, Goku, do you think Xiao Xian could defeat that one called Oolong? Little Goku replied, I don't know, but I believe in Xiao Xian and his strength. Then let's go take a look, Bulma said, and she and little Goku went outside as well. The villagers, seeing this, also put down their fears and curiously went to watch. Lin Xian walked to the center of the village and saw a small giant, all in red, with a pair of horns and a pig's nose. This peculiar little giant said in a rough voice, Beautiful lady, I'm here, come out and go back with me. Lin Xian looked at the bizarre little giant that Oolong had transformed into and found it amusing. He could sense clearly through his energy that this form of Oolong was just a facade, merely superficial. Dealing with Oolong was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Oolong used his incomplete transformation technique to become this bizarre little giant, and as he approached Lin Xian, fragments of the incomplete special ability transformation technique were continuously picked up by Lin Xian. Incomplete transformation technique 10100. It requires 100 fragments to synthesize a complete Kamehameha. The incomplete transformation technique also requires 100 fragments. So how many fragments does the complete transformation technique require? Is this what Oolong is? It looks quite terrifying. Later, Bulma, who had been watching, hid behind little Goku in fear upon seeing Oolong's appearance, trembling as she spoke. The villagers also found places to hide. Meanwhile, little Goku, with a puzzled expression, muttered, he looks like he's really weak. Lin Xian opened his mouth and said to Oolong, stop shouting, there are no girls here that you want. You have two choices now. Either you return the girls you took before, or I will take care of you. Who do you think you are? Haven't you heard of my reputation? Are you looking to die? Wulong, who was excited at the thought of bringing back a gentle girl, was displeased that this kid Lin Xian dared to provoke him in front of him. He immediately retaliated with harsh words. Looking to die? Yes, I'm looking to die. What do you do to me? Lin Xian replied playfully, adopting an arrogant posture. The villagers, who had been hiding, showed expressions of anticipation upon hearing Lin Xian challenge Wulong. Regardless of whether they believed Lin Xian before, they now looked forward to him easily and smoothly dealing with Wulong. Bulma also looked forward to Lin Xian resolving the situation effortlessly. Good kid, you have guts. You really don't know how powerful I am? You're doomed. If you beg for mercy now, I might spare your life, Wulong said, realizing that Lin Xian showed no fear of him. A bead of sweat dripped down his forehead, and he could only continue to boast. Stop talking nonsense. Which choice will you make? If you don't choose, I'll take it as you choosing the second option, and I'll make my move. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian stomped his foot, and the ground immediately cracked open, creating a large pit. Seeing the pit Lin Xian had made, Wulong swallowed hard, and his breathing quickened. He didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. All right, Wulong, who was only 9 years old and just a year older than Lin Xian, secretly glanced at the clock and cursed inwardly. Where did this brat come from? He's so strong, and my time is running out. What should I do? Wulong felt anxious, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He realized he had no choice but to find an excuse to run. Wulong took a step back and laughed loudly. You have some courage, but my stomach hurts a bit. I'll come back to deal with you once I'm better. After saying that, Wulong was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The next moment, a large brown bull appeared. Wulong, transformed into a brown bull, tried to run but was kicked to the ground by Lin Xian. Damn it, I'm going to fight you. Wulong, who was knocked down, got up in pain and charged at Lin Xian, tried to use his large bull horns to knock him away. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute 1. Ding. Acquired Special Ability Attribute. Transformation Technique, Incomplete Version, Fragment. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute 1. As Wulong charged at him, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed one of his bull horns, causing Wulong, now a bull, to stop instantly. Then, with a slight effort, Lin Xian lifted the transformed Wulong off the ground, swinging him around. As Wulong was swung around by Lin Xian, he felt dizzy and couldn't even tell which way was up or down. He endured the dizziness and said, Let go of me, no, let go of me. I choose option 1 and will return those girls. Choose now, or it's too late. What a joke. I won't miss such a great opportunity to collect fragments. Lin Xian thought. The fragments of the incomplete transformation technique kept dropping. Transformation technique, incomplete version 100 host. Lin Xian combat power, 47 bloodline. Earthling, excellent, super ability, none special abilities. Underwater breathing, max power, sensing aura. Transformation technique, incomplete version. Moves, finger gun, mastered. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. Shave, skilled. Moon step, skilled. Iron block, skilled. Paper drawing, mastered. Gale kick, mastered. Before the cooldown of Wulong's incomplete transformation technique was over, Lin Xian had gathered 100 incomplete transformation technique fragments and just synthesized them. In the next second, with a flash of smoke, Wulong, who was grabbed by one of his bull horns, transformed back into a harmless-looking pink little pig. The bull horns Lin Xian was holding turned into the pig's ears. Lin Xiansong released his hand, and the little pig Oolong rolled on the ground. Then, the dizziness caused him to vomit out the undigested food in his stomach. The villagers saw Lin Xian defeat Oolong so easily and rushed over. Bulma and little Goku were no exception, with Bulma giving Lin Xian a thumbs up. To be honest, Lin Xian only hit Oolong once, and he did it carefully, controlling his strength. He was afraid that if he used a little more force, he would kill Oolong. The middle-aged, balding man who had sneak attacked Goku came to Lin Xian's side, pointed at the pink little pig Oolong on the ground, and asked little hero, Is this the true form of Oolong? That's right. Lin Xian nodded and said to the villagers, You were all deceived by his appearance. In fact, he has no combat power at all. At this point, Lin Xian looked at the balding middle-aged man and continued, If you had treated him like you did with Goku, with one axe, he would have been done for. What a surprise. It turns out Oolong was just a child. Bulma pouted. She had been quite worried earlier. The balding middle-aged man, looking grateful, said to Lin Xian, I see now this kid tricked us so badly. Thank you so much. Lin Xian said calmly. No need to be polite. We helped you, and we got what we wanted. As a 9-year-old animal-like human, he was indeed just a child. Meanwhile, after finishing the pitiful Oolong stood up, timidly looking at the villagers and then fearfully glancing at Lin Xian. His cowering demeanor clearly showed that he was afraid of being dealt with by Lin Xian. Sigh. Seeing him like this really made it hard to stay angry. The one who sighed and spoke these words was the old woman who had brought out the Dragon Ball earlier. In the eyes of this old woman and most of the villagers, Oolong had a decent appearance. If it weren't for his actions, he could have relied on his cuteness to live well in the village. Looking at Oolong, after hearing the old woman's words, he quickly said, "I have no bad intentions towards the village. I didn't mean to harm anyone. I was just using my transformation technique to turn into a terrifying and ferocious character to scare you. My only intention was to interact with pretty girls." Upon hearing Oolong's words, the villagers began to speak up. "You have no bad intentions, yet we live in fear every day. My daughter, how is she doing? Is she well?" Oolong trembled as he replied, "They're all doing well. I'll take you to get them back right now." After saying this, Oolong felt much more relaxed. Later, Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku followed Oolong to his home and met the young girls who had been kidnapped by him. These girls were all dressed beautifully, laughing and enjoying themselves, looking like wealthy ladies. In contrast, Oolong appeared like a spineless landlord, lacking any noble demeanor. "Look, they're doing well. Hurry up and take them home. I can't afford to raise so many young ladies. I just want to find a gentler girl." Oolong cried to the villagers while pointing at the girls. The villagers, however, did not expect this. They wanted to take their daughters home, but their daughters were unwilling. Living here, someone was taking care of them. They didn't have to work every day and could dress in all sorts of beautiful clothes, lounging in rocking chairs and leisurely sipping juice. Only a fool would want to go back to farming. These girls were all blissfully unaware of their situation. Indeed, having a wealthy pig like Oolong to rely on was a great deal. Defeating Oolong and rescuing the girls he had taken was already accomplished. Thus, the Oolong incident was resolved. Upon leaving, Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku's team gained an animal-like human, a pink little pig named Oolong. Bulma took a liking to Oolong because of his transformation technique. She felt he could be of some use, so she allowed him to join their team in search of the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian had no objections to this, and naturally, little Wukong would not oppose it. Thus, the team became a group of 4. No, it should be 3 people and 1 pig. Oolong had a criminal record, and in the team, his status was the lowest. He would do any dirty or hard work without bothering others. Once they set off again, Lin Xian, who wanted to transform into an anime handsome guy to surprise Bulma, thought about it but decided against it. He looked down on becoming someone else's image in such matters. From the system, Lin Xian learned what he would look like in 10 years, and then he transformed into his 10-year later self. If he had known what he would look like in the future from the start, he wouldn't have considered any anime handsome guy, since none of them could compare to his future self. As expected, Bulma, who liked handsome guys, was infatuated when she saw Lin Xian's appearance 10 years later. With pure black hair, a height of 1.86 meters with a golden ratio, clear and bright, gentle eyes, a straight nose, fair and smooth skin, and exquisite features, 10 years later, Lin Xian was so handsome that Bulma fainted after just 1 glance, only to be awakened by little Wukong. Upon hearing that Lin Xian had transformed into his 10-year later self, Bulma silently began to calculate in her heart. After 5 minutes, Lin Xian transformed back into an 8-year-old child. Seeing this, Bulma, who was silently calculating, felt a deep resentment. She hated that Lin Xian was only 8 years old, while she was 8 years older than him. 8 years was quite a difference. Fortunately, with the Dragon Balls, she was looking for Prince Charming, and now that Prince Charming was right beside her, she didn't need to ask the dragon anymore. She had already made up her mind to wish for Lin Xian to grow 10 years older. Of course, this matter still needed to be discussed with Lin Xian. In Bulma's mind, life was only 100 years, and if Lin Xian grew 10 years older, it meant he would live 10 years less. She didn't dare to act on her own. What if Lin Xian had objections? Previously, she used scientific research on longevity technology or extending human lifespan. Now, for the first time, Bulma was interested in such technology. If it didn't work out, she could also wish to be 8 years younger, so that she would be the same age as Lin Xian. It was still too early to consider this. Whether to let Lin Xian grow older or to make herself younger would be decided when they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. Bulma became very attentive to Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he had long regarded Bulma as his designated wife, so he naturally accepted her attentiveness with pleasure. However, in the eyes of a certain pig, they were just displaying their affection, and Oolong felt 1,000 points of damage in his heart. While secretly cursing Lin Xian and Bulma for showing off their affection, Oolong was also shocked that Lin Xian could use the transformation technique and like him. It was also a flawed version. Filled with curiosity, Oolong asked Lin Xian, big brother Lin Xian, how come you can also use the transformation technique? And it's the same flawed version as mine? Could it be that you also came from the Southern Transformation kindergarten? Did you do something and get kicked out before mastering the transformation technique? But that didn't make sense. The Southern Transformation kindergarten only accepted animal-type humans. And you are not an animal-type human. Oolong was a year older than Lin Xian, but as the one with the lowest status. He was also scared of Lin Xian and didn't dare to call him Little Xian like Bulma and Little Wukong did. Thus, Lin Xian earned the title of Big Brother Lin Xian. Oolong was considered his first little brother. In response to Oolong's question, Lin Xian replied, I've only heard of the Southern Transformation kindergarten. I'm not a student there. The flawed transformation technique I use comes from you. I learned it just by watching you use it. Since yours is flawed, mine is naturally flawed too. This answer made Oolong question his pig life. He had only demonstrated the transformation technique once in front of Lin Xian, and Lin Xian learned it immediately. How monstrous was that talent? It should be noted that he had studied the transformation technique very seriously at the Southern Transformation kindergarten. What was worse was that Lin Xian could master it after just one look. If the transformation technique were that simple, it would be everywhere, and everyone on Earth would be able to transform. Following the indications of the Dragon Ball radar, the 3 people and 1 pig trekked long distances, continuously getting closer to the 6th Dragon Ball, located in the southwest. At this moment, they were riding in a speedboat, racing swiftly across a river. Of course, it was still Bulma who was driving because neither Lin Xian nor Little Wukong could handle it, and the one with the lowest status, Oolong, couldn't either. So, they had a trouble Bulma. Bulma was somewhat reluctant because driving the speedboat prevented her from focusing on Lin Xian 10 years later. With the transformation technique, apart from sleeping and cooling down, Lin Xian could transform into his 10-year-later self whenever he had time. Next to Lin Xian, Little Wukong, sitting in the speedboat, complained, This thing is so slow. If I were using my Nimbus, we would have arrived long ago. Now I'm feeling a bit hungry. While complaining, Little Wukong also patted his belly. Unfortunately, your Nimbus can't carry that many people. Bulma and Oolong can't ride it either, which is secondary. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. In front, while driving the speedboat, Bulma pouted upon hearing Lin Xian's words. If it were someone else, she would have argued with him by now. Little Wukong scratched his head and asked Bulma, Bulma, how much longer until we arrive? Hearing Little Wukong's question, Bulma, while driving the speedboat, took out a map from her backpack, looked at it, and said, It's still a long way to go. We have about 3 days of travel left. 3 more days? Little Wukong pouted. Suddenly, Oolong, sitting next to Little Wukong, asked, Bulma, where exactly are we going? Since I've joined this team, you should at least let me know where we're headed. We're going to Bread Mountain, Bulma casually replied. Having just looked at the map, Bulma was aware that it would take another 3 days and naturally knew where they were going. What? Bread Mountain? Oolong jumped up in shock, his face filled with panic, and then stammered, Don't you know? That place is very scary. The Ox King lives there. The Ox King? With Little Xian and Wukong here, there's nothing to fear. Bulma said nonchalantly, There's a saying on Earth in Lin Xian's past life. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Although this world's Earth didn't have this saying, it had a similar meaning. Bulma had a mysterious confidence in Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's strength, dealing with a mere Ox King was certainly not a problem. Thinking of this, a blush crept onto Bulma's face, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Seeing that Bulma was unconcerned, Oolong grew anxious and shouted to the people on the speedboat, But that's the Ox King. Big brother Lin Xian, Wukong. You guys should persuade her not to go and die for nothing. I don't want to die. Is the Ox King really that strong? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Knowing the plot, Lin Xian smiled and teasingly asked Oolong, didn't you claim to be the Oolong King? You have King in your name, just like the Ox King. Why are you afraid of him? Brother Lin Xian, the Bull Demon King is different from me. He keeps talking about the terrifying aspects of the Bull Demon King. However, Little Wukong doesn't care at all. Instead, it piqued his interest, and he showed an eager and excited demeanor. Due to Lin Xian, although Oolong is afraid of the Bull Demon King, he didn't dare to jump off the speedboat into the river and turn into a fish to escape as in the original story. However, similar to the original, Bulma lost the capsule box. The key issue is that Bulma doesn't know where the capsule box was lost, and there's no chance to retrieve it. Time rewinds a bit. The speedboat suddenly runs out of fuel, and Oolong turns into a paddle. Little Wukong grabs the paddle and rows the speedboat to the shore. Once they reach the shore, Bulma wants to take out the box containing the universal capsules to pick a vehicle and continue their journey, only to find that the box is missing. All of Bulma's universal capsules are in that box. Once the box is lost, it means all her capsules are gone, not a single one left. Although the capsules are lost, the journey must go on. Of course, Lin Xian knows that Oolong has capsules hidden away as his private stash, including a luxury RV capsule. However, Lin Xian doesn't mention it at that moment. Thus, Lin Xian carries Bulma on his back. Little Wukong does not ride the flying Nimbus. And Oolong follows behind Lin Xian, starting to walk. With Lin Xian's combat power, carrying Bulma for a day wouldn't tire him out. He just doesn't have the time to transform into his 10-year later self. After walking for a while, Lin Xian and the others enter a desert area. Seeing Lin Xian carry her without changing expression or breathing heavily, Bulma gains a new understanding of the term's sense of security. Not long after entering the desert, Bulma and Oolong can't stand the heat anymore. This desert is covered with yellow sand, barren and desolate, and with the sun shining brightly, the air is extremely hot. One can imagine how high the temperature is in this desert. It's too hot. I can't take it anymore, Xiao Xian. Let's find some shade to rest. Bulma said to Lin Xian, her mouth dry. Yes, brother Lin Xian. If we keep going like this, someone will die. Oolong quickly chimed in. Little Wukong and Lin Xian. Their combat power surpasses each other, and the heat of this desert doesn't even qualify to make them sweat. Faced with Bulma and Oolong's pleas, they can only accommodate them. Oolong doesn't mind. He mainly accommodates Bulma. Lin Xian found a shaded spot on a rocky outcrop. After putting Bulma down, he said to her and Oolong, "You two should exercise a bit. It wouldn't be like this otherwise." Oolong didn't dare to say anything, and the drowsy Bulma replied, "I didn't need to exercise before. And with you around in the future, I won't need to exercise even more." To this, Lin Xian smiled and said nothing more. Then, surprisingly, Bulma, who was lying on the ground, fell asleep. Lin Xian didn't disturb her, nor did he let little Wukong and Oolong disturb her. Meanwhile, a guy was watching Lin Xian and the others through a telescope, telling his companions that big fish were coming. Little Wukong and Lin Xian were sitting nearby, and little Wukong rubbed his belly and said, "Little Xian, I'm really hungry. I want to go find something to eat. This is a desert. There's nothing to eat here." At this point, Lin Xian looked at Oolong and joked, "Oh, right, there's also a pig. If you're really that hungry, you can." Lin Xian hadn't finished speaking yet, and little Wukong hadn't said anything either, when Oolong suddenly jumped up from the ground, trembling as he said, "Big brother Lin Xian, you actually want to eat me?" Oolong pointed at Lin Xian, and later became so angry he couldn't speak. "Ha, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. How could a few pounds of your meat be enough?" It wouldn't even be enough for Wukong to fill his teeth. Lin Xian said with a smile. To be honest, in Lin Xian's mind, those who could be considered spare food were all beloved pets, a ship's doctor, responsible for translation, heating, combat, and also acting as a mount, like that blue-nosed reindeer. As for Oolong, he didn't have that qualification. Looking at little Wukong, who was drooling from hunger, Oolong desperately defended his body and said with righteous indignation, "No matter what, you must not have ideas about me." Just then, the roar of a motorcycle engine came from a distance. Except for Bulma, who was sound asleep on the ground, Lin Xian, little Wukong, and Oolong, whether standing or sitting, all turned to look in the direction of the sound. Dust was flying in the desert, and as the engine noise grew louder, a hovering motorcycle stopped in front of them. Then a young man and a blue animal-like humanoid floated down from above. These two were Yamcha and his companion and servant, the little brother Puar, the bandit of this desert. Yamcha looked decent. Under his flowing black hair was a sharply contoured face. Although his body didn't look very robust, it gave a strong impression of explosiveness. No wonder Bulma would be interested in him in the original story. However, since he had crossed into this world and took Bulma as his predetermined wife, Yamcha had nothing to do with it. If this guy dared to have his eyes on Bulma, he wouldn't suggest sending him to see the King of Hell. And as for Vegeta, if that guy dared to have thoughts about Bulma in the future, Lin Xian wouldn't hold back either. As long as it doesn't touch what Lin Xian cares about or his interests, he could be a good person. But if it touches his interests, Lin Xian wouldn't mind being a bad person. By sensing his aura, Lin Xian had an idea of Yamcha's combat power. Then, he used the system to check Yamcha's combat power to see if there was anything special. The result disappointed him. Earthling, Yamcha combat power, 8. Just like that giant python from before, Yamcha's combat power template was too simple, not as luxurious as Master Roshi and Little Wukong's templates. Master Roshi had normal combat power and explosive combat power. Little Wukong had normal combat power, angry combat power, and giant ape transformation combat power. Looking at Yamcha's combat power brought back Lin Xian's memories. As a Dragon Ball fan, Lin Xian had read about Yamcha in his past life. But time had passed, and who would keep the information of side character in mind? So he had forgotten. In the original work, Yamcha's initial combat power was 8. 177 during the Raditz Saga, and 1480 when the Saiyans attacked. After that, there was no official information on his combat power, but according to Android 20, also known as Dr. Gero, Yamcha's strength far exceeded the limits of Earthlings. That being said, Yamcha's combat power of 8 was still not as good as Little Wukong's, who could easily defeat him under normal circumstances. However, now that Little Wukong was hungry, his combat power was offline. If the two actually fought, there would be suspense over who would win. Who are you? Little Wukong stared at Yamcha and Puar, one hand clutching his hungry belly and the other pointing at the two, loudly asking. I have a bad feeling about this, Oolong muttered, facing Little Wukong's question. Yamcha smirked slightly, arrogantly saying in an extremely cocky tone, Listen well, I am the great bandit of this desert. Yamcha, I am Puar. After Yamcha finished, Puar also introduced himself. Yamcha said to Lin Xian, Little Wukong, and Oolong, you guys, if you want to live, hand over your money in capsules. Otherwise, I will make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. Little Wukong didn't understand and asked Yamcha, Why won't we see tomorrow's sun? Yamcha coldly replied, Because I've already killed you, and dead people naturally can't see tomorrow's sun. Oolong suddenly remembered something and pointed at Puar, exclaiming, Puar, aren't you that crybaby Puar? Oolong. Puar was also surprised, his face full of astonishment. Do you know him? Yamcha asked Puar. Puar, filled with resentment, said, That's right. This guy named Oolong often bullied me when I was in kindergarten in the south. Yamcha, you have to teach him a lesson for me. Yamcha glanced at Oolong and comforted Puar, saying, Don't worry, I will take care of him for you. Being swept by Yamcha's gaze, Oolong felt a chill run through him, scared to the point where his legs went weak and he broke out in a cold sweat. Then Oolong ran behind Lin Xian and trembled, saying to Lin Xian, Big brother Lin Xian, you have to save me. I am your most loyal little brother. If something happens to me, that would be a huge loss. Oolong, look at your lack of ambition, Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I won't let him touch you. What is that saying? You have to look after the master when beating the dog. Originally, Oolong was quite touched and felt relieved of his fear. But when he heard the last part, you have to look after the master when beating the dog, he couldn't help but roar in his heart. It's one thing to treat me like a pig, but now I'm a dog? Ignoring Oolong's thoughts, Lin Xian said to Yamcha, So, Yamcha, if you want money and capsules, you'll have to defeat us first. Seeing Lin Xian not taking him seriously, Yamcha was furious and sneered, Fine, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wishes and send you on a trip to heaven. After saying that, Yamcha slowly drew the knife hanging at his side. Seeing this, Lin Xian asked little Wukong beside him, Wukong, who should take action between us? Leave it to me. Although little Wukong was hungry, his fighting spirit was still boiling. While they were talking, Yamcha had already swung his knife at them. Lin Xian took 2 steps back, giving the battlefield to little Wukong. Little Wukong jumped up, dodging the knife that was swung at him. In the air, little Wukong pulled out the Rui Bang from behind. Before landing, little Wukong swung the Rui Bang towards Yamcha with a strike. Yamcha reacted quickly, turning his right hand to block the powerful blow of the Rui Bang with his knife. Ding! Obtain combat power attribute. 3. Ding! Obtained combat power attribute. 4. Ding! Obtained bloodline attribute. Lower level Saiyan bloodline fragment. Lin Xian, who was watching from behind, picked up the attributes they dropped. As little Wukong landed, he shouted, Rui Bang, extend. The red Rui Bang suddenly elongated, and Yamcha couldn't dodge in time. He was knocked away by the Rui Bang, and the knife he was holding slipped from his grasp. Wukong is amazing. Well done, Oolong said excitedly. Yamcha, Puar shouted with concern. Lin Xian said to Oolong, Oolong, don't just stand there. It's been so long since you've seen your old classmate. You should treat him well. He just mentioned that he would give you a good beating. Oolong immediately understood what Lin Xian meant by treat. He chuckled, hee, brother Lin Xian, I understand. Then he looked at Pool. Just like that, Oolong attacked Pool, and they started fighting. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Transformation technique fragment. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Floating fragment. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Transformation technique fragment. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Floating fragment. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Transformation technique fragment. Lin Xian had Oolong attack Pure, naturally wanting to collect the transformation technique fragments. Unexpectedly, he also found a surprise, the floating fragment, floating slowly flying. Over at Little Wukong, Yamcha stood up from the ground, holding his stomach and thought. The actually lengthens. If I remember correctly, the Rui Bang is the weapon of the martial arts master Sun Wufan. What is the relationship between this boy and Sun Wufan? With this thought, Yamcha asked Little Wukong, "Hey kid, where did you get the Rui Bang in your hand?" Little Wukong replied, "This is what my deceased grandpa left for me." Yamcha asked again, "What is your grandpa's name?" "Grandpa's name?" Little Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then still answered, "My grandpa is called Sun Wufan. So, he is Sun Wufan's grandson. No wonder." Yamcha murmured to himself. Then, Yamcha put on a serious face and said, "I haven't had a good fight in a long time. Since you are Sun Wufan's grandson, I can't treat you like an ordinary kid. Let me show you my special move." As soon as he finished speaking, Yamcha assumed a starting posture, and his aura changed, resembling a wolf ready to pounce. Wolfang Fist. With a low roar from Yamcha, he charged at Little Wukong like a hungry wolf. Little Wukong didn't see it clearly for a moment and was kicked away. This was just the beginning. Yamcha chased after him, unleashing a flurry of punches on Little Wukong. Yamcha's punches were incredibly fierce, without any fancy moves. Ding! Collected Technique Attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Ding! Collected Battle Power Attribute. 5. Ding! Collected Battle Power Attribute. 6. Ding! Collected Technique Attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Ding! Collected Battle Power Attribute. 7. Ding! Collected Battle Power Attribute. 8. Bang! 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 After receiving over 100 punches from Yamcha, Little Wukong was sent flying. Little Wukong, who was sent flying, smashed through many protruding rocks and was finally buried under the pile of rocks. The reason Little Wukong was sent flying by Yamcha was that he was hungry. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Meanwhile, Yamcha thought that Little Wukong was dead. If Yamcha could sense energy now, he would realize that Little Wukong's energy had not disappeared. Seeing Wukong defeated, Wulong, who was using the transformation technique against Pure, looked at Lin Xian. Seeing this good opportunity, Pure took the chance to counterattack. At this moment, Yamcha said to Lin Xian, "That kid is already dead. Now it's your turn. However, I can give you another chance. Hand over the money and capsules, and I will spare your lives." "Are you sure Wukong is dead?" Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he said to Yamcha, "One should not easily boast, as it only makes one seem weak." As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the pile of rocks under which Little Wukong was buried. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Wukong emerged from the pile of rocks and stood up. "I'm so hungry." Little Wukong first held his stomach and shouted that he was hungry, then fiercely glared at Yamcha and said, "Damn it, how could you hit me like that?" As for Lin Xian, he took the time to look at how many valuable fragments he had collected and how many more were needed for synthesis. Wolf Fang Fist Fragments, 2,425 Transformation Technique Fragments, 49,500 Floating Fragments, 21,100 Lower-Level Saiyan Bloodline Fragments, 23100, Turtle School, Kamehameha Fragments, 35100. Just one more fragment is needed to synthesize the Wolf Fang Fist. For the transformation technique, only 100 fragments are needed to synthesize the incomplete version, while the complete version requires 500 fragments. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xian, who has mastered the incomplete version of the transformation technique, does not need to collect all 500 fragments. He only needs to fuse 400 transformation technique fragments into the incomplete version to create the complete version. Floating also requires 100 fragments for synthesis, which is equivalent in value to Little Wukong's lower-level Saiyan bloodline. Seeing that Little Wukong was not dead, Yamcha rushed up to continue fighting him. Ding! Collected Technique Attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Wolf Fang Fist Fragments, 25. It's complete. Just 25 more fragments are needed for synthesis of the Wolf Fang Fist. As Yamcha used it again, Lin Xian collected the last fragment needed to synthesize the Wolf Fang Fist. While Lin Xian was synthesizing the Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha, who was using the Wolf Fang Fist on Little Wukong, couldn't continue to beat him and was instead sent flying by Little Wukong using rock, paper, scissors. After that round of rock, paper, scissors, Little Wukong was even hungrier and couldn't muster any strength. Just when Yamcha was about to charge up again for a fight, he suddenly heard a whimpering sound. When he turned his head, he saw Bulma, who had been lying in the shade and sleeping, waking up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, just sitting up from the ground and looking at them. Lin Xian, Wukong, Wulong, and Pure all saw Bulma, who had just woken up, and they were fine. However, Yamcha was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Then, His face turned bright red, spreading even to his neck. After that, he went limp all over like a puddle of mud, collapsing to the ground. Lin Xian knew that Yamucha would be shy when he first saw a girl, and now he witnessed it firsthand. Looking at Yamucha, he appeared flustered, trembling as he stood up, and said to the overbearing Puar, who was chasing after Oolong, "Puar, let's retreat for now." Yamucha, like a stray dog, suddenly dashed and jumped onto the motorcycle, stepping on the gas and speeding away with Puar, leaving a cloud of exhaust behind. Watching Yamucha's back, Lin Xian smiled and said, "You come and go as you please. How can things be so easy?" Moreover, at this point, Lin Xian's voice became very small, audible only to himself. "Moreover, I really don't like the way you look at Bulma, so let me teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Lin Xian raised his Gale kick to proficiency with 100 battle power and kicked it towards Yamucha's back. Host, Lin Xian battle power, 52 bloodline, Earthling, excellent, super ability, none special abilities. Underwater breathing, max power, sensing aura, transformation technique, incomplete, moves, finger gun mastered, rock paper scissors mastered. Shave, proficient, moon step, proficient, iron block, proficient, paper drawing, mastered, Gale kick, proficient, Wolfang fist, mastered, having elevated Gale kick to proficiency. Lin Xian still had 52 battle power left. His Gale kick was not something Yamucha could evade. He should be grateful. Grateful that Lin Xian still needed Puar to drop the fragments. Otherwise, he would only end up with a wound on his back and his motorcycle cut in half. A close call. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Damn it. Yamucha turned back to look at Lin Xian, his face filled with shock. Seeing the bleeding wound on Yamucha's back, Puar worriedly shouted, "Yamucha?" Yamucha replied, "I'm fine. The wound isn't deep. I'll talk about it when I get home." Seeing that Yamucha had vanished and had been hit by Lin Xian's move while running, Oolong scampered over to Lin Xian's side, grinning from ear to ear, flattering him. "Big brother Lin Xian, you're amazing. That kick you did was like the slashes I've only seen on TV. With just that move, you could be called the strongest in the world." "Hee hee, the strongest in the world. You really know how to flatter me." Lin Xian merely listened to Oolong's words. "Xiao Xian, that kick of yours is incredible. How did you do it?" Little Goku also spoke up, but his tone was weak due to hunger. Lin Xian said to little Wukong, "That move is called the Gale kick. As for how to do it, I can teach you later." Hearing that Lin Xian was going to teach him a technique, little Wukong became interested and excitedly said, "You mustn't forget. Lin Xian, who was that person just now?" Bulma, stretching lazily and walking up to Lin Xian, asked with a smile. Having seen Lin Xian's appearance 10 years later, she only slightly praised Yamcha's looks. Unlike in the original story. "Just a little thief, nothing to worry about," Lin Xian replied. At that moment, a sudden growl echoed from his stomach. The sound didn't come from Wukong's stomach, but from Bulma's. Now, there was more than just Wukong who was hungry. Lin Xian whispered to Oolong, "If you don't want to be treated as food, you should make a gesture and take out your treasured capsule." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Oolong widened his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know that he still had capsules hidden on him. With no other choice, and feeling hungry, Oolong took out his treasured universal capsule and transformed it into a camper van. Seeing this, Bulma complained, "Oolong, you have such a good capsule. Why didn't you take it out earlier?" Oolong scratched his head and replied, "This is my treasure. I wouldn't want to take it out unless it was absolutely necessary." As night fell, a layer of darkness covered the earth, and outside it was silent. However, inside the camper van, lively sounds could be heard. "Oolong, another bowl. Xiao Xian, you eat this. Wukong, this is mine, don't snatch it." The sounds of chopsticks and bowls clinking were incessant. Little Wukong had an enormous appetite, especially when he was hungry. Any food on the table would be sent to his stomach within 3 seconds of being served by Oolong. This included the dishes Bulma picked for Lin Xian and the food in Lin Xian's bowl. This was tough on Oolong. After hastily eating some food to fill his stomach, he began bustling around cooking and serving food. At that moment, he stared blankly at the gluttonous little Wukong and the towering stacks of plates beside him. It's worth noting that the food in the camper van had been saved up for who knows how long, and in one meal. Little Wukong consumed half a month's worth of Oolong supplies. If little Wukong ate like this every meal, the food in the camper van wouldn't last for many days. Where on earth did this food bucket come from? Oolong complained inwardly. Then he sighed at little Wukong, saying, "You really can eat." While eating, little Wukong mumbled, "Because I'm hungry." Lin Xian and Bulma, having finished their meal, were enjoying tea and coffee. Yamcha and Puar, who had already returned home, had just finished eating as well. The wound on Yamcha's back had long been bandaged. Now, they were plotting to make a comeback. having failed to steal the capsules and money. And with a wound left by a child, Yamcha, though wary of Lin Xian's strength, would not simply accept defeat as the great bandit of the desert and let Lin Xian and the others pass through. Inside Oolong's RV, Lin Xian was lying on the sofa. The cleanliness-obsessed Bulma had gone to take a shower. Goku and Oolong were discussing the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Lin Xian, lying on the sofa, sensed two energy signatures approaching the RV. The owners of these energies were none other than Yamcha and Oolong from earlier. To prevent Bulma from being spied on, as in the storyline, Lin Xian said to Goku, "Goku, those two guys from earlier are back. Go outside and deal with them." Lin Xian's voice was not small, and outside, Yamcha and Pu'er, who were approaching the RV, heard him. They hurriedly stepped back and found a rock to hide behind. They didn't know how Lin Xian had known they were coming. Was it because their footsteps were too loud and that child heard them? "Those two guys are back again?" Little Wukong jumped down from the sofa and said, "I wasn't hungry during the day, which is why I got beaten so badly by that Yamcha. Now that I'm full, it's just right for me to vent on him." Upon hearing little Wukong's words, Oolong's eyes twitched a little, thinking, venting, "I hope you don't overdo it. If you get hungry again, the food stored in the RV will have to go into your human-shaped rice bucket. You should try to eat less." Unaware of Oolong's thoughts, little Wukong ran out of the RV. In response, Oolong asked Lin Xian, big brother Lin Xian, "Is it okay for Wukong to go out alone?" Lin Xian, lying on the sofa, lazily replied, "It's fine. If they start fighting, I will go out." As if it needed to be said, if a fight broke out outside, he would definitely go out, not to help, but to collect attributes. Through sensing the aura, Lin Xian was fully aware of what was happening outside the RV. Outside the RV, little Wukong, who couldn't sense the aura, turned around and didn't see Yamcha and Pu'er. "Strange, little Xian said they were outside, but why can't I see them?" Little Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. After that, little Wukong hopped on his Nimbus cloud to look for Yamcha and Pu'er. Seeing this, Pu'er transformed into a hollow rock, with Yamcha hiding inside. Yamcha wasn't afraid of little Wukong. He was wary of Lin Xian. He was afraid that if he fought with little Wukong, it would attract Lin Xian. His and Pu'er's plan was to quietly enter the RV after Lin Xian and the others fell asleep to take revenge and steal the capsules. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation. After little Wukong went out for a while, Bulma came out after taking a shower. She walked over and sat next to Lin Xian, asking, "Where's Wukong? Did he go to sleep?" Lin Xian said he went outside. Then, Lin Xian explained to Bulma why little Wukong went outside. After sitting on the flying Nimbus for a while outside, little Wukong couldn't find Yamcha and Pu'er, so he had to return to the RV. Little Wukong said to Lin Xian, "Little Xian, I didn't see those two guys outside. I looked for a long time, but couldn't find them." Before Lin Xian could respond, Oolong stood up and said, "It must be that those two cowards, Yamcha and Pu'er, heard that big brother Lin Xian discovered them and ran away. That's why you couldn't see or find them. Is that so?" Little Wukong said to himself in a naive manner. Lin Xian didn't explain. He sensed that little Wukong had just entered, and Yamcha and Pu'er were getting closer to the RV. At that moment, they were eavesdropping outside the RV. They definitely heard what Oolong said. Indeed, upon hearing Oolong's words, Yamcha was so furious he nearly jumped up. Yamcha vowed in his heart to teach that pig Oolong a lesson he would never forget. Inside the RV, Oolong brought up the Dragon Balls that he hadn't finished discussing with little Wukong earlier, and Bulma and little Wukong joined in on the topic. Yamcha outside the RV received such important information and was overjoyed. He was eager to learn about the 7 Dragon Balls mentioned by Oolong, Bulma, and little Wukong, hoping to use a wish to change his nervous and shy personality around girls. So, Yamcha and Pu'er left from under the window of the RV and, after getting some distance away, whispered about stealing the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Lin Xian inside the RV began to make arrangements. Time slowly passed. The lights inside the RV were turned off, and no sounds of conversation could be heard, so Yamcha and Pu'er naturally assumed the people inside the RV were asleep. Pu'er transformed into a key, and Yamcha used the key to unlock the door, easily entering the RV. Seeing Oolong asleep, he temporarily suppressed his urge to deal with Oolong. Noticing that only Oolong was sleeping there, Yamcha instinctively thought that Lin Xian, little Wukong, and Bulma were on the second floor of the RV. He cleverly had Pu'er transform into Oolong and sent him upstairs to check the situation. When Oolong reached the second floor, Lin Xian called him out. Hearing Lin Xian and Pu'er coming down, Yamcha quickly hid the asleep Oolong, and he himself did the same. Lin Xian, who had called the fake Oolong out of the RV, picked up pieces as he walked. Pu'er followed Lin Xian outside. With the person they were wary of not being there, Yamcha was pleased. Just as he was about to start searching for the Dragon Balls on the first floor of the RV, he heard someone coming down from the second floor. Little Wukong was coming down. Yamcha was called out by Little Wukong to face him one-on-one. After they left, the pretending to sleep Oolong woke up, locked the RV door, and Bulma, who had been hiding in the bathroom, also came out and went to the second floor of the RV. Lin Xian is almost there. Every step the transformed Wulong pool takes causes 1 or 2 pieces of transformation fragments to drop. Soon, there will be 400 fragments. Transformation fragments, 400500. Finally collected 400 fragments, and the transformation fragments are still dropping. Lin Xian used 400 pieces of transformation fragments to merge into the incomplete transformation technique and obtain the complete transformation technique. Alright, you can return to your true form now. With the complete transformation technique in hand, Lin Xian stopped. Now, it was time to collect floating fragments. Realizing that he had been seen through by Lin Xian, Pool began to float and tried to escape. But it played right into Lin Xian's hands, who leisurely chased after him. Floating fragments, 100100. After synthesizing the floating fragments, Lin Xian grabbed Pool with one hand. Then, holding on to Pool, he returned to the location of the RV. When Lin Xian returned, he saw from a distance that Little Wukong and Yamcha were in a fierce battle. Yamcha was no match for Little Wukong in his full strength. Anyone with common sense could see that. Yamcha launched a flying kick, but Little Wukong swiftly dodged and grabbed Yamcha's right foot. Then, Little Wukong spun Yamcha around twice and threw him out. Yamcha twisted his body in midair and landed steadily on the ground. Yamcha then took the initiative to attack Little Wukong again, charging at him once more. But this time Little Wukong did not evade. Yamcha didn't know how many punches and kicks he had taken. He roared in anger and unleashed his ultimate move, the Wolf Fong Fist. However, the Wolf Fong Fist was ineffective. To Yamcha, Little Wukong's attacks were as swift as the wind, and the longer they fought, the greater the gap between them became. Ding! Acquired Battle Power Attribute 4. Ding! Acquired Battle Power Attribute 5. Ding! Acquired Battle Power Attribute 4. Ding! Acquired Bloodline Attribute. Lower level Saiyan Bloodline Fragment. Lin Xian walked closer, and the moment he grabbed Pu'er quickly cried out for help to Yamcha. Yamcha, I've been caught. Save me. Hearing Pu'er's words, Yamcha got distracted and suffered a barrage of attacks from Little Wukong. Bastard! Yamcha gritted his teeth. Now, with Little Wukong in front and the intimidating Lin Xian beside him, and with a hostage in Lin Xian's hands, Yamcha panicked, not knowing how to help. Seeing Yamcha being beaten up, Pu'er spoke up, Yamcha, don't worry about me, just run. Don't worry, neither of you will escape. Lin Xian said to Pu'er before throwing him towards Yamcha. Seeing this, Yamcha reached out to catch Pu'er. However, the force from Lin Xian was beyond what he could handle. Not only did he fail to catch Pu'er, but Pu'er also crashed into his face, and both of them passed out. Afterwards, Lin Xian had Little Wukong find some rope and tied up Yamcha and Pu'er before returning to the RV. Inside the RV, Oolong opened the door for them, having been waiting for their return on the sofa on the first floor. Oolong, these 2 captives are in your hands now, Lin Xian said, patting Oolong's shoulder. After saying that, he went to the second floor. Little Wukong, on the other hand, lay down on the sofa and fell asleep immediately. His routine was to sleep early and rise early, and today it was indeed a bit late. When Lin Xian reached the second floor, he saw that Bulma was already asleep. He knew that Bulma trusted him enough to sleep outside, even with enemies around. He didn't wake her up and climbed into bed, lying next to her. Before going to sleep, Lin Xian looked at his attribute page. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 100 Bloodline. Earthling, Excellent, Super Ability, None Special Abilities. Underwater Breathing, Max Power, Sensing Breath, Transformation Technique, Floating Techniques. Finger Gun, Mastered. Rock, Paper, Scissors, Mastered. Shave, Skilled. Moonwalk, Skilled. Iron Block, Skilled. Paper Drawing, Mastered. Gale Foot, Skilled. Wolfong Fist, Mastered. The words Incomplete version were no longer behind the transformation technique, and the floating ability was added to the Special Abilities section. His combat power returned to 100 through the combat power attribute he picked up. A night quickly passed quietly. Lin Xian opened his eyes again. The morning light filtered through the window, casting a soft glow into the room. Lin Xian stretched lazily and got out of bed. Bulma was still fast asleep. Lin Xian made his way down the stairs and saw Oolong holding a gun in his arms, bleary-eyed and looking like he wanted to sleep but was too afraid to do so. Next to him were Yamcha and Puar, tied up and still unconscious. Meanwhile, Goku had somehow rolled off the sofa and was sleeping soundly on the floor, a droplet of drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking innocent and carefree. Lin Xian stepped forward, picked up little Wukong from the ground, and placed him on the sofa. Of course, with little Wukong's constitution. Even if he slept on the floor for 3 days and 3 nights, or even longer, he wouldn't catch a cold. However, sleeping on the sofa is much more comfortable compared to the floor. Hearing the movement, Wulong immediately opened his eyes, saw that Lin Xian was awake, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Brother Lin Xian, you're awake. I had such a hard time last night. After staying up all night, I finally waited for you to wake up. Brother Lin Xian, I really can't hold on any longer. How about you keep an eye on these 2 guys? I want to take a nap." Lin Xian said, "You wait a little longer. When Wukong wakes up, let him take over for you. You can go to sleep after you finish breakfast." Fortunately, it wasn't long before little Wukong woke up. He squinted his eyes, yawned, stretched his arms in a big lazy stretch, and then sat up. Seeing Lin Xian and Wulong sitting beside him, he smiled and greeted them. "Xiao Xian, Wulong, good morning." In front of the simple little Wukong, Wulong seemed to have changed into a different person. He shot a fierce glare at little Wukong and complained irritably, "Good morning, my foot. I haven't closed my eyes all night." After complaining, Wulong asked little Wukong to keep an eye on Yamcha and Puar while he went to make breakfast. After Wulong finished making breakfast, Bulma, who was sleeping soundly on the 2nd floor, happened to wake up. As footsteps approached, Bulma came downstairs. She arrived just in time to sit down at the table for breakfast. Washing up could only wait until after breakfast. Before eating, Bulma saw the captured Yamcha and Puar. Lin Xian briefly told Bulma about what happened outside the RV last night. Bulma knew about Lin Xian's arrangements from last night, but she didn't expect him to capture Yamcha and Puar. Breakfast was quite hearty, and a certain Saiyan's eyes were sparkling. Son Wukong said, "There's no need to be so formal, just call me by my name." Little Wukong's eating behavior was only slightly better than last night. He was just gulping down his food, eating heartily without competing with Lin Xian. Although Bulma had witnessed little Wukong's appetite before, every time she saw it in person, she felt helpless. Looking at this little monster with such an astonishing appetite, Bulma thought to herself, "Is Wukong's stomach a bottomless pit? He needs to eat so much food to feel full every time." Fortunately, he had lived in the deep mountains before. If he lived in the city, very few people could afford to feed him. Meanwhile, Oolong, who was sipping coffee, had a pained expression, and one could imagine how much it hurt him. In this meal, along with last night's dinner, little Wukong had eaten a month's worth of food all by himself. Little Wukong had only eaten 2 meals, 1 dinner and 1 breakfast. At the dining table were Lin Xian, little Wukong, Bulma, and Oolong. Little Wukong, needless to say, was gobbling down his food. Oolong couldn't eat, took a couple of bites, and just sat there drinking coffee. Lin Xian and Bulma always serve each other food, causing Oolong the pig to eat dog food early in the morning. While serving food and eating, Bulma occasionally stares at Lin Xian. Every time she thinks of Lin Xian's appearance 10 years later, her heart can't help but race faster and faster, becoming uncontrollable. Moreover, last night, she had a dream where she wore a wedding dress and married her Prince Charming, who was none other than Lin Xian 10 years later. Noticing that Bulma kept staring at him, Lin Xian asked her, "Bulma, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Also, why is your face so red?" Seeing Lin Xian's gentle gaze, Bulma's heart raced even faster, and she couldn't help but remind herself, "Bulma, don't be so pathetic. The Lin Xian in front of you is just a kid. Wait until he becomes the Lin Xian of 10 years later." After calming herself down, Bulma smiled and said, "I'm fine. It's just a bit hot in this RV. You continue eating." Hearing Bulma's words, Lin Xian guessed the reason and kindly said, "I see. Then you should drink more water. It's a desert here. Don't get heat stroke." "What's wrong? What am I feeling?" Bulma thought to herself when she heard Lin Xian's caring words. Her heart sweetened unconsciously, and she felt joy and happiness. Then, Bulma brought up Yamcha and Puar. She asked Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, how do you plan to deal with those 2? Lin Xian said while eating, "Their abilities are quite good. Although Yamcha's combat power is not as strong as Goku's, there is room for improvement. The Shapeshifter Pool's transformation skills surpass Oolong's, and he also has the ability to float and fly. If we can make use of them, we could take both of them to search for the Dragon Balls, just like we did with Oolong." At this point, Lin Xian paused, changed his tone, and continued, "On the contrary, we could eliminate them. After all, they're the bandits of this desert, and since Pool has transformation skills, ropes won't hold them. It would be easier to just kill them." Not long after they sat down for breakfast, Yamucha and Pool woke up, only pretending to be unconscious. Lin Xian's words were deliberately said for them to hear. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yamucha and Pool shivered. They were definitely scared of dying. At this moment, Oolong said, "Big brother Lin Xian, let's just get rid of them. Keeping them around is a waste of food. With your leadership, you're in Goku's strength, Bulma's intelligence, and my assistance. Collecting all the Dragon Balls will be more than enough. There's no need to support two idle people." He continued, Bulma has lost all her universal capsules, and I only have this one treasured RV capsule left. Our food supply is all from what I had stored in the RV. Goku ate a month's worth of my food in just 2 meals, and the food in the RV won't last us for many more days. Adding 2 more people. At this point, the unconscious Yamucha and Pool suddenly sprang to life. Pool said to Oolong, "Oolong, how ruthless. You actually want to kill us. We were classmates. And even when you bullied me so much before, I only wanted to get back at you when I saw you again. I never wanted your life." Yamucha and Pool's sudden revival genuinely startled Oolong. Not only Oolong, but even Bulma was taken aback. Once he regained his composure, Oolong disdainfully said, "Umph. If I had fallen into your hands, I would have already been dead." Revived Yamucha directly said, "Big brother Lin Xian, Pool, and I are willing to serve you." Seeing Yamucha say this, Pool quickly echoed, "Yes, we are willing to serve you." Just now, Oolong had said he was the assistant, and through that conversation, it was perfectly demonstrated. Otherwise, Yamucha and Pool wouldn't have expressed their willingness to join Lin Xian so readily. Yamucha even called Lin Xian big brother, just like Oolong. He is the same age as Bulma, both 16 years old, and he's calling Lin Xian, an 8-year-old kid, big brother. His face must be scraping the ground. Not to mention others, Bulma rolled her eyes at him, showing her disdain. Because Bulma, who didn't find Yamucha attractive even 10 years later, finds him even less appealing now. If people outside the RV knew that this desert bandit was calling Lin Xian big brother, he wouldn't be able to show his face again. Well, from the moment he was captured by Lin Xian, the desert bandit had no chance of returning to his former life. It was either death or joining Lin Xian's group. Lin Xian nodded and said to Yamucha and Pool, "Good, wise decision." Then, Lin Xian told Bulma and Oolong, "You don't have to worry about food. As the bandit of this desert, Yamucha must have plenty of food at home, and he won't lack money or universal capsules either." In response, Bulma exclaimed, "Wow, as expected of little Xian, you think so thoroughly. Not only did we gain 2 useful people, but we also got their food, money, and universal capsules." Facing Bulma's admiration and the worshipful gaze she cast at him, Lin Xian waved his hand, indicating it was nothing to mention. After that, the RV started, with Yamucha acting as the driver, heading to his and Pool's home. Under reluctant gazes, he and Pool personally moved their food, money, and universal capsules into the RV. The crew was Lin Xian as the captain, Bulma as the co-captain and scientist, Goku as a fighter, Yamucha as the driver and fighter, Oolong as the chef and servant, and Pool as the scout and servant. If a person with a serious middle school syndrome were here, they would definitely say, "Pirate King. No, Dragon Ball King. I got this." Everyone in the RV had their roles. Or rather, Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku had nothing to do, while Oolong, Yamucha, and Pool were the ones working. Oolong was in a tough spot, as Yamucha and Pool had old grudges and new enmities, and he had been bullied quite a bit these past 2 days. Lin Xian has been busy these past 2 days, using the excuse of guiding little Wukong and Yamucha to increase his combat power. He upgraded his 6 styles of body technique, finger gun, and paper drawing from mastery to proficiency, costing him 200 combat power. Then he further upgraded the 6 styles of body technique from proficiency to beginner, spending another 6,000 combat power. Once the 6 styles of body technique reaches mastery, he can gain the special ability of Life Return. Life Return is the essence of the 6 styles and a skill in one piece, allowing free control over the body, hair, and internal organs. As long as he injects his consciousness, he can control any part freely. Most importantly, Life Return costs vitality or lifespan and can instantly heal injuries. In battle, when injuries are severe and life is nearly gone, this skill is the best choice. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 105 Bloodline. Earthling, excellent, super ability, none special abilities. Underwater breathing, max power, breath perception, transformation technique, floating techniques. 6 styles of body technique, beginner. Rock, paper, scissors, great achievement. Wolfong Fist, mastery. As the RV approached the exploding bread mountain, the air became increasingly oppressive. After a while, They entered the vicinity of exploding Bread Mountain. The six of them got out of the RV and immediately felt the temperature rise and the heat become unbearable. Walking ahead, they saw the surrounding broken houses and the ground littered with shattered bones, with a large, dilapidated castle looming ahead. However, flames were raging all around. Bulma looked troubled, wondering how they would find the Dragon Balls amidst such a large fire. Little Wukong volunteered, wanting to ride the Nimbus cloud into the castle. But he was forced back by the roaring flames, wincing in pain. Lin Xian thought to himself, although I can extinguish the fire, it's better to let Master Roshi handle it. It's just right to collect some fragments of the Kamehameha wave. If I can synthesize the Kamehameha this time, that would be even better. Just as Bulma was at her wit's end, she suddenly felt the sky darkening slightly, the ground shaking, and then a giant figure appeared on the ground. Lin Xian too didn't even look back. He knew the person behind him was the Bull Demon King. Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, and Pooh were all guessed who was behind them, and they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Then the four of them turned their heads to see a massive man wielding a giant axe, wearing a horned helmet, and draped in heavy armor with a red cape. Appearing before them, Bull Demon King. Oolong's eyes widened, his tone somewhat unnatural. However, with Lin Xian present, he wasn't as helpless as in the original story. Yamcha broke out in a cold sweat, readying himself for a fight. At that moment, Lin Xian slowly turned around. What are you doing here? You're not here to steal my treasure, are you? The Bull Demon King looked down at Lin Xian and the others with disdain, slowly speaking with authority and dominance. The Bull Demon King's fierce gaze intimidated Bulma, Oolong, and Pooh. The three of them lowered their heads in fear, not daring to answer his question. Mr. Bull Demon King, we just came to find something and have no intention of taking your treasure. Please don't scare my girlfriend, Lin Xian said, gazing at the Bull Demon King calmly. Upon hearing Lin Xian say, "Don't scare my girlfriend," Bulma felt flattered and dreamy. At another time, she would definitely have shyly retorted, "Who as your girlfriend? I haven't agreed to that." Earthling, Bull Demon King Combat Power, 32. Under his renowned title, the Bull Demon King's reputation was significant, and as a disciple of Master Roshi, his combat power of 32 points was fitting for his title. But it was just that, compared to his senior brother, Master Roshi's top disciple, and Goku's grandfather Sun Wukong, he was completely lacking. The Bull Demon King didn't believe Lin Xian's words and angrily said, "You're lying. You must be after my treasure. I will kill you." The Bull Demon King roared, his muscular arms tensing as he swung his axe down towards Lin Xian. Ding! Obtain combat power attribute, 11. As a result, Lin Xian reached out, crushed the axe in his hand, and then kicked him away, making him come to his senses. What Bull Demon King? He was easily dealt with by Xiao Xian with one kick, Bulma said proudly. Oolong exclaimed, "You kicked the Bull Demon King away with one kick. Brother Lin Xian, you're amazing." Yamcha wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, as expected of Brother Lin Xian, "So powerful." Hooter flew around shouting, "Long live Brother Lin Xian. Long live Brother Lin Xian." The Bull Demon King, who had been kicked away, showed a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that this kid Lin Xian was so strong. After he stood up and was about to continue to attack to regain his face, he happened to see Goku returning on the flying Nimbus, and his eyes widened. According to the original story, due to the relationship with the flying Nimbus and the power pole, after some understanding, the Bull Demon King learned that Goku was the grandson of Sun Wukong, and he transformed completely, becoming extremely friendly instead of fierce. When he looked at Lin Xian and the others again, his gaze was devoid of hostility. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Pooh didn't know what to say when they saw Goku getting along with the Bull Demon King. "I really didn't expect you to be the grandson of my senior brother Sun Wukong," the Bull Demon King said in a gentle tone, looking kindly at Goku as if he were his own junior. One can imagine that the Bull Demon King's relationship with Sun Wukong back then was likely similar to the future relationship between Goku and Krillin. Little Goku looked at the Bull Demon King, his grandfather's junior brother, and felt a sense of warmth, starting a conversation with him. The Bull Demon King expressed his sorrow over the passing of his senior brother Sun Wukong, revealing a hint of sadness in his expression. When they talked about Master Roshi, especially when the Bull Demon King heard that little Goku knew Master Roshi's address, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly confirmed, "Goku, are you saying you know where Master Roshi lives?" Little Goku nodded in response. After receiving confirmation, the Bull Demon King immediately told little Goku that to obtain the Dragon Balls they had just discussed, they must extinguish the flames of the castle, and the fan in Master Roshi's hand could extinguish this fire. Upon hearing that the fan could put out the fire, little Goku wanted to set off immediately to find Master Roshi. However, he was stopped by the Bull Demon King. who informed Goku that he had already sent his daughter Chi-Chi ahead. If they encountered each other on the way, he hoped they would go together to find Master Roshi. Little Goku then stepped on the flying Nimbus to go find Master Roshi. Lin Xian and the others were waiting here, and Bulma asked Oolong to bring some cold drinks from the RV. After all, the temperature here was too high, and it was impossible not to have some cold drinks. When little Goku returned, he was on a flying Nimbus, and behind him was a cute little girl wearing a dart helmet. This little girl was the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Just like in the original story, little Goku ran into Chi-Chi on the way, and they went to find Master Roshi together. Lin Xian looked at Chi-Chi and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chi-Chi was completely an adorable little loli when she was young. But who would have thought that after becoming Wukong's wife, she completely changed, using her fierce demeanor to force Gohan to study and making Wukong go find a job to earn money, which was hard to forget. As soon as little Wukong returned, everyone immediately surrounded him. Others came to find out if little Wukong had brought the banana fan, but Oolong was there to flirt with Chi-Chi. Oolong said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Oolong." Ignoring that pig Oolong, everyone else was listening to little Wukong. What? The banana fan is gone? Hearing that Master Roshi's banana fan was actually lost, the Bull Demon King was greatly disappointed. But unexpectedly, little Wukong had a twist in his words. When he heard that Master Roshi was coming personally to put out the fire, he was so excited he danced with joy, his eyes filled with anticipation. A few minutes later, Master Roshi made a dazzling entrance riding on a flying turtle that was spinning continuously. Dazed, Master Roshi stood up with his cane, looked seriously at the flames ahead, and said with the demeanor of a transcendent being, "Is this the Great Fire of Bread Mountain? It truly lives up to its name." After that, Master Roshi turned to the side where the Bull Demon King was, and in a teacher's tone said, "Bull Demon King, your reputation isn't too good. Although you guard treasures, you've probably killed many, right? Why you know about that?" At that moment, the Bull Demon King was already kneeling on the ground, saying, "It was my folly. As long as I can extinguish this great fire, I am willing to give up those treasures." Master Roshi's tone returned to his usual self, waved his hand, and said, "No need for that, what a pity." Then, Master Roshi deliberately coughed. Ahem. At the same time, he beckoned to Bulma. Little Wukong said to Bulma, "Bulma, the old man is calling you over. He has something to discuss with you." Lin Xian knew exactly what Master Roshi wanted to discuss with Bulma. Also going over were Lin Xian, who held Bulma's hand, and little Wukong, as they all walked with Master Roshi to a corner. Before Master Roshi could speak, Lin Xian said, "Master Roshi, Wukong is simple-minded. The conditions you propose to him cannot be counted. If you want to use this as a threat, then forget it, because Bulma is my girlfriend." This was the second time Lin Xian claimed his ownership, the second time publicly stating that Bulma was his girlfriend, the first time just moments ago. Even so, Bulma couldn't help but feel infatuated. She also knew that now was not the time to refute. Lin Xian said to Master Roshi, "However, I won't let you come here for nothing. I know two beauties who are as good as Bulma. After you finish putting out the fire, I will let them appear before you. Whether you can seize the opportunity will depend on you, old man." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Master Roshi's expression was like a roller coaster. In fact, even if Lin Xian didn't agree to his terms, he would still put out the fire on Bread Mountain, as it was a request from his disciple, the Bull Demon King. Now, Lin Xian's latter words were like a glimmer of hope, making him particularly excited. "No problem. I'll go put out the fire now." Those two beauties. Lin Xian patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, after Master Roshi puts out the fire, they will appear right in front of you." From the conversation between Lin Xian and Master Roshi, the clever Bulma had already figured out what was going on. She knew that Goku had sold her out. As for the beauties Lin Xian mentioned, they were definitely Oolong and Puar. Having made the deal, Master Roshi happily arrived at the front of the castle, with Lin Xian, the Ox King, and others stopping around him, waiting for him to extinguish the flames. Those who had seen Master Roshi use the Kamehameha and knew his background had confidence in him. The rest showed expressions of doubt. It was time to prove himself. Master Roshi took off his heavy turtle shell, just like he did when he demonstrated the Kamehameha to Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku last time, revealing his upper body, and then was pushed onto a low wall by little Goku. At this point, Master Roshi's expression became serious, and his demeanor changed. An incredible aura emanated from him, and with max power, he transformed from a frail old man into a muscular figure. How is this possible? This was too exaggerated. Those who had never seen this scene were shocked by what was happening before their eyes, staring in disbelief. Master Roshi clasped his hands together in a flower bud shape at his waist, and a visible blue energy flow rapidly gathered. With Master Roshi's voice, a dazzling blue beam shot forward like a meteor. With a Kamehameha passed, the earth cracked, and the energy flowed in reverse and scattered. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 5. Ding. Acquired move attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 10. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 20. Ding. Acquired move attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 30. Ding. Acquired move attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 40. Ding. Acquired move attribute. Kamehameha fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 50. Kamehameha fragment. 10010. Master Roshi's release of the Kamehameha this time was more powerful than the one he released by the seaside. Lin Xuan has collected 65 pieces of Kamehameha fragments this time and successfully synthesized the Kamehameha. Additionally, Lin Xuan also acquired 350 battle power, which is more than last time. Host: Lin Xuan battle power, 266 bloodline. Earthling, excellent, super ability, no special abilities. Water breathing, max power, aura perception, transformation technique, levitation techniques, 6 styles of body technique, beginner. Rock, paper, scissors, mastery. Wolfang fist, proficient. Kamehameha, proficient. Lin Xuan's combat power had just reached 466. He upgraded both the Wolfang fist and the Kamehameha from mastery to proficiency, consuming 200 combat power. Master Roshi's Kamehameha not only extinguished the fire in the castle, but also shattered the castle and the entire mountain. The old side of the castle had now been leveled to the ground. Looking at the castle that had been turned to rubble by the Kamehameha, the Bull Demon King slightly opened his mouth, revealing a look of despair. He pointed ahead with one hand, tremblingly saying, "Master, the fire is out, but the castle and the mountain are gone." Although the Bull Demon King had said to give up the treasure, now he had lost his home as well. This was not just heartache, it was liver pain. As for the others, aside from Lin Xuan, even Bulma and little Goku, who had seen Master Roshi perform the Kamehameha, were now as stunned as Yamcha and the others, their shock evident. How could they not be shocked? The burning castle had vanished without a trace, and the entire mountain had been shattered, with the ground covered in smoking debris, proving that there had indeed been a great fire here. Once they regained their composure, Bulma questioned Master Roshi, "Old man, I just asked you to put out the fire, and you've destroyed the castle. What if the Dragon Balls disappear? What should we do then?" Master Roshi turned back to look at his handiwork, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, "I'm really sorry. I used too much force and didn't control my strength well." With nothing more to say, Bulma had no choice but to take out the Dragon Radar, press a button to enlarge the target, and called Lin Xuan and the others to start searching for the Dragon Balls. Having the Dragon Radar was convenient. Before long, Lin Xuan found the Dragon Ball under the ruins of the castle. It was the 7-star ball, which Lin Xuan handed to Bulma, who happily accepted it. While searching for the Dragon Balls with Lin Xuan, little Goku, who had just witnessed the Kamehameha, was lost in thought, recalling how Master Roshi performed it. After finding the Dragon Ball, little Goku asked Master Roshi for advice on the Kamehameha. In response, Master Roshi said, "To perform the Kamehameha, you need to train for at least 50 years. 50 years? Little Goku was stunned. Thinking it would be difficult to use the Kamehameha, he decided to give it a try. He struck a pose, brought his hands together, and shouted, "Kamehameha!" Ding! Acquired combat power attribute 9. Little Goku pushed his hands forward forcefully, and a blue beam of light, countless times smaller than what Master Roshi had just unleashed, struck the ground not far away, leaving a small pit. Seeing this, everyone looked at little Goku in surprise, and a look of astonishment flashed in Master Roshi's eyes. Later, during a conversation with the Bull Demon King, Master Roshi learned that little Goku was the grandson of Sun Wukong, and he was not so surprised anymore, recalling what his former disciple Sun Wukong had told him. On the other hand, Lin Xuan already knew that Goku could learn the Kamehameha because of his presence. Little Goku's current strength was stronger than in the original story at this time. In the original story, little Goku could learn the Kamehameha. Furthermore, this was the second time little Goku had witnessed the Kamehameha. One could only say that little Goku was a true martial arts genius. This was also where little Goku surpassed Lin Xuan. If Lin Xuan's combat power were the same as little Goku's or only slightly stronger, he would not be able to use the Kamehameha after seeing it twice, given Lin Xuan's current bloodline level. Lin Xuan walked up to little Wukong and praised him, saying, Wukong, that's impressive. You learned the Kamehameha just by watching it twice. Little Wukong smiled and said with excitement, I didn't expect it either. I just tried to mimic the old turtle hermit's movements, and I really succeeded. Lin Xian said to little Wukong, Wukong, you're not the only one who has learned the Kamehameha. I have learned it too. Little Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Little Xian, you have learned the Kamehameha as well? Not just little Wukong. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. Lin Xian nodded and said, of course, you can count on it. Lin Xian concentrated his energy in the palm of his hand, and a blue orb of light formed in his grasp. With a shout of Kamehameha, a blue beam of light shot out, crashing down with a loud bang, and the ruins of the castle, which had already turned into rubble, were blasted into a large pit by Lin Xian's Kamehameha. Lin Xian's current combat power is 275, which is more than double that of Master Roshi. If he were to use all his strength, he could easily deliver an attack even more powerful than Master Roshi's Kamehameha from earlier. No one knows that Lin Xian has been low-key and hiding his true abilities. Lin Xian's Turtle School Kamehameha, although not as good as Master Roshi's, was still quite impressive, easily overwhelming little Goku by several streets. Good job, Xiao Xian. Bulma, Lin Xian's girlfriend, said proudly. Little Goku looked at the large pit created by Lin Xian and said, so strong. The people present began to speak up. Master Roshi's eyes flashed with surprise again. He didn't expect this kid to learn my Kamehameha like Gohan's grandson. His talent is indeed frightening. Moreover, both in power and control, he is far stronger than Goku. Master Roshi murmured to himself, then walked over to Lin Xian and little Goku, praising them. You both did very well, easily mastering the ultimate technique that took me decades to create. It's not bad. Little Goku replied with a grin. Lin Xian said, old man, your Kamehameha is pretty good. Kamehameha low-level Saiyan bloodline. In other words, Kamehameha is equivalent to a bloodline of a low-level Saiyan. Looking at Lin Xian and little Wukong, Master Roshi asked them, do you two want to come to my place? As long as you both train with me for a while, there's a good chance you'll surpass me. Hearing Master Roshi's words, Yamcha exclaimed, Master Mateto actually wants big brother Lin Xian and Wukong to train with him. Is this really true? Little Wukong, excited after witnessing Master Roshi's strength, naturally wanted to train with him. So he said to Master Roshi, I've collected all the Dragon Balls, and I'll come and train with you. I don't care about Wukong, but Xiao Xian has to stay by my side. You old man, don't get any ideas about him. Before Lin Xian could speak, Bulma rejected Master Roshi. Seeing Bulma refuse for him, Lin Xian, who was deep in thought, said, Master Roshi, let me think about it. If I go, I'll go with Wukong. For others, martial artists, training with the martial arts god Master Roshi is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For Lin Xian, whether to go or not was fine. Hearing Bulma and Lin Xian's words, Master Roshi sighed and said to Lin Xian, then think it over carefully. In Master Roshi's eyes, Lin Xian and little Wukong were like two uncut jade stones. Missing one would be a pity, especially Lin Xian, who was younger than Wukong but stronger and more talented. Missing out on him would be a great loss. In contrast to Lin Xian, if it weren't for being unable to beat Lin Xian and being Lin Xian's subordinate, Yamcha would have loved to kick Lin Xian and teach him a lesson for being ungrateful, and then take his place to train with Master Roshi, also known as Master Mateto. After Master Roshi extinguished the fire on Bread Mountain, the weather became cooler, no longer hot and dry as before, with a refreshing breeze blowing occasionally. Feeling this change, the Ox King was once again extremely grateful to Master Roshi, expressing his thanks and excitement, which greatly satisfied Master Roshi, his face beaming with an undeniable pride. At the same time, Lin Xian fulfilled his promise. He dragged Oolong and Puar to a secluded place, transforming them into beautiful girls to deal with Master Roshi. In the end, Master Roshi's nosebleed just wouldn't stop. However, if he knew that he was actually looking at two anthropomorphic animals of the same gender, he would probably have mixed feelings. After being satisfied, Master Roshi bid farewell to everyone. Lin Xian and the 6 others were also about to leave Bread Mountain. When little Wukong was getting on the RV, Chi-Chi called out to him. Chi-Chi said to little Wukong, Wukong, when I grow up, you'll marry me, and I'll be your wife. Wife. The innocent little Wukong showed a puzzled expression, with a face full of question marks, as he didn't understand what wife meant. Those who entered the RV heard Chi-Chi and little Wukong's conversation and all popped their heads out, not wanting to miss this exciting scene, including Lin Xian. Chi-Chi, with her big eyes fixed on little Wukong, looked nervous, afraid of hearing a rejection. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This continued for over 10 seconds. And the scene was very quiet, as Chi-Chi didn't hear Wukong's response. Lin Xian knew that Wukong was wondering, what is a wife? Sure enough, just when Chi-Chi was about to speak again, little Wukong turned his head and asked Lin Xian, Little Xian, what is a wife? Is it something to eat? Upon hearing little Wukong's question, Lin Xian hadn't said anything yet, but Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, and Por couldn't help but burst into laughter. They found Wukong's innocence adorable and thought his question was too amusing, asking if a wife is something to eat. Neo Mo, Wong, and Chi-Chi, the father and daughter, didn't expect Wukong to be so naive, not even knowing what a wife is. Lin Xian covered his mouth and said with a smile, Wukong, it doesn't matter what a wife is or if it can be eaten, just promise her first. With Lin Xian's helpful assist, Chi-Chi's face lit up with joy. She looked at Lin Xian and said sweetly, Thank you, little Xian. Lin Xian and the others' names, Chi-Chi knows them all. At this moment, Wukong looked confused. Although he didn't understand what wife meant, since Xiao Xian asked him to agree, he agreed. So, little Wukong nodded and accepted Chi-Chi's promise to marry her when he grew up. The RV was started by Yamcha, and they set off again on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. Watching the RV slowly leave, Chi-Chi's face showed a trace of reluctance. Soon, the RV disappeared from her sight. On the road, Lin Xian accidentally found a rhinoceros beetle and had a sudden idea. In his previous life on Earth, the top 10 strongest animals had the rhinoceros beetle ranked first, capable of carrying a weight 850 times its own, earning it the title of Insect Strongman. It is also known as the strongest animal in the natural world, even stronger than ants. Of course, this conclusion is based on proportion. When converted to an average adult, it would be like pulling 9 adult male elephants. As for the weight of an elephant, the largest can weigh around 6 or 7 tons, which is about 12,000 to 14,000 gene. A normal adult human weighs around 150 gene. If he had the strength of a rhinoceros beetle, being able to lift 850 times his own weight, his strength would be 127,500 gene, which converts to 63,75 tons. A punch delivering 63,75 tons is not impressive in the Dragon Ball world. The mountains that Master Roshi shattered weigh hundreds of thousands of tons, and even the smallest mountains weigh over 10 million tons. In the Dragon Ball world, using energy to lift a mountain is a trivial matter. The difference is that when Lin Xian activates this ability, delivering a punch at 850 times his weight will be instinctive, using little energy and not exhausting much stamina. If in the future, Lin Xian's weight could reach tens of thousands of tons, or even millions, multiplied by 850, that would be incredible. Currently, at just 8 years old, Lin Xian weighs only 60 gene, and 850 times his weight would be 51,000 gene, which is 25.5 tons. Ding. Obtained special ability attribute. 850 times strength fragment. Ding. Obtained bloodline attribute. Rhinoceros beetle bloodline fragment. Ding. Obtained special ability attribute. 850 times strength fragment. Ding. Obtained battle power attribute. 0-1. Ding. Obtained battle power attribute. 0-2. Ding. Obtained special ability attribute. 850 times strength fragment. Ding. Obtained battle power attribute. 0-2. Rhinoceros beetle bloodline fragments. 145 850 times strength fragments. 250. 250. The rhinoceros beetle bloodline fragments were useless. Lin Xian just glanced at them and didn't pay them any more attention. With 14 fragments, he was still 1 fragment short of synthesizing 3 complete rhinoceros beetle bloodlines. Lin Xian not only synthesized 850 times his strength, but also consumed 1,000 combat power, elevating his bloodline from excellent to elite. The combat power dropped by the stag beetles mostly ranged from 0-1 to 0-2, with occasional drops of 0-3. The stag beetle itself had a combat power of only 0-3, and the fragments of combat power dropped frequently. However, when combined, the total wasn't high. Lin Xian mainly farmed combat power from Wukong. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 130 bloodline, Earthling, elite, super ability, none special abilities, underwater breathing, max power, sensing breath, transformation technique. Floating, 850 times strength techniques, 6 styles of body technique, beginner, rock, paper, scissors, mastered, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, skilled, Kamehameha, skilled. It is worth mentioning that after synthesizing 850 times his strength, Lin Xian could not only deliver punches with 850 times his strength, but also adjust his strength from 1 to 850 times based on his body weight. The RV drove into a giant mushroom forest. Sitting inside the RV, Lin Xian looked at the mushroom forest outside and said, "The mushrooms are as tall as trees. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. The creatures in this world are truly marvelous." Yamucha, who was driving, slowed down and turned to Lin Xian and the others, saying, "There's a town ahead. Let's stop to replenish some supplies and grab a meal." A town built within giant mushrooms was not far ahead. Okay, no one in the vehicle objected. After driving into the town, Yamucha directly pulled into a gas station to fill up the RV. While the RV was being refueled, everyone got out. As the RV was filled and Yamucha was paying, nearby, two individuals wearing black rabbit headbands and military uniforms, one fat and one thin, with prominent glasses and one holding a pipe, wandered down the street towards Lin Xian and the others. The town's residents, upon seeing these two in military uniforms, reacted more dramatically than if they had seen dinosaurs, quickly hiding away, and the shops along the street hurriedly shut their doors. What kind of expression is that? Do you find me displeasing?" The thin military man sneered. "Huh, what kind of apple is this? It's really bad." A resident unable to escape was grabbed by the collar by the thin man in military uniform and was threatened. A street vendor was knocked over by the fat man in military uniform, causing his fruit stand to topple. Bulma looked at the two in military uniforms and asked, "Who are those two?" Recalling his previous actions, Oolong said, "They should be local bullies." Yamucha, who had only been a desert bandit for a short time, disdainfully remarked, "They're just two insignificant guys, bullying ordinary people." As soon as these two in military uniforms appeared, the gas station owner didn't even bother to collect the payment for the gas and rushed into the shop, locking the doors and windows. "This town doesn't even have a decent woman," the thin military man complained. Next to him, the fat man suddenly brightened up and said, "Hey, there's a pretty woman ahead." The woman the fat man referred to was, of course, Bulma. Spotting her, he quickened his pace and approached her with a lewd grin. The fat man smirked and said, "Beautiful lady, come keep us company." "Heh, go to hell. Let the ghost keep you company." Lin Xian said coldly, "Little brat, you must be from out of town, huh? You really don't value your life, daring to provoke our rabbit core. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson." The thin man said as he pulled out a pistol from his waist, aiming it at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and gently squeezed the barrel of the gun, which was then crushed into a ball. Lin Xian's actions left the thin man and the fat man dumbfounded. This. The thin man was momentarily speechless. The fat man, sensing the situation was dire, quickly drew a pistol from his waist, preparing to attack Lin Xian. Just then, there was a loud bang, and his companion, the thin man, was sent flying by Lin Xian's punch, landing several meters down the street, with his neck twisted upon impact, dead. If it weren't for the concern of being too violent and frightening Bulma, Lin Xian would have shattered the thin man with a single punch. Seeing his companion killed like that, the fat man realized things were going south and immediately pulled out a walkie-talkie, shouting into it, "Boss, we've encountered a tough guy here. Is he calling that rabbit?" Lin Xian replied, "Just right, I was just thinking of meeting that rabbit." With that, Lin Xian threw another punch, killing the fat man as well. The rabbit mentioned by Lin Xian is the leader of the Rabbit Corps, known as Rabbit Boss, who was killed by him, and is the boss of the two military-clad men, the fatty and the skinny. Lin Xian had a deep impression of the Rabbit Boss, who possessed the superpower to turn people into carrots with a handshake, accompanied by two henchmen who committed all sorts of misdeeds. In the original story, when Sun Wukong and Bulma passed through this town, they clashed with the Rabbit Army, and Bulma was turned into a carrot by the Rabbit Boss's superpower. With the help of Yamcha, Sun Wukong defeated the Rabbit Army, and they were sent to the moon, where the Rabbit Boss survived by making rice cakes with his two henchmen. Lin Xian was very interested in this superpower that could turn others into carrots with a handshake. Of course, Lin Xian knew in his heart that the Rabbit Boss's superpower could at most turn people with combat power equal to or slightly exceeding his own into carrots. Against someone with far superior combat power, he would be powerless. "You guys have caused a great disaster. Quickly run away." An elderly man, after witnessing Lin Xian's actions, said this in fear and then dashed away without a trace. The surrounding residents also fled like the old man. "What is going on?" Bulma asked, puzzled. Yamcha looked at the empty street and the clothes shops and said, "Big brother Lin Xian, most of the residents have run away, and we still haven't replenished our supplies." "It's okay, once we deal with that rabbit, we can continue to gather supplies," Lin Xian replied calmly. Not long after, a rabbit-shaped car drove towards Lin Xian and his group, stopping in front of them. A rabbit wearing sunglasses, dressed in traditional clothing, and wearing cloth shoes got out of the car with a serious expression, the character for rabbit prominently displayed on his clothing. "They're all dead." The The rabbit boss glanced at the corpses of his two henchmen, then kicked off with his right foot, performing a series of spins in the air before landing in front of Lin Xian. He then extended his right hand to Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Let us shake hands." Shake hands? Sun Wukong, Bulma, Yamcha, Pu'er, and Oolong were all stunned by the rabbit boss's action. They thought the rabbit boss was a tough character who would be rude to Lin Xian, but they didn't expect him to be so friendly, which truly surprised them. However, Yamcha felt that the rabbit boss seemed familiar. In response to the rabbit boss's request, Lin Xian shook his hand. As a result, Lin Xian did not turn into a carrot, and the rabbit boss's expression changed. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute. Handshake to turn into carrot fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 1. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 2. Handshake to turn into carrot fragment. 300. To synthesize the rabbit boss's superpower of handshake to turn into a carrot, 300 fragments were needed. While collecting enough handshake to turn into carrot fragments, Lin Xian also gained 290 in combat power. Host. Lin Xian combat power. 420 Bloodline. Earthling, Elite, Superpower. Handshake to turn into carrot special abilities. Water breathing, max power, sensing aura, transformation technique, levitation. 850x strength techniques. 6 styles of body technique, beginner. Rock, paper, scissors, advanced. Wolf Fong fist, proficient. Turtle school, Kamehameha, proficient. This superpower of handshake to turn into a carrot filled the gap in the superpower section of Lin Xian's attributes page, marking his first superpower. The rabbit boss was no longer valuable, and Lin Xian mockingly said to him, "What do you think I should do with you? Exiling you to a place you can never return to would be too troublesome. Killing you would be simpler, since you are a wicked person." The rabbit boss was terrified, knowing that his superpower was useless against Lin Xian and could not turn him into a carrot. He could not break free from Lin Xian's grasp, and when Lin Xian threatened to kill him, he hurriedly pleaded, "No, don't kill me. I have money. I've collected a lot over the years, and I can serve you." "Oh, you want to serve me?" Lin Xian smiled and suddenly activated the acquired handshake to turn into carrot ability, turning the rabbit boss into a carrot. Seeing this, Yamcha recalled why he found the rabbit boss familiar. A long time ago, when he was roaming the desert, he had heard about this town ruled by the rabbit army, where the leader was a rabbit person who possessed the superpower to turn others into carrots by shaking hands. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to it, as this town was outside his usual activities, and he had no conflicts with the rabbit army. Now, the leader of the rabbit army had been turned into a carrot by his big brother Lin Xian. Yamcha felt both regretful and justified about Lin Xian's actions. It was a pity that the rabbit boss was not weak and had the superpower of handshake to turn into a carrot. If Lin Xian had recruited him, it would have been a great help. As an elder, he and Pu'er's status could also increase by 1. However, precisely because of the rabbit boss's superpower, if he wasn't truly loyal to Lin Xian had no reason to fear him. But if they were stabbed in the back by this guy, it would not be pleasant. What puzzled Yamcha was how Lin Xian was able to use the rabbit boss's superpower. So Yamcha asked big brother Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "I learned this from the rabbit. Can superpowers be learned? Aren't they innate?" Yamcha couldn't understand and murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Bulma, upon learning how powerful the rabbit boss was, wanted Lin Xian to tame the rabbit boss and join their team. Lin Xian turned the rabbit leader into a carrot, not intending to kill him. He was testing his superpower and letting the little rabbit experience what it was like to be a carrot. After turning back from a carrot, the rabbit leader honestly submitted to Lin Xian, and Lin Xian's team expanded from 6 to 7 members. The rabbit leader went from being the boss of the rabbit army to a little rabbit in the team. Afterwards, Lin Xian and his companions went to the little rabbit's home and took away all the valuable things. To be fair, the little rabbit had really accumulated quite a fortune over the years here, much richer than Yamati. Lin Xian and the others had a meal at Little Rabbit's house. After finishing their meal and leaving Little Rabbit's home, they replenished their supplies in the town. Once again, it was Yamcha driving the RV as Lin Xian and his group of 7 left the town. With the Rabbit Legion gone, the townspeople began to celebrate. Along the way, Lin Xian saw giant mushrooms. They still hadn't walked out of the giant mushroom forest. There are 2 auras Lin Xian sensed, recalling a plot he had seen in his previous life. He murmured, "They must be here to steal the Dragon Balls." At that moment, an unusual sound came from outside. Lin Xian stood up and turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a small missile flying towards their RV. "We are under attack," Yamcha shouted. Oolong and Pu'er were already panicking, darting around inside the RV. The newly joined little rabbit, seeing the missile coming, also broke out in a cold sweat. Recalling his previous role as the leader of the Rabbit Legion. Lin Xian opened the window of the RV, leaped out of the vehicle, and kicked the missile, causing it to explode in midair. Bang! The missile detonated in the sky. At the same time, a steel robot resembling a walking egg jumped down from a giant mushroom, and its mechanical cannon arm aimed at the RV once more, firing another small missile. Lin Xian pointed his finger like a gun and detonated the missile from afar. With Lin Xian's combat power of 420, it would be difficult for him to hold back. If he were to let go, it would be aimed at the sea. The main reason was that the people coming to steal the Dragon Balls were too weak. The robot pilot Ashu, along with the still-watching Xiao Wu and Pilaf's two subordinates, were following Pilaf's orders to snatch the Dragon Balls. It would be a good thing if they took the Dragon Balls away. If they didn't, Lin Xian wouldn't have a legitimate chance to dominate and make a wish with Shenron. After this, Lin Xian let a lot of water flow, unseen by others. Ashu managed to snatch the Dragon Balls. It wasn't easy, really not easy. Bulma, are you hurt? The Lin Xian, who had transformed into his appearance from 10 years later, released Bulma from his embrace, looked at her, and asked with concern. Xiao Xian, I'm fine because of you, Bulma said softly, lowering her head. Just now, Lin Xian had hugged her and protected her, which made her very happy, filling her heart with sweetness and excitement. After snatching the Dragon Balls, Ashu, who was piloting the robot, didn't leave immediately. Instead, he said to the people in the RV, I'm really sorry, but I'm taking your Dragon Balls. After saying that, the robot's bottom spewed fire, ascending into the sky, leaving behind a thick trail of exhaust as it flew away. Just now, the RV had been affected by the explosion of a small missile. However, Lin Xian had protected it well. The RV was only flipped over, lying on its side. Inside the RV, Bulma's expression changed drastically when she saw Ashu driving the robot away, and she exclaimed, Oh no, the Dragon Balls, our Dragon Balls are in that box. Goku, hurry up and chase. Goku, who was curious about the robot, heard Bulma's words and was about to summon the flying Nimbus to chase after it when he heard Lin Xian say, Goku, there's no need to chase. Goku stopped summoning the flying Nimbus and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Bulma was even more puzzled and asked, Xiao Xian, why don't you let Goku chase? With the speed of the flying Nimbus, Goku could easily catch up with the guy who took her Dragon Balls. Lin Xian explained, the person who took her Dragon Balls came prepared and must have already transferred them. The most important thing is that we are not in a hurry. We need to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish, as you said, Bulma. And here, we still have Goku's grandfather's relic. At this point, Lin Xian pointed at Goku and smiled at Bulma, saying, Look, the 4-star ball is still hanging on Goku's waist. With this Dragon Ball in hand, we don't have to worry about them achieving their goals. Little Goku suddenly realized, touched the pocket hanging at his waist, and excitedly said, Yes, Grandpa hasn't been taken away. Bulma nodded and said joyfully, Great. With Goku's Dragon Ball and the Dragon Ball radar, retrieving the Dragon Balls is not a problem. After that, the overturned RV turned back into a capsule. Yamcha and the little rabbit took out the capsule, and 2 cars appeared before everyone. Bulma sat in one of the cars, holding the Dragon Ball radar, and searched for the location of the Dragon Balls. The stolen Dragon Balls were moving quickly. Yamcha, following Bulma's directions, was informed of the temporary direction and distance of the Dragon Balls. Yamcha stepped on the gas, driving the car at maximum speed, and the vehicle instantly sped toward the Dragon Balls, with a little rabbit following closely in another car. The Dragon Balls stopped moving inside a castle. A small, blue-skinned figure wearing a little hat, with fried rice written on the front of his clothes, was Pilaf. He excitedly opened the box containing the Dragon Balls, and the 5 Dragon Balls inside emitted a glow that illuminated his greedy gaze. Too excited, Pilaf hadn't even counted the number of Dragon Balls when he exclaimed, Great! We've finally collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Next to Pilaf stood 2 people, Ash and Mai, who were tasked with stealing the Dragon Balls. Seeing Pilaf's excitement, Mai, although reluctant to speak, felt she had to because she noticed the number of Dragon Balls was off. They had 1 Dragon Ball, and they detected that Lin Xian and his group had 6 Dragon Balls, but they had only managed to steal back 5, so combined with their own 1 Dragon Ball, they only had 6, 1 Dragon Ball short. King Pilaf, the number of Dragon Balls is off. Including our 1, we only have 6, we're missing 1. Upon hearing this, Pilaf's excitement turned to shock, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pilaf first counted the number of Dragon Balls and found there were indeed only 6. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, he counted the stars on the Dragon Balls. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. After counting twice, Pilaf finally gave up, realizing that the 4-star ball was not here. Pilaf became anxious and angrily turned to Ash and Mai, scolding them. You two useless fools, idiots, how could you miss stealing one of the 6 Dragon Balls? Hurry up and go find it. Yes. Ash and Mai replied in unison, breaking out in a sweat. Just as Ash and Mai were about to leave, Pilaf called them back, saying, No need. The 7th Dragon Ball has come right to us. Through the Dragon Ball radar, Pilaf noticed the 4-star ball was approaching. Yamcha drove the hovering car until they could see the castle. Sitting in the back, Bulma pointed at the castle and said to the others in the car, Look, there's a castle ahead. The radar shows the Dragon Balls are inside, and the ones who took the Dragon Balls must be hiding in that castle. Stop, Lin Xian said to Yamcha. Yamcha slammed on the brakes, stopping the hovering car. The group got out, and the little rabbit's car also came to a stop, with the 3 people inside getting out. Yamcha and the little rabbit turned their cars back into capsules. The others looked at the castle before them. Let us go, Lin Xian said to everyone. Upon reaching the castle's entrance, the stone door was tightly shut. Goku stepped forward and pushed the stone door open with all his might, revealing a dark passageway that was pitch black. If it weren't for the sunlight shining in from the open door, it would be impossible to see anything inside the dark passage. Seeing how dark it was, Bulma shivered and instinctively took a step back. Just as Bulma felt scared, Lin Xian, who maintained his appearance from 10 years later, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Stay close to me. Bulma, who had been frightened, felt her fear melt away like snow under the sun upon hearing Lin Xian's comforting words. Okay. Holding Lin Xian's hand, Bulma smiled at him. As they entered the castle, Goku and the little rabbit walked ahead to scout the path, while Lin Xian and Bulma followed behind them. Yamcha brought up the rear, ready to defend against any danger, with Puar and Oolong walking in front of him, while Lin Xian stayed behind Bulma. Along the way, everyone except Lin Xian was on high alert. Lin Xian thought there was no danger along the way, and after turning a corner, only a stone prison mechanism awaited them. As it turned out, there were traps along the way, one after another. With Lin Xian's combat power, these traps were nothing more than child's play to him. However, he was indeed slapped in the face. He had watched the Dragon Ball series countless times. From the moment Goku and Bulma met and began their quest for the Dragon Balls, to the end of the Majin Buu saga. Therefore, the first thing that came to mind was, of course, the plot of the manga. In addition to the manga, there was also the anime. As a Dragon Ball fan, Lin Xian had watched it too. He had seen it when he was a child in his previous life, and it was quite a long time ago. The plot of the anime was too lackluster, and after watching it once, he never watched it again. Of course, compared to the anime of One Piece next door, the plot of Dragon Ball's anime was still quite good. At least it wasn't meaningless filler. As for the One Piece anime, even the ocean would bow down. For ordinary people, the traps encountered by Lin Xian and his companions were deadly. However, the caliber of Lin Xian and his companions was too high, except for Bulma, who was an ordinary person. Both Puar and Oolong were weak little guys with transformation abilities. Although they had a few surprises along the way, they ultimately found themselves locked up in the stone prison. We're trapped now, what are we going to do? Bulma said dejectedly, looking at the hard stone walls around them. Goku, Yamcha, and the little rabbit were desperately hitting the walls with their fists. But the walls were extremely sturdy, far beyond their imagination. Even when they used all their strength, they had no way to break through, and, instead, they ended up panting heavily. Stop hitting the walls. They're not something you can break. Save some energy, Lin Xian said calmly, his eyes flickering. Goku, Yamcha, and the little rabbit stopped, exhausted, and sat down to rest. Let me handle it. Lin Xian spoke again. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Bulma, Yamcha, and the others' eyes lit up as they recalled Lin Xian's Kamehameha wave at Bread Mountain. Just then, a screen suddenly appeared on the surface of the wall, showing Pilaf's face. You foolish idiots, this wall is not something your fist can break. A disdainful voice reached Lin Xian and the others' ears. Who are you? Bulma questioned, looking at the screen. Pilaf replied, I am King Pilaf, the future ruler of the world. If you obediently hand over the remaining 4-star ball, I, King Pilaf, can spare your lives. Dream on. Only an idiot would give it to you. You want us to hand over the Dragon Ball? Absolutely not. You should return the Dragon Ball to us instead, Bulma said firmly. Goku echoed, yeah, I will never hand over my grandpa to you. All right, Pilaf sneered. You want to hand it over, huh? This king will make you regret it. After saying this, the screen went black and Pilaf disappeared. Then, small holes appeared all around the wall, and purple gas sprayed out, quickly filling the stone prison with mist. Except for Lin Xian, although Bulma and the other 6 covered their mouths and noses in time, they still immediately felt a wave of fatigue. Soon, the drowsiness grew stronger, and they became increasingly tired. Finally, they felt darkness before their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Goku fell asleep the fastest and slept the soundest, drooling onto the ground. Seeing this, Lin Xian leaned against the stone wall and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, the stone prison was opened, and Pilaf entered with Mai and Shu. As a result, the comical Pilaf was caught off guard and fainted from the mist as soon as he entered. Goku's 4-star ball was taken away by Mai, who was behind him. The Dragon Ball is gone. A shout broke the silence in the stone prison. The first to wake up was Bulma. After waking up, she realized something was wrong. Sure enough, she immediately noticed that the Dragon Ball at Goku's waist was missing. Hearing Bulma's shout, Goku, Yamcha, the little rabbit, Puar, and Oolong also woke up. Goku touched his empty pocket at his waist, looking confused. What do we do? Those bad guys might have already made a wish to the dragon. Bulma said with tears in her eyes. No, they haven't succeeded yet. The door is open now. Let's go get the Dragon Ball back. Lin Xian pointed to the open door and said to the group. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, they rushed out the door, running down the corridor. As they were running, they happened to encounter Pilaf and his 2 companions, who were about to go out and make a wish at a fork in the path. Both sides were stunned. Lin Xian, knowing the plot, was not surprised. He spoke up. Hand over the Dragon Ball. Run. Pilaf called to his 2 subordinates to flee. To be honest, Pilaf and his 2 subordinates, Mai and Shu, may not have high combat power, but they were quite fast at running, especially since they were familiar with their surroundings. Under Lin Xian's unwillingness to chase, Goku and Yamcha surprisingly couldn't catch up to them. After creating some distance, Pilaf and his companions activated the traps. One trap after another surged out like a tide. These traps were thrilling and exciting. While protecting Bulma, Lin Xian accidentally got separated from them and found himself locked in another stone prison. Bulma and the others were locked in a different stone prison next to Lin Xian's. Being locked up in a stone prison again, Bulma and her companions were extremely frustrated and upset. Bulma shouted to the next cell, Xian, are you okay? Lin Xian responded, I'm fine, I was just locked up too. I'm going to use the Kamehameha to break the stone prison and then save you all. Great! Bulma and the others' eyes lit up again. With Lin Xian here, such a sturdy stone prison couldn't hold them. If it weren't for those 3 despicable guys releasing sleeping gas in the previous stone prison, their situation would definitely not be like this. In the adjacent stone prison, as Lin Xian pronounced clearly, came, Haim-ha! A blue light gathered in his palm, shooting beams everywhere. And the wall of the stone prison that held him collapsed. According to the original plot, it should be time to summon the dragon now, Lin Xian thought to himself. Sure enough, they heard Pilaf shouting at the 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth. Dragon, grant my wish. The next second, the sky darkened, and a blue dragon appeared, coiling in the air. State your wish. I can grant any wish, but only one. The dragon spoke, adopting a high and mighty demeanor. Hearing the dragon's words, Pilaf and his 2 companions trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, after hearing that Lin Xian was using the Kamehameha to save them, Goku tried it out and created a hole as big as a bowl. With just this small hole, they couldn't get out without transformation. The 6 people trapped in the stone prison, except for the simple-minded Goku, were all stomping their feet in anger. The last member to join the team, the little rabbit, became very interested in the Dragon Balls after hearing about their magic. But now Bulma shouted loudly to Lin Xian next door, Xian, go make a wish. You don't need to save us right now. Don't let them succeed and waste our hard work collecting the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian, who received the command, replied, Don't worry, I won't let them succeed. After saying that, Lin Xian transformed into a missile and flew out at the fastest speed, heading towards Pilaf and his companions. At that moment, Pilaf was still in a state of excitement. He looked up at the imposing blue dragon, imagining the scenes of his world domination. The dragon, seeing that Pilaf had not yet spoken his wish, urged him, Hurry up, say your wish. Aye. Just as Pilaf was about to suppress his excitement and state his wish, he saw a flash of smoke beside him as Lin Xian, who had transformed into a missile, reverted back to human form and landed beside them. Then, Lin Xian kicked the 3 of them away. The kick Pilaf and his companions flew away like shooting stars, getting smaller and smaller, until they were just a point of light, not knowing how far Lin Xian had kicked them. Their wish was now out of reach. Pilaf and his companions looked on with dissatisfaction. Seeing Pilaf and his companions kicked away, the dragon was also confused. After regaining its senses, it repeated the rules and said to Lin Xian, State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. At the moment of making a wish to the dragon, Lin Xian had already made a decision. Before this, he had thought of many wishes, Vector control. As long as it touches the skin, he can freely manipulate the direction of kinetic energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, and all other forms of energy. This ability can reflect all physical attacks, including gravity, air pressure, light, oxygen, sound wavelengths, etc. Mental control. He can manipulate others through sight or telekinesis, and the commands given to the controlled are absolute. Even if it involves making the other party commit suicide, they would be powerless. Copying. He can copy others' abilities as long as they are visible to the naked eye. Any technique or weapon can be copied, and he will be completely proficient in using that ability. Causal rewrite. Rewrite the physical laws of the universe. Alter the causal relationships of the world, rewriting all applicable causal laws from the birth of the universe to the distant future. Complete hypnosis. Control the opponent's 5 senses, making them completely believe in the appearance, form, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object as the master wishes. Omniscient and omnipotent. See the future and change it. Foresee any threats to oneself in advance and destroy them at a certain moment in the future. Natural elementalization. Make the body elemental, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Dragon. My wish is to obtain the ability to simulate all elements of Earth. The ability is called elementalization, which allows me to manipulate, create, and simulate all elements of Earth. Lin Xian's wish was made after careful consideration. Knowing that a low-level divine dragon couldn't fulfill overly powerful wishes, he filtered through each one and upgraded to elementalization. Deciding to realize this wish, elementalization. Elementalization allows one to transform into all elements of the Earth, which is far beyond simple natural elementalization. The natural elements. The 5 elements in Naruto are fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning. And in One Piece, the natural type devil fruits also revolve around these 5 elements. In addition to natural elements, there are also well-known basic elements, as well as elements on the periodic table of chemical elements. The basic elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the elements on the chemical periodic table, there are many more, even more powerful than the combined natural and basic elements. Mercury is a chemical element, commonly known as quicksilver. The air is primarily composed of nitrogen, with nitrogen gas accounting for 78, oxygen 21, and the remaining 1 being other elements. Natural elements and basic elements are almost all synthesized from chemical elements, as long as the wish is fulfilled and the ability of elementalization is obtained. Transforming into mercury or air is no problem. Moreover, Lin Xian would also possess the natural type devil fruit powers from One Piece, such as the smoke fruit, flame fruit, sand fruit, thunder fruit, ice fruit, dark fruit, lightning fruit, magma fruit, swamp fruit, gas fruit, and snow fruit. Lin Xian would have them all. What? With the attribute collection system in place, Lin Xian's future combat power would easily destroy the universe. Would elementalization ability even be useful? Let's understand absolute zero. A temperature that cannot exist in the universe, equal to -273, 15 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, time, space, and light cannot escape. It would freeze the entire universe. Not a dream. The speed of light can circle the Earth 5 times in 1 second. Trunks and Goten fused into Gotenks took a few seconds to circle the Earth a few times. This shows that in the later stages, the speed of light could at least rival that of Super Saiyan 3 or even match the speed of Super Saiyan God. As for Admiral Kizaru in One Piece, who ate the light fruit and can turn into light but hasn't reached the speed of light, it's because his body turns into light. But when his soul reaches a certain threshold, his speed is fixed there. If he forces it, his soul would be torn apart. Transforming the soul into light falls into the category of advanced wishes, let alone transforming into all elements on Earth. From the very beginning, Lin Xian never had this expectation. It was enough for his physical body to simulate and transform into various elements. As for the soul, as Lin Xian's combat power increases, his soul would also become stronger. Would he then fear not being able to withstand the speed of light? Not at all, completely unafraid. Trapped in the stone prison, Bulma heard Lin Xian's wish through the hole made by Goku's Kamehameha and felt slightly disappointed. She had planned to wish for Lin Xian to age 10 years, but hadn't had the chance to discuss it with him. However, Bulma quickly adjusted her mindset. As a scientist, she found Lin Xian's wish very interesting. Goku, who was beside her, asked what Xiao Xian said is so hard to understand. What does it mean to have all the elements of Earth and elementalization? The people in the stone prison, except for Bulma, did not know, and they wanted to explain to Goku, but didn't know how. What it means is, as the only one who could explain, Bulma spoke up. Looking at the dragon, After Lin Xian made his wish, it remained silent for a few seconds. After a few moments, the dragon finally spoke. I can only grant you the ability to physically simulate and transform into all elements of Earth, but I cannot allow your soul to change. That's fine. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the dragon spoke again, its eyes flashing red, saying, "Your wish has been granted. Goodbye." After saying goodbye, the dragon disappeared, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, flying in 7 different directions. As the Dragon Balls flew away, Goku, seeing them leave, asked Bulma, "Bulma, what's going on?" "Goku, I didn't mention it before, but after the Dragon Balls grant a wish, they turn to stone and fly in different directions. It will take a year for them to turn back into Dragon Balls." At this point, Bulma said apologetically, "I should have told you this in advance. I'm sorry." Surprised by the fact that the Dragon Balls turned to stone, Goku exclaimed, "What? A year?" Although Goku was innocent, he knew that Bulma had the Dragon Radar. Even if the Dragon Balls flew away, they could be found again in a short time, but once they turned to stone, it would take a year before they could be searched for. While Goku was surprised, Lin Xian came to rescue them. Having just obtained the ability of elementalization, how could Lin Xian not try it? He transformed his hand into stone and gently placed it against the stone wall, where Goku had made a hole with his Kamehameha. Under his control, it changed shape, revealing a door-like opening. The people inside the stone prison walked out one by one through the gap. "Xiao Xian, let's take a good look at elementalization." "Yes, big brother Lin Xian, we want to see elementalization." Bulma and the others surrounded Lin Xian, watching as his hand transformed into stone, each speaking up to get a clearer understanding of the ability Lin Xian had obtained. Lin Xian satisfied their curiosity. Suddenly, Lin Xian transformed his entire body into stone, merging into the castle. Then, the castle changed. Almost entirely built of stone, it transformed into a giant stone figure. Lin Xuanchu's ability to turn into stone is like an evolved version of the stone fruit from One Piece. However, whatever the stone fruit can do, Lin Xian can also do, and whatever the stone fruit cannot do, Lin Xian can do as well. Currently, Lin Xian has imitated the stone fruit. The stone fruit allows its user to assimilate with rocks they come into contact with, incorporating the rock's appearance, hardness, and other properties into their own power. A user who has absorbed the power of the rocks can transform into a massive stone giant to attack. The size and attack power of the stone giant depend on the rocks that have been assimilated. Additionally, the user of the stone fruit can achieve the ability to penetrate walls through rock assimilation, and can merge with the rocks or structures made of rock they come into contact with, forcibly controlling the rock products. The user can also extend their body in a rock-like state or transform into rock to attack targets along with the terrain. After assimilating with the rocks, even if the user's body is shattered, they can recover again, just needing some time to restore. Moreover, as long as the material belongs to the rocks, the user can control it, even altering the terrain and the appearance of buildings. Therefore, any structures or trees attached to the rocks will be indirectly assimilated by the user, becoming one with them. The stone fruit is close to the natural type, but because it is a superhuman type fruit, the user does not turn into stone. Their body is hidden within the rock. Shattering or chopping the rocks that have been assimilated does not affect the user's ability. One must directly defeat the user controlling the rocks to nullify the ability. The stone fruit cannot elementalize, and this is where Lin Xian's elementalization ability branch. The stone transformation ability completely surpasses it. Lin Xian can transform into a stone giant without merging with the castle. After merging with the castle and turning into a stone giant, Lin Xian created several large pits in the surrounding grassland before reverting the castle back and repairing the damaged areas. Then, Lin Xian transformed into flames, turning his body into fire, and unleashed a series of techniques such as fire fists and fire guns. For ordinary people, the power of flames cannot be underestimated. In nature, wildfires can reach several hundred degrees. Such fire extinguishes when it encounters water and cannot withstand lava. For Lin Xian, who sees flame transformation as just one branch of his abilities, it is simple to increase the temperature of the flames by adding other elements. As for what elements to add, Lin Xian didn't know, as he was unfamiliar with this issue in his previous life. Of course, if he wanted to know, he could simply ask Bulma. With the guidance of the genius scientist Bulma, maximizing the elemental transformation ability would be a piece of cake. After transforming into flames, Lin Xian transformed into smoke, using the smoke to capture Goku and Yamcha. Goku, unable to break free from the smoke, exclaimed, "What an amazing ability!" The greatest advantage of smoke transformation is its ability to trap enemies. In One Piece, Smoker, the user of the smoke smile fruit, not only traps enemies with smoke, but also has a distinctive technique where he transforms his arm into smoke, shapes it like a snake, and strikes at his target. Even if the attack misses, this technique will track the enemy until it hits and captures them. The weakness of smoke transformation is that it can be blown away by wind, making it not a particularly powerful branch ability. After stone transformation, flame transformation, and smoke transformation, the next was sand transformation, where his body turned into sand. Mimicking Crocodile, Lin Xian shaped the sand into a knife for an attack, using his right hand to drain the moisture from any living beings or objects he touched, turning rocks, soil, etc. back into sand grains. Finally, Lin Xian transformed a large patch of grassland into a desert, drained the underground water from the desert, creating quicksand and stirring up a sandstorm. Seeing the grassland turn into a desert, with quicksand appearing and a sandstorm swirling, Lin Xian's previous transformations into stone, flames, and smoke paled in comparison to the astonishment of Bulma and the others after the sand transformation. This was their first experience of a human altering the natural environment without technological means, and doing so permanently. In the minds of Bulma, Yamcha, and others, only a god could achieve such a feat of changing the natural environment rather than just destroying it. The so-called destruction is like Master Roshi using the Kamehameha to blow apart a mountain. Although the desert is not an ideal environment, it is indeed a form of natural environment. As for Lin Xian, he was also dissatisfied with the sand transformation. Like Crocodile's sand fruit, his sand transformation would solidify upon contact with water, meaning it would clump together and could not withstand physical attacks. Lightning transformation is definitely stronger than stone transformation, flame transformation, smoke transformation, and sand transformation, and even the first few branch abilities are not on the same level as lightning transformation. After Lin Xian's body transformed into lightning, he gained the ability to hover and fly. He summoned lightning from the dark clouds. Not only that, through his lightning transformation, he could read other people's brainwaves and know their thoughts, a form of telepathy with a very wide range, similar to Enel's heart network. However, it was stronger than Enel's heart network because Lin Xian's combat power surpassed Enel's by a wide margin. Just now, watching Lin Xian's lower body transform into lightning as he flew and stood in midair, Bulma thought, wow, Xiao Xian looks cooler, and his abilities are more impressive one after another. I have to say, wishing for this ability from the Dragon God was a big win for Xiao Xian. The other five had different thoughts in their minds. Yamcha and the little rabbit thought that if they had the chance to wish for something from the Dragon God, they would also want the ability to elementalize. It was just too powerful. After transforming into lightning, Lin Xian used the powers of Admiral Akiji and Kizuru, the freezing and light transformations, one after the other. The desert created by Lin Xian is frozen, with a layer of ice covering the sand. After transforming into light, although Lin Xian cannot reach the speed of light, he can fly at high speeds in the form of light, delivering powerful blows with his speed. His body can emit a bright flash that temporarily blinds others, and the compressed light particles generate lasers that cause widespread explosions. The abilities of freezing and flashing are definitely among the top in all the elemental branches. Following them, the ability of dark transformation is also impressive. Dark transformation allows the body to turn into darkness, possessing the gravity of darkness. It can encompass everything that comes into contact with darkness, pulling people from a distance using gravitational force, and preventing those with superpowers from using their abilities upon physical contact. Compared to the dark transformation ability of elementalization, Blackbeard's dark fruit is afraid of seawater and sea prism stone, unable to elementalize, and when harmed, the pain is doubled, making it the weakest among the weak. Lin Xian's ability to turn dark can indeed elementalize. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called dark transformation. When he takes damage, the pain does not double like it does with the dark fruit. As for turning into darkness and making a person with superpowers unable to use their abilities, it is due to the black hole and dark gravity. A person with superpowers and their powers are like a phone and its signal. When Lin Xian's darkness captures them, they cannot use their abilities, just like a phone signal being blocked. Whether he can deprive others of their superpowers like the dark fruit, Lin Xian is still unsure. At this moment, Lin Xian's hand turned dark, using dark gravity to grab the little rabbit. Seeing this, Pu'er said, "Is brother Lin Xian going to kill him?" He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Yamcha. Yamcha said, "Pu'er, don't talk nonsense. Brother Lin Xian is definitely just testing his abilities like before." Wukong said, Xian won't harm his companions. Seizing this opportunity, Oolong pointed at Pu'er and said with righteous indignation, Pu'er, don't maliciously speculate about Brother Lin Xian. That's right. Bulma nodded. The little rabbit thought the same as Pu'er, assuming Lin Xian was going to kill him. He trembled and said, Brother Lin Xian, are you going to kill me? I truly submit to you, please don't kill me. Just now, with the lightning transformation, Lin Xian read the brainwaves and knew that the little rabbit had no other thoughts, so he wouldn't kill him. After all, Bulma and Wukong couldn't stand the act of killing a companion. Lin Xian said to the little rabbit, Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm just doing an experiment. Now use your superpower and see if you can still use it. Okay. The little rabbit breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Lin Xian wouldn't kill him, and immediately used his superpower. However, he found that his ability to turn handshakes into carrots seemed to have evaporated. At that moment, the little rabbit, who had once been the boss, realized that this must be related to Brother Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian, I've lost my superpower. Hearing this, Lin Xian let him go. The little rabbit, having been released, discovered that his superpower had returned and said, I've got it back. My superpower is back. After that, without Lin Xian having to say anything, the genius scientist Bulma, who was watching the experiment, guessed the truth using her scientific knowledge. She had just tested freezing and flashing abilities, which are the same as those of 2 Navy admirals, and naturally, she couldn't miss the ability of the remaining admiral, Akainu. Lin Xian's arm transformed into a massive magma fist composed of lava, simulating the impact of a volcanic eruption as he launched the fist forward, causing countless volcanic rocks to strike the ground and leaving behind numerous magma craters. This was one of Akainu's signature moves, the Great Eruption. Following that, Lin Xian unleashed the dog bite Crimson Lotus. His magma-formed arm morphed into the shape of a dog's head, extending its lava-like limbs to deliver a powerful strike. Finally, he executed Akainu's strongest technique, Meteor Volcano. Before Lin Xian crossed over, One Piece had not yet concluded. As a Dragon Ball fan, he couldn't say that he was worn out by One Piece. In Lin Xian's understanding, Meteor Volcano is Akainu's strongest move, which was used during the Marineford War. But whether he has an even stronger move, Lin Xian did not know. Lin Xian's double fists produce a large number of massive magma fists in a molten form, launching them into the sky. Subsequently, like a meteor shower, the magma fists continuously fall from the sky, turning the earth into a sea of molten magma. In One Piece, the magma fruit is known as the strongest in attack power and the highest in destructive capability among natural-type devil fruits. In Lin Xian's hands, it's just like that. The temperature of magma, without adding other elements, only reaches a maximum of over 1,300 degrees. This temperature is relatively low in the vast universe. Although in the original work, Goku was shot through by a laser gun and felt cold in the freezing snow, and Vegeta wore a cotton coat when they elevated their ki, magma had no effect on them. Freezing transformation can freeze time and space. Lightning transformation can reach the speed of light. Thunder transformation can act like mind reading, can hover, fly, and its speed is no less than the speed of light. It can also utilize the released electric field, transforming into an electric current to move within the electric field, ignoring obstacles, essentially teleporting. Dark transformation has dark gravity and black holes. Not to mention that compared to freezing transformation, flash transformation, lightning transformation, and dark transformation, many other branch abilities exceed it. Swamp transformation turns the body into a swamp, essentially mud. In nature, the more a person trapped in a swamp struggles, the deeper they sink until they suffocate and die. However, it cannot be said that this branch ability is very strong, but it also cannot be said to be useless. The greatest highlight of this ability is hiding things. After Lin Xian transforms into a swamp, he can store all items, including living beings, inside his body. In addition to swamp transformation, dark transformation can also store items, but only living things can be placed inside. Swamp transformation and dark transformation are like two infinitely large storage spaces. Gas transformation allows the body to turn into gas, enabling the manipulation of various gas types to poison living beings, purify the surrounding gases, or compress nearby gases, as well as extracting oxygen from the atmosphere to extinguish fires or suffocate living beings. Compared to smoke transformation, it is definitely more powerful. Snow transformation allows any part of the body to become snow-like. As Lin Xian transforms into snow, snow begins to fall from the sky. Lin Xian used the techniques of snow. It is worth mentioning that the seemingly soft snow can harden based on the creator's, that is, Lin Xian's intent. With a hardness that can rival steel, capable of transforming into sharp blades. Lin Xian originally wanted to create a snowstorm, but upon seeing Bulma, he immediately stopped the snow. In nature, the weakness of snow is that it cannot withstand being struck by heated objects or flames, which makes it quite useless among many other abilities. So far, Lin Xian had tried many abilities, ruining the once beautiful grassland. The most severe damage was a large area of grassland turning into a desert, with some places being struck by magma. Now he needed to restore it. Previously, Lin Xian had tried stone transformation, fire transformation, smoke transformation, sand transformation, lightning transformation, freezing transformation, flash transformation, darkness transformation, magma transformation, swamp transformation, gas transformation, and snow transformation, a total of 12 branch abilities. Now, Lin Xian first used Earth transformation to turn some areas of the ice-locked desert back into vibrant land. The pits struck by magma were still pockmarked, and even a light snowfall did not extinguish them. The sea of magma that existed just a second ago was now nowhere to be seen. After the Earth transformation, Lin Xian used wood transformation. In Lin Xian's memory, the best use of wood was undoubtedly the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which could change into various forms for attack and defense. The tree realm birth rapidly grew multiple trees from the ground, instantly creating a forest, where all attacks and defenses were controlled by the caster. Centered around the castle, Lin Xian set up an outer and inner perimeter. The outer perimeter formed a natural circle of forest that enclosed the castle from a distance, while the inner perimeter consisted of countless cherry blossom trees that rose from the ground, surrounding the castle closely. Previously, the giant mushrooms that existed on the grassland around the castle were long gone. In the outer forest, the ground was covered with green grass and occasionally had flowers. Under the countless cherry blossom trees in the inner perimeter, various flowers bloomed. Bulma admired the cherry blossom trees blooming all around and exclaimed, "So beautiful." Yeah, Goku nodded. And even he, being simple-minded, thought the blooming cherry blossom trees were beautiful, not to mention others. The wood transformation was about the wood, and the cherry blossoms and flowers on the ground were just bonuses. After the wood transformation, Lin Xian used water flow transformation. Having flowers, grass, and trees was not enough. There needed to be a water source around the castle. On the side of the castle, within the cherry blossom forest, there was a large open space, which Lin Xian transformed into a small freshwater lake. Lin Xian has made this place so nice because he thinks the environment here is good and wants to turn it into a place to settle down, or rather, a home. That's right, a home. By the edge of the lake, Lin Xian built a small house and a pavilion with stones and wood. In the lake, he just needs to introduce a suitable amount of fish and shrimp. After that, without causing any damage, Lin Xian transformed into various elements, changing successively into mercury, air, metal, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, white clouds, miasma, storms, and auroras. Auroras are a spectacular and colorful plasma phenomenon that occurs in the high altitudes near the Earth's polar regions, appearing as brilliant and beautiful lights at night. The Earth in Universe 7 of the Dragon Ball world, like the Earth in Lin Xian's previous life, also has the South Pole and North Pole. Auroras in the South Pole are called Aurora Australis, while those in the North Pole are called Aurora Borealis. The auroras on Earth are produced by high-energy charged particle flows from the Earth's magnetosphere or the Sun, which excite and ionize the upper atmosphere's molecules or atoms. Auroras occur in the sky above areas close to the geomagnetic poles, generally appearing in banded, arc-shaped, curtain-like, or radiating forms, with these shapes sometimes stable and sometimes continuously changing. 3 conditions are necessary for auroras to occur: atmosphere, magnetic field, and high-energy charged particles. Auroras are not only present on Earth, but also occur on other planets in the solar system that have magnetic fields. In simple terms, auroras are colorful, non-blinding lights. When Lin Xian unleashed his storm, it didn't create a strong wind or a tornado. It only produced a gentle breeze that caused the petals from the cherry blossom trees to fall onto the lake and the ground. Coupled with the colorful auroras in the sky, the scenery here became even more beautiful. At this moment, Lin Xian and Bulma, along with others, were lying on the ground covered with cherry blossom petals, gazing at the auroras above. Lin Xian was talking to Bulma while reviewing the branch abilities he had used. As mentioned earlier, Lin Xian had tried 12 types of branch abilities: petrification, flame transformation, smoke transformation, sand transformation, lightning transformation, freezing transformation, flashing transformation, dark transformation, magma transformation, swamp transformation, gas transformation, and snow-cold transformation. Additionally, he later tried earth transformation, wood transformation, water flow transformation, mercury transformation, air transformation, metal transformation, bronze transformation, silver transformation, gold transformation, diamond transformation, cloud transformation, miasma transformation, storm transformation, and aurora transformation, totaling 14 types of branch abilities. In total, there were 26 types of elemental branch abilities. Metal transformation, wood transformation, water flow transformation, flame transformation, and earth transformation represent the 5 elemental attributes. Adding freezing transformation, lightning transformation, storm transformation, flashing transformation, and dark transformation. These make up the 10 major attributes. Bronze, silver, and gold are all categorized under metals, but the 3 are special and have been classified separately. As for metal transformation, it usually refers to steel. For metal abilities, Lin Xian could refer to the character Sanyu from Thief Star, September Sky. His ability, the 7th sense, the art of controlling metal, is one of the 8 elements. Techniques include floating life, thousands of blades return to 1, sword rain fireworks, metal frenzy, metal decomposition, and metal transformation. The 6-winged silver-white wings formed by condensing metal behind Sanyu still linger in Lin Xian's memory. Moreover, Lin Xian could also refer to Mr. One from One Piece, who is the user of the Chop Chop fruit, Des Bonus. The Chop Chop fruit allows the user to turn any part of their body into a blade, while also making their skin as hard as steel. Naturally, Lin Xian, with metal transformation, could also turn any part of his body into a steel blade. Techniques include mastering the slash, turning his hand into a blade shape to grasp and cut the opponent, dust slash, cutting objects into tiny pieces, annihilation slash, crossing his arms to cut the opponent, spiral slash, turning his wrist into a blade shape and using high-speed rotation to cut the opponent, foam daisy slash, opening his hands to withstand the opponent's impact and then releasing a radial slash, dust slash speed blade, turning his heel into a blade shape and sliding out like ice skates. Brother Lin Xian, was your golden transformation, silver transformation, and diamond transformation just a way for Yulong to look at you with envy for wealth? From bronze to silver and then to gold, Lin Xian merely changed from blue to white and then to gold, without creating anything new. Lin Xian said lightly, with my current strength, I can create unlimited gold, silver, and diamonds. But I won't do that. I will only create a moderate amount. Otherwise, the gold, silver, and diamonds on Earth will depreciate significantly. Xiao Xian is right. Bulma first agreed with Lin Xian's words, then sighed. Xiao Xian, you can create unlimited gold, diamonds, and silver. You could soon replace my family and become the richest person in the world. Lin Xian hadn't opened his mouth to respond to Bulma when he heard Puar, lying on the petals, say to Yamcha beside him, Yamcha, look how beautiful the moon is tonight. The moon? Hearing Puar's words, Goku instinctively looked up at the moon in the sky. Today was the night of the full moon. It's a full moon. My grandpa never let me look at it, so I could only sneak a peek. Looking at the round moon, Goku murmured to himself. Just as he continued to gaze at the moon, he suddenly felt his body tense up. A flash of red gleamed in his eyes. His expression turned ferocious. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a glint shone from his teeth. Goku felt his blood boiling uncontrollably, like it was on fire, and his consciousness shifted from clarity to chaos. The transformed Goku sat up and let out a wild roar that echoed and spread in all directions. The commotion Goku caused changed the expressions of Bulma, Yamcha, and the others. They stood up, looking at Goku in shock. Stay back. This is my fight now. Goku has lost his rationality, and his power has increased tenfold. If you stand this close, he could kill you, Lin Xian said to everyone present. With Lin Xian's fighting power, even if it was because of him, Goku at this moment was stronger than in the original story at the same period. Not to mention a tenfold increase. Even if his fighting power increased 20-fold, he could resolve it with a single move. Lin Xian didn't want to miss this opportunity to boost his fighting power. His bloodline and techniques were waiting to be enhanced. As for the things that would be destroyed by Goku later, he could just repair them afterward. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and the little rabbit quickly fled from Goku's side. At this moment, Goku's clothes had already torn, and his bones were continuously expanding, making crackling sounds. Accompanying this was Goku's roar. Goku's once small body was completely gone. He had transformed into a giant ape, covered in fur, towering about 10 meters tall. Is this really Goku? Bulma said incredulously. Goku looks so terrifying like this, Oolong said, trembling. Thinking about Lin Xian's strength, combined with the various elemental transformations earlier, Oolong calmed his fear and said, Leaving Goku to brother Lin Xian is definitely the right choice. No matter how terrifying he is, he won't be a match for brother Lin Xian. Saiyan, Son Goku, normal fighting power, 12 angry fighting power, 16 great ape transformation fighting power, 120 Lin Xian looked at Wukong. He already knew the specific combat power of Wukong after his great ape transformation, which had indeed increased tenfold. It could be said that Wukong was now strong enough to fight Master Roshi head-on. Lin Xian muttered to himself, besides destroying the moon, the only option is to remove his tail at the end like in the original. The giant ape that Wukong transformed into started moving, causing the ground to collapse wherever it went. Many cherry blossom trees were crushed, and the castle was severely damaged. Ding. Acquired Bloodline attribute. Low-level Saiyan Bloodline fragment. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Great Ape transformation fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 70. Ding. Acquired Bloodline attribute. Low-level Saiyan Bloodline fragment. Wukong, like a madman, wildly swung his gigantic fists, destroying everything in sight. In the face of Wukong's immense power, the castle seemed as fragile as paper, quickly turning to ruins after just 2 or 3 punches. The senseless Wukong in his great ape form only had rage flashing in his eyes, rampaging and venting his destructive desires. At this moment, Wukong's gaze fixed on Lin Xian, and he aimed to attack him. However, before he could make a move, Lin Xian kicked him over. The great ape quickly got up from the ground, picked up a stone from beside him, and threw it down at Lin Xian from a height. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Great Ape transformation fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 100. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Low-level Saiyan bloodline fragment. Wukong, transformed into a great ape, was experiencing a bloodline attribute explosion, continuously dropping bloodline attribute fragments. The great ape transformation also became a special ability, continuously dropping as well. Looking at Lin Xian, he did not dodge the incoming boulder and kicked it apart with a single kick. The shattered stone turned into many small pieces, crashing onto the ground and creating numerous small pits. What immense power! Yamcha praised. Rabbit brother, if you shake hands with Wukong now, can you turn him into a carrot? The one who asked this question was Puar. In the team, Puar and Oolong called the little rabbit brother. Previously, he was known as Rabbit Boss. But due to the age and power disparity, only Lin Xian, Bulma, and Wukong dared to call the little rabbit boss. Yamcha was more conventional and just called him Rabbit. No way. The little rabbit shook his head and said, the power gap is too great. The stone did not hit Lin Xian, and the great ape Wukong pounced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was obviously taking it easy, collecting attributes and boosting combat power. Ding. Collected combat power attribute. 90. Ding. Collected combat power attribute. 100. Ding. Collected bloodline attribute. Lower level Saiyan bloodline fragment. Ding. Collected combat power attribute. 110. With the combat power nearly maxed out, Lin Xian used his flashing ability to throw a ring and sever Goku's tail. After losing his tail, Goku, in his giant ape form, stood frozen for a second. The next moment, he began to shrink in size due to the loss of his tail. Soon, Goku, completely unclothed, lay on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, his small mouth slightly open, breathing in and out, already in a deep sleep, with an innocent expression on his face. Seeing Goku return to his normal state, everyone except Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sensed that Goku, who was sleeping soundly on the ground, had increased his fighting power after transforming into a great ape. His original fighting power of 12 had risen by about 1/3 to 16. Saiyan, Son Goku's normal fighting power, 16, angry fighting power, 21, great ape transformation fighting power, 160. Indeed, after looking at Goku's fighting power, his normal fighting power had increased from 12 to 16, which was exactly 1/3 of his previous power. Xiao Xian, thanks to you, otherwise we would be in big trouble. I didn't expect Goku to turn into a monster, Bulma said, glancing at the sleeping Goku with relief. Oolong chimed in, yeah, I can't believe this guy Goku could be so terrifying. I was scared stiff at first, and even broke out in a cold sweat. In response, Lin Xian said, I also didn't pay attention. Goku can't look at the moon when it's full. As soon as he sees the moon, he'll transform into that great ape. His grandfather, Son Gohan, was crushed to death by him after he transformed. But Goku is unaware of this and thinks his grandfather died at the hands of a monster. He should discover this himself. Full moon? It's all my fault. If I hadn't mentioned the moon, Goku wouldn't have looked at it, Pu'er said, lowering her head in self-reproach. Lin Xian said to Pu'er, you don't need to blame yourself. The moon is in the sky, and even if you don't mention it, Wukong will see it. It's just a matter of time. After this, Lin Xian restored the castle, the ground, and the cherry blossom forest that Wukong had destroyed to their original state. Then, Lin Xian looked at his gains this time. Low-level miracle power fragments. 5,005,000 giant ape transformation fragments. 1,000,100 lower-level Saiyan bloodline fragments. 100. 100 the low-level miracle power fragments were picked up by Lin Xian when the dragon granted his wish. He needs 5,000 fragments to synthesize low-level miracle power. If Lin Xian possesses this special ability, he can help others fulfill their wishes just like the dragon. The level of the wish and when it can be realized are similar to the Earth Dragon. The giant ape transformation and lower-level Saiyan bloodline were also obtained through this battle power grind, but they have not been synthesized yet. Not to mention the lower-level Saiyan bloodline. The special ability of giant ape transformation allows him to transform into a giant ape during a full moon, increasing his battle power tenfold, which is unrelated to the bloodline. If the giant ape weren't so ugly, Lin Xian would have accepted the giant ape transformation. Host, Lin Xian battle power, 222 bloodline. Earthling, king level, super ability. Handshake turns into a carrot elemental special abilities. Water breathing, max power, sensing aura, transformation technique, levitation. 850 times strength, life restoration techniques. 6 styles of body techniques, mastery. Rock, paper, scissors, great achievement. Wolfang fist, proficient. Kamehameha, proficient. Lin Xian spent 10,000 battle power to upgrade his bloodline to the king level, and spent 60,000 battle power to elevate his 6 styles of body technique from beginner to proficient. Finally mastering the life return ability, adding 1 more to his special abilities. With the bloodline upgraded to king level, Lin Xian's lifespan increased to 300 years. This means that Lin Xian can now live for 300 years. The previously mentioned bloodline levels are ordinary, excellent, elite, king, and emperor. It was also mentioned that there is a significant gap between elite and king levels. Aside from the talent gap, the biggest difference is lifespan. The lifespan of an elite bloodline is the same as that of an ordinary person. The emperor bloodline above the king level can extend lifespan to 500 years. Above the emperor bloodline, higher levels of bloodlines are emperor level, transcendence level, immortal level, divine level, super divine level, and holy level. The emperor level bloodline has a lifespan of 5,000 years. The transcendence level bloodline has a lifespan of 10,000 years. The immortal level bloodline has a lifespan of 100 million years. The divine level bloodline has a lifespan of 10 billion years. The super divine level bloodline is immortal. The holy level bloodline, above the super divine level, has a concept of super immortality in terms of lifespan. Once the bloodline level reaches divine level, its potential is equivalent to that of a god of destruction. The immortal level bloodline below the divine level possesses the strongest potential below the god of destruction, not at the level of the Earth's Korin Tower Master. The super divine level bloodline above the divine level has potential that surpasses that of the god of destruction. And those gods above the god of destruction can achieve greatness beyond the god of destruction with an immortal lifespan. The holy level bloodline above the super divine level is the strongest level of bloodline among Earthlings according to the system classification. Not only potential, but as the bloodline level rises higher, Lin Xian himself is also evolving and gaining abilities. For example, when his bloodline level reaches transcendence level, he can survive in the vacuum of space without relying on any external force and can go a long time without eating or drinking. It is important to note that those who can survive in the vacuum of space are all strong individuals or powerful races. Lin Xian has seen in the original work that a race capable of surviving in the universe is the Frisia's race of ice demons, which is extremely powerful and a special race in the universe. A few strong beings, even without reaching the divine realm, which is the realm of gods, can also survive in the universe. Majin Buu and Cell are examples. In short, Saiyans and the transformed Super Saiyans cannot survive in the universe. The realm of gods is where gods reside, and naturally, gods can survive in the universe. In the battle between gods and Dragon Ball Super, Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan God, fought against the god of destruction Beerus in space. The Angel Whis from Universe 7 is stronger than Beerus, and Beerus was trained by him. Like Beerus, He can also survive in a vacuum of space and converse freely. After reviewing his recent gains, Lin Xian's gaze turned to Goku, who was sleeping on the ground without any clothes. In the next moment, Lin Xian transformed into gold and waved his hand, causing golden powder to fall from his hand onto Goku, which quickly transformed into a set of golden armor. This golden armor was made of pure gold, shining on Goku, resembling the golden armor from Saint Seiya, though it was far from comparable to the golden armor of the saints. Oolong's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "So cool." Pu'er also had shining eyes and said, "So awesome." The difference was that Oolong displayed a greedy expression. "Big brother Lin Xian, can you give me a set of golden armor too?" Oolong requested. Yamcha, who had just escaped from the desert bandits, couldn't hold back anymore and also showed a greedy look, saying, I want a set of golden armor too. Hey, don't you think armor made of gold is tacky? Bulma, from the richest family on Earth, thought the golden armor was quite gaudy. But her next words were a big twist. She said, although this armor is tacky, if it's given by Xiao Xian, I would still really like it. After all, he is my... At this point, Bulma paused. Her gaze and expression indicated that she would be happy with anything Lin Xian gave her. Seeing that everyone wanted a set of golden armor, even Bulma was no exception. Lin Xian fulfilled their wishes, including Lin Xian himself. Everyone received a set of golden armor, without counting the massive creation of gold. It is worth mentioning that gold and diamonds are also very valuable in the universe, even serving as a circulating currency. In the selection martial arts tournament for the Gods of Destruction in the 6th and 7th universes of Dragon Ball Super, the God of Destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, selected 5 contestants and promised rewards of gold, diamonds, and other treasures. The God of Destruction from Universe 7, Beerus, also offered rewards, specifically to the contestant Manaka, which were treasures mainly consisting of gold and diamonds. The 7 sets of golden armor made the scene glitter with gold. The weight of the golden armor varied. With Lin Xian's combat power, having a mountain pressed down on him was no problem. For Bulma, who was unarmed, the golden armor was too heavy, and it would be surprising if she wasn't crushed. Bulma's golden armor was the lightest, but its defensive power was only stronger, not weaker. After all, this was created by Lin Xian, with defensive power higher than ordinary gold. With the search for the Dragon Balls concluded, Lin Xian needed to arrange things for Yamcha, Pu'er, Oolong, and the Little Rabbit. So, Lin Xian said to the 4 of them, from now on, you will be members of the Golden Army. And this castle will be the headquarters of the Golden Army. Golden Army? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Yamcha, Pu'er, Oolong, and the Little Rabbit thought it over and felt there was nothing unacceptable. Oolong asked Lin Xian, big brother Lin Xian, are we called the Golden Army because of the golden armor we wear? Looking at Oolong in the golden armor, Lin Xian recalled a saying, even if a pig is dressed in gold, it is still a pig. Lin Xian replied, this is one aspect, and another reason is that the Earth has the Red Ribbon Army, which we are benchmarking against, so we call ourselves the Golden Army, also known as the Golden Armor Legion. Let's get to know the Red Ribbon Army, also known as the Red Silk Army or Black Silk Army, which is an evil organization that appears in Dragon Ball. The Red Ribbon Army possesses high-tech equipment and immense financial resources, made up of a group of ruthless warriors that even regular armies fear. Founded by Commander Black, it has many talented subordinates who deceive their followers by claiming they are collecting Dragon Balls to conquer the world, while setting strict military rules, executing all who fail to complete their tasks. Due to their numerous wicked deeds, the Red Ribbon Army was ultimately destroyed by Sun Wukong. The army scientist, Dr. Gero, escaped and later created androids in an attempt to kill Sun Wukong, but they were all defeated by the Z-Fighters. In today's Earth, the Red Ribbon Army has long existed. Their goal is the Dragon Balls. Now, they either do not know about the Dragon Balls or have not created a Dragon Ball radar. Once they do, they will naturally become enemies. Not to mention that Wukong wants to retrieve the 4-star ball. Lin Xian also wants to collect the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and gather fragments to synthesize low-level miracle power. Looking at the people present, their expressions all changed. The Red Silk Army, the Red Ribbon Army, is an extremely terrifying existence. In Oolong's eyes, 10 Ox Kings combined are not as formidable as the Red Ribbon Army. In Yamcha's and Bunny's eyes, their previous identities as desert bandits and leaders of the Bunny Army are merely small fry in front of the Red Ribbon Army. After a while, the people present calmed down. Bulma originally wanted to persuade Lin Xian, and Yamcha, Bunny, and Oolong also subconsciously wanted to advise him. But thinking of Lin Xian's strength, combined with the abilities he obtained from the dragon, the Red Ribbon Army didn't seem that daunting after all. Lin Xian has strength and wealth, and if that's not enough, he can still recruit soldiers. Is he really afraid of the Red Satin Brigade? Yamucha was curious and couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin Xian, our Golden Army, the Golden Armor Corps, is indeed comparable to the Red Silk Army and the Red Satin Brigade. But is it a bit hasty for us to confront them head-on like this? Lin Xian explained to Yamucha and others. It's not that we are at odds with them, but they will eventually be our enemies. Let me tell you, the goal of the Red Ribbon Army is the Dragon Balls, just like Pilaf. A year from now, we will still be collecting the Dragon Balls. At this point, I don't need to say more, you should understand. Everyone present understood. Bulma asked, Xian, how do you know the Red Ribbon Army wants to collect the Dragon Balls? That's not important. Lin Xian waved his hand. He couldn't say he had seen the plot, could he? The Golden Army, the Golden Armor Corps. The future prototype of the Z Fighters was established just like that. Suddenly, Lin Xian asked Bulma, Bulma, do you remember that you lost a bet to me and owe me a favor? Of course I remember, Bulma pouted. All right, I want you to agree to this favor now. Wait for me for a few years, and when I grow up, marry me. As Lin Xian spoke, he turned diamond and produced a large diamond ring, handing it to Bulma. The band of the ring was made of metal. Well, others buy diamond rings for marriage or engagement, but Lin Xian created a diamond ring himself, saving him money. This sudden scene made Bulma blush, and she was at a loss for words. Agree to him. After exchanging glances, Yamucha, Oolong, Puar, and the little rabbit began to support their big brother Lin Xian. I agree to you. Bulma, who already had feelings for Lin Xian, readily agreed when he proposed the condition without needing any additional encouragement. What made Bulma a bit frustrated was that the person giving her the diamond ring was not the real Lin Xian 10 years later, but the 8-year-old Lin Xian pretending to be 10 years older. Not only that, but he also produced the ring without kneeling, showing no understanding of romance at all. Although she felt a bit frustrated, it didn't stop Bulma from quickly extending her hand for Lin Xian to put the ring on her finger. In her heart, Bulma thought that this time she would let Lin Xian off the hook, but when they got engaged or married, he must kneel down and romantically propose to her like a prince. After Bulma put on the diamond ring, she went aside with Lin Xian to whisper, leaving Goku, who was sleeping on the ground, along with Yamucha, Oolong, Puar, and the little rabbit. Yamucha and the others had no gossip. Oolong asked Puar, I want you to teach me the complete transformation technique. Puar was taken aback. Oolong explained, you know my transformation technique isn't complete. I have to wait 1 minute after every 5 minutes. Now that the Golden Armor Corps is established and our enemy will be the Red Ribbon Army, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. All right, I'll teach you. Puar agreed to Oolong. Yamucha and the little rabbit also decided to train seriously. After a while, everyone was very tired. Seeing Goku's sleeping posture, they couldn't help but yawn and wanted to rest and sleep. They carried Goku into the castle and found several rooms. Soon, everyone fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun rose from the east and it was dawn. A streak of fish-belly white lit up the sky. In one room, Lin Xian and Bulma were still fast asleep. The next second, shouting broke the morning silence, waking everyone up with the loud cries. My tail! Where's my tail? Why my tail gone? Goku was the first to wake up, and, upon discovering the anomaly in his body, immediately became flustered. Although Goku was stronger than ordinary people, he was still a child, continuously wobbling and falling as he repeated the cycle of falling and getting up, trying to adapt to the balance without his tail. Lin Xian and the others were awakened by Wukong, who was in a bad mood. When they heard him asking about the whereabouts of his precious tail, everyone agreed to change the subject and did not mention the incident from yesterday, when he transformed into a giant ape. Wukong was simple-minded and quickly forgot things he couldn't understand beyond getting stronger. Before long, he wore an innocent smile again and no longer cared about the tail. In the morning, Lin Xian felt hungry and called for Oolong to prepare a large spread of dishes. The 7 of them gathered around, chatting and eating breakfast. Xiao Xian, eat more, Bulma said as she served Lin Xian some food. Oolong, your cooking is really good. In terms of cooking skills, no one here can compare to you. You truly deserve to be the chef designated by the big brother. Yamucha praised Oolong. The 7 people sitting around a large dining table were all wearing golden armor. To enhance the atmosphere, the bowls and chopsticks they used, along with the dining table and chairs, were all transformed into gold by Lin Xian before the meal. This golden armor isn't as comfortable as my previous clothes. It's too awkward, Wukong mumbled while devouring the food on the table. Oolong had just explained to him the concept of gold. Although Wukong understood that gold was expensive for someone as simple-minded as him who didn't care about money. Comfort was the most important thing. Wearing the golden armor wasn't particularly comfortable, but it was definitely not uncomfortable either. Wukong was used to wearing the simplest clothes. And since he had slept in the golden armor last night without anyone helping him take it off, it contributed to his feeling of discomfort. It's important to note that the golden armor was created by Lin Xian, and wearing it increased defense, so it wouldn't be uncomfortable. After all, Lin Xian wouldn't make himself suffer. TCH, Wukong, if you sold that golden armor you're wearing, you could buy at least hundreds of the clothes you used to wear. Oolong explained to Wukong again, then joked, "You're not a member of the Golden Armor Legion, so give me your golden armor. I'll find a place and use the best materials to make you 10 sets of the clothes you used to wear." Of course, Oolong was just joking. He wouldn't dare to ask for it if Wukong actually agreed. However, he wasn't wrong about one thing. Among the 7 people present, Lin Xian was the leader and creator of the Golden Armor Legion, while Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and the rabbit were members of the Golden Armor Legion. Bulma, as Lin Xian's future wife, naturally counted as part of the Golden Armor Legion too, leaving Wukong as the only one not included. In the eyes of Yamcha and the others, Lin Xian didn't let Wukong join the Golden Armor Legion because once the Dragon Balls were collected, Wukong will be going to Master Roshi to train. The Golden Armor Legion? Wukong asked, confused. What is that? The person explaining the Golden Armor Legion was Yamcha. Wukong temporarily stopped eating, looked down at the golden armor on him, and said, "I didn't expect this uncomfortable golden armor to have this significance. Xiao Xian, I will definitely take good care of this golden armor. The goal of the Red Ribbon Army is the Dragon Balls, and I want to retrieve my grandfather's relic, the 4-star ball, so let me join the Golden Armor Legion too." "Sure," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Welcome, Wukong," Puar said, with Wukong joining. "We're all on the same team again." At this moment, Bulma, sitting next to Lin Xian, spoke up and tentatively asked Xiao Xian, "I still have to go to school. I plan to head back to West City after breakfast. Do you want to come with me?" Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and the rabbit all perked up their ears, looking at Lin Xian. They felt something was off about the leader of the newly established Golden Armor Legion leaving the headquarters so soon. Before Lin Xian could respond, Wukong asked Xiao Xian, "Aren't you going to train with me at Grandpa Roshi's?" Lin Xian put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and said to everyone, "I won't miss out on Shidu, the headquarters here, or Master Roshi's place." Then, Lin Xian smiled and said, "I can transform into light, turn into lightning, and control the clouds in the sky. There are many ways to fly, so getting to any place on Earth is not a problem. Traveling between Shidu, the headquarters, and Master Roshi's place is a piece of cake. Besides, in this world, we have mobile phones and the internet, so we can stay in touch 24/7. That's right. With your abilities, Xiao Xian, you can travel between these 3 places in a short time," Bulma exclaimed. Lin Xian's words made Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and Rabbit no longer feel anything was amiss. Wukong eagerly asked, "Xiao Xian, when are we going to Master Roshi's place?" "After I send Bulma back to West City and return from there," Lin Xian replied. At this point, Lin Xian said to Bulma, "The beautiful chief scientist of the Golden Army, the genius beautiful girl scientist Miss Bulma, please help me create a foldable phone that can automatically connect to the internet with a signal that is not easily blocked and hard to destroy, to make some communication devices for the Golden Army, so that the members can contact each other. Don't worry, Xiao Xian, I've got this, it's a piece of cake." Bulma, who loves to hear such compliments, was even happier hearing them from Lin Xian. After she agreed, she added, "Xiao Xian, I see there are many mechanical devices in this castle. Many of them are good. I can create what you want right here in the castle. However, for the phone to be hard to destroy, you will need to create some special metals." "No problem," Lin Xian made an okay gesture. After Bulma finished her meal, she went to use the machines left by Pilaf in the castle to create what Lin Xian wanted, while Lin Xian assisted and was responsible for creating the rare metals. In less than 2 hours, Bulma had made what Lin Xian requested. She said to Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, your abilities are incredibly useful for science. My father should really like you, or rather, he would be impressed by your elemental ability. Just the ability to create rare metals alone would make all scientists in the field envious." As she spoke, she handed the created items to Lin Xian. First, the communication device, which was small like a Bluetooth headset, contained a system that could connect to other devices, allowing communication with other members of the Golden Armored Army. The device could be worn in the ear or mounted on the helmet of the Golden Armor. There were a total of 24 devices, and Bulma made a few extra for spare parts or future members. In the future, it would be our golden communicator, since it could be matched with a golden armor. Lin Xian also changed the casing of the communicator to gold, naming it the Golden Communicator. As for the phone that Lin Xian wanted, while Bulma was making it, Lin Xian spoke about the foldable phones from his previous life. Thus, a super foldable phone, resembling the ones from Lin Xian's past life, was born. This phone was impressive. The system was programmed by Bulma herself, capable of hacking into any network on Earth. The AI on the phone was also very powerful, and combined with the metal Lin Xian created that had strong anti-damage capabilities, the phone was completely fireproof and waterproof. The super foldable phone was not just remarkable for these reasons. The battery, of course, was also made by Bulma, with a capacity and charging method that far surpassed Lin Xian's previous life phone. The most common charging method was direct electric charging, allowing it to last for a month with just 1 minute of charging. It could also convert thermal and light energy into electrical energy, meaning it could charge via solar energy. As long as there was sunlight, the super foldable phone would automatically absorb heat and light energy, recharging itself when the battery was low and storing energy when not in use. In summary, Lin Xian would not have any opportunity to charge it with a charger. Moreover, Lin Xian also had elemental abilities. For Bulma, creating the super foldable phone for Lin Xian was just a casual task. If it weren't for the time constraint, she could have made an even more advanced phone for Lin Xian in her lab. Before sending Bulma back to West City, Lin Xian distributed the golden communicators to each member of the Golden Armored Army, keeping one for himself, and gave the rest to Yamcha for safekeeping. As they walked out of the castle with Bulma, Lin Xian turned to Yamcha and the others were seeing them off and instructed, "Yamcha, you guys go find some fish and shrimp and release an appropriate amount into the lake." "No problem. Leave it to us," Yamcha nodded. Lin Xian waved his hand and created a large cloud, then took Bulma's hand and stood on the cloud. Goku exclaimed, "A cloud that can carry people, just like my Nimbus." "Yeah," Oolong agreed, saying, "Aside from the color difference, Goku's Nimbus is yellow, while the cloud that big brother Lin Xian made is white and larger in area. There's really not much difference. Both can carry people." "No." Lin Xian shook his head and said to Goku, "The cloud I made can't compare to your Nimbus in terms of being summoned at will. As for speed, it's created by me, so I can control its speed." Goku, unwilling to back down, said, "Little Xian, when we go to Master Roshi's place, let's have a good comparison to see if your cloud is faster or my Nimbus is faster." "Okay." After saying that, Lin Xian controlled the cloud and flew towards West City. "Safe travels." Per's voice echoed. Bulma was flying on the cloud for the first time, and she remarked, "This is what it feels like to fly on a cloud. It's really nice, much better than sitting in a flying machine." Lin Xian was taking care of her and didn't let Bai Yunfei fly too fast. Otherwise, Bulma probably wouldn't have said such a thing. West City, an important city on Earth in the Dragon Ball world, is known for its climate, environment, and high level of technology. Because this city is located in the West, people refer to it as West City, also known as the Western Capital. West City and East City are the two most prosperous cities on Earth. East City, also known as the Eastern Capital, was the landing point for the Saiyans when they invaded Earth and the first city where they vented their anger. The hot-tempered Nappa immediately destroyed the entire East City upon arrival. West City is the city most frequently described in the Dragon Ball series. Later, due to the small size of Kame House, the Z fighters gradually moved from Kame House to Bulma's Capsule Corporation in West City, where many daily plots of the Dragon Ball series take place. As a Dragon Ball fan, Lin Xian clearly remembers how many cities there are on Earth in this world. In the original storyline, the rejuvenated Piccolo conquered the world in less than half a day, claiming to be the king of the world, announcing the abolition of all laws, and releasing all prisoners. Criminals and rioters surged out, attacking cities, and the entire world fell into chaos. Piccolo also announced that every year on May 9th, his coronation day, he would destroy a region. It was stated that there are a total of 43 regions on Earth in Dragon Ball, meaning 43 cities, and within at most 43 years. The cities of Earth would be completely destroyed. If the Demon King Piccolo had not been defeated, West City would have been the first city he destroyed. As usual, this big city was bustling with traffic, with hover cars moving both on the ground and in the air, and people were busy with their own affairs, presenting a typical urban scene. No one noticed that above this prosperous city, on a white cloud, stood a man and a woman. Controlling the cloud to float over the Capsule Corporation, Lin Xian let it descend into the yard of Bulma's home. In front of Lin Xian was a large circular villa, the size and luxury of which showcased Bulma's family's wealth. "Xiao Xian, let me show you around my house," Bulma said as she led Lin Xian into the villa. Upon entering, it felt like stepping into a different world, resembling a zoo with many types of dinosaurs running around. "This is the garden on the first floor of my house," Bulma introduced to Lin Xian. As Bulma spoke, a robotic maid and a spherical robot came over to greet her, welcoming Bulma back. Afterwards, Bulma took Lin Xian to the second floor. At the same time, Lin Xian transformed back into the appearance of an 8-year-old child. In Lin Xian's words, it would be inappropriate to meet Bulma's parents without showing his true appearance. Bulma, I heard the robot downstairs say you came back. Let me see your mom. You've become even more beautiful and brought back a little handsome guy. A young blonde woman cheerfully walked into Bulma's room and greeted her. This young-looking woman was Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief. Mrs. Brief looked at Lin Xian, and both Lin Xian and Bulma were wearing golden armor, which naturally caught her attention. She glanced back and forth between Lin Xian and Bulma, then walked over to Lin Xian, took his small hand, and smiled, saying, "Little handsome guy, are you Bulma's friend? You look so cute. Would you like to drink some grape juice? I happen to have some here. Or do you want something else? I could prepare it for you." Lin Xian said, "Andy, there's no need to be so troublesome. Just give me a glass of grape juice." Lin Xian, who had read the original work, understood very well what kind of person Bulma's mother was. As long as someone was younger than her, Bulma's mother would refer to them as little handsome guy. In the original work, Goku also received the same treatment when he visited Bulma's house. "Little handsome guy, here's your grape juice. And there's more if it's not enough." Mrs. Brief handed Lin Xian a glass of grape juice from the tray in her hand. "Mom, this is Lin Xian. You could just call him Xiao Xian." Bulma introduced Lin Xian to her mother. "Xiao Xian, don't call me Annie, just call me sister." Upon hearing her mother's words, Bulma's eyes twitched slightly as she said, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Mrs. Brief still smiled and said to Bulma, "Don't be angry. Xiao Xian hasn't said anything yet." Then Mrs. Brief pointed to the golden armor Bulma was wearing and asked, "By the way, Bulma, weren't you out collecting Dragon Balls? Why did you come back dressed like this?" At this moment, Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, walked in. Now, both of Bulma's parents were present. Dr. Brief asked Bulma, "Did you fulfill your wish while searching for the Dragon Balls? And who is this little guy?" The little guy Dr. Brief referred to as Lin Xian. In response to her parents' questions, Bulma recounted everything about her journey to find the Dragon Balls, including the promise she made to Lin Xian last night to marry him when he grows up. This. Dr. Brief was at a loss for words. His daughter went out and even brought back a future son-in-law, but the key was that this future son-in-law was far too young, only 8 years old. No matter how impressive he was still just a child, half the age of his daughter. On the other hand, Mrs. Brief was all smiles. As soon as she came in, she noticed that the relationship between Lin Xian and her daughter was not ordinary. Mrs. Brief said to Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, quickly let sister see what you look like in 10 years. Are you as handsome as Bulma said?" As she wished, Lin Xian transformed into his appearance 10 years later. The golden armor on Lin Xian changed with him, under his control. He still had the same pure black hair, a height of 186 meters with a perfect golden ratio, clear and bright gentle eyes, a straight nose, fair and smooth skin, and exquisitely beautiful features. Seeing Lin Xian 10 years later, Mrs. Brief was immediately smitten, just like Bulma was back then. When Bulma first saw Lin Xian 10 years later, she fainted after just one glance. Unlike Bulma, although Mrs. Brief was also infatuated, she did not faint. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief, while admiring Lin Xian's handsome appearance, understood why his daughter was willing to wait for Lin Xian to grow up. Seeing the expressions on her parents' faces, Bulma proudly asked, "Mom, what do you think? I wasn't exaggerating at all, was I?" Lin Xian said, "Mom, Dad, Bulma has already agreed to marry me in the future, so I won't call you aunt and uncle anymore. It's just a matter of time before I change how I address you, but for now I'll still call you that." Lin Xian just called Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, Annie, but Mrs. Brief told Lin Xian to call her sister. Lin Xian directly skipped that and called her mom and dad. Bulma blushed at this. Mrs. Brief grabbed Lin Xian's arm and said with a smile, "Little Xian, since you've changed how you address me, don't change it back. In the future, even if you don't marry Bulma and don't become our son-in-law, just come and be my son. I have 2 daughters, but no son." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded with a smile. "Mom, what are you saying?" Bulma said somewhat gloomily, mainly because her mother's words sounded harsh. "What does it mean that he might not marry Bulma in the future?" Looking at Dr. Brief, Lin Xian's sudden call of Dad caught him off guard. After that, Mr. and Mrs. Brief accompanied Lin Xian for a chat. Dr. Brief, who was originally supposed to go to the lab to do research, temporarily set aside his studies. Lin Xian's situation was understood by the couple. He was wealthy, good-looking, very intelligent, and incredibly powerful, yet he had no family. When discussing science, Lin Xian, who was not a scientist and lacked knowledge in this area, proposed technological ideas that were quite impressive. During this time, Lin Xian also created many rare metals, which he gave to Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, completely accepted Lin Xian as a prospective son-in-law. Not to mention, Lin Xian's elementalization ability was extremely helpful to him. In terms of developing elementalization branch abilities, Dr. Brief provided guidance to Lin Xian, enabling him to synthesize decay from chemical elements, granting him the branch ability of decay. Although darkness also had decay attributes, it was not a specialized decay, and in terms of decay, it could not match the decay ability. How powerful is singular decay? Decay is similar to the destructive energy of a god of destruction. It can be said that the decay synthesized by Lin Xian from chemical elements is a lower version of destructive energy. In Lin Xian's memory, he recalled an anime from his previous life where the decay ability was famously powerful. This was the character Grimjow Jagerjax from the anime Bleach, who was once the king of Hueco Mundo. Grimjow's decay ability could affect anything, and even his power could be praised for its time manipulation, allowing for rapid aging through decay. Whether it was Kido or Zanpakuto, they would gradually turn to ash under his decay ability. Once the death sigh was unleashed, Xuan, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Godii, 13, and the highest commander of the secret mobile force, could only flee. However, she did not escape. After being touched by a hint of decay, the decay ability spread through her body like a maggot. If it weren't for Omida's timely rescue, Xuan would have been finished. The combat power in Bleach is not low, but compared to Dragon Ball, it falls far behind. The decay ability, in Lin Xian's hands, would be used even better than by Grimjow. By noon, Lin Xian had a lavish lunch with Bulma and the Brief couple at Bulma's home. Not long after, Lin Xian was about to leave. Even though they could contact each other anytime, and Lin Xian could visit her often, Bulma still felt reluctant as she saw him about to go. Lin Xian left, transforming into a beam of light. When he came to West City, he was with Bulma, but now he was alone on the way back, of course at the fastest speed. He returned home, to the headquarters of the Golden Armor Legion. After Lin Xian returned, he taught the 6 techniques of body arts to Yamcha for him to practice, and then went back to Baozi Mountain with Goku. On the way back to Baozi Mountain, Goku rode on his Nimbus, while Lin Xian maneuvered his White Cloud, and the two raced against each other. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xian arrived at Baozi Mountain first. They returned to Baozi Mountain because Goku wanted to go home to take a look and gather some bedding and supplies to prepare for their training accommodations. After leaving Baozi Mountain, the two stood on different clouds and rushed towards the vast sea, heading straight for Master Roshi's place. Goku had been to Master Roshi's house before, and Lin Xian could sense the energy, so they didn't have to search. They just followed the path to a small island on the sea. This island was indeed small. Aside from Master Roshi's house, it couldn't accommodate another building. However, having such a small house on this vast sea really felt like a retreat from the world. Xiao Xian, let's go down. This is Master Roshi's home, Goku said, pointing at the house. The two descended and approached the door to knock. But just as they reached the door, Lin Xian and Goku faintly heard a continuous sound of music and followed the sound. Just then, they noticed that the window next to the door was open, and they peered inside. They saw Master Roshi, carrying his turtle shell, sitting intently on the floor, watching a women's aerobics program on TV, and chuckling to himself. This old man, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, Lin Xian and Goku exchanged glances, and they understood each other, jumping through the window. Master Roshi was still focused and engrossed in watching TV, completely unaware that 2 more people had entered his home. Old man, Goku called out to Master Roshi. The engrossed Master Roshi didn't hear a thing. Lin Xian and Wukong walked up to Master Roshi, one on the left and one on the right, and shouted together, "Old man." The loud shout startled Master Roshi, as if he had been electrocuted. The deafening voice brought him back from the TV program, and he turned his head, looking left and right. After glancing at Lin Xian and Wukong, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on? It's you 2 brats." Hee hee hee. Wukong laughed and said, "Old man, we are here to train." Lin Xian said, "Old man, didn't you invite us here? What's wrong not welcome? Do you want me to cultivate here? I've been thinking about it for a long time." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Master Roshi quickly replied, "Welcome, welcome. I'm very happy that you can come." At this point, Master Roshi paused for a moment and then said, "Well, you and Wukong wait a bit. Let me finish watching the TV show." After saying this, Master Roshi turned his head back and continued to focus on the TV. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Xian's eye couldn't help but twitch. Wukong, holding his stomach, said, "I'm so hungry, I'm starving." "Master Roshi, do you have anything to eat at your place?" "Oh." Master Roshi pointed to the refrigerator and said, "The food is in the fridge. Feel free to eat." "Huh." Letting Wukong, this Saiyan, eat freely, Master Roshi wasn't worried about going bankrupt. Well, Master Roshi still didn't know how big Wukong's appetite was. Otherwise, he would Definitely think twice before saying this. Before rushing to the fridge, Wukong asked Lin Xian, Xiao Xian, "Are you hungry?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry. All the food inside is yours." The food inside naturally referred to the food in the refrigerator. However, at this point, Wukong still did not understand the meaning of the refrigerator. After that, Wukong began to clean up the food inside the refrigerator. Lin Xian took out his phone, sat on the sofa, and chatted with Bulma online, telling her that he had arrived at Master Roshi's house. "Bulma, Xiao Xian, what are you and Goku doing now? Are you training?" Lin Xian, Image 1, Image 2. Lin Xian took 2 photos and sent them to Bulma. The first one was Master Roshi intently watching a television program, and the second one was Goku devouring the food in the refrigerator. Bulma, covering her face, "This lecherous old man, Xiao Xian, you must not learn bad habits." Before Bulma sent this message, there was an expression of covering her face to indicate speechlessness. Lin Xian, "Bulma, don't worry, I won't learn from Master Roshi on this point." What a joke. If I had to learn from Master Roshi, then he really wasted his life in his past life. When Goku finished eating all the food in the fridge, Master Roshi happened to finish watching his TV show. He stretched, stood up, turned around, and was stunned in place. What entered Master Roshi's sight was the open fridge door, and all the food inside was gone, leaving only fruit peels and milk cartons as food waste. Master Roshi said in disbelief, This is my food for a week. Even the butter is gone. I really suspect you didn't come to train, but to freeload at my house." Lin Xian put down the super folding phone in his hand, smiled, and comforted Master Roshi, saying, "Old man, Goku's appetite is just this big. You'll get used to it in the future. It's okay." Lin Xian's comfort was like a knife. Not only did it fail to provide solace, but it also made Master Roshi feel as if he had been stabbed, not wanting to think about it anymore. As the more he thought, the worse he felt. Master Roshi stopped dwelling on the issue of the food in the fridge being eaten. He said to Lin Xian and Wukong, "I'm glad you both can come here train, but before you start, I need to test you. You must complete my trial." "Trial? Grandpa, what do you want to test us on?" Wukong asked eagerly, wanting to start training as soon as possible. Lin Xian, on the other hand, curled his lip, thinking, same old tricks, this lecherous old man is up to his old ways again. Having read the original story, Lin Xian had already guessed what the upcoming trial would be. Sure enough, Master Roshi said, "You need to find a pretty girl and bring her to Kame House. That is, here, and that will count as completing the trial." As he spoke, Master Roshi was calm and composed, even using a righteous tone, as if this trial was for the benefit of Lin Xian and Wukong. "A girl?" Wukong murmured, looking confused. Didn't he understand why Master Roshi was testing him on this? Which pretty girl would come to this place to keep you company, old man? Only the Lan Chi from the original story would come to a place like this, Lin Xian thought disdainfully. Thinking of Lan Chi, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the original story, Master Roshi set the condition for Wukong and Krillin to become his disciples. Find a pretty girl, leading to Lan Chi's appearance, who was brought to Kame House by Wukong and Krillin. Lan Chi was a special girl with a dual personality in her blue-haired state. She was a gentle, pure, and hard-working girl. After sneezing, she would turn into a blonde with a very violent personality, characterized by wielding a submachine gun. Thus, she became a wanted robber. The blonde Lan Chi was skilled in combat and proficient with various modern weapons: pistols, submachine guns, rocket launchers, grenades, airplanes, motorcycles, etc., capable of pulling out weapons to attack from nowhere, and had a love for money and jewelry. When Lan Chi went to the World Martial Arts Tournament, she would transform into her blonde state, using a gun to intimidate the crowd to make way, allowing Bulma, Oolong, and Puar to secure front row positions. Later, the blonde Lan Chi developed feelings for Tianjin Han during the tournament. After Wukong defeated Demon King Piccolo, and peace was restored to the world, Lan Chi left Kame House to live with Tianjin Han and Jiaozi, encouraging Tianjin Han to join her in robbery. However, Tianjin Han was only interested in training and had no interest in other matters, to combat the invading Saiyans. He and Jiaozi climbed the Corinne Tower to receive martial arts training from the gods, and Lan Chi subsequently vanished without a trace. It wasn't until the appearance of Majin Buu that Lan Chi reappeared when Wukong gathered the energy of the Earthlings. In that scene, Lan Chi was already much older, and it was clear she was working at a courier company. Such a distinctive female character who appeared early on was ultimately discarded, leaving many Dragon Ball fans puzzled and regretful, including the previous Lin Xian. The blue-haired Lan Chi was gentle and beautiful, and Lin Xian already had Bulma, but The blonde Lan Chi's love for money could be easily dealt with. He could have her join the Golden Army. The two Lan Chis were the same person with two personalities, theoretically inseparable. But let us not forget, this world has Dragon Balls. Even the lowest level Earth Dragon Balls could separate the two personalities of Lan Chi, turning her into two individuals, just like the Earth-S God and Demon King Piccolo. The Earth-S God is a Namekian who, due to his exceptional talent, was valued by the Earth God, or rather, the former God, who wanted him to become his successor. However, influenced by human thoughts, he developed an evil mind, which was sensed by the God at the time. To become the God, he expelled the evil mind, which transformed into Demon King Piccolo, another aspect of himself. Demon King Piccolo descended to the lower realm, wreaking havoc on Earth, pushing the entire world to the brink of terror, and was the evil incarnation of the God. The situation of Lan Chi with two personalities is somewhat similar to that of the God and Demon King Piccolo, but with significant differences. Lan Chi was brought back by Wukong and Krillin, and at this time, Krillin had not yet come to become a disciple. So it might be impossible to find Lan Chi. Contrary to Lin Xian's thoughts, to complete Master Roshi's trial and start training sooner, Wukong wanted to quickly find a pretty girl to bring back. Wukong said, "Xian, let us go find a pretty girl." "Wukong, you go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Lin Xian glanced at Master Roshi and said meaningfully, "Whichever of us brings back a pretty girl counts as completing the trial, right, old man?" "Yes." Master Roshi nodded, agreeing that that's right. "All right then." Wukong said no more and left Kame House, flying off on the flying Nimbus to find a pretty girl. After Wukong left, Lin Xian began to reprimand Master Roshi. In the meantime, Master Roshi's gaze was drawn to Wukong's luggage, particularly the golden armor laid out on the bedding. Back at Baozi Mountain, Wukong had taken bedding for his stay and changed into a new outfit, taking off the golden armor, which was inconvenient for training. The removed golden armor was brought to Kame House along with the bedding. Wukong promised to take good care of the golden armor Lin Xian had given him, and he would go back on his word, naturally keeping it close. As for Lin Xian, he didn't need to change. He was already wearing his clothes, having stored the golden armor in a dark black hole. Therefore, Master Roshi didn't see Lin Xian's golden armor. He only saw Wukong's golden armor. Afterward, Master Roshi walked over to Wukong's luggage and picked up the golden armor, examining it closely. Seeing Master Roshi's expression, Lin Xian could guess what he was plotting. "Hey, old man, don't even think about that armor. It has special significance for Wukong and symbolizes his identity." Special significance? Symbol of identity? Master Roshi didn't understand. He only knew that this golden armor was pure gold and worth a lot of money, if he could exchange it for cash. As for what he didn't understand, he could ask about it. Master Roshi asked Lin Xian, "Xian, what special significance does this golden armor have for Wukong? What identity does it symbolize?" "Grandpa, I'm back." At that moment, Wukong returned, bringing back a girl he thought was pretty, without caring about anything else. Master Roshi excitedly ran out, only for his expression to change 180 degrees. Lin Xian followed behind and walked out as well. Seeing the person that Wukong brought back, he could confirm that once the timing was right, he would definitely be able to find Lan Chi, because the girl that Wukong brought back, whom he thought was pretty, was the first girl he had brought back in his original story. This so-called pretty girl was both fat and tall, and not good-looking at all. Upon seeing her, Master Roshi looked like he had seen a ghost. After explaining for a long time, he finally managed to send her away. Once Wukong returned her home and came back to the Turtle Hermit's house, Master Roshi gave Wukong a thorough lesson. After Wukong passed, he went out to find someone again. Lin Xian and Master Roshi in the Turtle Hermit's house continued the previous topic of conversation. Lin Xian told Master Roshi about the special significance and symbolic identity of the golden armor. "Wait, are you saying you gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, summoned the Eternal Dragon, and wished for the ability to create gold and diamonds infinitely?" In the face of such tangible riches, Lin Xian's mention of the Golden Legion, which he referred to as the Golden Army in contrast to the Red Ribbon Army, was overlooked by Master Roshi. If he had known, he would have gone to collect Dragon Balls and realized his wishes too. If he had endless money, he could buy as much as he liked. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Master Roshi's mind. Xiao Xian, our sex funds are tight," Master Roshi said, trying to flatter Lin Xian. "Sect?" Lin Xian found it quite amusing and replied, "Aren't there still trials? I haven't completed the trials, so how can I be considered a part of your turtle school?" Master Roshi waved his hand and said, "I've already considered you and Goku as my disciples. That trial doesn't matter. Even if you haven't completed it, you are still my disciples." "Disciples?" Lin Xian said again, "Old man, If you take me as a disciple, my strength is still greater than yours. Stronger than me? Master Rashi laughed. Clearly, he did not believe Lin Xian was stronger than him. Now, Lin Xian didn't need to be modest anymore. So, he showed Master Rashi his strength. At such a young age, you are actually this strong? Master Rashi's tone trembled. Then, with a wry smile, he asked, "Are you even human?" Lin Xian responded, "Of course, I am a genuine Earthling." In terms of strength, Master Rashi had nothing to teach Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already learned his Kamehameha technique by himself. What he could impart to Lin Xian was only his life experiences, along with some techniques and his ultimate moves, to strengthen the Kame Sun Nin lineage. Lin Xian was definitely his chosen disciple. Just as Master Rashi was thinking this, Goku returned. This time, he brought back a beautiful girl. However, she was a mermaid. Master Rashi and Lin Xian walked out of the Kame house again. When a mermaid realized Master Rashi's intentions, she angrily slapped him and then returned to the sea. Just as Goku was about to go look for someone to complete his test, he saw a small boat rowing towards the island. The three of them looked out at the sea, and there was only one person on the small boat, a short boy wearing a yellow monk's robe, with a bald head and 6 incense marks on his forehead, and no nose. The boy looked at the island ahead, a slight smile on his lips. He held a package, and under the gaze of Lin Xian and the others, he jumped up, flipped several times in the air, trying to land stylishly. But he didn't maintain his balance, and when he landed, he fell headfirst into the sand at the edge of the island. Failed to show off, Lin Xian said with regret. This boy, who came here, was of course Krillin, who would later become Goku's close friend and brother. Goku pulled him out. Master Rashi instructed Goku to pull Krillin out of the sand. "Thank you," Krillin said to Goku after being pulled out. At that moment, Krillin felt very frustrated. He had wanted to show off his skills, but ended up making a mistake. Now he could only nonchalantly brush off the sand from his body and head, then scan Lin Xian, Goku, and Master Rashi before finally focusing on Master Rashi's face, bowing respectfully and asking, "Excuse me, are you the martial arts god, Master Mateto?" Master Rashi looked at Krillin, smiled, and nodded, saying, "That's right, I am the one known as the martial arts god, Master Mateto. What can I do for you?" Krillin sincerely said, "Hello, my name is Krillin. I come from the distant east. Please, Master Mateto, accept me as your disciple and guide my training." Upon hearing his words, a hint of surprise flashed in Master Rashi's eyes. Then he stroked his beard and sighed. "It really wasn't easy for you to find this place, but unfortunately, I don't easily accept disciples." Krillin didn't feel the slightest disappointment at Master Rashi's refusal. He had anticipated it. He slyly turned his eyes, quickly pulled out a magazine from his package with nimble hands, and, under the intrigued gaze of Lin Xian and Goku, respectfully presented the magazine to Master Rashi, saying, "This book is a token of respect. Please be sure to accept it." Master Rashi, who had originally appeared serious, glanced at the cover of the book. Suddenly, his expression brightened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he snatched the magazine from Krillin's hands at lightning speed. Then, he quickly flipped through the pages, his eyes growing brighter and brighter like a thief's. Lin Xian glanced at Klin and thought, just like in the original story, Klin really knows how to flatter his way into being accepted as a disciple. He learned the old man's preferences before coming and catered to them. While the old man was reading, Klin asked Lin Xian and Wukong, "By the way, I still don't know who you two are. Are you the disciples of Master Wutian?" "Yes." Wukong nodded and then introduced himself to Klin. "I'm Sun Wukong, and this is Lin Xian." After getting to know Lin Xian and Wukong, and learning that they were both disciples of Master Rashi, Klin approached Master Rashi and whispered some words into his ear to persuade him to take him as a disciple. Ahem. Master Rashi put down his magazine, cleared his throat, and said to Klin, "You're quite good, but if you want to be my disciple, you must bring me a girl. Since Xiao Xian and Wukong haven't completed their trial yet, you and Wukong can go look for one. Once you find her, I will guide you in your training." Although Lin Xian hadn't completed his trial either, Master Rashi didn't send him to find a girl as a privilege for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian said, "This time I'll go with them." "All right then." Master Rashi didn't expect Lin Xian to want to go too. He said to Klin and Wukong, "I'll wait for you here. Klin, you can ride Wukong's flying Nimbus." Flying Nimbus? Klin didn't know what that was. When Wukong summoned the Nimbus and explained it to him, Klin tried to jump on it, but ended up falling flat on the ground due to his lack of focus. Master Rashi asked Klin, "Not able to ride the Nimbus? Is it because you are not pure of heart? You come here to train with some ulterior motive, right?" Klin retorted, "How could that be? I just want to become stronger and win the favor of girls." "I see." Master Rashi replied with understanding. "That's the reason for your impure heart. However, Master Rashi didn't blame Klin for this or kick him out. Instead, he had a better impression of him because Klin's motives were quite human. Since Klin couldn't ride the Nimbus, he had to ride on the white cloud created by Lin Xian. Seeing the white cloud Lin Xian conjured, both Lin Xian and Klin sat on it, while Wukong sat on the yellow cloud, which was the Nimbus, and they all flew into the sky to look for suitable targets. They really flew up high. It was so exhilarating. Klin couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Lin Xian joked, "So, do you want to try falling from such a high place?" "Hey, what kind of joke is that?" Klin's face turned pale with fear. "If you don't want to, then from now on, you'll be my little brother and call me Big Brother Lin Xian." As Lin Xian said this, he started to spin the white cloud. Klin was so scared that he shouted, "Big Brother Lin Xian, I'm your little brother." With Klin's loud shout, the white cloud stopped spinning and returned to normal flying mode. The white cloud and the somersault cloud flew in the sky, reaching an extremely desolate rocky area. One should look for people in densely populated places. But Wukong went in the opposite direction, flying further and further away from human habitation. According to the original story, encountering Lan Chi in such a situation can only be described as fate that cannot be resisted. Lin Xian had been sensing the aura, and after flying into this area, he detected 5 faint human auras. From the positions of the auras, Lin Xian knew that one of the 5 was being chased. That person kept turning corners, tried to shake off the 4 pursuing her. Given the location and the 5 auras, Lin Xian speculated that the person being chased was Lan Chi. Therefore, shortly after entering this rocky area, Lin Xian flew towards the location of the 5 auras, guided by his cloud. "Indeed, I was right. I found her." From a distance, Lin Xian confirmed that Lan Chi was ahead through his lightning transformation. "Help! Someone!" Lan Chi's voice came through, crisp and melodious, filled with desperation. "Look below. The girl we're looking for is right there. She's calling for help." Lin Xian pointed at Lan Chi below, speaking to Wukong on the cloud and Krillin behind him. "Wow, she's really a girl, and it looks like she's surrounded by bad guys," Krillin exclaimed as he looked down. Wukong asked, "Should we go save her?" As they looked down, they saw 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were in uniform, holding guns, pointing them at the girl who was sitting helplessly in front of them. "What? Aren't there 5 auras? Where are the other 2? The situation was that the previous Lan Chi was the blonde one. 2 of the 4 pursuing her had already been dealt with, leaving only these 2. Now, the blue-haired Lan Chi looked delicate and pitiful. Her soft blue hair held up by a red hairpin, dressed in shorts and a tank top, innocently sitting on the ground, exuding an aura of helplessness. "Lan Chi, you really didn't disappoint me. You're beautiful," Lin Xian murmured to himself. Then he said to Wukong and Krillin, "Leave the task of saving her to me. Wukong, Krillin, you stay up here. I'll be right back." After saying this, Lin Xian dropped down from the cloud, plummeting straight to the ground. Krillin, sitting on the cloud, widened his eyes and instinctively shouted, "Be careful." In midair, Lin Xian did nothing but crossed his arms and landed steadily on the ground. Seeing the scene, Krillin recalled his earlier blunder. He had wanted to show off, but ended up falling headfirst, creating a stark contrast with Lin Xian now. As a result, Krillin's expression changed. As soon as Lin Xian landed, the 2 men in uniform heard the noise and turned their heads in unison to look back. Seeing that the person in front of them was a child, both were filled with confusion and wariness. If this place weren't desolate, and if Lin Xian hadn't descended from the sky, they wouldn't be on guard against him in his current state. Just by appearance, Lin Xian, looking like an 8-year-old child, was truly not someone to be wary of. One of the men in uniform pointed a gun at Lin Xian, glaring and questioning, "Kid, we're in the middle of capturing a wanted criminal. Who are you? What do you want?" The other man in uniform quickly added, "Kid, this isn't a place for games. If you don't want to be mistaken for an accomplice of the wanted criminal, you should leave here quickly. I've taken over that girl, so you can go." Pointing at Lan Chi, Lin Xian calmly said with his arms crossed. He ignored the questions from the uniformed men. On the cloud above, Clint had been watching the situation on the ground, and seeing Lin Xian act so arrogantly, not even putting the police in his eyes, he was quite surprised. Clint turned to Wukong on the Nimbus cloud and asked, "Hey, is he going to be okay? Those 2 are police officers and they have guns. Don't worry, Xiao Xian will be fine. Those 2 look pretty weak. No need to be concerned," Wukong replied with a grin, having full confidence in Lin Xian. Seeing Wukong say this, Clint shook his head and continued to observe the developments. The 2 men on the ground exchanged glances, their faces flashing with anger being looked down upon by the kid in front of them. One of the men shouted, "Looks like you're an accomplice of the wanted criminal. In that case, even if you're just a child, we can't let you go. You want to fight us?" Considering you're police officers, I'll go easy on you, so just take a break. After speaking, Lin Xian noticed Lan Shi was staring at him. He looked at her, smiled slightly, and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. You need to be careful and protect yourself. If it comes to it, you don't have to worry about me. Just run." Although she really wanted to be rescued, Lan Shi couldn't bear to let a child like Lin Xian get hurt for her sake. The two men, seeing Lin Xian dismiss them again, couldn't hold back anymore. They shot without hesitation, aiming at Lin Xian. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out as the bullets shot toward Lin Xian's shoulder. However, Lin Xian remained calm. He reached out his hand and caught the two bullets aimed at him. He caught the bullets. How is this possible? Lin Xian caught the bullet with his bare hands, leaving the two men astonished and speechless, stuttering incompletely. At the same time, Lin Xian stepped forward, approached the two men, and struck each of them with an elbow to the back of their heads, causing them to fall to the ground unconscious. Lin Xian did not stop. He walked up to Lan Shi and continued to smile, saying, "Sister, it's all right now," looking at the child who had saved her. Lan Shi responded to Lin Xian with a smile as well. Lin Xian pulled Lan Shi's hand and helped her up from the ground. "Thank you. I don't know how to repay you." Lan Shi expressed her gratitude to Lin Xian. "No need to be polite. It's just a small thing." Lin Xian replied, "I see you have nowhere to go, so how about coming with me?" "Going with you?" "Sure," Lan Shi answered without hesitation. Afterward, Lin Xian controlled the white cloud to descend. Wukong, who was on the Nimbus cloud, also arrived on the ground. "I was worried you might get shot. It turns out I was unnecessarily concerned," Krillin said. "A mere bullet can't harm me." Lin Xian responded to Krillin, then pointed at Lan Shi and said, "Look, she easily completed the test." Wukong and Krillin examined Lan Shi, Wukong looking confused and mumbling to himself, while Krillin's eyes sparkled. Lan Shi sat on Lin Xian's white cloud and returned to Kame House. The pure-hearted blue-haired Lan Shi could also sit on Wukong's Nimbus cloud, but Lin Xian didn't let her. Instead, he invited Krillin, who couldn't sit on the Nimbus cloud, to sit on it while he took Lan Shi on the white cloud. Although the white cloud was large enough to accommodate 20 people, Lin Xian felt that having Lan Shi there made it inconvenient for Krillin to sit on the white cloud. On the way back to Kame House, Lin Xian, Lan Shi, Wukong, and Krillin introduced themselves. Soon, the white cloud and Nimbus cloud arrived at Kame House. As soon as they landed, Wukong rushed ahead, pushing the door open excitedly, and said, "Old man, we brought the beautiful girl you mentioned." At that moment, Master Roshi was in the bathroom and couldn't come out immediately. After a while, Master Roshi, wearing a floral shirt and sunglasses, hurried to the window with an excited expression. "Look, the girl next to Xiao Xian is her," Wukong pointed at Lan Shi. After seeing Lan Shi's appearance, Master Roshi immediately ran out the door and swiftly came to Lin Xian's side, his gaze fixed on Lan Shi as he greeted her. "Beautiful lady, welcome to my humble abode. Nice to meet you. I'm Lan Shi. Thanks to Xiao Xian's rescue, I was able to come here. I'm very grateful to him and to you." Lan Shi expressed her gratitude to Master Roshi. Then, she added, "Xiao Xian told me I could stay here, and I hope I won't be a bother." As she spoke, Lan Shi looked around at the blue ocean, felt the refreshing sea breeze and fresh air, and was very satisfied with everything at Kame House. "Not a bother at all. You can stay here as long as you want. There's no such thing as being a bother. As long as you like it, you can stay here for a lifetime. You're always welcome here," Master Roshi said, trying to maintain the demeanor of a martial arts master in front of Lan Shi. However, when Lan Shi voluntarily offered to stay, Master Roshi couldn't help but dance with joy, looking like a child who just got a new toy. Haha, who would have thought that the god of martial arts, the legendary Master Roshi, would behave this way if not seen with one's own eyes? Lin Xian and Krillin, who already knew Master Roshi's character, were not surprised, and the naive Wukong was also unfazed. "Master Wu Qian, you know very well that we completed the test, but Master Roshi hasn't said it out loud yet." Krillin quietly asked him. Master Roshi waved his hand and said, "Very good, you have completed the test." Afterward, Master Roshi told Lan Shi about his strength as Wu Tian, and how he had the audacity to say that Lin Xian was taught by him. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to expose Master Roshi. At this moment, Master Roshi suggested to Lan Shi, since you're going to stay, how about learning martial arts? I can teach you profound skills." Lan Shi was slightly taken aback at first, and then happily said, "You want to teach me martial arts? I'm very interested, but I'm a girl, and I'm afraid I won't be able to learn." Master Roshi chuckled and said, "Haha, how would you know if you don't try? You should have a relaxed mindset toward it, and you don't have to work too hard. Just enjoy learning. Martial arts are very effective for beauty and health, perfect for girls like you." Before Lan Shi could respond, Master Roshi quickly ran into the house and quickly came out holding a box, saying, Lan Shi, this is our Kame School's martial arts uniform. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Xian, who was next to Lan Shi, stood between her and Master Roshi, blocking her behind him, even though the 8-year-old Lin Xian wasn't tall enough. Kid, what are you doing? Master Roshi noticed that Lin Xian was trying to interfere and no longer called him Xiao Xian, directly referring to him as Kid. Lin Xian would not let Master Roshi take advantage of Lan Shi by making her wear that so-called Turtle School's perverted martial arts outfit. Lin Xian would not allow Lan Shi to wear that outfit, and he certainly would not wear it himself. The Turtle School martial arts outfit that Master Roshi brought out for Lan Shi is one that Dragon Ball fans are most familiar with, featuring a small circle printed clearly on the chest with the traditional character for turtle and a large turtle character printed on the back of the outfit. Lin Xian, having read the original work, knows that the outfit Master Roshi brought out for Lan Shi is actually women's lingerie, and not only will Lan Shi have to wear it, but he, along with Goku and Krillin, will also each receive a set. You ask if Lin Xian can accept this? Lin Xian originally wanted to take action to make the turtle sage behave. However, he thought of a better solution. Lin Xian plucked a small blade of grass from the grass on the ground, turned his head and smiled at Lan Shi, then lifted the small grass in his hand and brushed it against Lan Shi's nose. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian moved a bit farther away from Lan Shi and said to Master Roshi, Old man, it's time to witness a miracle. Lin Xian said to Wukong and Krillin, You two, quickly get out of the way. Wukong and Krillin were puzzled by Lin Xian's words and didn't understand why he suddenly told them to move aside. They were momentarily frozen in place. A sneeze. Under everyone's gaze, with a crisp sound of a sneeze, Lan Shi's body suddenly changed. Her blue hair instantly turned golden, and her gentle face transformed into a fierce one. Although she was still a pretty girl, the golden-haired Lan Shi had an air of arrogance and defiance, looking anything but good-natured. Golden-haired Lan Shi glanced around, fiercely sizing up the stunned turtle hermit, as well as Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin, then coldly muttered to herself, Where is this? It doesn't look like a prison. Unable to figure out where she was, golden-haired Lan Shi decided not to think about it anymore. She harshly said to Lin Xian and the others, Who are you? I must have something to do with you here. Forget it. I'll just take you out first. Golden-haired Lan Shi's ultimate skill appeared. A machine gun suddenly appeared in her empty hands, a cruel smile flashing across her lips as she crazily shouted, Die, all of you. The bullets from the machine gun swept forward recklessly, and Turtle Hermit, Wukong, and Krillin frantically dodged. As for Lin Xian, he neither took the bullets nor allowed them to hit him. He transformed into decay, and the bullets that hit him were instantly corroded. Turtle Hermit, Wukong, and Krillin were not ordinary people. Although the bullets hurt when they hit them, they were not enough to cause real harm. After a while of chaotic gunfire, Lin Xian created a gust of wind from a distance, causing golden-haired Lan Shi's hair to flutter, brushing against her nose. Achoo! Another sneeze sounded, and blue-haired Lan Shi returned. She looked blankly at the still-smoking machine gun in her hand, then glanced at the Turtle Hermit, Wukong, and Krillin, who were sitting on the ground in a sorry state. She scratched her head and said, Sorry, my personality changes drastically when I sneeze. Realizing she might have done something inappropriate, Lan Shi asked Turtle Hermit, Wukong, and Krillin, What happened to you? Did I do something rude? Turtle Hermit looked at the innocent-looking Lan Shi in shock, his eyes twitching as he stammered. No, you didn't do anything. We were just playing on the ground, right? Krillin echoed. Wukong didn't speak. His little face was still trembling. Oh, is that so? Sorry, I didn't tell you before that my personality changes drastically after I sneeze. You have to be careful not to get hurt. Okay, we'll be careful. Turtle Hermit, Wukong, and Krillin exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Lin Xian walked up to Master Roshi and, seeing his appearance, jokingly asked, How is it, old man? Did you see that? Master Roshi stood up from the ground, adjusted his disheveled clothes, and said seriously, Xiao Xian, thanks to you, otherwise, if Lan Shi suddenly changed her personality, it would have been quite unexpected. Old man, you're overreacting. Lan Shi's gun can't kill us, so there's no need to be afraid. Lin Xian said playfully. Master Roshi glanced at Lin Xian and thought to himself, You can elementalize and feel no pain, of course you don't care. Lan Shi's gun can't kill us, but it really hurts when it hits us. With Lan Shi's sudden aggressive personality, this time she used a small machine gun to sweep us. Next time, if she pulls out an even more powerful weapon, Goku and Krillin, especially Krillin, might be in serious danger. Master Roshi, Goku, and Krillin realized Lan Shi had another personality and became cautious around her, fearing she might sneeze at any moment. In the eyes of Master Roshi and Krillin, Lan Shi was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment, and staying with her could only be described as exciting. Because of Lan Shi's unstable personality, Master Roshi's plan to teach her martial arts was cancelled. Lan Shi felt a bit disappointed about this, but soon she didn't mind anymore. At dusk, Master Roshi finally intended to teach martial arts, but their island was too small, so he had to transform the Kame House into a capsule and take Lin Xian, Lan Shi, Goku, and Krillin to a nearby larger island. Master Roshi took out a capsule, which turned into a boat. Master Roshi, Lan Shi, Goku, and Krillin all boarded the boat, but Lin Xian did not get on. Lin Xianbing froze and created a bicycle made of ice. Lin Xian wants to learn from Akiji. He has the ability to freeze, and the sea is right in front of him. If he doesn't try riding a bicycle on the sea, it would be a waste of this branch ability. The bicycle is the mode of transportation for Admiral Akiji, who has the ice fruit ability. First, he creates an ice path on the sea, which serves as a bicycle lane. Then he rides the bicycle on the ice path, moving across the sea. This mode of travel is incredibly cool in the hearts of those pirate fans. However, there's one thing Lin Xian doesn't understand. Why doesn't Akiji just create a bicycle out of ice? That way, he wouldn't have to worry about losing the bicycle. As an ice fruit user, Akiji certainly wouldn't mind the cold. So, the Turtle Sage and the others are on a boat, while Lin Xian rides a bicycle made of ice to a nearby large island. Watching Lin Xian's mode of travel, Krillin, sitting on the boat beside them, exclaimed with shining eyes, "What a cool ability! Riding a bicycle on the sea is so awesome." Yeah. Goku nodded in agreement with Krillin. Sitting in front, Launch said regretfully, "It's a pity that the ice bicycle is too cold, and there's no regular bicycle. Otherwise, I would also want to try riding a bicycle on the sea while enjoying the scenery." Lin Xian said, "Lan Shi, Ryukong, you two come here. I will make you two relatively normal bicycles." The bicycle that Lin Xian mentioned, which is relatively normal, is made of steel that he has metallized using his branching ability. What? Why doesn't Lin Xian ride the bicycle made of steel? Lin Xian feels that riding a bicycle made of ice on an icy road is even more eye-catching. Lan Shi asked Lin Xian, "Is that okay? Would it be too much trouble for you?" Of course, it's not a hassle, just two bicycles. When Lin Xian said this, he casually created two steel bicycles on the ice track behind him. "I want to try." Ryukong jumped from the ship onto the ice track and got on one of the steel bicycles. Lin Xian brother, I also want to ride a bicycle on the sea. Can I join?" Krillin couldn't help but say, "Sure." Lin Xian created another bicycle. It was Ryukong's first time riding a bicycle, and he fell in the sea twice, but after those two failures, he successfully learned how to ride. Lan Shi and Krillin already knew how to ride a bicycle, so they didn't experience any falls. On the ship, only Master Roshi was left, and he suddenly felt as if everyone had been taken away by Lin Xian. After riding for a while, when Lan Shi felt tired and wanted to return to the ship, Lin Xian merged his ice bicycle with Lan Shi's and the steel bicycles of Ryukong and Krillin, transforming it into a four-person bicycle. Lan Shi didn't have to ride. He just sat on the bicycle. Riding the bicycle were Lin Xian, Ryukong, and Krillin, who quickly left Master Roshi far behind. Seeing this, Master Roshi turned the ship's power to the maximum. The island that Lin Xian and the others went to has over 300 households scattered across various places on the island, which features volcanic terrain. Once they arrived and settled in their house, Lan Shi volunteered to be the cook for the group, preparing their meals. Before dinner, Lin Xian, Ryukong, and Krillin needed to do some warm-up training. Master Roshi asked Krillin, "Do you have any martial art background?" "Yes." Krillin nodded and said, "I studied at the dueling temple for 8 years." "Good. It seems you all have a solid foundation. Let me see your strength." Master Roshi pointed to a rock beside him and a tree not far away, saying, "That rock is exactly 100 meters from that tree. Let's see how long it takes you to run it." He then explained, to become an outstanding martial artist, waist and leg strength are essential. Krillin smiled and said, "Hey, Lin Xian, Ryukong, let me run first. I'm very confident in my speed. I'm definitely a world-class sprinter." Lin Xian and Ryukong had no objections to who would go first. Once Krillin was ready, he took off as Master Roshi shouted, "Go." 4 seconds. Master Roshi, holding a stopwatch, looked at Krillin's time and commented, "That's quite impressive." 4 seconds? Krillin was not very satisfied with his result and said, "My best record is 10 seconds. I guess the conditions here affected my time, making it 4 seconds. To be honest, even if Krillin ran 10 seconds, it wouldn't be considered fast for him. Lin Xian remembered that in his past life on Earth, The fastest 100-meter record seemed to be 9:58 seconds. It is known that ordinary people can run 9:58 seconds, but Krillin is not an ordinary person. Having read the original work, Lin Xian knew that before training with Master Roshi, Krillin already had the strength to knock down a saber-toothed tiger with one punch. His ability to travel and cross the ocean to find Master Roshi also proved that his strength was not bad, yet his speed was only at this level, which was really disappointing. Krillin's speed was not fully utilized, and it was not proportional to his strength. Now, Lin Xian understood why Master Roshi wanted to test his speed. Of course, another reason was that Krillin was still a child, a little shorty, and could not be compared to adults. In Lin Xian's previous life, the fastest runner, who set a record of 9:58 seconds, was an adult. At this moment, Wukong asked Lin Xian, "Lil Xian, next will you run, or will I?" "You run. I'll be last," Lin Xian responded to Wukong. "Ready, go." With the sound of Master Roshi's voice falling, Wukong ran out. Exactly 11 seconds. Master Roshi looked at Wukong's result and commented, 11 seconds is not bad, but it's not as fast as Krillin. "Oh," Krillin said proudly. "Wukong may not be as good as me, but he's still pretty good." Wukong sat on the ground and asked Master Roshi, "Grandpa, can I change my shoes and run again?" Before Master Roshi could respond, Krillin rejected, "Wukong, do you mean you couldn't beat me because of your shoes? Look, my shoes aren't running shoes either, but mine are falling apart. Look." Wukong lifted his foot to show Master Roshi and Krillin his peeling shoes. The shoes Wukong was wearing were the ones he had worn out from his home in Baozi Mountain, and they were falling apart to the point of being hard to look at. Afterward, Wukong changed into a new pair of shoes and ran again. 8 seconds. Master Roshi announced Wukong's time this time, because Wukong's combat power had exceeded that of the original story at this point. The 8 seconds result also surpassed Wukong's second run in the original work, which was 8.5 seconds. Wukong asked Krillin, "How about this? Is this time considered fast?" Krillin, his pride long gone, was sweating coldly and bitterly smiled as he asked Wukong, "How did you train?" Finally, it was Lin Xian's turn to take the stage. "Ready, go." As Master Roshi's words fell, Lin Xian transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed out. The moment he crossed the 100-meter mark, Master Roshi hadn't had time to press the button to record the time. By the time Master Roshi reacted and pressed the button, the stopwatch showed a time of 1:98 seconds. 1:98 seconds, Master Roshi said with a twitching expression as he announced the recorded time. 1:98 seconds left Krillin in a daze. So cunning. Little Xian used his elemental ability. Wukong, having seen Lin Xian transform into lightning, now believed Lin Xian was cheating. Krillin, unaware of Lin Xian's elemental transformation, asked Wukong, "Wukong, what is elemental ability?" "It's like this," Wukong patiently explained to Krillin. "Little Xian, run again. This time, don't use elemental transformation." Master Roshi instructed Lin Xian to run again. All right. Lin Xian also wanted to see how fast he could run without using elemental transformation. 2.3 seconds, Master Roshi announced Lin Xian's second time. Originally, Master Roshi wanted to run a 100-meter race to show Wukong and Krillin his speed, but upon seeing Lin Xian's result, he immediately dismissed that idea. If he couldn't run faster than Lin Xian in front of Wukong and Krillin, his image as their master would surely collapse. Knowing this, Master Roshi decided not to run. After finishing the running test, Master Roshi felt thirsty and asked Krillin to go home and bring him a can of beer. As a result, Lan Chi, who was cooking at home, accidentally sneezed and turned into Blonde Lan Chi. Blonde Lan Chi chased Krillin with a kitchen knife. While being chased, Krillin broke his own record. Soon, Blonde Lan Chi sneezed again and changed back. After this farce ended, Master Roshi, Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin said, "It's getting dark, and a delicious dinner is waiting for us to enjoy. We will officially start training tomorrow, and before dinner, we will have another test." Wukong curiously asked, "What test? Is it still a running test?" "No, it's another test," Master Roshi said as he picked up a stone from the ground, wrote the character for turtle on it with a pen, and then threw the stone away. Master Roshi said to Lin Xian and the others, "Whoever finds the stone I wrote on and brings it to me first can have dinner tonight. The other two will have to watch." Once Master Roshi finished speaking, Wukong and Krillin quickly ran out to search for the stone, while Lin Xian stood in place. Lin Xian said to Master Roshi, "Old man, if you don't want Goku and Krillin to eat, you could just say it directly. There's no need to use this method to conduct the same test as me. The stone will definitely end up in my hands." "Not necessarily," Master Roshi stubbornly retorted. In fact, Master Roshi knew that as long as Lin Xian waited for an opportunity, If Goku or Krillin found the stone, it would definitely be snatched away by Lin Xian. Unless they couldn't find the stone at all. Master, the plot of Doraemon has been fully deduced and organized, and it can be sent out at any time, said the artificial intelligence on Lin Xian's super foldable phone. In the afternoon, Lin Xian shared the plot of Doraemon that he had in mind with the artificial intelligence on his super foldable phone. This AI was so powerful that it deduced the entire plot of the Doraemon series based on a limited storyline and its props, and organized them into episodes. What? Lin Xian brought back the anime Doraemon from his previous life to start a film company on Earth in the Dragon Ball world? No, of course not. Bulma's family is the richest in the world, and Lin Xian can infinitely create diamonds and gold, so he doesn't need to start a film company to make money. The props in Doraemon, as well as the blue fat cat Doraemon, are all products of technology. Lin Xian brought Doraemon's anime to mainly show to Briff and Bulma to see how many of the props from Doraemon they could create. Hearing the AI's words, Lin Xian first opened his phone and looked at the deduced and organized plot. It was the same as what Lin Xian had seen in his previous life. At the beginning of the plot, the protagonist Nobita suddenly opened his desk, and a type of robot jumped out from the drawer, which was Doraemon. He was sent from the 22nd century by Nobita's descendants to help Nobita solve problems he couldn't solve and fulfill his wishes as much as possible. Most importantly, the props were detailed in the plot. The Anywhere door. As long as you think of the place you want to go, you can reach any location the user wishes after opening this door. However, it has spatial limitations and time restrictions. It cannot move through time. And places not input on the Anywhere door's map cannot be reached, nor can it reach the seabed. The Anywhere door can reach any space within 10 light years centered on Earth. Time cloth. It looks like an ordinary tablecloth, printed with clocks of various sizes, and has two sides. When the front side covers an object, the time flow of the covered object will speed up, presenting a future state. If the back side covers it, the time of the covered object will rewind, presenting a past state. The Anywhere door is a spatial type prop, while the time cloth is a time type prop. Among these two props, Bulma and her father Dr. Briff are most likely to create the Anywhere door. As for the time machine in the Doraemon anime, Bulma has a better chance of creating it. In the original story, the time machine created by Bulma can instantly reach parallel timelines after starting up. The time machine in Doraemon is different. It includes a process of traveling through a time tunnel. Time machine. Its function is to traverse time and space. When in use, you first enter the time tunnel through the entrance and then drive the time machine to the specified time and location. The plot of the Doraemon anime has mentioned the components that make up Doraemon's time machine. Force field generator utilizes the power of magnets to create a force field, generating the power to propel the time machine. Seat. This is a transport vehicle for one person, so there's only one seat. If more people want to ride, they must stand behind the seat, limited to the flying carpet model. Energy box, a device that stores energy for time travel, with one on each side of the time machine. Engine, bias propeller engine invented in the 22nd century for time travel, with varying craftsmanship depending on the model and price. Small boat for drifting in time, a small boat made of special alloy material to drift in the four-dimensional space of time. In addition to Doraemon's time machine, his sister Dorami's time machine Tulip is also highlighted. Seat, for multiple users. Time selector, to choose the time point to go to. Emergency towing function, can tow other time machines. Solar panel, shaped like the leaves of a tulip, collects light to power the machine. Advanced engine, speeds 23 times faster than the simple flying model. Curved space stabilizing axis, avoids encountering time-space turbulence. Time flow movement panel, prevents collisions with time flows. Time-space distortion control device, used to restore time and space to normal upon entering a super time-space distortion zone. Cockpit, non-open type, inside the tulip. These are on the same level as the Anywhere door, time cloth, and time machine. And there are many other props with different rules that are even harder to manufacture. Fisherman spring. As long as you throw something into the spring water, the spring goddess will bring out a similar but more advanced item and ask if it's what you dropped. If you tell the truth, you will receive the advanced item. But if you lie, you will get nothing. Timer can pause time. Time television looks like a television. Can present any object from the past and future by adjusting time and location. It can even project objects into three-dimensional images. Scheduled diary appears as an ordinary diary. But the wonderful thing is that anything written in it will become reality. Lie 800. The person who drinks the potion will have everything they say turn into a lie. Bad luck diamond. The person holding it will encounter many misfortunes, and the misfortunes experienced by people around them will also happen to them. Date change watch. Simply adjusting the date on the watch will change the entire Earth state to that date. Four-dimensional space bag, also called a four-dimensional pocket. It leads directly to another world, capable of holding an infinite amount of items. Secret pen. If the writer wants a specific person to see what is written, only that person and the writer can see the words. Precognition antenna, placed on the head. While it cannot predict what will happen, it will cause you to automatically take certain actions to prevent unforeseen events. Restoration ray. It can restore broken items to their original state, but should not be used carelessly, as it will turn finished products back into raw materials. It cannot be used to bring people back to life, as this violates the laws of nature and will incur punishment. If telephone booth, as long as you tell the phone your imagined fantasy world, it can create a parallel space according to your request. After the request is fulfilled, the phone booth will ring. However, if it breaks, you cannot return from the parallel world to the real world. After the ringing, the wish will be fulfilled within 0 to 12 hours. If you cancel your wish, you will return to your original space. The internal structure of the telephone booth, from top to bottom, includes parallel space detection wires, dimensional memory generation device, space movement generation engine, space defense control device, energy storage device, dialer, parallel computer, receiver, and handrail. Knowing the components can increase the probability of manufacturing the if telephone booth. Lin Xian murmured to himself, I wonder how many top-notch gadgets from Doraemon can Bulma and her father create. The gadgets in the anime Doraemon can definitely be manufactured by Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief. Bamboo copter. As long as it's placed on any part of the body, one can soar through the sky at will. It contains a super small battery that allows it to fly continuously for 8 hours at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. If the flight is intermittent, it can last even longer. Air cannon. Shaped like a cylinder, it is hollow inside. When placed on the hand and a bang is shouted, air will be ejected and shoot towards the target at high speed, with incredible power that can even penetrate steel. Peach Boy Rice Ball. When thrown, wild beasts will instinctively open their mouths to eat it. After consuming it, the beasts will be completely tamed and will listen to the person who fed them the rice ball. It has no effect on humans, but can be used to stave off hunger. Super gloves. No matter how weak a person is, wearing these gloves will increase their strength, allowing them to uproot large trees and knock down gorillas. The ones who are knocked down usually faint and will take a while to wake up. Gulliver's Tunnel. Entering from the large opening and exiting through the small one will cause a person to shrink, and vice versa will cause them to grow larger. If a shrunken person goes the wrong way, they may shrink even further, risking being blown away. The downside is that the degree of shrinking cannot be controlled, making it slightly inferior to the shrinking lamp, but its shrinking effect can last permanently. Shrinking lamp. Shaped like a cylindrical flashlight, it can reduce the size and weight of objects. Shining it again will restore them to their original state, making it a very practical gadget, though it has time limitations. If not continuously illuminated, the object will return to its original state after a while. It was mentioned earlier that Bulma created a shrinking watch in the original work, which operates on a similar principle and can also produce a shrinking lamp. As for the enlarging lamp, its manufacturing difficulty is higher than that of the shrinking lamp, but not by much. Enlarging lamp. Resembling a flashlight, it can enlarge the size and weight of objects. Shining it again will restore them to their original state, making it a very practical gadget. The challenge lies in enlarging the size and weight of objects. Aside from the top-notch gadgets that have a chance of being created, the gadgets that Bulma and her father can definitely create, and the remaining gadgets, there's a high possibility that Bulma and her father can manufacture them. Translation of jelly powder. After eating it, one can communicate with people or things in all different languages. Wall-penetrating ring. Placing the ring on a wall will create a hole that leads to the other side of the wall. Since the hole is in a fourth-dimensional space, whatever is on the wall will not be affected. Of course, this is except if the wall is specially made. Sleep-absorbing gun. Though it's not really a weapon, it is very useful. It can absorb sleepiness and refresh the spirit. It can also reverse the effect, sending the absorbed sleepiness to someone else, putting them to sleep. Clay doll. It can replicate a person. Before use, find a hair from the person to be copied, and the doll will replicate the person based on the hair's genes. Because of this, the replicated person's personality will be exactly like that of the original. Random faucet. There are many different types, including drinks like alcohol, juice, and water. Just place it on the wall, turn on the faucet, and the drinks will come out automatically, completely free of charge. Mermaid fruit. Eating it transforms one into a mermaid, with legs turning into a fishtail. Once eaten, one cannot eat fish for a moment and can live underwater. Super ability training box. A box that can train a person to master superpowers. The three superpowers trained are X-ray vision, telekinesis, and teleportation. After practicing for 3 hours every day and persisting for 3 years, one can permanently master these three superpowers. There are too many gadgets in the Doraemon anime to list all of them. Notably, the three superpowers, X-ray vision, telekinesis, and teleportation, can be learned through the super ability training box. X-ray vision, Lin Xian expressed, if he had this ability in his previous life, it would be the easiest way to win the lottery or understand gambling stones. While walking on the road, he could also take a look. This ability is one of the dream superpowers for many men. Telekinesis, manipulating objects with one's mind. The allure of telekinesis is that it relies on thought manipulation. Those who possess this superpower can do things without others knowing it was them. Teleportation. It has an unspoken status in the Dragon Ball world. Although Lin Xian can transform into lightning and use the released electric field to move as electricity and ignore obstacles, it is not as authentic as the real teleportation. In the Dragon Ball series, 3 types of teleportation have appeared. The teleportation of the Yardrats, Jebbit-S teleportation, and Metal Cooler-S teleportation. Teleportation is not a combat technique. In the Dragon Ball world, it is a special ability. The Yardrat-S teleportation does not require any path and does not take any time to move from one place to another. However, to use it, one must sense the energy of the person at the target location, meaning this technique cannot be used in deserted areas. Teleportation can also carry people. In the original work, when Goku uses teleportation, he places 2 fingers on his forehead. It is not necessary to do this to use the technique, but it helps to focus. Even without doing this, teleportation can still be performed. Those who can use this teleportation include Yardrats, Son Goku, Cell, Vegeta, and Black Goku. Jebbit-S teleportation differs from the Yardrat-S. Jebbit-S teleportation can reach any planet in the underworld of the universe directly and does not require sensing energy, but it cannot accurately locate a person. One could say that the Yardrat version of teleportation is meant for locating people, while Jebbit-S teleportation is primarily for finding places. Given his profession, however, if the user can sense energy, they can specify a location on any planet, achieving the same ability as the Yardrat version of teleportation. Those who can use this teleportation include Jebbit, Jebbit God, and Kid Buu. Metal Cooler-S teleportation is somewhat similar to Jebbit-S, but does not require sensing others' energy to use. Because Metal Cooler is a mechanical being, he cannot sense others' energy. Before becoming Metal Cooler, Cooler was defeated in battle against Goku and later assimilated with a mechanical chip in space, becoming Metal Cooler, with a combat power of 100 billion, and also gained the ability of teleportation. Metal Cooler-S teleportation is a program inherent to himself and cannot be learned. Therefore, apart from Metal Cooler, no one else can use this version of teleportation. The only ones who might learn are robots. The teleportation learned from the super ability training box is different from the 3 types of teleportation in the Dragon Ball world. This version of teleportation allows one to move oneself, others, or objects to any place based on their own thoughts, making it the highest level of teleportation. With the 3 types of teleportation from the Dragon Ball world, this teleportation from the Doraemon anime, along with Lin Xian's lightning teleportation. There are 5 known versions of teleportation now. Compared to those gadgets, the blue robot Doraemon should be somewhat more troublesome for Dr. Brief and Bulma than the bamboo copter. The data on Doraemon is mentioned in the anime. Doraemon is a type of robot designed to assist with childcare. Height, weight, and chest circumference. Height high. Power, 129. 3 horsepower. The strength of an adult is about 0.5 horsepower. Jumping height when encountering a mouse. Running speed when encountering a mouse. Quality, substandard. Infrared eyes, can see in the dark. Strong nose. Olfactory sensitivity is 200 times that of humans. Now malfunctioning. Giant mouth, can fit a large wash basin. Radar whiskers, can detect distant objects, now malfunctioning. Summoning bell, has malfunctioned, now repurposed as a camera. Nuclear reactor, can convert consumed food into atomic energy. Sticky hands, can stick to many things. Flat feet, originally could walk silently. Now this function has been lost. Tail, is the power switch. Pulling it out stops all activities. And it shakes gently when feeling unhappy. Favorite food, dorayaki. Most afraid of mice, cold weather, hot weather. Kind-hearted, willing to help, but soft-hearted. Becomes very irritable when unable to eat dorayaki or when called raccoon. Has no ears because in the future during a nap, his ears were bitten off by a mouse. Hence both hates and fears mice. With this data, for scientists of the level of Brief and Bulma, if they can't create a Doraemon 1, They might as well go bang their heads against the wall. Xiao Xian, what are you looking at? What is Doraemon? Master Rashi asked Lin Xian, who was looking at the super foldable phone. While asking, Master Rashi couldn't help but come over to take a look himself. Judging by his expression, he must have recalled his own interests and hobbies. However, when he saw the animation on the super foldable phone, a deep disappointment appeared on his face. In response, Master Rashi remarked, "As expected, children are just children, only interested in things that children would watch. It's really meaningless." Lin Xian did not discuss childish things with Master Rashi. He said seriously to him, "Remember, you can call me Xiao Xian, kid, or Lin Xian, but don't call me Xiao Xuanzi. That name just sounds unpleasant." Hee hee. Master Rashi chuckled and replied, "I called you Xiao Xian and kid, but combining the two names, Xiao Xuanzi sounds nice." Lin Xian turned around and glared at Master Rashi. Seeing this, Master Rashi trembled slightly and continued, "As your master, I'm still quite easygoing. Since you don't like being called Xiao Xuanzi, I'll call you Xiao Xian in the future, as long as you don't make me angry." Ignoring Master Rashi, Lin Xian said to the artificial intelligence of his super foldable phone, "Skynet, send all the Doraemon anime to Bulma." Skynet is the name Lin Xian gave to this artificial intelligence. In Lin Xian's previous life, he had seen a movie featuring an artificial intelligence called Skynet. Among all the names of artificial intelligence that Lin Xian knew, Skynet was the most powerful and appealing. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma received the Doraemon anime sent by Lin Xian and quickly gained a general understanding of the plot through her computer after hearing Lin Xian's intentions. She was then shocked because the gadgets in Doraemon were like futuristic technology for her and her father, Dr. Brief. Even if they wanted to create them, it would take many years. Bulma muttered to herself, "Xian, you really know how to give us a challenge. In the next 10, 20 years, or even longer, my dad and I have our work cut out for us." However, the gadgets in this Doraemon anime are not purely fantasy. The ones I've seen all have scientific basis. Following this train of thought, Bulma went to find her father, Dr. Brief. Like Bulma, Dr. Brief first got a general understanding of the Doraemon plot, and then exclaimed that Lin Xian was a genius. After that, he and Bulma began to carefully watch Doraemon, preparing to watch the entire series, which consists of over 2,000 episodes. At this moment, on Lin Xian's side, Krillin had returned, holding a stone with the character Turtle written on it, which he handed to Master Rashi. As a result, Master Rashi glanced at the stone and then smashed it over Krillin's head. Master Rashi said, "You little brat, you think you can fool me? It's still 800 years early for that. I'm not so blind that I can't even tell if it's my own handwriting." Time went back, and Krillin, having a devious idea, picked up a similarly sized stone, borrowed a pen from a nearby household, and imitated Master Rashi's handwriting to write the character Turtle on the stone to pass it off as one thrown by Master Rashi. "Sorry, Master Potato. I'll go find it right away," Krillin said as he ran away in embarrassment. Lin Xian picked up the stone that Master Rashi had thrown at Krillin, a slight smile appearing on his lips as an idea formed in his mind. Krillin ran into the woods and unexpectedly encountered a saber-toothed tiger, which he knocked down with a punch. Just then, a large dinosaur passed by, forcing him to hide. After the dinosaur left, Krillin was about to continue searching for stones when he heard Goku's voice. Following the sound, Krillin walked towards Goku. Goku was holding a stone and said with a laugh, "Ha, now we have dinner." When Krillin arrived and saw Goku with the stone, he exclaimed, "You really found it." Goku replied, "It was easy to find because of the old man's scent." Growing up in the mountains, Goku had a keen sense of smell and knew that the stone had fallen in this part of the woods. So he used his ability to track it down by scent. "Goku, let me see that stone. I want to help you confirm if it's the right one." Krillin thought mischievously. Without thinking much, the naive Goku handed the stone to Krillin. Krillin then taught Goku a lesson, turning and running off with the stone. It was only then that Goku realized the stone had been stolen. "Old man, look at this stone in my hand. Is it the one you threw?" Lin Xian asked Master Rashi, holding a golden stone inscribed with the character for Turtle. The golden stone in Lin Xian's hand is the same one that Krillin had just used to trick Master Rashi. The reason this stone turned into a golden stone is naturally because Lin Xian used his ability to transform it into gold. Cunning little brat. He actually turned the stone that Krillin cheated with into gold to tempt me, Master Rashi thought to himself, seeing through Lin Xian's trick. However, Lin Xian's trick was quite obvious. If it weren't for Master Rashi considering his identity as a master, he would have already admitted that the golden stone in Lin Xian's hand was the one he had thrown away and would have taken the golden stone back. Seeing that Master Rashi remained silent, Lin Xian said with a tone of regret, "All right, it seems this stone wasn't thrown by you, old man. I'll just wait here patiently. Anyway, I've already won, so there's no rush to wait a little longer. Little Xuan, this stone is the one I just threw. You've won this test, Master Roshi said, snatching the golden stone from Lin Xian's hand. Earlier, he had stubbornly insisted that Lin Xian might not win against him. But now, knowing that Lin Xian would definitely win, he made a graceful turnaround and personally declared that Lin Xian had won the test, acknowledging the identity of the golden stone. However, what Master Roshi didn't know was that the golden stone in his hand, while appearing to be genuine gold, was actually not real gold at all. It was water-soluble gold, which dissolves completely in water, leaving nothing behind. Lin Xianmei named it, to prevent gold from becoming worthless. Meanwhile, Krillin and Goku still didn't know that Lin Xian had already won. Krillin had just been caught by Goku and threw a stone without any markings, making Goku mistakenly believe he threw a marked stone. After that, Krillin ran back as fast as he could. Master Roshi, I found the stone. Krillin returned and handed the stone to Master Roshi again. You little brat, trying to fool me with another fake. Holding Krillin's stone in his hand, Master Roshi took a glance and then threw the stone away, hitting Krillin on the head. In fact, Master Roshi recognized at a glance that the stone Krillin brought back was the same one he had thrown out, with the character Turtle written on it in his own handwriting. However, since he had already declared Lin Xian the winner and acknowledged Lin Xian's golden stone, it was naturally impossible for him to recognize the stone Krillin brought back. How is that possible? Krillin ignored the pain on his head, countless question marks flashing in his mind. At this moment, Master Roshi said to Krillin, You don't need to look for it anymore. Little Xian has already found the stone. What? Krillin remembered that both times he returned, Lin Xian was here. So when did he find and bring back the stone? With curiosity in his heart, Krillin said to Master Roshi, Master Roshi, can I see the stone that brother Lin Xian brought back? What, are you doubting me? Master Roshi certainly wouldn't show Krillin the golden stone he had. No, no. Krillin quickly shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, Old man, showing the gold stone to Krillin won't make any difference. The amount of gold won't decrease anyway. Gold stone, gold. Hearing these two words, and knowing that Lin Xian could elementalize and create gold, Krillin, who wasn't foolish, thought for a moment and guessed what was going on. Cough, cough. Master Roshi coughed to ease the awkwardness, then quietly said to Lin Xian, Kid, shut up. As for Krillin, he could only accept it. After a while, Goku returned. Upon learning that Lin Xian won the test, he thought Lin Xian had stolen the stone from Krillin. During dinner, Lin Xian and Master Roshi were eating at the table, while Goku, Krillin, and Lan Chi watched from the side. Goku and Krillin were swallowing hard, and Lan Chi was indeed hungry as well. However, Lin Xian had just quietly told her not to eat dinner, promising to take her out for a late-night snack later. In the original story, it was Krillin, Master Roshi, and Lan Chi who had dinner that night. But the cooking Lan Chi didn't handle the pufferfish properly, and the three of them got food poisoning and fell ill, lying in bed the next day, only starting to train on the third day. Lin Xian didn't let Lan Chi sit at the table to eat because he didn't want her to fall ill. Lin Xian was not afraid of being poisoned. With his bloodline upgraded to the king level, he was immune to the toxicity of mere pufferfish. This was one of the benefits of upgrading his bloodline. While eating pufferfish meat and drinking a little wine, Master Roshi praised, Lan Chi, your cooking is really good. Aren't you going to eat? No, thank you. Lan Chi shook her head. She glanced at Lin Xian and said, I'm on a diet, so I won't eat. Lan Chi did not betray Lin Xian. With your figure, you really don't need a diet. But I understand that girls love to be beautiful, so suit yourself. Master Roshi did not dwell on the matter. After dinner, Master Roshi had a bit too much to drink and fell asleep on the sofa, swaying slightly. Lin Xian said to Lan Chi, Xiao Wukong and Klin, let's go. I'll take you to have a midnight snack. Upon hearing that they were going to eat, Wukong and Klin exchanged excited glances. However, in the next moment, Wukong hesitated. He expressed his concerns, saying, Isn't this bad? Grandpa doesn't let us have dinner, and if we sneak out to eat. But we're not having dinner. We're having a midnight snack. Klin interrupted Wukong and, being clever, said, Wukong, there's no need to worry. We aren't going against Master Wutian's words. Midnight snacks and dinner are not the same meal. If Master Wutian knew we were going for a midnight snack, he might even praise our cleverness. Master Roshi was drunk and didn't hear Klin's remarks. Otherwise, he would definitely have said, I praise your head. And so, the four of them left the Kame house and found a restaurant on the island to have their midnight snack. On the way, Lin Xian explained to Lan Chi the reason for not letting her have dinner and mentioned his immunity to toxins. Knowing that pufferfish meat is toxic, Klin was relieved he hadn't eaten dinner. Otherwise, he would have been the one suffering from food poisoning. At the restaurant, before the dishes were served, Lan Qi anxiously asked, Xiao Xian, is it really okay for Master Wu Tian? Even though Lin Xian had already said that Master Rashi, who had eaten the toxic pufferfish, was fine and would recover soon, she still couldn't help but worry. Lin Xian waved his hand and said it's fine. With the old gentleman's constitution, he'll be fine after a day, even if he eats poisonous pufferfish. There's no need to worry about him. Krillin echoed, exactly. Teacher Wu Tian is a master in the martial arts world. If he could easily be taken down by poison, he wouldn't be called the god of martial arts. Grandpa is very strong. Eating a bit of poisonous meat shouldn't be a problem, Ryukong agreed. What a good bunch of devoted disciples. One knows that pufferfish is poisonous, but doesn't mention it. The other two know their master has been poisoned, but don't suggest giving him medicine or finding a doctor. As for this late-night snack, the food in this little restaurant was all consumed, mainly because Ryukong eats a lot, and Krillin also ate quite a bit, while Lan Qi finished a big bowl of rice. On the contrary, Lin Xian, who had just eaten earlier, hardly touched this late-night snack. The bill for this meal was paid by young Master Lin. On the way back, Lin Xian said to Lan Qi, Sister Lan Qi, the food at this restaurant isn't as good as yours. I prefer what you cook. Really? Lan Qi was pleased with Lin Xian's compliment and smiled, saying, Thank you for your praise, Xiao Xian. I will be careful from now on and won't let something like today's poisonous food happen again. I'll cook for you every day. The next day, Master Rashi fell ill, and Lin Xian, Ryukong, and Krillin had a day off. At that moment, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged under the sun. Under the sun's rays, an inspiration suddenly struck Lin Xian's mind. He wanted to absorb the energy from the sunlight hitting the earth around him. It was previously mentioned that all things in the universe have qi, even composed of qi, which naturally includes the sun. With his royal bloodline, Lin Xian used his innate potential and created the ability to absorb solar energy in just 1 hour. The method of absorption was through breathing, allowing him to absorb solar energy via his breath. This could be called a breathing technique, with some inspiration drawn from Demon Slayer. As a Dragon Ball fan, Lin Xian had also watched Bleach, Naruto, Doraemon, and the ongoing One Piece, but he hadn't explored many other anime. However, he had heard of the famous Breath of the Sun from Demon Slayer. The Breath of the Sun is the original breathing technique, the ancestor and foundation of all breathing styles, created and used by its founder, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and it contains vast solar energy. Lin Xian doesn't quite understand the sun breathing technique in Demon Slayer. The sun breathing he created is merely a method of absorbing the energy of the sun through breathing to become stronger. Sun breathing, through breathing, enhances one's power, akin to a cheat-like breathing method. By absorbing solar energy, one's internal energy carries solar attributes, enabling easy resistance to cold, adaptation to heat, longevity, and the ability to generate golden flames symbolizing the sun. If Earthlings mastered sun breathing and breathed under the sun for 2 to 3 hours daily, they would increase their combat power by at least 1 point each year. While 1 point may seem small, for Earthlings who wield guns with only 5 points of combat power, an annual increase of 1 point is significant. In Lin Xian's previous life on Earth, having 10 points of combat power allowed one to easily break records over 100 meters, take down a tiger or a giant python in one move. And bullets would hit like they were striking steel plates. Truly superhuman. However, Lin Xian does not plan to widely spread sun breathing. The sun also has a lifespan. Its energy is not infinite. In the universe, the number of suns is countless, but the solar system Earth resides and has only this one sun. If the sun's energy is excessively absorbed, leading it to prematurely enter a state of decay and thus face extinction, Earth would have no choice but to wander off to another solar system, aside from creating artificial suns. Sun breathing is not only for Earthlings. Any cosmic beings living under the sun can practice it. The maximum limit of sun breathing is to absorb all the energy of the sun through breathing. To achieve this, one's combat power cannot be low. Sun breathing does not belong to techniques. It is a special ability acquired through postnatal learning. To quickly enhance combat power with it, rather than increasing by 1 point a year, it tests one's bloodline and potential. Conversely, the minimum limit of sun breathing is to absorb the energy from sunlight that reaches the planet and the energy around the breather. In this world filled with cheats, creating a cheat like sun breathing seems just acceptable to Lin Xian. In his previous life, after watching the entire Dragon Ball series, Lin Xian understood that in this world, both heroes and villains are bound to have cheats. Cheating has become the norm. The cheats of the villains are often more formidable than those of the heroes. The initial three major villains: Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. The three main villains in Dragon Ball GT: Baby, Super 17, and Super One-Star Dragon. Dragon Ball movies: Cooler, Evil Shenron, Broly. Dragon Ball Super: Black Goku, Zamasu, Moro, and Cumber. Dragon Ball fan works: Goku and the son of the Supreme Kai of Time, Jaco, Vegeta's brother, Rigger, and Frieza's son, Iser. In the Dragon Ball series, the major villain bosses are all masters of cheats, with each cheat being more powerful than the last. A villain without a cheat simply isn't a big boss. Frieza and his father were killed by future Trunks, and after 13 years, they were resurrected in the Dragon Ball Super storyline. After just 4 months of training post-resurrection, Frieza transformed into Golden Frieza and engaged in a fierce battle with Goku, who had turned Super Saiyan Blue, even gaining the upper hand at times. Goku took over a decade to evolve from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, 3, and then to Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, while Frieza caught up to him in only 4 months. In the early stages, Cell relied on absorbing human life energy to continuously grow stronger. After absorbing androids 17 and 18, he achieved his perfect form, after being defeated and self-destructing by Gohan. The core cells in his brain were preserved, allowing him to regenerate, and due to possessing Saiyan cells, he could significantly increase his combat power after sustaining severe damage. He learned instant transmission from Goku. Among those major villain bosses, Cell's cheats aren't even the most impressive. Majin Buu's Ultra Cell regeneration allows him to quickly restore himself as long as he has 1 cell left, though it consumes stamina. Original Kid Buu possesses infinite stamina and can only be completely eradicated by a powerful attack, or if his regenerative ability cannot keep up with the damage. Majin Buu also has absorption abilities. Any part of his body can envelop a person and absorb them, resulting in changes in his abilities. After absorbing others, he can gain their strength, intellect, and even use their techniques. Moro's magical power allows him to manipulate objects from a distance and convert a planet's life energy into attacks. He can absorb the abilities of all life forms on a planet, turning them into his own abilities, and can devour planets, gaining infinite power while sensing all life energy. Saban's ability to copy makes him an artificial life form and a subordinate of Moro, capable of replicating others' abilities for 30 minutes by copying from the neck. During this time, he fully possesses their skills and even their strength. Moro and Saban appear as villains in the Dragon Ball Super manga. Zamasu's immortality and Black Goku's body combine to form the ultimate Zamasu. In the animated version, due to his immortality, when he was cut in half by future Trunks and lost his physical form, he appeared in a gaseous form, covering the entire 7th universe, becoming a being akin to a divine path or cosmic will, with power that even affected parallel timelines. In the manga, the physical manifestation of infinite Zamasu consists of multiple identical bodies, not clones. Since Black Goku and future Zamasu are the same person, their cells have completely fused after merging. Therefore, rather than disintegrating, the combined Zamasu can infinitely reproduce through division, with each individual possessing the same power as the original combined Zamasu. In both the animated and manga versions, the combined Zamasu is a force that even the main character Goku cannot handle, requiring the intervention of the Omni King. Ultimately, the combined Zamasu and the 12 universes of that parallel timeline were erased by the Omni King. As for the heroes, characters like Master Roshi, Krillin, and Android 17 in Dragon Ball Super also have their own cheats to some extent. Androids 17 and 18 are powerful beings based on humans, modified to have infinite energy due to their perpetual energy cores, with very slow cellular aging, making them hard to age. And they do not need to eat, but require water. After the villains are redeemed, they can also train to become stronger in the Dragon Ball Super storyline. Compared to the cheats of the major villains, the conditions for the sun-breathing cheat to significantly enhance combat power are stringent, placing it lower on the scale. However, compared to all those with cheats, Lin Xian, armed with a system and knowledge of a storyline, holds the greatest cheat of all. Lin Xian had an idea in his previous life. If he could gather the unlimited energy of androids, the infinite stamina of Kid Buu, the immortality of Zamasu, the magic power of Moro, the replication abilities of Saban's Li, as well as the overpowered bloodlines of Science and Frost Demons, plus the erasure ability of the Omni King, the powers of angels, and the destructive energy of gods of destruction, it would be incredible. With a property collection system, Lin Xian could fully realize this idea from before his crossing. However, he decided to forego the bloodline aspect. Lin Xian only wanted to upgrade his own bloodline, and didn't he even want to add a permanent energy furnace to his body. When he encounters an android with unlimited energy, he can bypass the permanent energy furnace by collecting fragments of the unlimited energy property, gaining the ability of unlimited energy. The Breath of the Sun is just the beginning. From then on, Lin Xian embarked on the path of creating cheats. Lin Xian wants to create a special ability that allows one to become stronger and significantly enhance combat power through acquired learning and consumption, which should be more advanced than the Breath of the Sun, but not as demanding. Lin Xian could think of the Saint Thief of the 8 extraordinary skills, who steals from the 6 doors. The 6 doors refer to the 6 internal organs of the human body, which are responsible for digesting food, absorbing nutrients, and excreting waste. Simply put, it allows the 6 organs in the body to instantly absorb the essence of food and convert it into energy, making the body energetic, maintaining youthful appearance, achieving immortality, and even producing corrosive saliva, which is a powerful gastric juice. This ability is definitely low threshold and unlimited. Food is a form of life. Beings like the frozen demon Frisia, the android cell, and the Majin Bu are all life forms, if one were ruthless enough. However, with Lin Xian's current royal bloodline talent, he cannot create such an external aid. The ability to become stronger simply by eating to instantly absorb the essence of food and achieve immortality are not fields Lin Xian can touch at this moment. He can only wait for his bloodline to upgrade and for his talent to be sufficient before he can consider it. Lin Xian stood up while sitting under the sun. He had already tested the Breath of the Sun. With his bloodline, potential, and combat power, he could increase his combat power by 1 point in a day, which is already quite considerable. Then, Lin Xian said, "First, let's go to Bulma's house. Then head home and give Yamcha and Oolong their share of the Breath of the Sun." Lin Xian just went to Bulma's house yesterday and came house. And today he went to Bulma's house again, returning home as if he were a day student. Goku saw Lin Xian about to leave and ran over to ask, "Xiao Xian, where are you going?" "I'm going to Bulma's house, and then I'll go back to see Yamcha and the others." Speaking of which, Lin Xian added, "By the way, I said I would teach you the Gale Foot technique. So I'll make a copy of the 6 styles of martial arts and the sun-breathing technique for you and Krillin." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian turned and walked toward Kame House. Goku, hearing Lin Xian's words, excitedly followed him. Kame House has a printer, and Lin Xian connected his super folding phone to the printer, making several copies of the 6 styles of martial arts and the sun-breathing technique, along with their training methods. "Goku, here are 4 manuals. You and Krillin can each have 2 different ones. If there are any unfamiliar characters, you can ask Krillin, Launch, or the old man, or wait until I come back." Lin Xian handed Goku 2 copies of the 6 styles of martial arts and the sun-breathing technique. "Great." Goku nodded and said, "I got it. Xiao Xian, you can count on me." The training manuals for the 6 styles of martial arts and the sun-breathing technique are like the martial arts manuals in Lin Xian's past life wuxia novels, containing both text and images. Lin Xian was worried that Wukong couldn't read and might not understand the images. At that moment, Krillin walked in, heard Lin Xian's words to Wukong, and asked, "Big brother, what did you ask Wukong to give me? You can see for yourself." Lin Xian disappeared with a flash of lightning. Wow, Krillin was not an ordinary person. After looking at the 6 techniques of body skills and the Breath of the Sun, he exclaimed, "I didn't expect Big Brother to be so good to me, giving me such important things." Wukong said, "Krillin, Xiao Xian is really good. Let's go train. What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" The commotion caused by Krillin and Wukong disturbed the sick turtle hermit. The turtle hermit said to Lan Chi, "Go out and help me call Wukong and Krillin over." Okay, Lan Chi agreed and went to call Wukong and Krillin for the turtle hermit. The turtle hermit learned about what had just happened from Wukong and Krillin. After looking at the training manuals for the 6 techniques of body skills and the Breath of the Sun, he solemnly asked Wukong and Krillin, "Is this what Xiao Xian gave you?" Krillin could tell that the 6 techniques of body skills and the Breath of the Sun were extraordinary, and the turtle hermit, known as the god of martial arts, could naturally see it too. The 6 techniques of body skills are the purest form of martial arts. The stronger the body, the more powerful it can become, and that life return is even more impressive. The Breath of the Sun, which makes one stronger just by breathing, completely shattered the turtle hermit's understanding, making him exclaim that it was cheating. In the end, the turtle hermit sighed. That kid Lin Xian is really a monster. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Company, before coming, Lin Xian had informed Bulma through the artificial intelligence Skynet. Upon arriving at Bulma's house, he greeted Bulma, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief, who were all watching Doraemon. "Dad, Mom, Bulma, Lin Xian greeted them. Mrs. Brief said, Xiao Xian is here. I'll go get you some juice. Before Lin Xian arrived, while watching Doraemon, Bulma had manufactured the bamboo copter from the show, and she produced them in bulk, making over 100 at once. It had only been a short time, not even a day, and now it had only been half a day. Bulma held a bamboo copter and said to Lin Xian, Xiao Xian, I tested the bamboo copter when it was made, and it works perfectly, just like the one in Doraemon. Give me some more time, and I can create a bamboo copter with better battery efficiency to extend the flight time. Lin Xian praised him, saying, Not bad, you've created a gadget so quickly. What's so difficult about it? Just wear the bamboo dragonfly on your head, and when the propeller spins, anti-gravity field will be generated around your body, cutting off the Earth's gravity, allowing you to float. As long as you think about the direction and speed of flight in your mind, the brain waves will send commands to the computer, and the propeller's rotation speed will change accordingly. As the speed of the propeller changes, the anti-gravity field will also change, allowing a person to fly freely. Knowing this principle, if you still can't make it, wouldn't that tarnish my reputation as a genius, beautiful girl scientist? Half of what Bulma said was understood from the storyline of Doraemon. To create a bamboo dragonfly gadget, just understanding half of it, Bulma could immediately think of the other half of the principle. Dr. Brief said, Xiao Xian, you're just in time. Bulma and I are preparing to create an air cannon. The air cannon in the Doraemon anime is a toy for kids. There's not much value in making it. We need to enhance the power of the air cannon, and your ability to elementify, specifically air, can help us conduct some experiments. No problem. Lin Xian was very interested in the upgraded air cannon. Xiao Xian here. This is watermelon juice. Mrs. Brief walked in with juice, handed it to Lin Xian, and then complained to her husband, Dr. Brief. Honestly, I wanted Xiao Xian to go shopping with me. Clearly, she had heard Dr. Brief's words. Mom, if you're going shopping, it should be Xiao Xian who accompanies me. Bulma said somewhat reluctantly. Bulma, are you jealous? Mrs. Brief asked with a smile. Lin Xian was quite perceptive and didn't get involved in the topic. Dr. Brief, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly. 3 hours later, with Lin Xian's participation, the upgraded air cannon was created by Dr. Brief and his daughter Bulma. This air cannon is impressive. If Master Roshi took a hit from it, Lin Xian murmured to himself. The upgraded air cannon is much more powerful than the one in the manga. After testing the air cannon's power, Lin Xian concluded that anyone with a battle power below 200, unless they have special abilities or superpowers, would either die or be seriously injured if they took a hit from the upgraded air cannon. The air cannon being able to handle those with a battle power below 200 is already quite remarkable. In the original story, Piccolo's battle power was 230 when he hadn't used the Dragon Balls to restore his youth, and 260 after. If the air cannon were even more powerful, it could take out Piccolo in one shot. Looking at the results of the experiment, a large barren mountain had been flattened by the air cannon. Dr. Brief said gravely, I didn't expect the upgraded air cannon to be this powerful. It exceeded my expectations. At this point, Dr. Brief hadn't experienced the events of the Piccolo Daimao or the Saiyans. He hadn't seen a hand wave that could destroy a city, nor had he witnessed a planet shattering in battles across the universe. He once thought the air cannon's power in the manga was small, but now he felt it was overwhelmingly powerful. After all, the battle power of an adult on Earth holding a gun is only 5, and the air cannon, which can't be blocked by those with a battle power below 200, shows a difference that is even more exaggerated than using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Lin Xian said to Brief, Dad, the air cannon isn't needed right now, so let's seal it in the Universal Capsule Company for now. All right. Brief agreed with Lin Xian and then added, it's fine to keep this destructive air cannon at the Universal Capsule Company. As the founder of the Universal Capsule and the richest person on this planet, Brief was still a businessman, and the mass-produced bamboo copter made him see a business opportunity. People on Earth also have a flying dream. Although there are hover cars and hover trains, those are no different from airplanes. The bamboo copter that you can wear on your head and fly with is a completely different concept. After completing the experiment and returning to the Universal Capsule Company, Brief began discussing the sale of the bamboo copter. Bulma, who was nearby, felt that the anime Doraemon had great value and could be promoted. After hearing their conversation, Lin Xian agreed without a second thought. He didn't care whether the bamboo copter was sold or not. There are many great scientists on Earth, not just Brief and Bulma. Since the bamboo copter from the anime Doraemon has been manufactured, might those scientists who watch the anime create some other gadgets? Lin Xian was very curious to see that. Then Brief mentioned the revenue split, but Lin Xian didn't want any share. Once he married Bulma, the Universal Capsule Company would belong to him, and he wouldn't need a cut. No way. As soon as Bulma heard that Lin Xian didn't want to share the profits, she disagreed. Xian, if it weren't for your anime Doraemon, the bamboo copter wouldn't have been created, let alone sold. In the end, Bulma even offered to help Lin Xian promote Doraemon for free, with all the earnings from the anime going to him. As for the money earned from selling the bamboo copter, the Universal Capsule Company would only charge for the materials. Briefs, I twitched slightly. He naturally had no objections, as they would be a family sooner or later. However, he had heard that once a daughter is married, she is like water that has been spilled, yet she wasn't even married yet. Thus it was decided. Bulma gave Lin Xian a card and said he didn't need to worry about the rest, just collect the money. Before leaving the Universal Capsule Company, Lin Xian gave Bulma a copy of the Breath of the Sun and explained its abilities. Upon hearing that the breath could enhance strength and prolong life, Bulma accepted it without hesitation, preparing to try it out at some point. After that, Lin Xian returned home to the headquarters of the Golden Army, where he gave the Breath of the Sun to Yamcha, Oolong, and a few bamboo copters he had brought from Bulma. Yamcha and Oolong were curious about how Lin Xian had gone and returned in just one day. Was Master Roshi really that idle? So Yamcha asked Big Brother, how was it with Goku at Master Roshi's? Knowing what Yamcha meant, Lin Xian smiled and said, Old Turtle Hermit fell ill. When Yamcha and Oolong heard that Master Roshi had been poisoned by pufferfish, they immediately thought he was unreliable, especially Yamcha, who held the title of martial arts god in high regard. Unexpectedly, when Lin Xian returned to the Kame house, the sun had already set, and he arrived just as Lan Chi finished cooking. Seeing Lin Xian come back, Lan Chi happily shouted, Xiao Xian is back, hurry up and wash your hands to eat. They had agreed last night that she would cook for Lin Xian every day. Today, Lin Xian missed her lunch, which made her a bit gloomy. Sister Lan Chi, let me help you serve the dishes. Lin Xian finished washing his hands and went to help Lan Chi serve the dishes. During dinner, Wukong and Krillin sat around Lin Xian, chatting with him. After dinner, Lin Xian was called away by Master Roshi. Master Roshi mentioned the 6 styles of body technique and the Breath of the Sun, revealing that he wanted to practice and learn. Old man, you asked me to come here to train, but now you want to learn my secret skills instead. I think it would be better if you made me your master. Lin Xian said playfully. Of course, Lin Xian was just joking. He had no interest in taking such an old apprentice. Master Roshi, who was initially angry, felt frustrated upon realizing that Lin Xian was just joking. The next day, at dawn, just as the sun was about to rise, the sea breeze occasionally blew, creating a rustling sound. In the otherwise quiet Turtle Hermit's house, a clear alarm clock rang, followed by a shout. Get up, Wukong, Krillin, wake up, it's time to train. In the Turtle Hermit's house, Master Roshi woke Wukong and Krillin beside him. After yesterday's rest, Master Roshi was completely fine. Krillin opened his sleepy eyes, rubbed them lightly, yawned, and pointed at the clock, saying sleepily, Why is it so early? It's only 4:30. It's not too early. The early morning is the key to a productive day. It's just right to get up and train now, Master Roshi urged. All right, you guys hurry up and get dressed. I'll go wake up Lin Xian, and you wait outside. Make sure not to fall back asleep. After saying that, Master Roshi went to the second floor to Lin Xian and Lan Chi's room to wake Lin Xian. Before he could call, he ran into Lin Xian coming out. Not bad. Getting up so early, Master Roshi praised Lin Xian and then said just in time, the morning training is about to start. You go wait outside for Wukong and Krillin. Master Roshi told Lin Xian to wait for Wukong and Krillin while he went back to Lin Xian's room. Master Roshi was still unaware that Lan Chi had also woken up. Before waking up, blue-haired Lan Chi had already transformed into blonde Lan Chi. Old man, get ready to get shot at, Lin Xian said with a gleam in his eyes, taking pleasure in Lan Chi's transformation. Knowing Master Roshi's intentions, Lin Xian did not remind him. Once Lin Xian left the Turtle Hermit's house, he heard gunfire from the room he shared with Lan Chi upstairs. At that moment, Wukong and Krillin, who had just finished getting dressed, came out. Hearing the familiar gunfire, they instinctively shrank their necks, clearly recalling unpleasant memories. It was blonde Lan Chi's gunfire. With Wukong and Krillin here, and himself too, the only one missing was Master Wu Tian, so Krillin had already guessed what was happening. Soon, Master Roshi emerged with his head wrapped in bandages. Seeing Master Roshi like this, Lin Xian suppressed his laughter and asked knowingly, Old man, what happened to you? How did you end up like this after just a short while? Cough, cough. Master Roshi cleared his throat, a hint of unnaturalness flashing across his face. Then, he pretended to be relaxed and laughed. Hee hee, I'm getting old. My legs aren't what they used to be. I slipped and fell while going down the stairs. And that's how I ended up like this. Lan Chi's bullets couldn't possibly hurt Master Roshi. He was only wrapping his head in bandages to cover the marks left from the bullets on his forehead, maintaining his image as a master. Oh, is that so? But it seems you didn't just fall, Lin Xian asked curiously on purpose. What kind of look is that? I said I fell, so I fell. Don't I know my own matters? All right, let us not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss training. Master Rashi knew that Lin Xian was mocking him by asking questions. So he quickly changed the subject. Since that's the case, I won't ask anymore. Old man, please be careful going down the stairs in the future. Don't fall again. Lin Xian said in a concerned tone. Master Rashi didn't appreciate it and shot Lin Xian a glare. Krillin, standing nearby, had a twisted expression on his face, trying to suppress his laughter. Only the naive Wukong believed Master Rashi's words and thought he really had fallen. Master Rashi, with his hands behind his back, addressed Lin Xian. Wukong and Krillin who are lined up, we are about to start the Turtle School martial arts training. First, let me tell you what martial arts is. Training in martial arts is not for fighting, competing, or to attract girls, but to ensure the health of the body and mind, making life more meaningful. That is true martial arts. However, for those bad guys who use wrongful force to bully others, you must teach them a good lesson. Master Rashi went on for a long time, but Wukong didn't understand a single word and still didn't understand after the explanation. Master Rashi was speechless and didn't even want to explain anymore. Now let's begin. First, we will jog. Quickly follow me, Master Rashi said, leading the way and starting to run. Wukong and Krillin followed closely behind, while Lin Xian ran ahead, keeping pace with Master Rashi. Old man, your training methods are useful for Wukong and Krillin, but they're not useful for me, Lin Xian said. Master Rashi replied, you're different from Wukong and Krillin. Their training is just warm-up for you. After your warm-up training is over, I will guide you one-on-one and pass on my other skills, except the Turtle School Kamehameha, as well as some life experiences. After hearing Master Rashi's words, Lin Xian didn't say anything more. He slowed down and moved from running alongside to behind Master Rashi. Master Rashi led the three of them, continuing to run. After running for a while, they reached a densely packed area of houses. At the entrance of a milk warehouse, Master Rashi stopped and spoke with a humanoid figure with a bull's head, discussing the milk delivery. Then Master Rashi turned around and said to Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin, you three each carry a box of milk. It's time to start delivering milk. What? Deliver milk? Krillin was taken aback. Master Rashi explained, this is a great way to train. Once Lin Xian and the others picked up the milk, they began jumping forward under Master Rashi's lead. It must be said that for ordinary people, this was indeed a test. Not to mention the weight of a box of milk itself. Jumping forward would add to that weight, consuming more energy than running. Under Master Rashi's lead, after jumping forward for 2 kilometers, they began to run in a curve. When they reached a mountain, it was time to climb, going up steps. While climbing the steps, Krillin fell far behind, and Wukong was also struggling. Only Master Rashi and Lin Xian seemed unaffected. Although Krillin had some complaints, he kept gritting his teeth and pushing forward with all his might. Wukong, panting, asked Grandpa, can we use the flying nimbus to deliver it? Master Rashi exhaled a puff of smoke and retorted, then is that still called training? The next second, Master Rashi reminisced. I miss it. In the past, son Wukong and the Ox King also delivered milk. Really? My grandpa delivered milk too? Wukong's eyes brightened, feeling energized, and instantly felt he wasn't tired anymore. Krillin, who was climbing the steps, finally made it up while they were talking. Master Rashi said to him, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you. After Krillin delivered the milk, a monk came out and said to Lin Xian and the others, thank you, 3 benefactors. Hey, Wukong rudely greeted, only to be hit with Master Rashi's cane, receiving a lesson on manners. The monk, who knew Master Rashi, greeted him. Are you training your disciples again? It's been a while, Master Wutian. Yes. Long time no see, Master Rashi replied. You still look so energetic. How are your 3 outstanding disciples doing? The monk inquired about Lin Xian and the others. Master Rashi said they just started their training and their potential is very great. If they train well, they can participate in the tournament in 8 months. Oh, the monk was taken aback, recalling what the tournament mentioned by Master Rashi was the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief, asking, the World Martial Arts Tournament? What is that? Wukong asked in confusion. Lin Xian explained to them. The World Martial Arts Tournament gathers all the martial arts experts of this world, and through competitions, it determines the number 1 in the world. Number 1 in the world? Wukong jumped up excitedly. Krillin was equally excited and asked Master Rashi, can we also participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Of course. As long as you don't slack off, you can definitely participate. Master Roshi's words were mainly directed at Wukong and Krillin. As for Lin Xian, even if he does nothing, as long as he participates in the tournament 8 months later, he will surely be the champion. The monk smiled and said, I will wait for good news. Seeing Wukong and Krillin's reactions, Master Roshi changed his tone and warned. However, you shouldn't treat being number 1 in the world as your goal. And it's not an easy task. Your goal should be to participate in the martial arts tournament and work hard to train. However, Wukong and Krillin didn't take Master Roshi's words to heart. They were still excited and talking to themselves. Now, let's continue delivering milk. Master Roshi led Lin Xian and the others to continue delivering milk. Watching their backs, the monk encouraged Lin Xian and the others, saying, good luck. After that, Master Roshi led Lin Xian and the others off the mountain via a narrow wooden bridge, walked through soft sand that would sink if they moved too slowly, waded through a river where moving slowly would lead to being swept down a waterfall, and finally ran away from a pursuing dinosaur without being able to fight back. Thus, the training for delivering milk ended for the day. Wukong and Krillin were so exhausted that they collapsed on the ground. Listening to Master Roshi, in the 8 months leading up to the World Martial Arts Tournament, you will have to deliver milk every day, and this is just a morning training. Now we will start the morning training. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Krillin stuck out his tongue and said, oh my gosh. Lin Xian felt that this kind of training was useless for him, but he found it very interesting. As a Dragon Ball fan, he had a vivid memory of Goku and Krillin's training. In fact, in his previous life, Lin Xian even thought about training like Master Roshi did with Goku and Krillin. Not to mention training for 8 months. If someone could endure this day's training, they would be considered extraordinary. Not to mention being chased by dinosaurs. Master Roshi's training included swimming competitions against sharks and having their bodies tied to trees to avoid bee stings. Just these 2 tasks if one could survive them. In Lin Xian's previous life, they would be qualified to be called extraordinary. The morning training began. Master Roshi pointed to the nearby fields and said to Lin Xian and the other 2, the morning training is to plow the fields. Plow the fields? What? At first, Goku and Krillin thought they had misheard. Only Lin Xian appeared indifferent, thinking to himself, as expected. Master Roshi ignored Goku and Krillin and went to the fields to talk to the farmers. The farmers, seeing that Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin were still children, felt a bit embarrassed. However, unable to resist Master Roshi's words, the farmers put down their hoes and handed the plowing tasks over to Lin Xian and the other 2. Lin Xian and the other 2 arrived at the field. Why are they still standing there? Master Roshi urged from the side, hurry up and start. If you don't finish quickly, you won't be allowed to eat breakfast. It's milk delivery and plowing. I've never trained like this at Dual Lin Temple, Krillin complained. Complaining aside, he sincerely picked up the hoe and started working. Wukong did the same beside him. Lin Xian, however, was plowing with his hands. Wukong and Krillin didn't understand and were about to ask Lin Xian why he was using his hands instead of a hoe when Master Roshi explained it to them. He nodded at Lin Xian's method and praised him for being smart, then said to Wukong and Krillin, you shouldn't use hoes either, just like Xiao Xian. Use your hands to plow. This training not only strengthens your legs, waist, and arms, but also your hands. What? Krillin said in disbelief. Doing such a large field with our hands? Time waits for no one. Once Krillin came to his senses, he started plowing with his hands, following Lin Xian and Wukong. Lin Xian often finds battle power attributes and bloodline fragments dropped by Wukong and Krillin, and he can also hear the system's notification sound in his mind, just as he did before. Lin Xian was annoyed and asked the system to temporarily turn off the notification sound. He did not integrate the combat power and bloodline fragments he had picked up, nor did he synthesize them. Klin was an elite-level Earthling, and his bloodline level was not as high as Lin Xian's, so Lin Xian saw no need to synthesize. That said, even if Klin's bloodline level exceeded Lin Xian's, Lin Xian would not fuse with his bloodline. Not to mention that Lin Xian could upgrade his bloodline on his own, he couldn't accept becoming a noseless person like Klin. While Lin Xian and the others were farming, Master Roshi was smoking, blowing out clouds of smoke. When Lin Xian and the others finished plowing the field by hand, Master Roshi stood up and put away his pipe. Emerging from the field, Goku said, panting, finally done. Klin looked at his hands and said with a smirk, my hands are all swollen. Lin Xian was just a bit dirty, but otherwise fine. While plowing the fields, he held back most of his strength and didn't use his full power. Otherwise, with his combat ability, he could have finished plowing all the fields by himself at an extremely fast speed without needing Goku and Krillin. In that case, what would Goku and Krillin have to train for? Master Roshi was quite satisfied with this. After taking so long, breakfast time had already been delayed. Starting tomorrow, the area of the fields would gradually increase, and they needed to speed up. This was said by Master Roshi to Goku and Krillin. After finishing their morning training, it was time for breakfast. Worried that Launch might still be blonde and hadn't turned back, Master Roshi didn't take Lin Xian and the others home, but instead took them to a restaurant. Before that, Lin Xian used a water technique to clean himself up and created some water for Goku and Krillin to wash their faces and hands. It is worth mentioning that the restaurant Master Roshi took Lin Xian and the others to was the same one where they had their late-night snack 2 nights ago. The restaurant owner recognized Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin at a glance. 2 nights ago, the 3 of them, each unique in their own way, along with the beautiful Launch, had come here for a late-night snack, making it hard for the owner to forget them. Haha, it's you guys. What would you like to eat today? The restaurant owner greeted Lin Xian and the others enthusiastically. Krillin felt very nervous being here with Master Roshi, who still didn't know about their late-night snack 2 nights ago. The night before, he had even told Goku, what we had was not dinner, but a late-night snack. We didn't go against Master Matato's words. A late-night snack and dinner are not the same meal. If Master Matato knew we went for a late-night snack, he might even praise our cleverness. However, those words were just to deceive the naive Goku. Krillin was actually afraid that the restaurant owner would bring up their late-night meal. And now what he feared had come true. As for Lin Xian and Goku, one was not afraid or concerned about whether Master Roshi would find out, while the other, innocent and naive, truly believed Krillin's words that dinner and a late-night snack were not the same meal. The restaurant owner's words made Master Roshi frown, and he asked the owner, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by what do they want to eat today? Have they been here before? Yes. The restaurant owner replied, these 3 little guys came here 2 nights ago, and there was also a beautiful girl with them. 2 nights ago, Master Roshi's face turned dark as he immediately thought of that night when he had been poisoned by Fugu. That night he had drunk too much and fell asleep on the couch after dinner, not expecting Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin to sneak out for a meal. He had clearly told Goku and Krillin not to have dinner, yet these 2 little rascals disobeyed him. The beautiful girl the restaurant owner mentioned must be Launch. Thinking of this, Master Roshi slammed the table and angrily asked Lin Xian and the others, whose idea was it for you to go out for dinner 2 nights ago? It was mine. I wasn't full that night, so I took Launch, Goku, and Krillin to have a late-night snack, Lin Xian said casually, not caring about Master Roshi's expression. Then Lin Xian continued, Krillin, why don't you tell the old man about that night? Oh, okay. Krillin replied, cautiously glancing at Master Roshi before saying, Master Matato, it was like this. Krillin didn't downplay or exaggerate, and he recounted the events of their late-night snack from start to finish. Master Roshi snorted coldly and first lectured Goku and Krillin before turning to Lin Xian and saying, since you're so generous, you can treat us to this meal today. Goku, Krillin, order whatever you want. Today it's on me, Lin Xian said while pulling out his super folding phone. Master Roshi seemed to have hit a cotton ball and was left speechless. Upon hearing that Lin Xian was treating, Goku and Krillin felt free to order a lot. The milk delivery training and hand plowing had drained their energy, and seeing them eat so much, Master Roshi was relieved that this meal was on Lin Xian. Of course, Master Roshi and Lin Xian also ate quite a bit. With the increase in bloodline and combat power, Lin Xian's appetite was far greater than when he first arrived. As a royal-level Earthling, Lin Xian could control his appetite to some extent. Eating a little less wouldn't make him hungry, and eating a little more wouldn't make him feel stuffed. In the end, when it was time to pay the bill, Lin Xian pulled out the card Bulma had given him, and the meal cost him 150,000. Was 150,000 a lot for a meal? Not really. In the original story, after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi treated Goku to a meal, and Goku alone ate 50 servings of food, equivalent to the meal of 50 people, and he barely felt full after eating everything. Master Roshi spent 480,000 and his alias Chung Long after winning the tournament, lost the 500,000 prize money to Goku in one meal. Master Roshi also had a short memory before the start of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. He treated Goku to another meal, and this time he couldn't even afford to pay the bill and had to ask for credit. In short, daring to treat Son Goku. No, daring to treat a Saiyan to a meal required a well-padded wallet. After breakfast, training continued. From now until lunch, it was time for reading and training. In Master Roshi's words, a martial artist needs not only a strong body, but also a flexible mind. For lunch, Lin Xian, Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi ate at Kame House, where blonde Launch had already turned back into blue-haired Launch. From 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. was nap time. Not far from Kame House, under a few trees, Master Roshi set up some hammocks. Lying in the hammock, Master Roshi said to Lin Xian and the others, "Exercise well, study well, play well, eat well, and rest well. This is the training philosophy of the Turtle School." After 1:30 p.m., Master Roshi took Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin to a construction site on the island, telling them to work there. Master Roshi said, training at the construction site, sweating while exercising muscles. And you can even earn some money. It was confirmed. Master Roshi wanted Lin Xian and the others to earn extra money for him. From the perspective of Lin Xian's previous life, raising Goku and Krillin, along with a launch, required money. Now that Lin Xian was around, Master Roshi's expenses were shared, just like the breakfast they had this morning. However, Master Roshi was also quite good at making money. Besides taking Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin to work at the construction site, he surely earned money from the morning milk delivery as well. As for Lin Xian and the others plowing the fields, today it was free. It was uncertain whether Master Roshi would charge for plowing in the future to earn money. Master Roshi had a conversation with the construction site foreman. Seeing that Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin were still children and each shorter than the last, the foreman frowned right away, thinking Master Roshi was joking with him. In the foreman's eyes, giving Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin a single wage was already too much. After all, the work here is not easy, and the three kids can hardly do much. However, when Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin picked up their tools and got to work at the invitation of Master Roshi, the workers and foremen at the construction site were stunned. Wukong and Krillin could each handle the work of several workers, completing the tasks of many people. Lin Xian is even more exaggerated. One person can match 10, and this is still the result after he suppresses his strength. "I will pay those 2 kids 5 shares. No, I will pay 6 shares. The foreman first pointed at Wukong and Krillin, then pointed at Lin Xian and said, "I will pay that kid 7 shares. Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin shared 13 portions of wages, and Master Roshi showed a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the contractor felt he had made a huge profit, as Lin Xian and the others saved him several portions of wages. After finishing their training at the construction site, Master Roshi took Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin to the lakeside for the next training session. Master Roshi pointed at the large lake in front of them and said, after sweating a lot, "The next step is swimming." Krillin covered his head and said, "It's not over yet?" "Of course not," Master Roshi replied matter-of-factly. Wukong impatiently urged Grandpa, "What's the use of just doing this? Hurry up and teach us the real skills." "Huh!" Master Roshi scolded Wukong. "You little brat dare to speak so disrespectfully, and you haven't even trained your physical strength yet, but you want to learn the real skills." At this point, Master Roshi turned his head and, pointing with his cane at a large rock beside them, said to Wukong and Krillin, excluding Lin Xian, "Whenever you two can push this rock, I'll teach you the real skills." "That's impossible. Who could push such a big rock?" Krillin instinctively replied. However, after saying this, he thought of Lin Xian, who was younger than him, but made him call him Big Brother. He surely could push this rock. Looking back at Master Roshi, Krillin's words were like a boost for him. He smiled and said, "Can't push it?" With that, Master Roshi went ahead and pushed the large rock, and it moved. "Did you see that?" Master Roshi stopped and said to Wukong and Krillin, "As long as you work hard every day, one day you'll be able to do it too." Lin Xian was once again excluded by Master Roshi, because Master Roshi knew that if he could push this rock, Lin Xian could definitely do it better. Krillin listened humbly to Master Roshi's words, while Goku ran ahead to the rock Master Roshi was pushing, wanting to give it a try. Seeing this, Master Roshi lectured Goku. "Don't you understand? Without hard training, you can't do it." But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Goku push the big rock, and he pushed it even farther. Krillin and Master Roshi watched, their eyes nearly popping out. "Well done, Goku, you pushed it farther than the old man. You're about to surpass him," Lin Xian praised, smiling at Master Roshi. At that moment, Master Roshi felt very embarrassed. Then, Master Roshi quickly changed his tone. "Ha! I was wrong. I can't even tell the size. Anyone can push such a small rock. What I meant was this one. You have to push this one to complete your physical training," Master Roshi said, pointing to a much larger rock. Looking at the enormous rock that could be called Rock Mountain, Goku and Krillin spoke up. "Is this a rock? This is practically a mountain." Then, Goku went to push Rock Mountain, but it didn't budge. Leaning against the Rock Mountain, Goku said, "Now I really can't move it." Master Roshi taught, "Of course, because you haven't trained enough." "Then let me give it a try." Lin Xian stepped up, suppressing his strength to match Master Roshi's and let Master Roshi feel it. Then, under the gaze of Master Roshi, Krillin, and Goku, Lin Xian pushed Rock Mountain with incredible speed. Next, Lin Xian exerted his strength with both hands and lifted the rock mountain. It should be noted that pushing and lifting are two different concepts, vastly different. Xiao Xian is still so impressive, Goku marveled. Krillin echoed, yeah, impressive, big brother. Old man, how did I do? Lin Xian asked humbly. Not bad. Master Roshi nodded stiffly. Master Wu Tian, can you also lift this rock mountain? Krillin asked Master Roshi. Of course, Master Roshi said, feeling a bit guilty, but in front of his disciples, he had to admit it to avoid losing face. Not noticing Master Roshi's guilt, Krillin said, Master Wu Tian, why don't I try to push this rock mountain and then lift it? Let us see. Stop joking. I don't have time to play with you guys. Let's continue training. Master Roshi skillfully changed the subject. For swimming training, Master Roshi instructed Lin Xian, Krillin, and Goku to swim across the big lake and back 10 times. For Lin Xian, who had special abilities like underwater breathing and the elemental transformation branch of water, swimming was like going home. After Master Roshi's command, the three jumped into the lake and quickly swam towards the opposite shore. When they reached the center of the lake, the originally calm surface became turbulent, with waves overlapping, and a huge shark fin emerged from below the surface, rushing towards Lin Xian and the others at high speed. It's a shark, there's a shark in the lake, Krillin exclaimed. Seeing the shark, Goku and Krillin were startled, their expressions changed, and they swam desperately in the lake, trying to evade the pursuit of the big shark. Lin Xian was not afraid of the big shark, but he knew its purpose, so he quickened his pace and started swimming in the lake. Lin Xian and the others reached the opposite shore and turned back to swim. Seeing the three swimming back, the big shark immediately opened its massive mouth to bite at Lin Xian and the others, but ended up biting nothing and continued its pursuit. Thus, Lin Xian and the others went back and forth, enduring the shark's chase. Finally, after completing 10 rounds of swimming, the three emerged from the lake. Being chased by the shark, Wukong and Krillin looked rather disheveled, like drenched chickens. After they put on their clothes, Master Roshi said to them, all right, let's continue with the next training. Next was the bee-dodging training, referred to by Master Roshi as training for reflex nerves. Lin Xian and the three of them were tied up with ropes, restricted to a certain area, avoiding a swarm of bees. Besides Lin Xian, Wukong and Krillin were stung and had swollen heads. During this time, Lin Xian diverted the bees using elemental manipulation, causing some of them to sting Master Roshi, who was hiding behind the grass, trees, and stones. As a result, Master Roshi also ended up with a few stings on his head. After avoiding the bees, Wukong and Krillin's training for the day ended, while Lin Xian finished his warm-up and was about to begin his real training. Master Roshi said to the swollen-headed Wukong and Krillin, "Good, your training for today is over." Krillin asked, "Master Roshi, do we have to do this kind of training every day?" Of course, today was still relatively easy, Master Roshi replied, taking out 3 turtle shells and continuing. "Tomorrow you will do the same training as today, but you will have to carry this 20-kilogram turtle shell during your training." Lin Xian and the others took the turtle shell handed to them by Master Roshi. Wukong and Krillin put on the exclusive turtle shells of the turtle school. Feeling the weight of the shells, Lin Xian glanced at the turtle shell with great disdain and tossed it aside. He said to Master Roshi, carrying it is unlucky. I have the ability to bear an extra 20 kilograms. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's body was adorned with various metals, including metal wristbands, ankle weights, and a metal vest, totaling exactly 20 kilograms. Seeing this, Master Roshi felt helpless. Carrying the turtle shell was a tradition of their turtle school, and Lin Xian, as a rule-breaking disciple, was a concern. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Lin Xian, Master Roshi would have long wanted to teach him how to be a good disciple who listens to his master. Master Roshi said, "Kid, since you don't want to carry the 20-kilogram turtle shell, let's increase the weight of the metals on you to 100 kilograms. For you, 100 kilograms is a piece of cake." Indeed, as Master Roshi said, Lin Xian agreed and increased the weight of the heavy metals on him to 100 kilograms. After that, Master Roshi began one-on-one guidance for Lin Xian. Wukong and Krillin continued their training, practicing the 6 techniques of body skills. As for the breath of the sun, they learned it yesterday, and today they were practicing it, even using the solar energy around them while studying, napping, and training. However, with divided attention, Wukong and Krillin had vastly different results. Krillin's gains were minimal, far inferior to focusing solely on the breath of the sun, while Wukong, as a Saiyan, was much stronger than Krillin. As time went by, under Master Roshi's guidance, both Wukong and Krillin continued their relentless training, aiming for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Living a hard-working training life, Their 3 meals a day were all taken care of by Lan Shi, and throughout their continuous training, the ever-changing blonde Lan Shi gradually became familiar with the four of them, no longer wanting to fight or kill upon meeting. 7 months passed like this, with only 1 month left until the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, Lin Xian frequently visited Bulma's house and his own, checking in on Bulma and Yamcha. He also made time every day to contact them through his super folding phone and the golden communicator. The Doraemon anime and its related gadget, the bamboo copter, became a massive hit, and Lin Xian had already made a fortune from it. Nowadays, one could see people flying with the bamboo copter wherever there were people. Also on sale were mass-produced ordinary air cannons. The ordinary air cannons had the same power as those in the comics. Other gadgets from Doraemon included the Momotaro rice balls that could tame fierce beasts and stave off hunger, super gloves that could increase strength, translation jelly that could understand different languages and facilitate communication, and a shrinking lamp that made things smaller when shown on, except for the special shrinking lamp. Other gadgets were also being mass-produced and sold. Their sales were temporarily not as good as the Doraemon comics and bamboo copters, but they were still impressive, receiving constant positive feedback and even showing signs of catching up. The Momotaro rice balls became a powerful tool for capturing dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers in the hands of Earthlings, priced affordably, and could also be eaten to stave off hunger, making them an essential item for outings. The translation jelly became a useful tool for Earthlings to communicate with their beloved pets and animals, and it could also be eaten to stave off hunger, making it another must-have item for outings. The repurchase rate for these two gadgets was far beyond that of other gadgets, mainly due to their low prices. Following the Universal Capsule, the founder of the Universal Capsule, Dr. Brief, became famous once again on Earth. Lin Xian has a mind to hide, and Bulma simply accompanies him, while the outside world remains unaware of them. Besides the gadgets, the blue fat cat from Doraemon, also known as Doraemon, has already been manufactured in a 1:1 scale. With a personality that is exactly the same, he loves to eat dorayaki and is afraid of mice. Currently, the blue fat cat is at the Universal Capsule Company, at Bulma's home. As for when mass production of robots like the blue fat cat will begin, similar to the yellow fat cats with ears in the anime, that has not yet been scheduled. In short, the blue fat cat Doraemon is unique. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that Lin Xian has celebrated a birthday and is now 9 years old. Lin Xian celebrated his birthday at Bulma's house, and after taking the leftover cake, he returned to the Turtle Hermit's house at midnight, where Goku, Launch, Master Roshi, and Krillin celebrated his birthday again. 7 months later, Lin Xian's attribute page underwent significant changes. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 360 Bloodline. Earthling, Royal Level, Super Ability. Handshake turns into Carrot Elemental Special Abilities. Water Breathing, Max Power. Perception of Breath, Transformation Technique, Levitation, 850 times Strength, Life Restoration. Hypnosis Creation Technique Abilities, 6 Styles of Body Technique, Minor Achievement. Breath of the Sun, 7 Styles of Fist Technique, Minor Achievement Techniques. Rock, Paper, Scissors, Master. Wolfong Fist, Expert. Kamehameha, Minor Achievement. Phantom Fist, Minor Achievement. Drunken Fist, Expert. Universal Shock Palm, Expert. Lin Xian upgraded his bloodline to Royal Level. The additional hypnosis in his special abilities was learned from Master Roshi. The Breath of the Sun, which should have appeared in the Special Abilities section, was moved to the new category of Creation Abilities. The 7 Styles of Fist Technique were also inspired by anime from Lin Xian's previous life. 7 Styles of Fist Technique. 1. Soft Fist infuses energy into the enemy's body, damaging their internal organs and meridians, and to some extent blocking their internal energy. 2. North Star Divine Fist, a lethal assassination technique that destroys the opponent's internal organs from the inside out. Enemies hit will suffer greatly, but will not die instantly. 3. Flowing Rock-Shattering Fist can smoothly block and bounce back enemy attacks, striking at openings for a decisive blow. It is a defensive technique. 4. Whirlwind Iron/Fist, sharp and powerful yet flexible. It cuts through and destroys enemies at whirlwind speed, due to its extreme speed and strength. This fist can shatter an enemy to pieces with a mere wave. 5. Pegasus Meteor Fist, a technique that can unleash hundreds of punches per second at supersonic speed, with each punch possessing the impact of a million-ton meteor strike, exceeding the speed of sound. The enemy first feels the shock wave before hearing the sound, making it unavoidable. The power and speed vary with the user's strength, capable of reaching 100 million punches per second at light speed, with each punch powerful enough to shatter planets, and at higher realms, even surpassing light speed. 6. Diamond Star Fist, Beautiful like snowflakes and stars, the pure white snowflakes freeze everything, with a minimum temperature that reaches absolute zero. 7. Phoenix Phantom Fist can destroy the opponent's mental will and attack their nervous system, amplifying their inner fears by tens of times, creating terrifying illusions. Additionally, it can see through the enemy's inner secrets. The inspiration for the 7 styles of fist technique comes from various sources. The first style, Soft Fist, is inspired by Naruto. The second style, North Star Divine Fist, is from the anime of the same name. The third style, Flowing Rock Shattering Fist, and the fourth style, Whirlwind Iron Slash Fist, are inspired by One Punch Man. And the fifth style, Pegasus Meteor Fist, the sixth style, Diamond Star Fist, and the seventh style, Phoenix Phantom Fist, are inspired by Saint Seiya. The Soft Fist is a family martial art of the Hyuga clan from the land of Fire's Konoha village and can only unleash its power when paired with the clan's bloodline limit, Byakugan. Lin Xian does not need the Byakugan, and the Soft Fist he created does not require it either. The deepest impression that the Big Dipper Fist left on Lin Xian is the classic line from the male protagonist Kinjiro, "You are already dead." The Flowing Rock Shattering Fist and the Whirlwind Slash Iron Fist in One Punch Man were created by Bongu and Bongpu, 2 old men. Bongu is the younger brother, and Bongpu is the older brother. The famous Pegasus Meteor Fist and Diamond Star Fist from Saint Seiya are like free gifts to Lin Xian, who possesses elemental transformation abilities such as Flash Transformation, Ice Transformation, and Snow Cold Transformation. The only difficult creation was the Phoenix Illusion Demon Fist, which Lin Xian could only create after upgrading his bloodline to the royal level. In short, without exception, Lin Xian's inspiration comes from the very famous martial arts in his previous life, anime. Even though he hasn't watched most of these anime completely, he is familiar with their renowned names. On the attribute page, in the moves section, the Phantom Fist, Drunken Fist, and Universal Shocking Palm, along with the special ability Hypnosis, were all learned from Master Roshi. To be precise, he learned while collecting move attribute fragments, synthesizing them through half-learning and half-gathering. Besides the well-known martial arts, Lin Xian can also perform Rock Paper Scissors, Wolf Fong Fist, Phantom Fist, and Drunken Fist. At Master Roshi's place, there's nothing left to teach Lin Xian, apart from sealing techniques like the evil containment wave. Today, Lin Xian is going to Bulma's house. On the outskirts of West City, Lin Xian sensed something and followed the feeling, discovering an entity similar to a black hole, but far more terrifying, even making Lin Xian feel danger. If this entity were a black hole, Lin Xian, with his elemental transformation ability of Dark Transformation, would have recognized it at a glance. "System, what is this?" Lin Xian asked in his mind. "This is a superdimensional tunnel, leading to another world." "A superdimensional tunnel?" Lin Xian showed a surprised expression. "What is going on? Can the Dragon Ball world connect to the myriad worlds of novels? Or are other anime worlds connected to the Dragon Ball world through this superdimensional tunnel? Wanting to invade?" Lin Xian inquired again in his mind. He was not worried about other worlds invading the Dragon Ball world. In fact, he was somewhat looking forward to it. He knows how deep the waters are in this world, with 12 universes and countless parallel timelines. Anyone who dares to act recklessly in this world, even the saints of primordial chaos, would have to stay here. Host, don't think too much. This world will not connect to the myriad worlds you imagine. The superdimensional tunnel indeed connects to another world, but this has appeared in the original work. Hearing the system say this, Lin Xian remembered. He recalled seeing a collaborative animation of Dragon Ball, Food Wars, and One Piece in his previous life, which he had even criticized. In that collaboration, to deal with Luffy and the people from the Food Wars world, Goku not only transformed into a Super Saiyan, but also into a Super Saiyan 3. Yet this did not secure a victory, resulting in an intense back and forth. Additionally, Dragon Ball and One Piece also had a collaborative manga, just one chapter, where Goku and One Piece's protagonist Luffy were a pair, Bulma and Nami were another pair, Piccolo and Zoro were another pair, Master Roshi and Sanji were a pair, and Pilaf and Buggy were a pair. System, does this superdimensional tunnel connect to the One Piece world or the Food Wars world? Host, you remembered. This superdimensional tunnel is naturally formed, with no human factors involved. The tunnel connects to the One Piece world, but it is not fully connected yet. After a while, the superdimensional tunnel will disappear, and once it fully forms, it will appear randomly. One Piece, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't even want to go to the myriad worlds, let alone the One Piece world. The Dragon Ball world is great. The 12 universes are vast, with the Earth in the solar system. Within the 7th universe, no. Within the Milky Way, it's like a speck of dust in the desert, insignificantly small. In the universe, solar systems average 2 to 300 planets, with some solar systems having more than that. A galaxy can have over 100 billion planets, and a universe can contain countless galaxies. While the universe is expanding at an unimaginable speed, with countless planets forming every day and countless planets shattering. In the Dragon Ball anime, the 12 universes look like 12 glass beads, and the civilized planets in the universe don't seem to display much, making the universe appear small. In reality, the universe is infinitely large, resembling a giant glass ball on the outside, with its internal space infinitely expanding. An existence capable of destroying the universe in one move means that the universe cannot withstand their energy, leading to instantaneous or rapid destruction and fragmentation. If the energy used to destroy the universe spreads at a speed, you might as well wash up and sleep if you want to destroy the entire universe. Because the speed of your destruction cannot keep up with the speed of the universe's expansion. You would die without ever witnessing the destruction of a universe. A single universe is this vast, let alone 12 universes, plus countless parallel timelines. Lin Xian wonders how long it would take to explore them all. What exists in other worlds might also exist in this world. Even if not, there's still many levels of Dragon Balls. Especially the Super Dragon Balls, with one wish, can restore the 7 universes that were erased by the Omni King in the Tournament of Power, even bringing back the 6 universes that the Omni King erased long ago. This is equivalent to creating 7 or 13 universes in one breath. With the Super Dragon Balls, what can't be achieved? Unless the wish exceeds the capabilities of the creator. Dragon God Zalama and Dragon God Zalama, who can recreate 7 universes at once with the Super Dragon Balls, how terrifying must his power be? That even the gods of destruction and angels must respectfully call him Lord Dragon God? In Lin Xian's previous life, the novel and anime worlds he had seen were composed of countless realms, and there were not many who could stand alongside the Dragon God. Outside of the Dragon Ball world, one of them is the Hongjun ancestor who transcended the heavenly Tao. The Hongwang flow began with Buddha is the Tao. Pangu opened up the universe, and the 6 saints entrusted their primordial spirits to the heavenly Tao, which is the law of the universe. The Honghuang continent is a large land within the universe, and the Honghuang universe also has galaxies. The 3,000 Buddha realms mentioned in Buddhism refer to the galaxies outside the Honghuang continent. In the Honghuang world, there is also a concept of countless realms. Unlike novels, the universe is an eternal world, where a galaxy is a great thousand worlds, a solar system is a middle thousand world, and a planet is a small thousand world. The Hongjun ancestor transcends the universe and can be compared to the Omni King of the Dragon Ball world, the Dragon God, and the Great Divine Official. As for who is the strongest, Lin Xian is not certain. Lin Xian didn't want to go, or rather, he didn't want to see the world of One Piece. He didn't want the 2 worlds to connect through the superdimensional tunnel, and there was another reason. It was because of the 6 styles of body technique. As is well known, the 6 styles of body technique created by Lin Xian were not learned by him in the world of One Piece, then claimed to be his own invention. He was able to create the 6 styles because he had watched the One Piece anime in his previous life. However, just having watched the One Piece anime and knowing the principles of the 6 styles is not enough if one doesn't have the required strength. Of course, the 6 styles are not particularly difficult techniques. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to create them at such a low bloodline level. In the One Piece anime and the world of One Piece, more people refer to it as the Marine 6 styles. If Goku and the others were to meet people from the world of One Piece, just like in the original story, and mention the Marine 6 styles, how could they explain that the Marine 6 styles had existed for many years, while his own 6 styles had existed for less than a year? Especially since the names of the techniques were the same, Lin Xian developed a murderous intent towards the world of One Piece, or more precisely, towards the universe of One Piece, harboring a desire for destruction of the planet around which the plot revolves. At that moment, a superdimensional tunnel, resembling a black hole, suddenly became transparent, revealing the world on the other side like a light screen. Lin Xian asked in his mind, "System, what's going on?" "Host, this is a normal phenomenon. The hyperdimensional tunnel is just one step away from being fully formed. The tunnel is becoming more complete, connecting to the world of One Piece. Besides being unable to allow living beings to pass through, in 2 minutes, the hyperdimensional tunnel will vanish. When it appears next time, the hyperdimensional tunnel will be fully formed. Is it just that living beings can't pass through?" Lin Xian asked again. "Can the attacks I unleash pass through the hyperdimensional tunnel and hit the One Piece world on the other side?" "Yes." The system instantly guessed Lin Xian's thoughts. 360. This combat power combined with the explosive combat power is far from enough to destroy a planet. There are only 2 minutes left, otherwise. Lin Xian would have gone to boost his combat power to 10,000 and obliterate the Navy and pirates on that planet. Through the transparent light screen, Lin Xian saw many familiar faces, all characters he had seen in the One Piece anime in his previous life. The world of One Piece. The planet around which the anime's plot revolves was currently undergoing a great battle. 38 years before the plot began, the Rocks pirates were the strongest pirate crew. Captain Rox D. Zebek was the overlord of the seas, and this era is known as the Age of Rocks. The Rocks pirates boasted the most luxurious lineup, including famous pirates like Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, Wang Ji, Axeham Morgan, and Captain John, all of whom would become well-known figures in the future. All were crew members of Rocks. With his powerful strength and his crew, the overlord of the seas was no longer enough for Rocks. He aspired to dominate the world, wanting to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons and become the new ruler of the world. Rocks took action against the Celestial Dragons, invading God Valley, kidnapping the Celestial Dragons, and plundering the treasures and devil fruits of the Celestial Dragons in God Valley. Rocks severely threatened the rule of the Celestial Dragons. As one of the D family, Rocks became a thorn in the side of the Celestial Dragons. With his immense strength and the resources he controlled, Rocks challenged the Celestial Dragons, whose interests and face were affected. They could no longer sit idly by and allow him to grow stronger. Almost all of the Navy's high-end combat power was mobilized. Alongside the Navy to deal with the Rocks pirates was the Roger Pirates, with the captain being the future first Pirate King, Roger. The battle taking place at this moment was the God Valley incident, where Roger and Garp joined forces to confront Rocks. The Navy's high-level combat forces, including Sengoku and Zifa, along with Rayleigh, Silvers, and Douglas Bullet from the Roger Pirates, faced off against the high-level combatants of the Rocks Pirates, such as Whitebeard, Shiki, and Big Mom. Garp was the strongest in the Navy, but Rocks' strength was greater than Garp's. Alone, Garp could not defeat Rocks, but with Roger, it was different. The Navy and pirates were mortal enemies, and their cooperation was something even Rocks did not expect. Despite Rocks' strength, he was no match for Garp and Roger. Rocks had been fighting Garp and Roger for almost a day, and he was increasingly at a disadvantage, with none of his crew coming to help him. The internal dynamics of the Rocks pirates were filled with ulterior motives, lacking unity, and everyone was calculating their own interests. Even if they weren't being held back, they wouldn't come to help Rocks. The Rocks pirates were a crew gathered around treasure, with no trust among comrades, and they wouldn't willingly submit to anyone. They had merely temporarily allied with Rocks. Once Rocks was no longer capable, they would scatter and go their separate ways. While engaged in battle with Whitebeard, Sengoku noticed the transparent light screen not far away. He stepped back to create distance from Whitebeard, frowning and muttering to himself, What is that? Not only Sengoku, but at the same time, all the powerful beings noticed the now transparent hyperdimensional tunnel. Lin Xian could see them through the transdimensional tunnel, and they could also see Lin Xian through the transdimensional tunnel. The 8 or 9-year-old Lin Xian caught their attention. The Golden Lion spoke with a tone of confusion and speculation. Who is that little brat? He can see us like this. Is that transparent thing his fruit ability? Is he using his ability to spy on our battle? Based on the terrain, it was clear even to a blind person that Lin Xian's location was completely different from their own God Valley. Oof. Kaido snorted coldly. Not having consumed the fish fruit's Azure Dragon form yet, he had not gained the upper hand in his battle against Barrett. Hearing the Golden Lion's speculation, he vented his anger on Lin Xian, threatening, "Don't let me run into that little brat. Otherwise, I'll definitely turn him into a meat patty with one punch." Zifa, Sengoku. Look at the city behind that kid. The speaker was Crane, who was still very young. The first thing that caught the attention of the people in the One Piece world was Lin Xian, followed by the terrain around him. And finally, the West City behind Lin Xian, a city filled with towering buildings, flying vehicles, and people wearing bamboo dragonflies, exuding a strong sense of science fiction. This West City, if placed on Lin Xian's previous Earth, would only be a city of fantasy, non-existent in reality, let alone in a world dominated by the Navy and pirates, temporarily referred to as the Navigation Star. Although there were many scientists on the Navigation Star in the One Piece world, only Vegapunk and a handful of other scientists could create epic-making products. The average technology level of the Navigation Star was still quite a distance from Lin Xian's previous Earth, and even further from the Earth of the Dragon Ball world. If Vegapunk were here and saw the science fiction-like West City, he would definitely be amazed. To be fair, Vegapunk, as a genius scientist in the original One Piece, would have been the top scientist on the navigation star in the anime. Had the main character Frankie not surpassed him due to the protagonist's halo, even the Dragon Ball world, he would have had a place. In the original work, Vegapunk was born on Mechanical Island in the Grand Line, the future kingdom of Balquishmoria. Vegapunk's early inventions in his hometown included semi-mechanizing animals. Later, he built large heating furnaces to improve the lives of the islanders, but was forced to stop due to a lack of technology and funding. After becoming a government scientist, he created a pet Western dragon in Punk Hazard, which was a synthetic creature he made. His experiments on human gigantism, discovering bloodline factors, creating the first artificial devil fruit, and developing protective suits all came from his hand. He was the only man who fully understood the devil fruits and was proficient in everything from devil fruits to mechanical engineering. A true genius scientist. Vegapunk unlocked the conditions for transmitting devil fruit abilities and could allow objects to possess devil fruit abilities. He invented a method using Sea Prism Stone to enable Navy warships to cross windless zones, allowing the Navy to freely navigate to other seas. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was used as a body template to create a semi-finished living weapon, which later evolved into a complete form. He also mass-produced human weapons, known as pacifistas for the Navy. The modified Bartholomew Kuma is just a lower-tier version of an artificial human. Isn't it? The great battle suddenly halted, except for Carp, Roger, and Rox. The Navy, Roger pirates, and Rox pirates all returned to their companions. What is that city? Why don't I have any impression of it? I've been to all the bustling, lively places in this world. Could it be the dwelling place of gods? Wang Ji expressed this opinion. Silver Axe disdainfully replied, God? Like the celestial dragons? Who cares where it is? I'm eyeing that city. I want to conquer it and loot its treasures. The one saying this was Captain John, his eyes filled with greed. Upon hearing this, the crew of the Rox pirates showed their greedy pirate faces. That city is mine. The Golden Lion shamelessly declared sovereignty over West City. I wonder if the desserts in that city are good? Are there any men who meet my criteria? Young, beautiful, and slim. Thought Big Mom about the desserts and men qualified to bear her children. Look at the people in that city flying in vehicles. The things on their heads must also be high-tech creations. It's obviously a high-tech city. Taking it down shouldn't be a problem, spoke Kaido. Although Kaido didn't understand science, he had seen scientific products before. Of course, others weren't stupid either. They understood scientific products immediately. Whitebeard remained silent, sensing an ominous premonition. The young crane asked, Sengoku, Zifa, do you know which country city the kid's behind? I don't know. Me neither. I've never seen it. Sengoku and Zifa shook their heads. Carp, Roger, and Rox also began to communicate. Through the transdimensional tunnel, Lin Xian could clearly hear every word they said, including Kaido's threat to turn him into a meat patty. Ignorance is fearless. They still want to invade the Earth of the Dragon Ball world. From their battle, Lin Xian could already see their combat power. The situation where Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan and fights Luffy in the crossover animation of Dragon Ball, One Piece. And Food Wars simply wouldn't happen in this real world. The strength of Rox, Carp, Roger, the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Sengoku, and others, if converted into combat power, would be easily defeated by King Piccolo. Currently, King Piccolo hasn't appeared yet, but there are gods on Earth, along with Master Roshi, Crane Hermit, and Tao Pai among others. In any case, the Earth of the Dragon Ball world is filled with hidden talents. Anyone daring to invade this world from the One Piece world would definitely meet a miserable end. Idiots, weak and pitiful, unaware of the disaster approaching, and still dare to boast. Lin Xian said coldly as he prepared the Kamehameha. On the opposite side, in the One Piece world navigation star, with the observation Haki unable to perceive Lin Xian through the transdimensional tunnel, Roger S. pirates, the Navy, and the powerful individuals under rocks naturally could not sense how terrifying the Kamehameha that was about to be sent to them would be. The observation Haki of the One Piece world could strongly sense the presence of the other party. Once this power is enhanced, it allows one to read the location, number, and the next actions of enemies outside of their line of sight. Observation Haki is closely related to the mind and requires calmness to ensure its use. It cannot be used when emotions are heightened and reason is lost. Observation Haki has various functions: sensing attacks, predicting the opponent's next move, sensing the strength of living beings, perceiving their emotions and thoughts, and detecting the location and number of objects outside of sight. These are the basic abilities of Observation Haki, with range and intensity varying from person to person, and it can even foresee the future, although reaching this level is very difficult. In the world of One Piece, observation haki is somewhat similar to the ki sensing in Dragon Ball. Where it falls short is that it requires calmness to use, while it surpasses ki sensing in that it can be cultivated to foresee the future, read minds, and assess character, and it can also be viewed as an extension skill, with its basic functions being stronger than ki sensing. Although observation haki has become obsolete as recognized powerful figures in this world, such as the Rocks Pirates, Roger Pirates. In the Navy, no one thinks that Lin Xian and the Western forces behind him are particularly formidable. They simply have more advanced technology. Damn little brat, daring to say we are weak and bringing disaster upon us, really deserves to be cursed. Look, that brat is about to attack us. Haha, I'm so scared. If he can attack us, does that mean we can go after him too? Amidst the clamor of voices, they welcomed the Kamehameha. At the moment Lin Xian's Kamehameha passed through the hyperdimensional tunnel, Rocks and the others felt the energy of the Kamehameha. Their faces changed color, and fear appeared on them. How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? A little ghost can unleash such an attack. Run. Rocks, Roger, Carp, Whitebeard. And the others were sure that if they were hit by this light wave, they would definitely die a terrible death. Running was the thought in all their minds. However, could they outrun the Kamehameha? Boom! With a loud explosion, a mushroom cloud rose. The island where the Valley of Gods was located vanished, and huge waves surged in the sea, causing massive disturbances in the second half of the Grand Line's new world. The Red Line developed a gap, and a large portion of the sailing stars in the One Piece world were affected to varying degrees. Through the hyperdimensional tunnel, Lin Xian murmured, "The ants of the lower realm have such great lives." What surprised Lin Xian even more was that the people in the One Piece world had such resilience. After his Kamehameha, there were still survivors, and quite a lot of them, more than 10. Their vitality was just like what was depicted in the One Piece anime. As long as their heads weren't cut off and their hearts weren't destroyed, they could recover over time. Characters like Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Captain John all died, and their Captain Rocks was hit directly by the Kamehameha, dying the most miserable death. Only Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom from the Rocks Pirates survived. The Roger Pirates fared worse. The entire crew, except for Roger, Rayleigh, and Barrett, had no survivors. Even Jabba, the third in command of the Roger Pirates and future Pirate King Roger's left-hand man, was dead. On the Navy side, only Carp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Tsuru were still alive. Before the Kamehameha exploded, Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form and protected Tsuru along with Black Arm Zephyr, so Tsuru was only severely injured and not dead. At this point, 2 minutes had passed, the hyperdimensional tunnel disappeared, and it was impossible for Lin Xian to make another move. On the sailing star of the One Piece world, the surviving Sengoku, Gold Lion, and others saw the hyperdimensional tunnel vanish, and they could no longer see the terrifying child Lin Xian. All of them breathed a sigh of relief. In later generations, this day would be referred to as a day of shocking and astonishing events, and very few truly knew what had happened in the Valley of Gods. In the future, Navy scientists, especially Vegapunk, speculated that the hyperdimensional tunnel was a passage to another world, combined with the upper realm that Lin Xian had deliberately left behind. Lin Xian's identity and the city they saw became apparent. Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and Tsuru realized that Lin Xian was from another world, and that the ultra-high-tech city was a city from that other world. If a child could be so powerful, how strong would the adults from that other world be? At that time, Sengoku, who had already become the fleet admiral of the Navy, hoped that the passage to the other world would never appear again. However, before that, in order to maintain a so-called face, Lin Xian's appearance was drawn based on the descriptions of Sengoku and the others and printed on a wanted poster. The wanted poster had no name, only the drawn portrait, a bounty of 500 million, and a statement declaring Lin Xian to be extremely wicked. Lin Xuan unleashed the Kamehameha, affecting half of the planet. If this were to be made public, the bounty would start at least at 10 billion. Lin Xian arrived at Bulma's house and was greeted first by the chubby blue cat, Doraemon, who was eating dorayaki while watching TV. "Xiao Xian, you're here." The blue cat greeted enthusiastically. Without Lin Xian's anime, Doraemon wouldn't have been created, so the blue cat was very grateful to Lin Xian. As time passed, a few days went by. Compared to finding fragments of the void technique, Lin Xian, who possessed a royal bloodline, created his own flying technique. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 400 bloodline. Earthling, royal, super ability. Handshake turns into carrot elemental special abilities. Breathing underwater, max power, sensing aura, transformation technique, levitation, 850 times strength. Life restoration, Hypnosis created techniques. 6 styles of body technique. Minor. Breath of the Sun. 7 styles of fist technique. Minor. Flying technique techniques. Rock, paper, scissors. Master. Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Minor. Kamehameha. Major. Phantom Fist. Minor. Drunken Fist. Proficient. Universal Shocking Palm. Minor. In the ability creation technique section, there was an additional flying technique, which belonged to the ability category. The flying technique was similar to the void technique, but was faster. King Piccolo would use the flying technique. After a while, Goku ran back to the Kame house excitedly from outside and loudly called to Master Roshi inside the house. "Oh man, come here, Xiaoxian, you come too." Then, Goku grabbed Master Roshi's hand and ran outside, with Lin Xian following behind. The place Goku was heading to was the lakeside where they practiced swimming. Goku and Krillin, who were waiting by the lake, wanted to prove to Master Roshi that they could push the rock mountain too. Initially, Master Roshi didn't understand and asked Goku, "Goku, what's going on? Why did you bring me here?" "Grandpa, look at that rock." Goku pointed to the rock mountain and said to Master Roshi, "What about it?" Master Roshi still didn't catch on. "Master Mateto, have you forgotten? Didn't you tell us that if we could push this rock, you would teach us real skills?" Krillin quickly clarified when he saw Master Roshi had forgotten. "That's right. Old man, you said that at the time." Goku chimed in. "Old man, you can't go back on your word." Lin Xian joked from the side. He naturally knew that Master Roshi was already teaching Goku and Krillin the true skills of the Kame school. And to teach them the real skills would mean imparting the Phantom Fist and the Universal Shocking Palm, while Krillin still didn't know the Kamehameha. "Oomph, you're so talkative." Master Roshi glared at Lin Xian, but it was more of a complaint towards him. Turning back, Master Roshi saw Goku stepping forward, taking a deep breath, and staring at the rock. He then placed both hands tightly against the rock, his eyes wide open, gritting his teeth, and shouted softly, his little arms bursting with muscle. With Goku's push, the rock mountain moved along with his steps, dragging the earth as it moved. Goku, with a surge of energy, pushed the rock several dozen meters before stopping, leaving Master Roshi watching in shock. Initially, he had only said it casually, but he didn't expect that besides Lin Xian, Goku could also push this super large rock. Although it was far from as exaggerated as Lin Xian's feat, and he didn't lift the rock mountain like Lin Xian did, it was enough. "It's my turn. Although I'm not as good as Goku, I can also push this rock," Krillin said as he approached the rock. Then Krillin also pushed the rock mountain. Although his performance wasn't as outstanding as Goku's, it was still acceptable. "Old man, we both did it. Now you can teach us the real skills, right?" Goku said excitedly and expectantly to Master Roshi. Master Roshi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Actually, I don't have much left to teach you. In these past 7 months of training, you have unknowingly grasped the core of the Kame school. Your eyesight, punches, kicks, body parts, and minds have all undergone excellent training. As long as you connect and utilize these strengths, that is martial arts. You need to apply what you have learned in these days, think for yourselves, and ponder." Goku asked, "But practicing martial arts is not primarily to defeat others, but to surpass oneself. Therefore, you need to create your own techniques and pursue martial arts in your own way of fighting." Master Roshi interrupted Goku and said this. In the original story, Master Roshi's skills, the Kamehameha and Phantom Fist, were self-taught by Goku and Krillin during the martial arts tournament, not directly taught by Master Roshi. Krillin later indeed created his own techniques, with his original technique, the explosive airstrike, being quite powerful. The most outstanding one being the Chi Yuan Slash, which is a great weapon capable of harming opponents regardless of their strength, having cut off Great Ape Gohan's tail and even Frieza's tail on Namek. In the later Dragon Ball Super plot, Krillin participated in the Tournament of Power, experiencing a significant power boost, referred to as the state of no self, adjusting his aura and mind, having no fear in his heart to break through himself, being free and unrestrained, with a mind and will manifesting. The heart is like emptiness, forgetting oneself to the greatest extent, embodying one's thoughts. Simplicity and firmness lead to the ultimate, seeking without contention, reacting when in danger, making no mistakes in battle. Simplicity and firmness allow one to reach the extreme, to the finest, to the complex, to the abundant. Only by using an unprecedented state to enhance and apply aura techniques can one further increase strength. Regardless, Krillin found his own path. As an Earthling, Lin Xian should also be able to achieve the state of no self. Goku had found his own path as well, with his Dragon Fist being classic. In addition to the Dragon Fist, in the original story, at the upcoming 21st Martial Arts Tournament, to counter the Drunken Fist of Master Qianlong, Goku created the technique Frenzied Fist, moving like a wild dog, jumping around looking for an opportunity to attack. He also created the monkey fist, a martial art that mimicked monkey movements and forms, and the Euro fist, spinning at high speed like a top to knock opponents away. After this, Master Roshi brought out 2 turtle shells weighing 40 kilograms for Goku and Krillin. Master Roshi smiled and said, "In the coming days, you will continue your training while carrying these 40-kilogram turtle shells." In the following days, Goku and Krillin increased their weight and continued their training in the same way. Time flew by quickly, and the World Martial Arts Tournament was just around the corner. On the eve of the tournament, everyone at Kame House was preparing to head to South City. At this time, Master Roshi was dressed very formally, in a suit and wearing a black hat, looking like a big boss. Master Roshi said to Goku and Krillin, "In these 8 months, your bodies have been honed to perfection. Whether it's strength, stamina, or speed, you have far surpassed the past. All right, you can take off the turtle shells now." Krillin said excitedly, "Great. Finally, we don't have to carry them anymore." Without the turtle shell, Lin Xian had already removed the metal weights he was wearing earlier. Following Master Roshi's instructions, Goku and Krillin took off the turtle shells. They immediately felt light, like a feather that could fly with a gust of wind, filled with an indescribable sense of ease. Goku exclaimed, "So light." Krillin echoed, "Yeah, it feels so light and comfortable, like I want to fly." Wukong and Krillin felt their tremendous changes and were very happy. Master Roshi said to them, "You two should jump vigorously to stretch your bodies, master your physical strength, and see the results of your 8 months of training." Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Wukong and Krillin jumped at the same time, and they shot up into the air like super springs, their bodies instantly leaving the ground. Meanwhile, Lan Shi took out a suit size for adults and handed it to Lin Xian. "Say, Xian, here, this is made by me for you." Wukong and Krillin have one too. Lin Xian often transforms into his appearance 10 years later, and the people in Kame House are already used to it. They made a suit for Lin Xian, and Lan Shi prepared a size for him that corresponds to 10 years in the future, along with a specially made hat, which was also crafted by Lan Shi herself. "Thank you, Sister Lan Shi. I will take good care of this suit," Lin Xian said with a smile as he accepted the suit from her. Then, Lin Xian went to Kame House, took off his current clothes, and transformed into his appearance 9 years later, to be precise, before putting on the suit and hat that Lan Shi had given him. Outside, Lan Shi handed 2 small suits to Wukong and Krillin, and these 2 guys quickly put them on, dressed in their little suits and wearing hats. They looked a bit strange, but also quite adorable. Lin Xian walked out of the Kame House and looked at Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin. Lan Shi nodded and said, "It fits well." Master Roshi greeted everyone and said, "It's getting late. We should set off." After saying this, Master Roshi transformed the Kame House into a capsule. Just like last time, unlike the original story, it wasn't Master Roshi who took Wukong and Krillin to the South City to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Lan Shi stayed behind to look after the house. All of them, including Lan Shi, went to the South City. Their way to the South City was not by riding on the cloud created by Lin Xian, but rather by Master Roshi driving to the airport and taking a plane to the South City. At the headquarters of the Golden Army, Lin Xian's home, Yamcha, Oolong, and Rabbit were present, with Rabbit staying behind to look after the house while the other 3 took a flying vehicle to the South City. A few months ago, they all wanted to go, but the Pilaf trio had returned. Although they were driven away, it served as a reminder that it was not good to leave the house unattended. In West City, Bulma and the blue fat cat Doraemon were also on their way to the South City. It was Wukong's first time on a plane, and he was very curious, looking left and right. Master Roshi, seeing a beautiful flight attendant, became restless. The plane flew from day to night before finally arriving in the South City. Lin Xian was passing the time with Lan Shi using a super foldable phone. During this time, Lan Shi accidentally sneezed, and when she turned into blonde Lan Shi, seeing so many passengers on the plane, she instinctively wanted to commit robbery, or in other words, hijack the plane. Fortunately, Lin Xian calmed her down and helped her revert back to blue-haired Lan Shi. Otherwise, the passengers on the plane would have been terrified. Although blonde Lan Shi had already made friends with Lin Xian, Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi. You can't let a wolf enter a flock of sheep and not allow it to eat. Even if the wolf is obedient, it can't help but salivate. In the eyes of blonde Lan Shi, all the passengers on the plane were big fat sheep, and when her professional instincts kicked in, knowing that Lin Xian beside her was someone who didn't lack money, she couldn't control herself. The night in South City was bustling and dazzling, showcasing a scene of neon lights and vibrant nightlife. The colorful lights were brilliant and eye-catching, and the streets were filled with a continuous flow of people, with many wearing bamboo dragonflies flying in the sky. If it weren't for the distance, not to mention Lin Xian, Wukong, Krillin, Lan Qi, and Master Roshi, they would also choose to wear bamboo dragonflies and fly to South City. Among the 43 cities on Earth, West City and East City are the two most prosperous cities, with South City ranking third. After arriving in South City, Lin Xian and the others found Wukong staring around with his bright eyes, even more exaggerated than on the plane. Wukong, you'll get laughed at like this. Krillin tugged at Wukong's sleeve, trying to get him to pay attention to his image. It's fine, Krillin, Wukong said nonchalantly, still looking like a country bumpkin just coming to the city. At this moment, Lin Xian said to Wukong, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Lan Qi, I just contacted Bulma. She has booked a restaurant in South City. After we register, we'll meet up with Yamcha and the others, have dinner first, then take a good stroll around South City. Buy whatever you like. After we finish shopping, we'll find a bar to sing, and finally, we'll sleep in a 5-star hotel. I'll cover all expenses tonight. Good kid. I won't hold a grudge about the water consumption. Master Roshi thought about how there would be many girls at the bar and couldn't help but get excited. Great. Long live, big brother. Krillin was equally excited, jumping in place. Dinner. Just hearing about dinner makes my stomach growl. I want to eat dinner. Wukong was just as focused on food as Master Roshi. Thank you so much, Xiao Xian, Lan Qi said calmly, smiling and thanking Lin Xian. After that, the 5 of them took 2 taxis to the registration point at the martial arts conference, where a grand martial arts venue appeared before them. A person in charge of registration was shouting, those who want to register, hurry up, come quickly. Registration ends before midnight tonight, so those who want to sign up, hurry. Lin Xian signed up with the attitude of participating for the sake of participation. With his strength, participating in the world's martial arts tournament would be like bullying children. The championship was undoubtedly his. Wukong and Krillin were too young, and the person in charge of registration looked at the 2 of them with suspicion. It was Master Roshi who spoke to the official on their behalf and registered their names. Meanwhile, Master Roshi quietly signed up using the name Chunglong. Lin Xian watched silently and didn't break the silence. They had just registered when Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar approached. Big brother Goku. Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar greeted. As soon as they spoke, all the eyes around turned to Lin Xian and Goku. The reason was simply that Yamcha and the others were dressed too flamboyantly. The 3 of them were wearing golden armor, which attracted attention wherever they went. When they first entered South City, quite a few reckless individuals targeted the golden armor of Yamcha and the others, but they were all dealt with. Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar were not ordinary people. Attempting to rob them would not work even with guns. It was previously mentioned that Yamcha's combat power during his first appearance in the original work, during the Raditz Saga, was significant. However, the original work did not specify Yamcha's combat power during his first participation in the martial arts tournament, which is the current 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. However, through Krillin's data, it can be inferred that Yamcha's combat power at that time was considerable, as he remarked that it would be difficult for anyone to place second when he saw Krillin in action. Krillin's initial combat power was 7, and during the 21st tournament, it was 60. Since Yamcha said that placing second was difficult, but didn't say it was impossible, his combat power should be between 50 and 60. Nowadays, both Yamcha and Krillin's strengths far exceed those in the original work at the same period. Lin Xian found their combat power very interesting. Saiyan, Sun Wukong. Normal combat power, 135, Angry combat power, 200, Giant Ape Transformation combat power, 1350. Earthling, Master Roshi, Normal combat power, 135, Explosive combat power, 170. Earthling, Krillin, combat power, 120. Earthling, Yamcha, combat power, 120. Animal type Earthling, Oolong, combat power, 55. Animal type Earthling, Puar, combat power, 48. Although Wukong's tail was cut off by Lin Xian and had not yet grown back, he could not transform into a giant ape without it. However, it still showed. After all, Wukong's tail could grow back. Compared to the original work, Wukong's combat power was 15 higher than during the same period. And Master Roshi's combat power also saw a significant increase. Their normal combat powers were the same, which was very interesting. Similarly interesting was that Krillin and Yamcha's combat powers were also the same, having doubled compared to the original work. Krillin's combat power was nearly catching up to what it was during the lower-tier martial arts tournament in the original work, where it was 130. Oolong and Puar had also become experts, far surpassing ordinary people. Their combat powers could be enhanced to this extent, thanks in part to the breath of the sun technique. Let us go sign up first, then we can go eat, Lin Xian said to Yamcha. Yamcha nodded. Before going to sign up, he looked at Wukong and said, Wukong, it's been 8 months, long time no see. Why aren't you talking? Yamcha, is that really you? What happened to your hair? If it weren't for Oolong and Pu'er being by your side, I wouldn't have recognized you. Why did you change your hairstyle? Wukong circled around, examining Yamcha. Pu'er interjected. It's like this. After we arrived in South City, some girls mocked Yamcha for his outdated hairstyle. So he went to a barber to get cut short. And it took a lot of time to choose a style he liked, which is why we arrived here to sign up after you. Ha, that is true. Yamcha laughed, scratching his head. I actually think you look better with long hair. It's a pity you cut it. Lin Xian shook his head, looking at Yamcha's short hair. Is that so? Then I'll grow it out again. Yamcha responded with a wry smile before going to sign up. Oolong and Pu'er did not participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. After Yamcha finished signing up, Lin Xian introduced them to each other. Let me introduce you. This is Krillin, who trained with Wukong under Master Roshi, and this beautiful and gentle sister is Launch, whom I've mentioned to you many times before. Krillin, Launch. This is Yamcha, Oolong, and Pu'er, members of my Golden Armor Legion, whom I've also mentioned to you many times. After Lin Xian introduced himself, Krillin quickly greeted them politely, saying, Nice to meet you all. My name is Krillin. Lan Chi smiled and said, Hello, I'm Lan Chi. Oh, hello, I'm Yamcha. Em Pu'er. Em Mulon. After exchanging greetings, they chatted for a bit and truly got to know each other. Then, Lin Xian took them to find Bulma. Speaking of which, Bulma and the Blue Fat Cat had arrived in South City. With the current popularity of Doraemon, as soon as the Blue Fat Cat was seen in South City, countless people surrounded him, mostly wanting autographs or even asking Doraemon to come home with them. When they arrived at the restaurant Bulma had booked, Lin Xian introduced everyone again, allowing those who had only heard of each other to meet for real. Little Doraemon, I finally get to see the real you, Lan Chi said as she sat next to the Blue Fat Cat Doraemon. The Blue Fat Cat was taken aback by this attention. The meal cost Lin Xian 588 million. After that, they strolled around South City, and Lin Xian spent nearly 100 million. Goku, who was just full, bought the least, so his spending was naturally low. Then they went to a bar to have fun, with Master Roshi, Krillin, Oolong, and Yamcha all getting increasingly excited. When it came time to settle the bill, Lin Xian spent 9.8 million. If they had sung normally, even with drinks and fruits, it wouldn't have cost that much, thanks to that old guy Roshi. Finally, they went to a hotel to sleep. Even though it was a 5-star hotel, because they didn't book the whole hotel, staying for 2 days only cost 4 million, which was even less than the meal cost. It wasn't that the 5-star hotel was cheap, nor that the restaurant's food was expensive, but rather that there were too many big eaters on Lin Xian's side. That night, the total expenditure was 120 million. The next day, before dawn, Lin Xian and the others woke up early. After washing up and having breakfast provided by the hotel, they headed towards the venue for the martial arts tournament. The venue was already crowded, with people everywhere, and almost everyone wore an expression of anticipation. They were all spectators, coming to watch the world's #1 martial arts tournament. A staff member stood there, holding a loudspeaker, shouting, Attention! The preliminaries are about to begin. Please contestants go to the martial arts arena. Before heading to the arena, Master Roshi took out the martial arts uniforms he had prepared and said, The suits you are wearing are inconvenient. This is a special martial arts uniform I had made for you. The Turtle School martial arts uniform. Doesn't it look good? After saying that, Master Roshi proudly handed the prepared uniforms to Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin, his face full of pride. The orange martial arts uniforms had a circle on the chest with the character turtle written inside, which would become Goku's signature outfit from now on. Goku and Krillin happily accepted the martial arts uniforms and eagerly changed their clothes, while Lin Xian also received an adult-sized martial arts uniform. But he did not put it on. Lin Xian darkened and stored his clothes into a black hole, then said to Master Roshi, I don't need a change. This suit is quite nice, and I really like it. Besides, no one in this martial arts tournament is my match. So wearing this suit is just to give them a chance. Xiao Xian's suit was indeed very stylish, much better than your martial arts uniform. Bulma first praised Lin Xian's suit, belittling the martial arts uniform given by Master Roshi, and continued, Xiao Xian is right. He is so strong that he doesn't need to wear your martial arts uniform. What Bulma didn't know was that the suit Lin Xian was wearing was handmade by Lan Chi. Otherwise, no matter how good-looking Lin Xian's suit was, it wouldn't look good in her eyes. Bulma, do you also think Xiao Xian's suit looks good? The suit Xiao Xian is wearing is made by me, Lan Chi said as she walked in front of Lin Xian and adjusted his suit. Upon hearing that the suit Lin Xian was wearing was made by Lan Chi and seeing her tidy up his clothes, Bulma felt unwell. The night before, when she first met Lan Chi, she felt something was off. Well, she was even stealing her man. Lan Qi, thank you for making the suit for Xian. My fiancé, Bulma said, pretending to be generous as she wrapped her arm around Lin Xian. Lan Qi responded to Bulma in a gentle tone. Oh my, is this the war of women? The blue fat robot was startled by the smoke-free war between Bulma and Lan Qi. The others, except for Goku, Puar, Krillin, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Yamcha, even the blue robot envied Lin Xian. The preliminaries were about to begin, and Bulma, Lan Qi, Oolong, Puar, and Doraemon, who were not contestants, couldn't go to the martial arts hall to watch the preliminaries and could only stay here, waiting to watch the quarterfinals. That's okay. When it's Lin Xian's turn, he'll kick his opponent out and break down the walls of the martial arts hall. Then Bulma and the others will be able to see the preliminaries. Before going to martial arts hall, Master Roshi pulled Lin Xian aside and whispered, Xian, you must know that I signed up for the World Martial Arts Tournament in the name of Long. Let me tell you, I'm not participating for the title of the best in the world, nor for the prize money. I just want Goku and Krillin to understand that there are always stronger people out there and to let them see the strength beyond the Turtle School. Lin Xian interrupted Master Roshi and said, "Old man, you don't need to say anything. We'll talk about it when we actually encounter it." Lin Xian, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha went to the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, Master Roshi also disappeared. Inside the arena, the contestants were eager to compete, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Before the draw for groupings, the staff of the World Martial Arts Tournament stepped onto a fighting stage and used a microphone to give a speech, elaborating at length. This time, there were 138 participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament, meaning 138 contestants from all over the country, or rather from all over the Earth. After all, there's only one country on Earth. Out of these 138 people, only 8 would advance through the preliminary rounds to decide the top 8, followed by the semifinals and finally the championship match. The preliminary rounds were divided into 4 regions, with 4 groups. The last 2 people standing in each region would enter the top 8. The competition rules stated that 2 contestants would duel one-on-one on the fighting stage. If someone fell out of the ring or lost consciousness, they would be considered defeated. However, killing was strictly forbidden and weapons could not be used. Each match lasted only 1 minute. If no winner was determined in that time, the referee would decide the outcome. After the staff explained the rules, they left the fighting stage and the contestants began to draw lots. Lin Xian and the others had good luck. Even those in the same region would not face each other initially, which relieved some anxiousness for Krillin and Yamcha. Let's head to our respective regions. See you after the preliminaries. Lin Xian called out to Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, glancing at Master Roshi disguised as Long before temporarily parting ways with him. Wukong and the others nodded and then took their drawn lots to head toward their assigned areas. Wukong and Krillin were placed in Group 3, one ahead and one behind, so they wouldn't meet in the preliminary rounds. Lin Xian was assigned to a group. When he arrived at the first area, there were already people fighting on the arena. Both sides were exchanging blows fiercely, resulting in a brutal match. Many competitors stood below watching. Some were strong, some had fierce appearances, while others had the face of a master. They observed the battle on the arena, with some showing surprise, some displaying disdain, and others reveling in schadenfreude. Lin Xian's arrival did not attract the attention of the contestants. However, after just one glance at the 2 competitors on stage, Lin Xian lost interest. In his eyes, the strength, speed, and techniques of the fighters on stage were completely lacking. The only noteworthy aspect was that the contestants were losing attributes while fighting. And Lin Xian collected a considerable amount of combat power, just like when he was training with Master Roshi, accumulating combat power without integrating it into himself. Lin Xian's match took place in the 4th round, and he drew the number 7. The competition proceeded quickly. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rounds took only about 3 minutes. Next, it was Lin Xian's turn to compete. The referee stood on the stage and shouted loudly, "Please welcome contestant number 7 and contestant number 8 to the stage." Lin Xian quietly leaped onto the arena. 2 seconds later, a wolf-like humanoid over 2 meters tall climbed onto the arena, standing opposite Lin Xian. This werewolf had an extremely muscular build, and there was a scar over its right eye. However, the eye was not blind. It just looked somewhat fierce. Lin Xian is completely polarized compared to this werewolf. Hee, kid, you're unlucky to run into me. Look at your small frame. I can knock you around so much you won't know which way is up. Just admit defeat early. That way I won't have to lay a hand on you, and you won't suffer. The werewolf looked down at Lin Xian with disdain. Oh my god, it's Bloodslaughter the Wolf King. That kid will be in big trouble if he doesn't admit defeat. One of the spectators below exclaimed. What? Bloodslaughter the Wolf King? Isn't he the one who almost made it to the top 8 in the last World Martial Arts Championship? Almost made it to the top 8? If it weren't for Bloodslaughter's bad luck getting injured by someone evenly matched in the second round of the qualifiers, he definitely would have made it to the top 8. Sigh. That young man is really unfortunate. He ran into Bloodslaughter in the first round of the qualifiers. I hope he admits defeat. Otherwise, he will be beaten to a pulp by Bloodslaughter. That's right, in the qualifiers of the last World Martial Arts Championship. Only 2 people weren't beaten to a pulp by Bloodslaughter. One was someone who was evenly matched with Bloodslaughter in the second round, and the other was someone who later defeated Bloodslaughter. The rest of the contestants who faced Bloodslaughter were all left severely injured, with the most serious one unable to get out of bed for the rest of his life. This contestant said with a racing heart, his voice filled with fear of the Wolf King Bloodslaughter. Ha ha ha! Bloodslaughter, known as the Wolf King, heard the words of the spectators and wore a proud smile, laughing heartily. Oomph. Lin Xian naturally heard the comments from the spectators below and didn't care at all. He coldly snorted at the werewolf known as Bloodslaughter and said, "What Wolf King? Your strength is not even as good as a dog. You should change your title to Dog King. That suits you better." The one that Lin Xian mentioned is the animal-like human, Bloodkill. You bastard dare to say that? I will make you wish you were dead. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Bloodkill felt insulted and immediately became furious, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for the rule against killing at the world's #1 martial arts tournament, he would have loved to kill Lin Xian right then and there. Bloodkill threw a punch at Lin Xian, with a fierce wind following his fist. The competitors below looked at Lin Xian, thinking that if he got hit by the Wolf King Bloodkill's punch, at least 10 or 8 bones would break, and his internal organs would suffer severe damage. No one believed Lin Xian could take this punch. Facing the incoming fist, Lin Xian extended a finger and effortlessly blocked it. Bloodkill's expression changed to one of extreme shock, disbelief flashing in his eyes as they widened. Just a single finger blocked his punch, preventing him from advancing even slightly. Bloodkill tried to retract his hand, but he found that the finger pressing against his fist was slightly bent, causing several bones in his clenched fist to break, making him scream in pain. Seeing this scene, the competitors below were in an uproar, their expressions filled with disbelief. At that moment, Bloodkill swung his other hand and smashed it down at Lin Xian. Just before Bloodkill's fist landed, Lin Xian kicked him and said, "Go do something meaningful." Bloodkill flew out, crashing into the wall of the competition hall, the tremendous force causing the entire wall to collapse. But that wasn't the end. After crashing through the wall, he flew over 10 meters and hit another wall in the venue before finally stopping. At this point, the werewolf Bloodkill was embedded in the wall, and it was the staff of the martial arts tournament who pulled him out. He should be grateful that Lin Xian didn't kick him to death. The people in the martial arts venue saw that the entire wall had collapsed and quickly gathered around to watch, with Bulma and the others among them. The competitors below stared at Lin Xian, taking a while to regain their senses. So powerful, truly amazing. I've never seen anyone this strong. Is this still a human? He actually kicked the Wolf King Bloodkill from the competition hall to the wall in the venue. What incredible strength. Yeah, so impressive. As they marveled, the referee wiped the sweat from his forehead and then announced loudly on stage, "Contestant number 8 has fallen out of the ring and is unconscious. Contestant number 7 wins." Thus, Lin Xian passed the first round of the preliminary competition. Lin Xian stepped down from the competition stage under the watchful eyes of the other contestants, and the match continued. However, the participants occasionally stole glances at Lin Xian, hoping they wouldn't have to face him. In the subsequent matches, Lin Xian easily emerged victorious. In one of the matches, as soon as Lin Xian took the stage, his opponent conceded defeat. Lin Xian advanced to the top 8. His group was the first to finish the preliminary round. The matches in the other 3 groups are gradually coming to an end. Lin Xian didn't go to the area of Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, but instead came to Bulma and the others. This preliminary match is really fast, especially your group. Bulma said, taking out a bottle of drink and adding, "Here, this is a drink I specially bought for you just now." Lan Chi also didn't want to be outdone. She handed Lin Xian the ice cream in her hand and said, "Xiao Xian, this is the ice cream I just bought, saved just for you. And it hasn't melted yet." The blue fat guy was a bit dumbfounded by Bulma's drink and Lan Chi's ice cream. Although he didn't spend the money, he was the one who went to buy them. Women, huh? Oolong and Puar were also stunned. They had paid for it. And standing here, watching the match with nothing in their hands felt a bit lacking. Their big brother Lin Xian, along with Yamcha, Wukong, and Krillin, would soon finish their matches, and they were preparing drinks and ice cream to distribute to the contestants afterward. With 138 contestants, there were pairwise matches, each lasting a minute. and they were held simultaneously in 4 areas, so the preliminary matches naturally ended quickly. No wonder Bulma said the preliminaries would finish fast. The ice cream she bought earlier hadn't even melted yet. Bulma was one thing. They had all seen her young lady personality. But Lan Chi, with her blue hair, who seemed gentle and beautiful to Oolong and Puar, had also changed like this. What? Why were Oolong and Puar the ones paying? The two of them were standing here in golden armor, so flashy and attention-grabbing. If they didn't spend money, who would? It's worth mentioning that Yamcha, who also participated in the golden armor, gave most contestants the first impression that the gold in the armor was fake, not real gold, but painted gold. Yamcha wearing golden armor to compete was purely cheating. Wearing armor, Yamcha's defense was definitely thicker than others. This matter naturally attracted the attention of the judges in Yamcha's group. The World Martial Arts Tournament prohibits the use of weapons, and armor is considered a weapon. Reluctantly, Yamcha had to take off the armor. Looking at Lin Xin again, he had not exhausted any physical strength in the preliminary matches. With his ability to use the breath of the sun and elemental transformation, he was neither thirsty nor hot. However, since it was given by Bulma and Lan Chi, he definitely had to accept it. Lin Xin took the drink and ice cream, alternating between sips of the drink and bites of the ice cream, ensuring that neither was neglected. After finishing the drink and ice cream, Lin Xin chatted with Bulma and Lan Chi while watching the preliminaries from other areas. Yamcha's last opponent in the preliminaries was also a werewolf. Among the animal-like humans, werewolves, tiger people, and bear people have a natural combat advantage. The werewolf mocked Yamcha, trying to show off his wolf fang fist in front of him, but ended up being knocked down by Yamcha with a single punch. Goku and Krillin shone brightly in the preliminaries, despite their young age and small stature. They defeated one opponent after another who were older, stronger, and more famous than them. Their performance shocked the audience even more than Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was younger than Goku and Krillin, he was participating in the tournament in the form of an 18-year-old adult, with a height and appearance that far surpassed Goku and Krillin. Many competitors marveled at how the new generation was pushing the old, noting that this martial arts tournament had brought them numerous surprises. There was also an old man named Chung Long, who despite his age, still came to compete. But his opponents were defeated within just a few moves. The preliminaries concluded, and the list of the 8 finalists from the 4 groups was officially announced. The judges immediately revealed the list of the 8 finalists. In the first area, Group 1, Lin Xian, Lan Fang. In the second area, Group 2, Yamcha, Nan Wu. In the third area, Group 3, Son Goku Krillin. In the fourth area, Group 4, Chung Long, Jianlang. The judge pointed at the list and said, "These 8 competitors will compete in the quarterfinals for a chance to advance, with 4 advancing from 8 to determine who will enter the semifinals." After the judge finished speaking, under the guidance of the tournament staff, Lin Xian, Goku, Krillin, and the other advancing competitors were taken to a resting area outside the arena, right next to the quarterfinal stage. As mentioned earlier, the audience could not watch the preliminaries because they were held in a closed venue. Only Lin Xian would think of kicking down one wall of the venue to let Bulma and the others see the preliminaries. Fortunately, the World Martial Arts Tournament could afford to repair the wall and didn't make Lin Xian pay for it. Of course, even if he had to pay, Lin Xian could afford it. A wall wouldn't cost much. The quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals were all held on a single stage within the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, with 3 sides of the stage open for the audience to watch the matches. During the competition, many spectators would cheer and shout in support. Behind the stage was the resting area where Lin Xian and the other competitors were located, separated from the stage by a wall. From the wall, one could clearly see the stage and its surroundings. Those who have watched Dragon Ball know that Goku and Krillin used to lie on this wall to watch the matches. At this moment, the 3 sides of the stage were already crowded with people gathered to watch the competition. With a sea of faces and a cacophony of voices filling the air, Lin Xian saw Bulma and the others, and at that moment, the blue-haired Launch had transformed into the blonde Launch. Seeing Oolong and Puar in golden armor, blonde Launch instinctively pulled out a gun, wanting to rob them. But before she could fire, Oolong and Puar instantly subdued her. Realizing the situation with Launch, under Bulma's guidance, blonde Launch fired into the sky, scaring the audience nearby to scatter. Bulma and the others took a good position. Seeing this, Bulma threw out a universal capsule, from which she pulled out a high-end sofa and a long table, placing bought snacks and drinks on it, and sat on the sofa with Launch, Oolong, Puar, and Doraemon, ready to comfortably watch the upcoming match. Bulma's move left the audience watching the martial arts tournament, the participants, and the staff all dumbfounded. In one sentence, It could be summed up as, wow, this is possible? There are so many people outside. Are they all here to watch our match? Goku climbed up the wall of the resting area, peeking outside, then turned his head back curiously to ask, yes, I really didn't expect the World Martial Arts Tournament to be so popular, with so many people coming to watch. Honestly, I'm starting to feel a bit nervous now, Krillin said with a sense of emotion. Nervous? Krillin, why would you be nervous? Goku looked confused and didn't understand Krillin's words. You idiot, of course. I would be nervous with so many people watching. Only someone like you, with an empty head, wouldn't care. I'm not like you. If I lose the match in front of so many people, it would be a joke, you understand? Saying this, Krillin glanced at Lin Xian and then added, even if I lose, I want to lose gracefully. Oh, I see. I won't easily lose either. Goku clenched his fist with one hand, his expression showing determination. Lin Xian smiled at them and said, well, you should hope not to meet me in the quarterfinals, and also not to meet each other. While Lin Xian was speaking, the character Chung Long, played by Master Roshi, was busy flirting with the only female contestant, Lan Fong. But Lan Fong didn't spare him a glance, because she saw him as an old man who she could easily defeat without any hesitation. Instead, it was the handsome Lin Xian from the same group in the preliminaries that frequently caught her eye. In the rest area, Lin Xian and the other top 8 contestants were lined up when a young referee wearing black sunglasses, a black suit, and sporting golden short hair walked in, accompanied by 2 staff members carrying a lottery box, and came to their front. Lin Xian was quite familiar with this referee. As he looked at the familiar referee, Lin Xian smiled. Since the beginning of the Dragon Ball storyline, the Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament, apart from the preliminaries, has always been presided over by this referee. The referee smiled and said to everyone, contestants, we will now begin the draw. Each person will draw once to determine their number, which will decide your opponents. After that, the top 8 contestants came forward one after another to draw lots. Once they finished drawing, the referee matched the numbers to their respective contestants. The quarterfinals would be divided into 4 matches, not held simultaneously. The matchups for the top 8 were as follows. The first match was Son Goku versus Lan Fong. The second match was Krillin versus Yamcha. The third match was Lin Xian versus Xuan, and the fourth match was Chung Long versus Namu. Some people breathed a sigh of relief at the draw results and were quite satisfied. However, Lin Xian knew that the quarterfinals were significantly different from the original plot, as the opponents for both sides had changed. In the original work, the quarterfinals were Krillin versus Bacterian, Yamcha versus Chung Long, Master Roshi, Namu versus Lan Fong, and Xuan versus Son Goku. In the original storyline, Krillin's opponent Bacterian was a bacteria man who had never bathed since birth, making him stinky and disgusting. Because of Lin Xian, Bacterian was eliminated in the preliminaries. Now Goku had drawn to be in the same group as Lan Fong, which made Chung Long, played by Master Roshi, extremely envious. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of drums echoed, and the quarterfinals officially began. Xiao Xian, Krillin, Yamcha, I'm going on stage now. After greeting them, Goku walked out and stood on the stage. As soon as Goku appeared, he drew gasps from the audience. That little boy is actually one of the top 8 contestants? No way. This audience member clearly hadn't seen the preliminaries. I heard there were 2 kids who were very impressive in the preliminaries. He must be one of them. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. It's him. Hee, truly unbelievable. The audience below the stage was talking. On the stage, the referee stood in the center with a microphone and said, welcome the first contestant, number 1, Son Goku. Saying this, the referee smiled at Goku and continued, next, let's welcome contestant number 2, Lan Fong. As the referee's voice echoed, a young woman with beautiful features and purple curly hair stepped forward with small, dainty steps. She was Lan Fong. The referee looked at the 2 and nodded, waved his hand, and said then, the first match of the quarterfinals begins. Goku seriously stared at the purple-haired woman, Lan Fong, and took a fighting stance. Just as Goku was about to attack, he saw Lan Fong gently touch her mouth with her finger, giggling, and she swayed her waist, softly saying, little boy, if you admit defeat, sister will give you a kiss. Lan Fong's face was like a peach blossom, and her eyes were filled with affection. In the rest area behind, Chung Long, Krillin, and Yamcha all looked at Goku with envy, especially Chung Long, played by Master Roshi, who was incredibly jealous. If it weren't for a bit of rationality and not having been to Lin Xian's previous life on Earth, Chung Long would have rushed to the stage to tell Goku, Goku, get down, let me handle this. The water here is deep, and you can't handle it. Let me take care of it. Goku on the stage was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, you said you want to kiss me. What does that mean? Is it some kind of technique? Hearing Goku's question, Lan Fong was also stunned. She had never encountered such a naive person before. She didn't explain. Just at that moment, when Goku was unguarded, a glint of cruelty flashed in her eyes. What a good opportunity. Lan Fong et Golim, quickly running towards Goku and delivering a flying kick aimed at his neck. Goku was still in a daze, pondering her words, and was hit hard. Lan Fong took advantage of the situation and unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Goku's chest repeatedly. After a barrage of punches, she kicked him down to the ground. After doing all this, Lan Fong stopped, feeling proud and letting out a sigh of satisfaction. But the next second, she glanced at Goku on the ground, and her expression changed drastically, filled with disbelief. It was not as she imagined. Goku was not heavily injured and unconscious on the ground. Instead, Goku got up from the ground as if nothing had happened, rubbed his neck, and dusted off his clothes. Then, Goku looked at Lan Fong with anger and shouted, "You despicable person! How dare you sneak attack me? That's just outrageous!" Although Goku was young, the way he frowned and looked angry made Lan Fong feel an overwhelming pressure that made her body tremble slightly without her realizing it. Lan Fong pointed at Goku, her voice trembling with disbelief as she asked, How is that possible? You endured my full-strength attack and are completely unscathed, and you can still stand up? I've trained for 8 months. How could I be easily knocked down by you?" Goku snorted coldly and angrily replied. He then glared at Lan Fong and shouted, "I won't let you sneak attack me again. I'm going to take you down." Lan Fong took a deep breath, suppressing a hint of fear in her heart, and put on a smile again, saying, "Little boy, don't be so fierce, okay? You're so strong. It makes me very scared. I've never seen such a strong boy before." As she spoke, a hint of weakness and helplessness appeared on her face, and her big, watery eyes were filled with pleading. Seeing Lan Fong like this, Goku's expression softened immediately, remembering what his grandfather told him about being gentle with girls. The woman in front of him, who called herself sister, was also a girl. Thinking of this, Goku suppressed his anger and said in a milder tone, "Okay, if you admit defeat, I won't hit you. You're a girl, right? I'll be gentler with you." Admit defeat? Lan Fong shook her head and smiled, saying, "That's not possible. Sister really wants this prize money, and I'm not an easy person to back down. Little boy, as a reward for you not attacking just now, how about I give you a reward?" Reward? Wukong stared blankly at Lan Fong, not understanding what she meant. Simple and young Wukong could only grasp the surface meaning of things related to that aspect. So it was a miracle he understood anything at all. He couldn't comprehend the implications. Looking at Lan Fong again, she wore a blue tank top on her upper body and dark pants on her lower body, with her arms slightly extended forward, alternatingly gripping the edge of her clothing. However, Wukong's gaze was clear, without a trace of impurity, staring at Lan Fong without any change in expression. He looked at her without any shyness or hesitation, as if he were looking at an ordinary person. Because Wukong had a pure heart with no evil thoughts, his mind was completely unconfused. Unlike Wukong, Master Roshi, in the role of Chunlong, Krillin, and Yamcha, as well as the audience watching the match and the staff of the World Martial Arts Tournament, all stared intently at Lan Fong. In the back resting area, seeing the expressions of Chunlong, Krillin, and Yamcha, Lin Xian's eye twitched. Although he looked at Lan Fong with an appreciative gaze, he was not as lewd as the other three, especially Chunlong, who, knowing that only Lin Xian recognized him, had no sense of restraint, saying continue. In the audience, the female spectators were not impressed by Lan Fong's tactics. Bah, shameless. Using such methods on a child. How shameless. The one who said this was Bulma. The blue-haired Lan Shi, who had returned to her gentle character, subconsciously nodded. Sitting with them, Oolong and Doraemon were behaving just like Chunlong played by Krillin and Master Roshi. Yu. Lan Fong originally wanted to captivate Wukong or make him shy by showing her body, leading him to have some reservations. However, Wukong's response left her feeling infuriated. This was her trump card against men, which always worked, but now it was utterly ineffective against Wukong. Damn it, I have to go all out. I won't admit defeat. Lan Fong muttered to herself. Then she attacked Wukong, kicking at him, but Wukong easily sidestepped. Lan Fong then used her hands and feet to continuously strike at various parts of Wukong's body. Yet, without exception, she couldn't even graze the edge of Wukong's clothing. After a while, her breathing became erratic. Now it's my turn to attack. Wukong moved his body and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Lan Fong. Gently throwing a punch at her, Lan Fong extended her arm to block, but she didn't expect that seemingly light punch to carry immense force, pushing her body back. She continuously retreated until she finally fell off the stage. With just one punch, Wukong easily knocked Lan Fang out of the ring. Such strength was truly incredible. And most of the audience showed expressions of surprise. Lan Fang, dazed on the ground, quickly regained her senses, brushed the dust off her body, and stood up, looking as if she hadn't suffered any harm. Lan Fang bowed slightly to Wukong on the stage and said, "Little friend, thank you for holding back just now. I apologize for what I did earlier." Wukong smiled and replied, "It's okay. My grandpa said to be gentle with girls." After that, the referee announced Wukong's victory in the match. Thus, Wukong successfully advanced to the top 4. Big brother, I think that Lan Fang is not bad. Although she is not as good as Wukong, nor as good as us, and definitely not as good as you, her skills are already quite impressive. How about we recruit her into our Golden Armor Corps? Yamcha suggested. Is it really just that? Lin Xian shot him a glance. Lin Xian surely knows what Yamcha means. However, bringing Lan Fang into the Golden Armor Corps isn't a big deal. As one of the few beautiful female characters in the original Dragon Ball, having Lan Fang join the Golden Armor Corps is at least pleasing to the eye. After Lin Xian shot him a glance, Yamcha smiled shyly. Before he could say anything else, Lin Xian said, "Lan Fang is interested in money. You know what to say?" Meanwhile, Krillin and Chunlong were eavesdropping, ideas flashing through their minds. After winning this match, Goku returned to the resting area with a beaming smile, full of excitement. Krillin greeted him with a laugh. Hugging Goku tightly, then patting his shoulder, he said with a smile, "Goku, I really envy you for having such a beautiful opponent. I didn't expect you to understand how to cherish a lady." Hee hee. Goku scratched his head, chuckling, and said, "I don't really understand what it means to cherish a lady. I just know to be gentle with girls. I've tried my best to control my strength." Then Goku asked Krillin, "By the way, Krillin, do you have confidence in defeating Yamcha?" Krillin replied, "I don't know if I can win, but I'll do my best, give it my all." At that moment, Yamcha deliberately said, Hey, Goku, aren't you a bit biased? Why don't you ask me?" Goku gave Krillin and Yamcha an encouraging look, saying, "Krillin, Yamcha, you both do your best." Lin Xian said to them, "Yamcha, Krillin, your strengths are comparable. To defeat each other, you will need experience, insight, and opportunity." Lin Xian's words were heard by Yamcha and Krillin. The interval between the first and second matches of the quarterfinals was very short, only 5 minutes. Soon, the second match began. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Krillin and Yamcha jumped up simultaneously and stood on the stage in a beautiful pose. Then, both of them took up their fighting stances, ready for battle at any moment. As the match began, they faced each other for several seconds. Yamcha said, "Krillin, I'm not going to hold back. Come on." Krillin nodded. Yamcha made the first move, charging at Krillin, and they started fighting. After just 3 exchanges, it was clear that Lin Xian was right. Their strengths were indeed on par, and it was impossible to defeat each other in a short time. Storm Foot, Wolf Charge. Iron Block, Diamond. Finger Gun, Wolf Thrust. Paper Drawing, Buddha Movement. Yamcha and Krillin unleashed the 6 techniques of body arts. They used the moon step from the stage, fighting up into the air. The audience below was dazzled by the spectacle. The stage was damaged by their use of the 6 techniques. After exchanging hundreds of moves using the 6 techniques, fearing that continuing would ruin the stage, they tacitly agreed to stop using the 6 techniques. After that, they exchanged blows again, with the sounds of fists and feet colliding constantly echoing, and their figures were everywhere on the stage. Such an intense battle excited the audience outside the stage, with cheers rising higher and higher, and encouragements never stopping. "Krillin, take this move, Wolf Fang Fist." Yamcha transformed into an afterimage and fiercely lunged at Krillin. Faced with Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist, Krillin dodged left and right, with only 2 or 3 punches grazing his body. However, they posed no substantial threat to Krillin. Logically speaking, Krillin, who was short and still a child, should have a natural disadvantage against the fully formed adult Yamcha, even if their strengths were equal. However, compared to Yamcha, Krillin's offensive attempts were too few. He was always observing and looking for opportunities. Yamcha was also looking for opportunities, but for him, attacking was a form of defense, finding a chance to defeat Krillin in the midst of his attacks, while Krillin leaned more towards the most primitive form of defense. Now, Yamcha's Wolfang Fist was no longer as fierce as before, but showed a hint of sluggishness, allowing Krillin to catch this flaw. Krillin's eyes lit up, and he laughed. Good opportunity. Krillin began to counterattack, catching Yamcha's right fist, and his other hand struck Yamcha's stomach. Yamcha stepped back slightly, and Krillin swept his leg, kicking him out of the ring, not giving Yamcha a chance to use the moon step. At this point, the outcome was already clear. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, cheers rang out, and many people shouted, "Krillin, Krillin!" The audience's mood soared. It was no wonder. In their eyes, such a level of battle was rarely seen in the past. No wonder he's the strongest Earthling. Lin Xian thought to himself. If Tien Shinhan were here, would he still win against Krillin with comparable strength? Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. Krillin was officially recognized as the strongest Earthling, although he was humorously referred to as the no-nose alien because he had no nose. The hard-working Tien Shinhan, who had the bloodline of the three-eyed people, had never given up on his training from the start to the end, yet his strength never surpassed Krillin's. Lin Xian felt it was a pity when he read the original work in his previous life. In the Dragon Ball series, Son Goku is based on the character Son Wukong from Journey to the West. Oolong is based on Zhu Beiji. Yamcha is based on Xiao Wujing. And Tien Shinhan is based on Erlang Shun. It was indeed a pity that Tien Shinhan had not risen. In the original story, as a Z fighter, Tien Shinhan missed many opportunities to become stronger. The Grand Elder and Old Kai of Namek could both unlock potential. There was no need to mention Namek. By that time, he was already dead, and his soul was training with North Kai, so he couldn't go even if he wanted to. As for Old Kai, being a good friend of the protagonist and a righteous warrior guarding Earth, and even the universe, he would unlock potential for Goku out of respect. Not having gone to the hyperbolic time chamber for training caused Tien Shinhan to miss yet another opportunity to get stronger. Because of the strength of the androids, Goku suggested entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training. At that time, Tien Shinhan thought that entering would occupy a spot and waste time, so he missed the opportunity to train there. It's important to know that the hyperbolic time chamber doesn't just allow for faster training compared to the outside world. It also has a refining effect on a person's spirit. 1 year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber is equivalent to 3 years of training in the outside world. Therefore, Tien Shinhan missed out on yet another training opportunity in the hyperbolic time chamber. Additionally, Tien Shinhan climbed Korin Tower but did not drink the Super Divine Water. Master Korin had both Super Holy Water and Super Divine Water. Super Holy Water is just ordinary water. Unlike Super Holy Water, Super Divine Water indeed possesses unpredictable divine power. Super Divine Water can unleash one's potential and greatly enhance combat power, but it is highly toxic. Anyone who drinks Super Divine Water must have a pure heart. Otherwise, they will be poisoned to death. Super Divine Water is a treasure left by the former Earth God, and humans must resist its toxicity to unlock their potential. However, Super Divine Water can indeed unleash a person's potential. When Goku drank the Super Divine Water, he suffered for a long time, and before him, 14 others had also drunk it, but none of them survived. They didn't die because their hearts weren't pure. They died because they had no potential within them. If their hearts weren't pure, Master Korin wouldn't let them drink the Super Divine Water. That would be a waste. If Tien Shinhan were willing to take a gamble, he might unleash his potential and see another version of himself. At that time, Tien Shinhan had already turned over a new leaf and was a good person, only interested in martial arts and not in women, with a very pure heart. Tien Shinhan did not drink the Super Divine Water, perhaps because he worried he wouldn't have the potential to survive it. In any case, Lin Xian felt that Tien Shinhan's third eye being an ordinary eye was a waste. Tien Shinhan's third eye only allowed him to see fast-moving objects. If he had an unlimited Rinnegan or a reincarnation eye, or even a mystic eyes of depth perception, that would be interesting. The second match of the quarterfinals ended, and Krillin advanced to the semifinals. Krillin, great job. As soon as Krillin returned, Goku hugged him tightly. Krillin, feeling proud, said, "Of course, just look at who I'm training with." Goku didn't neglect Yamcha either, encouraging him, "Yamcha, you were defeated by Krillin this time, but keep it up. Defeat Krillin next time." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Goku is right. Yamcha, strive to defeat Krillin next time." After hearing Goku's words and Lin Xian's, Yamcha said to Krillin, "Krillin, you're amazing. No wonder you're training under Master Roshi. I lost this time, but I will continue to work hard. Don't let me fall behind, and I hope to have another intense match with you next time." "Sure," Krillin said, "I'm ready anytime." The third match of the quarterfinals began, and Lin Xian was set to enter the arena. Now, please welcome contestant number 5, Lin Xian, and contestant number 6, Gilong. The referee on the stage held a microphone and called out the names of Lin Xian and Gilong. As his voice fell, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage with steady strides. His opponent, Gilong, was a dinosaur-like humanoid with wings, blue-green skin, and pointed horns on his face, commonly referred to as a dinosaur man. Gilong stood nearly 2 meters tall and his broad physique created a stark contrast with the 18-year-old Lin Xian. It's time for Xian to make his entrance, Bulma exclaimed excitedly, standing up. Lan Shi felt the same way. The third match begins now, the referee announced. Gilong looked down at Lin Xian from his height, grinning as he said, "Hee kid, meeting me means you've run into bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Look at your little frame. The only reason you can face me is that you've been lucky and your opponents in the preliminaries were too weak. But kid, your luck ends here." Guiling's gaze was filled with disdain and contempt for Lin Xian. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. Instead, he was full of confidence in his own abilities and strength. In his eyes, Lin Xian was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, while he, Gilong, was a dinosaur hunting for food. "Why do you, and that waste of a wolf king, love to talk so much nonsense?" Lin Xian asked with a slight smile, his lips curling up. "Oomph." Gilong snorted coldly, a surge of anger rising in him. He bared his teeth and shouted, "Kid, let me show you what it means to know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth." With that, Gilong suddenly lunged toward Lin Xian. If an ordinary person faced Gilong, being knocked away by this dinosaur man would certainly mean being severely injured or worse. However, as Gilong charged, Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged, his eyes calm like water. As Gilong approached, he roared with laughter and swung his fist, the force of his body colliding with his punch, creating an even more explosive impact. Lin Xian didn't move, slightly tilting his body to evade the attack. When Jilin saw that his strike missed, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he continued to attack, repeatedly charging at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian remained still, and none of Jilin's attacks hit him, not even brushing against the corner of his clothes. After a series of attacks, Jilin's breathing had become slightly rapid, and he was panting from time to time. Lin Xian glanced disdainfully at Jilong, and it was his turn to make a move. Jilong didn't have time to react before a cry of horror was heard. Lin Xian struck Kieran's abdomen lightly with a punch from below. Just that one punch, delivered without full strength and casually, left Kieran looking pained, his expression twisted, sweat covering his face. He gritted his teeth, hunched over, and knelt on the ground, groaning in pain. Then, he spat out a mouthful of bile onto the ground. Kieran's face showed an expression of disbelief. The audience, who witnessed this scene, reacted strongly, erupting in cheers and murmurs. "Did you see that? Just one punch. This young man knocked that dinosaur-like human down. So impressive. No wonder he's in the top 8. He truly is on another level. This year was definitely worth coming. TCH, what's this? You haven't seen me at my best yet. If you had seen his performance in the preliminaries, you wouldn't be saying such things. So handsome. Not only does this guy look good, but his strength is incredible too. Handsome guy, keep hitting him." The female audience members, infatuated, gazed at Lin Xian on the stage with sparkling eyes, waving their hands and shouting. "Xian, you're amazing." Bulma shouted from the audience. Lan Chi followed, shouting, "Xian, you're the best." Doraemon, Oolong, and Pure also joined Bulma and Lan Chi in cheering, though not as enthusiastically. Hearing their cheers, Lin Xian turned around, smiled, and waved to them, indicating he had heard, which made Bulma and Lan Chi even more excited. "Oh my," Doraemon is speechless. Looking back at the stage, Kieran had already stood up again, facing Lin Xian, though his complexion was somewhat pale. It must be said that the dinosaur man's ability to withstand blows is stronger than that of ordinary humans. A regular person would have already been unable to get up after that punch. Kieran's gaze darkened, and the previous contempt, disdain, and arrogance in his eyes were gone. It was precisely because of his arrogance that he hadn't watched the first and second matches of the top 8 in the resting area. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to underestimate Lin Xian. "Kid, that punch you just threw really hurt me. I didn't expect I had underestimated you. You're strong." Kieran first acknowledged Lin Xian's strength, then added, "However, next time, I'll come back 10 times stronger." "What a joke. You really overestimate yourself." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Lin Xian's disdainful tone felt like an invisible slap to Kieran's face, leaving him flushed with anger. "Damn it." Kieran gritted his teeth, his eyes wide like copper bells, staring fiercely at Lin Xian. If looks could kill, Lin Xian would have already been torn to pieces and died 18,000 times. Kieran struck again, throwing punches relentlessly towards Lin Xian, but he couldn't create a miracle. Just like before, Lin Xian stood still, and Kieran couldn't land a hit. Kieran aimed for Lin Xian's lower body, only to be kicked away by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's kick was lighter than the punch he threw earlier. However, even so, when Jia Lang took the kick from Lin Xian, he didn't fare well and was even kicked off the platform. If he hadn't had wings to fly, he would have been out of the match by now. Gi Lang flew back, circling above the platform, looking down from the sky at Lin Xian on the stage, and shouted boastfully, "Huh, good kid, you've really angered me this time. Don't say I didn't warn you. My abilities are quite terrifying. I'm going to beat you so badly that you'll be unrecognizable with your bones shattered." Gi Lang's words were filled with confidence in himself. Lin Xian understood what ability he was referring to upon hearing his words. Lin Xian is very familiar with the terrifying ability that Kirin possesses. When Wukong first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he was entangled by Kirin's magical gum, which he spat out like a swimming ring. Later, the magical gum also ensnared Dambalin, a subordinate of King Piccolo. Although Kirin managed to bind Wukong and Dambalin, his strength was too weak, allowing both of them to break free. Kirin's magical gum has the advantage of being able to restrain others' bodies, rendering them unable to move, resist, or attack. If the opponent is strong enough and cannot escape from the entanglement, they would truly be at his mercy. Even contestants from previous world martial arts tournaments, who might be slightly stronger than Kirin, would find themselves helpless if they were caught by his magical gum. Because of this, Kirin believes that Lin Xian would also be unable to escape his magical gum. Once Lin Xian is caught, Kirin would consider himself the winner. However, Lin Xian does not want to test Kirin's special ability, the magical gum, because it is made from Kirin's saliva. In the arena, Kirin opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of chilling teeth, and spat out the magical gum at Lin Xian. Ding! Acquired special ability attribute. Magical gum fragment. The fragment of this special ability dropped at the moment Kirin used his magical gum, and Lin Xian picked it up. Before this, in the first two matches of the top 8, Lin Xian had collected quite a bit of combat power, even obtaining Kirin's dinosaur-type human bloodline. The magical gum did not ensnare Lin Xian, who dodged it, but Kirin was not discouraged and continued to spit. "This is your ability? So slow. Thinking you can entangle me is just wishful thinking," Lin Xian said calmly. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. I want to see just how long you can keep laughing. Once you can't dodge and get caught by my magical gum, I'll make sure you can't move a muscle and break all your bones," Kirin said, though he felt uncertain at this moment. At this time, Lin Xian synthesized the special ability, magical gum. "If it weren't for the fact that I find your ability disgusting, I wouldn't even want to dodge. Don't think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you, I can use your trump card ability too." Lin Xian wanted to try out this new ability, magical gum. "You arrogant guy," Kirin started to say, but was suddenly stunned by an astonishing sight, his eyes nearly popping out. He saw Lin Xian also spit out magical gum, and he froze in place, muttering to himself, "Impossible, this can't be." As he spoke, cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. It's no wonder. He was relying on his special ability to turn the tide, and now Lin Xian could use it too. While Kirin was saying impossible, he found himself ensnared by the magical gum Lin Xian spat out and fell from the air. Lin Xian walked step by step towards Kirin and said, "Now the match should come to an end. Let me escort you." Seeing this, Kirin couldn't withstand the pressure and took out a white flag to surrender. Interestingly, despite being entangled by Lin Xian's magical chewing gum, he was still able to pull out the white flag. Thus, the match ended with Kirin automatically conceding defeat, and Lin Xian won directly, sparing Kirin from being beaten. At the moment the referee announced Lin Xian's victory, the audience below the stage was exceptionally excited, and cheers erupted continuously. Bulma and Launch were naturally also happy, their faces filled with joy. Lin Xian successfully advanced and became one of the top 4, back in the Wukong, Klin, and Yamcha. Although they knew with their eyes closed that Lin Xian would definitely advance, they couldn't help but feel happy for him when the moment came, especially Wukong and Klin, who praised Lin Xian profusely. Chung Long, played by Master Rashi, approached Lin Xian with a smile, pretending not to know him, to congratulate him. In front of Wukong and the others, Lin Xian naturally pretended not to recognize Chung Long and casually chatted with him in a different tone. While they were talking, the 4th match of the top 8, which was also the last match of the top 8, was about to begin. The final contestant was Chung Long, and his opponent was a special monk named Namu, who had dark skin and a sorrowful expression. The outcome of this match was still uncertain for the others. In Lin Xian's eyes, there was no suspense at all, even though Namu came with a determination to save his hometown and a strong desire to win. Such spirit had no chance of victory against the absolute disparity in strength. As expected, after only 2 rounds of combat, Namu was struck in the neck by Chung Long's lightning-fast movement, collapsing in despair and unwillingness, thus allowing Chung Long to advance to the top 4. The development was similar to the original plot. Chung Long was curious about the sorrowful-looking Namu, So he used telepathy to observe Nama's memories and saw the scenes of his hometown suffering from water shortages, understanding the purpose of Nama's participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Therefore, Master Rashi unhesitatingly extended a helping hand. After the match, Master Rashi found Namu alone and gifted him a capsule that could store water, telling him that this place was not his hometown, water was free here, and he could fill the capsule with water to take back to his hometown to help him through the difficulties. That was the situation with Namu. At first, Master Rashi was quite speechless. Nama didn't even inquire before coming out. His hometown was short on water, which was an extremely precious resource, and spending money was expected. However, in places where water was abundant, it was practically free. He didn't need to come all the way from his hometown to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament to win a prize to buy water. Speaking of which, while Master Rashi was using telepathy in the arena, Lin Xian picked up fragments of a special ability, telepathy. This special ability was not taught to him by Master Rashi. It wasn't that Master Rashi couldn't teach it, but rather that it couldn't be taught or learned. Master Rashi had accidentally unlocked telepathy himself. However, this telepathy was of no use to Lin Xian, as he could read others' thoughts through lightning transformation. Otherwise, Lin Xian would know all about Master Rashi's secrets and would definitely make Master Rashi use telepathy in front of him, allowing him to use attributes to collect and synthesize telepathy. Lin Xian was thinking that since he had found a fragment of mind-reading technique, he should find an opportunity for Master Rashi to demonstrate it again, so he could merge it or find the complete mind-reading technique. With Master Rashi's victory, the top 8 matches ended, and it was time for the semifinals. In the semifinals, also known as the top 4 matches, there was no need for a draw. The winners of the first and second matches in the top 8 would face off, and the winners of the third and fourth matches would compete against each other. Goku versus Krillin, Lin Xian versus Chunlong. The first match of the top 4 was Goku against Krillin. Without Goku holding back, Krillin was knocked off the stage by Goku after several rounds of fighting, without being given a chance to use his afterimage technique, resulting in Krillin's loss. In the second match, Lin Xian faced off against Chunlong, played by Master Rashi. Without adhering to the martial ethics, Lin Xian attacked first, approaching Chunlong and whispering, "Old man, I made up my mind. I won't hold back. After all, Bulma and Launch are watching from below. If I hold back and lose to you, it would disappoint them." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chunlong's eyes twitched slightly. Before he could say anything, Lin Xian's fist came at him again. Within just a few rounds, Chunlong was knocked off the stage by Lin Xian. What? Use the Kamehameha to come back, or use the afterimage technique to return. Don't joke around. If Goku didn't give Krillin a chance to return to the stage, Lin Xian wouldn't give Chunlong a chance either. And he did it even more effortlessly. After losing the match, Chunlong stood up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, and pretended to say to Lin Xian, "Young man, I'm glad to have fought with you. I can feel your potential. The path you have ahead is long, much longer than mine. I hope that one day you can reach the peak, and when that time comes, I hope you won't lose your true self." On the surface, Chunlong, played by Master Rashi, was saying this to Lin Xian, but in reality, he was addressing Goku and Krillin. The semifinals ended just like that, leaving only the final match. Sun Wukong versus Lin Xian. Goku, Xiao Xian, standing on the stage. Lin Xian and Goku called each other's names in unison before they both moved to attack. Notably, Goku's tail had grown out, and today was a full moon. As Lin Xian was pushing Goku back, he noticed a moon in the sky, just as he was about to transform into a great ape. Lin Xian cut off Goku's tail, not imitating Master Rashi from the original story, and attacking the moon. After Goku's tail was severed, he fainted and lost the match. Amid the astonished gazes of the audience, the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament came to an end. At this moment, cheers began to erupt, and the end of the match heightened the audience's emotions to the extreme as they shouted Lin Xian's name. In an instant, Lin Xian, standing on the stage, became the center of attention, with countless gazes focused on him, revealing enthusiasm and admiration. The referee, looking excited, jumped onto the stage, raised the microphone, and announced loudly, "The champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament has been decided. Due to contestant Sun Wukong fainting, contestant Lin Xian has won the championship." Let's give a warm response with cheers and applause for Lin Xian's wonderful performance. After the referee announced Lin Xian as the champion, the audience responded with another wave of cheers and applause, along with throwing flowers at Lin Xian. The World Martial Arts Tournament officially came to a close. Lin Xian, guided by the event staff, received the 500,000 prize for winning the martial arts tournament. Upon exiting the competition venue, Bulma, Goku, and others had already come to greet him. Bulma jogged up, her face full of excitement, and smiled at Lin Xian, saying, "Congratulations, Xiao Xian. You won the championship of the martial arts tournament." Following that, Lan Qi, Oolong, Yamcha, and the already awakened Goku, along with Lan Fong, who agreed to join the Golden Armor Army, and the Turtle Hermit, who had transformed back from Chunlong, all congratulated Lin Xian. "It's nothing special. Just a championship I could win with my eyes closed. No need to be so excited." Lin Xian waved his hand, indicating that winning the title of the world's #1 martial arts tournament wasn't that impressive. However, his words provoked public anger, causing Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha to roll their eyes. In response, Lin Xian changed the subject and said, "All right, let's go eat. Come on, I'll treat you all, especially those who participated in the tournament. You all expended a lot of energy and need to replenish." "Yay!" Goku jumped up, saying, "Great, Xiao Xian, I'm just hungry. Let's hurry up. I'm starving. Let me take you to a restaurant this time," said the Turtle Hermit. Goku asked the Turtle Hermit where he had been during the tournament, and the Turtle Hermit chuckled and made up a casual excuse. Except for Lin Xian, who knew the truth, no one suspected anything, and Lin Xian didn't intentionally expose him. Thus, the Turtle Hermit managed to evade suspicion. On the way to the restaurant, the Turtle Hermit repeated what Chunlong had said to Lin Xian to Goku and Krillin, telling them that Chunlong was right and that not only Lin Xian should remember it, but they should too. Goku and Krillin agreed to remember. And although the Turtle Hermit didn't win the championship of the world's #1 martial arts tournament as Chunlong, his efforts were not in vain. During this time, Oolong, wearing golden armor, was chatting with Lan Fong, while Bulma, finding Lan Fong unpleasant, didn't say a word to her and pulled Lan Qi to stand on the same side as her. Under the Turtle Hermit's lead, Lin Xian and the others arrived at a restaurant said to be a century-old establishment. The same one where the Turtle Hermit treated everyone after the martial arts tournament in the original story. They ordered a full table of dishes and gathered around the table, eating and chatting. The next day, after waking up in the hotel, everyone gathered together. The world's #1 martial arts tournament had ended, and it was time for them to leave. Everyone, including the Turtle Hermit, went to Lin Xian's home, the headquarters of the Golden Armor Army. The Turtle Hermit and Krillin also joined the Golden Armor Army, which had wealth and beautiful women. Since Lin Xian was the one who formed the Golden Armor Army and his strength was evident, they had no reason not to join. Oh, and joining the Golden Army was also the blue fat cat Doraemon. Lan Qi was different from them. She joined the Golden Armor Army purely to stay by Lin Xian's side. At this time, the 7 Dragon Balls had not yet transformed back from stone, so the search for the Dragon Balls had to be postponed. Restless Goku, after only a couple of days at Lin Xian's house, ran off to train. After all, he could contact them anytime, and once the Dragon Balls were restored, they could call him to join the search. The Turtle Hermit temporarily returned to the small island before he took on disciples, waiting for the Sea Turtle to return before moving to Lin Xian's home, which served as the headquarters of the Golden Army. If he stayed at Lin Xian's house the whole time, the Sea Turtle wouldn't be able to find him upon returning. Bulma stayed at Lin Xian's home for a few days before returning to West City since she still had school. The blue fat cat Doraemon, however, stayed at Lin Xian's house. As days went by, Lin Xian was busy every single day. Lin Xian's attribute interface is becoming richer day by day. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 440 Bloodline. Earthling, Emperor level, super ability. Handshake turns into a carrot, elemental special ability. Water breathing, max power, perception of breath, transformation technique, levitation. 850 times strength, life restoration, hypnosis, magical gum, telepathy, super regeneration creating techniques ability. 6 styles of body technique, mastery. Breath of the Sun, 7 styles of fist technique, mastery. Flight technique, flying thunder god technique, energy line techniques. Rock, paper, scissors, master. Wolfong wind fist, master. Kamehameha, mastery. Afterimage fist, mastery. Drunken fist, mastery. Universal shocking palm, mastery. Bloodline. Lin Xian's combat power has been upgraded to Emperor level. Magical gum comes from Jilong. Telepathy was acquired by Lin Xian from Master Rashi. Super regeneration. Lin Xian's bloodline upgraded to Emperor level. Lifespan increased to 5,000 years. Since his lifespan exceeded that of ordinary people, he gradually developed self-healing abilities. The higher the bloodline upgrade, the faster the self-healing ability. For Lin Xian, whose bloodline is at the Emperor level, if he gets a cut on his arm, it can stop bleeding and heal in a few seconds, leaving no scar. If that were all, it wouldn't be called super regeneration. There are other reasons, which will be explained later. In the Creating Techniques Abilities section, 2 special abilities, Flying Thunder God Technique and Energy Line, have been added. The Flying Thunder God Technique is an S-rank space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in the anime Naruto. It is a type of body flicker technique that achieves instantaneous movement through a technique. The caster leaves a Flying Thunder God Technique formula on the target in advance, allowing the caster or an object that is in direct contact with the caster's chakra to move instantaneously. The caster can transfer large targets multiple times when energized. This technique can be used for offense, shortening the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupting, ambushing opponents, and transferring targets. It can also be used for evasion and escape in critical situations and does not require hand seals to activate. The Flying Thunder God Technique, created by Lin Xian, consumes not chakra, but the energy from the Dragon Ball world. It doesn't require hand seals, and as long as one has enough strength and energy, it can even allow movement from Lin Xian's main timeline to other parallel timelines, easily transitioning from the 7th universe of the main timeline to the other 11 universes within the same space. The Flying Thunder God Technique is a new form of instantaneous movement, different from the instant transmission in the Dragon Ball series. Lin Xian, whose bloodline has reached the Imperial level, found it relatively easy to create the Flying Thunder God Technique. The ability to convert energy into threads was an accidental creation of Lin Xian, inspired by the abilities of 2 individuals, one being Quincy from the same world as him, and the other being Don Quixote Doflamingo from the One Piece world, who possesses the string fruit. Quincy, a member of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11 in Dragon Ball Super, has the ability to emit energy from his palms, which can entangle opponents like ropes, and he scatters energy around like threads that explode upon contact. The threads of energy he emits are golden. The energy threads created by Lin Xian can control colors, and his favorite is the transparent energy line. Doflamingo's ultimate move is not difficult. With Lin Xian's talent, he can mimic and create it just by thinking about it once in his mind. The 5 colored threads are produced from each of his 5 fingers, creating nearly transparent, thin threads that take on the posture of beast claws to grab at the opponent. These threads, sharp as piano wire, can cut and even sever the opponent's body. The parasitic threads first scatter dozens of lines in the air, then fall like a meteor shower and pierce into the opponent's body, allowing him to manipulate their limb movements. However, it cannot control the will of the person. The lines can only wrap around the skin of the target being controlled, so it cannot interfere with others' will. The raises the index finger while retracting the other fingers, causing the thin line produced from the fingertip to be shot out at high speed like a gun, with destructive power strong enough to pierce through human bones, generating an impact capable of causing a building to explode. Even if the opponent is far away, it can easily hit the target. The birdcage technique has both offensive and controlling capabilities, with countless threads erupting into the air like a volcanic eruption. After these thousands of transparent threads are ejected into the air, they fall like a meteor shower, extending from a point in the air to the ground where they land, forming a huge arc-shaped birdcage from the air to the ground. The birdcage itself possesses extremely sharp cutting abilities. A light touch can cause injury, allowing those outside to enter, but preventing those inside from leaving. It can also disperse the threads that make up the birdcage, allowing the threads to fall like a meteor shower, piercing into the opponent's body to manipulate their limb movements, causing those inside the birdcage to kill each other, like birds in a cage. If someone resists, they will turn against each other, and the cage can shrink at will, killing those inside. It gradually slices everything within the cage, including buildings and people, piece by piece like a retractable umbrella. As for super regeneration, Lin Xian initially wanted to acquire the regeneration abilities of beings like Bic, Majin Buu, etc. However, he then thought of underwater breathing and 850 times the strength, and by gathering the regeneration abilities from many animals with such abilities, he created super regeneration. Bats can regenerate their wings. Sharks can infinitely regenerate their teeth. Crabs can regenerate their claws and legs. Zebrafish can regenerate their hearts. Lizards can regenerate their tails through a process of stem cell reuse, activating their entire cellular mechanism to regrow their tails. Planarians have the ability to regenerate infinitely from stem cells, and scientists refer to them as theoretically immortal organisms, as stem cells are responsible for wound growth and recovery. If cut into pieces, each piece will generate a new individual. Ribbon worms can completely regenerate from a small piece of tissue, even if cut in half. These characteristic worms can regenerate, even if their heads are severed, they can regenerate. Earthworms can produce a new tail to survive if split in two. Starfish can regenerate limbs. They lack brains or heads. However, their entire body contains cells that can gather information from their location and remember movements. They can not only regenerate the parts that are cut off, but also the cut portions can reproduce new individuals. The axolotl has nearly complete regenerative capabilities. It can rebuild tissues, organs, and even heads within days or weeks. Its regenerative ability is astonishing, as long as its head is not cut off. It can completely regenerate half of its brain. Lin Xian's super regeneration allows him to create real clones, or what can be referred to as external incarnations. Lin Xian split his soul, allowing the lower-level Saiyan bloodline to be used by his avatar, which is one with him. However, with just the split soul and the lower-level Saiyan bloodline, Lin Xian was still insufficient to create an external incarnation. He needed to use some scientific methods. In the laboratory of the castle, a humanoid being sleeps in a tank, wearing a respirator. This humanoid being is Lin Xian's external incarnation, with a soul split from Lin Xian's main body and a bloodline of a lower-level Saiyan, without any additional bloodlines. Although the bloodline level is low, it ensures the purity of the Saiyan bloodline. Its appearance closely resembles Lin Xian's, looking about 4 years older, appearing as a 13-year-old, and it has the characteristic Saiyan tail. Soon, in no time, Lin Xian's Saiyan external incarnation will be fully awakened, indistinguishable from a normally born person. For the Earthling Lin Xian, the Saiyan avatar is like his right hand. One could say he's like the mainframe, while the avatar is like a submachine. Although the avatar has independent thoughts, his consciousness can always be stacked onto the avatar, as their souls are connected. Besides super regeneration, Lin Xian is also eyeing other abilities. He wants to acquire the ability to foresee the future from octopuses. However, alas, the posts from his past life are misleading. The universe has 11 dimensions. A one-dimensional space is a line. A two-dimensional space is a plane, which can be a painting. Three-dimensional space is the space where Lin Xian lived in his past life on Earth. In four-dimensional space, one only needs to add a time axis to the three-dimensional space. Beings in four-dimensional space can see the past and the future. Ants are considered two-dimensional beings, while octopuses are regarded as four-dimensional beings. However, they all live in three-dimensional space. The reason for such statements is that some believe ants cannot see humans. They can't even perceive humans. Even if a human stands right in front of them, they cannot see. It's like how humans cannot see gods. The gods are among us, but humans' eyes cannot perceive them. Strictly speaking, although ants cannot see humans, they can perceive them through other means. For example, if a human stomps hard on the ground, the ants will quickly turn and run. However, if a human stands still, they indeed cannot see us. This is a defect in their vision, and perhaps because of this peculiarity, they are compared to two-dimensional beings. As for the special aspects of octopuses, their eyes are unique, capable of seeing things invisible to human eyes. There was an octopus named Paul that could predict the outcomes of World Cup matches, leading some to suspect that Paul could see the time axis of the fourth dimension, allowing him to accurately predict the results. From this perspective, octopuses are referred to as four-dimensional beings. The ability to foresee the future is attributed to octopuses. Regardless of whether they are truly four-dimensional beings, to gain the ability to see and foresee the future, Lin Xian has killed many octopuses in the Dragon Ball world, but he has not acquired the ability to foresee the future. After all, if octopuses had the ability to see and foresee the future, they would know when they would be caught by humans and when they would become a meal, and even if their intelligence is lower than that of humans, they would instinctively avoid it. However, the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is not the same as Lin Xian's past Earth. Lin Xian learned from his father-in-law, Dr. Briefs, that there are many ancient animals with special abilities, including ancient giant octopuses in the deep sea that possess intelligence comparable to humans and indeed have the ability to foresee the future. Speaking of self-created abilities, aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, there are many unreasonable abilities in the Naruto anime. Lin Xian also tried, and although he didn't create it, he had some ideas and didn't need to upgrade his bloodline anymore. Given some more time, he would be able to create it. Izanagi activated Izanagi, which is based on possessing the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This technique can convert all negative factors, including damage and death suffered by the user, into a dream, while simultaneously transforming the user's attacks and any events beneficial to them into real techniques, allowing for a free conversion between dreams and reality. It belongs to the category of illusion techniques. The cost is that after using it, one eye will permanently lose its sight. The Sharingan that used Izanagi will be permanently blind, but the eternally blind Kaleidoscope Sharingan may regain its sight after evolving into the Rinnegan. Lin Xian initially wanted to create Izanagi without using the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and even without sacrificing an eye. He aimed to use energy as the driving force to utilize Izanagi. However, this was too against the natural order. One would need to reach a saint-level bloodline above the super god level to even think about it. Lin Xian had no choice but to settle for second best, opting not to use the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and instead paying the price of blinding one eye to use Izanagi once. Using Izanagi with a blinded eye means being blind not just physically, but also spiritually. To regain sight, wishing with the Dragon Balls on Earth would definitely not work. When the eye used for Izanagi regains sight, Izanagi can be used again. For cosmic beings with 3 eyes, or even dozens of eyes, learning Izanagi gives them a significant advantage over beings with just 2 eyes. It can be imagined that when powerful beings in the universe learn about the existence of Izanagi, they will surely be astonished by such a cheat-like ability. The foundation of Kamui also requires the Uchiha clan Sharingan. The principle is to transfer oneself or other objects back and forth between the real space and the other dimension, interfering with reality to achieve various effects. When Kamui absorbs an object, the eye focuses on that object, and the surrounding space is distorted by the ocular power. The caster's control over this technique determines the distortion and intensity. Everything within the range of the ocular power will be absorbed into the other dimension by the distorted space, making it an extremely advanced space-time ninjutsu. In the original Naruto, Kakashi's left eye Kamui can teleport an enemy's attack or the enemy themselves over long distances, or even a part of their body, which can be used for both attack and defense. The drawback is that it takes time to accumulate chakra. Obito Uchiha's right eye Kamui allows him to become intangible, meaning at the moment of being attacked, he can transfer the attack part to the other dimension, which can be used to evade attacks and pass through barriers. The drawback is a time limit, with a single eye state allowing for uninterrupted attacks for 5 minutes before it can be broken. The left and right eye Kamui are like different instant transmissions in the Dragon Ball world. Only by merging the powers of both eyes can they be perfect. Lin Xian's divine power that he aims to create does not require the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Spatial abilities, while rare in the Dragon Ball world, can still be dealt with. As the saying goes, a single force can break all laws. In the original Dragon Ball, Goku's father Bardock withstood Frieza's attack and did not die, despite Frieza's battle power being only 530,000. His energy actually created a time-space rift, allowing Bardock to travel back to the past on Planet Plant. Afterward, Bardock regained his health with the help of the Planteon named Bebby. However, Planet Plant was targeted by the space pirate Chilled, who is Frieza's ancestor. During the final battle with Chilled, Bardock, witnessing Chilled's evil acts similar to Frieza's, recalled his comrades who were killed by Frieza and his destroyed home planet, and in extreme anger, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The defeated Chilled left behind a final message to warn his clan to be cautious of the Golden Aura Saiyans. The legend of the Super Saiyan was born at that moment. If Frieza, with a power level of 530,000, can create time-space rifts, then the spatial ability of divine power can be used to bully weaker beings and can hold a certain advantage against opponents of the same level. However, against stronger foes, they can shatter space. The technique called Kodo Amatsukami is known as the strongest Jinjutsu, capable of manipulating others without their knowledge and permanently altering their thoughts and will. Its power is immense, requiring a cooling period of over a decade for each use. Unless one possesses the chakra of Hashirama Senju, it cannot be used again in a short time. The foundation for activating Kodo Amatsukami still requires the Sharingan, specifically the Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. If one wants to recruit a completely loyal subordinate, this ability is the first choice. However, like Izanagi and Kamui, the Kodo Amatsukami that Lin Xian wants to create does not require the Sharingan and does not have a decade-long cooldown. As long as Kodo Amatsukami is created and he has enough energy, he can activate it at any time. Izanagi, Kamui, and Kodo Amatsukami all originate from the Uchiha clan Sharingan, or can only be used with the Sharingan. Fortunately, this is the Dragon Ball world, not the Naruto world. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would be devastated. The super abilities that they strive to awaken but cannot, Lin Xian is about to create. Isn't that infuriating? The well-known and exclusive abilities of the Sharingan are dwindling, with not many left: Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. Although Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi are not exclusive to a specific Uchiha, they are not common among all Sharingan abilities, but rather upper-tier abilities and the most practical ones. Among the famous Uchiha clan members in Naruto, Uchiha Obito's both eyes possess Kamui. Uchiha Shirsue's both eyes possess Kotoe Tsukumi. Uchiha Itachi's right eye is Tsukuyomi and left eye is Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke's left eye is Amaterasu and right eye is Susanoo. Lin Xian is about to create Izanagi, Shenwei, and Baishinshin. These are special abilities mastered through acquired learning, and not everyone can learn them, as they have extremely high talent requirements. The leader. The Dragon Ball radar has detected the location of the Dragon Balls. Two figures, one tall and one short, came before Lin Xian to report the situation. These two individuals are Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, whom Goku captured during his training outside. They arrived at the Golden Army headquarters a few days ago. In the plot of the Dragon Ball animated series, after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku bid farewell to Master Roshi and others to become stronger, embarking on an adventurous training journey where many stories unfolded, including encounters with Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. While walking on a mountain, Goku encountered a tiger demon that had captured a little girl, preparing to eat her. Goku quickly dealt with the tiger and saved the girl. Impressed by Goku's skills, the girl invited him to return to the village to help against the oppressive Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Jin Jiao wore red clothes, and Yin Jiao wore blue clothes, similar to the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao from Journey to the West. They also had a magical gourd that could suck in people who called its name without response. Goku was sucked into the gourd, but with his cleverness, he extended his Rui Bang to block the gourd's opening, avoiding being melted. As a result, Yin Jiao mistakenly thought Goku's urine was the wine from Goku after melting and opened the lid, allowing Goku to escape and seize the gourd. In the end, under the village chief's threat with the magical gourd, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao worked in the field to make up for their previous mistakes and could no longer act arrogantly or harm the villagers. Unlike the original story, while Goku did help the village, he did not leave Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao there, but brought them to the Golden Army headquarters. When the brothers arrived, Lin Xian initially did not intend for them to join the Golden Army, but only wanted them to run errands. However, given their decent talent and the peculiar, research-worthy magical gourd, they joined the Golden Army, specifically the Golden Armor Legion. Now, the Golden Army is filled with talent. The leader Lin Xian, genius scientist Bulma, Saiyan's son Goku, martial artist Wolf God Yamcha, shape-shifting master Oolong, shape-shifting Puer, magician Brother Rabbit, martial arts god Master Roshi, turtle school martial artist Krillin, dual personality Lanchi, female martial artist Lan Fong, robotic Doraemon, and the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, totaling 14 members. Brother Rabbit has evolved from a little rabbit to just rabbit. And now, with the constant influx of new members, his title has changed. Members who joined after Lan Fong, Jin Jiao, and Yin Jiao, or those who are polite and younger than him, would call him Brother Rabbit. His superpower allows him to turn others into carrots with a handshake, which has left many Golden Army members feeling uneasy. Returning to Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, their task is to monitor the Dragon Ball radar. As soon as the radar detects a Dragon Ball, it means the Dragon Ball has reverted from stone and can be sought after. Just now, the Dragon Ball radar reacted, and the brothers quickly came to report. After hearing their report, Lin Xian stood up and said to Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, "Gather everyone at headquarters, and use the golden communicator to notify those not at headquarters that it's time to search for the Dragon Balls." While training outside, Wukong learned about the Dragon Balls being restored and went in the direction told by the golden and silver horns to search for them. Meanwhile, Bulma, who was attending class at West City School, lost her motivation to continue. At the headquarters of the Golden Army, Lin Xian decided to leave someone to watch the house, and Master Roshi volunteered. Master Roshi, who moved here, did not stay in Lin Xian's castle, but instead set up his small house in a cherry blossom forest by a lake. Since sea turtles prefer salt water, Lin Xian prepared a small sea pool for him. Except for Master Roshi, everyone wanted to find the Dragon Balls, especially those who had never seen them before. Lan Chi had transformed into blonde Lan Chi, and her strength had long surpassed that of ordinary people, yet she still habitually carried firearms. Afterwards, Lin Xian used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Bulma, and then brought her back to the castle using the same technique. Then, Bulma took the Dragon Ball radar and went with Lin Xian to search for a specific Dragon Ball, while members of the Golden Army also began to act simultaneously. Although there was only one Dragon Ball radar, with a golden communicator, the members searching for the Dragon Balls had a rough idea of their locations, and they would inquire about specifics once they arrived. Among the members of the Golden Army, Oolong and Puer transformed into missiles, while Yamcha and some martial arts experts moved with the moon step and others used flying vehicles. As the leader, Lin Xian flew in the sky with Bulma. Soon, one Dragon Ball disappeared from the detector, and heading towards that direction were blonde Lan Qi and Lan Fong, who were completely unaware. At the same time the Golden Army was acting, the Red Ribbon Army also began their actions. In the original story, the Red Ribbon Army leaders searching for the Dragon Balls included Colonel Silver, General White, General Blue, Colonel Yellow, and Colonel Violet. During his search for the Dragon Balls, Wukong first encountered Colonel Silver of the Red Ribbon Army, who was also looking for the 7 Dragon Balls. Colonel Silver shot down little Wukong's flying Nimbus with a rocket launcher and then fought Wukong, only to be easily defeated. After leaving Colonel Silver, Wukong arrived in the cold, northern snowy terrain, where he was knocked out by the freezing weather and rescued by Sinnoh. From the villagers, Wukong learned that General White of the Red Ribbon Army was controlling a powerful machine called Mazaruda, kidnapping the village chief and forcing the men of the village to search for the Dragon Balls. To rescue the village chief, Wukong single-handedly went to Mazaruda, defeating Lieutenant Arnold, Sergeant Purple, and other enemies in succession, resolving the situation with General White and meeting Android 8, who was unwilling to do evil for the Red Ribbon Army. Now, the Golden and Silverhorn brothers went to the same place as Colonel Silver of the Red Ribbon Army, clearly heading for the same Dragon Ball. Heading towards the extremely cold, snowy land in the north were Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, while the Red Ribbon Army sent General White and his subordinates. In the plot, after Wukong dealt with General White, he came to the Blue Team's territory. When General Blue of the Blue Team heard that Wukong had single-handedly eliminated the White Team, meaning General White and his subordinates, he sent reconnaissance planes to monitor Wukong's movements, while Wukong and Krillin searched for the Dragon Balls underwater. General Blue led a submarine army to pursue them until they reached the pirates' lair, but his team was annihilated by pirate traps along the way. With no other choice, Blue had to follow Wukong's trail alone, cunningly leading the arriving Wukong into a giant octopus's lair. In a fierce battle inside a sunken ship, he defeated Krillin and used his super abilities to put Wukong in a desperate situation. Just then, a mouse escaping by happened to pass by, scaring the cleanliness-obsessed Blue, which released Wukong from his predicament, allowing him to knock Blue away. Later, Blue also went to Penguin Village, snatched the Dragon Ball radar from Wukong, and was ultimately killed by Tao Pai Pai at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army was rushing to the seaside, intending to salvage the Dragon Balls from a seabed, which was the White Team, led by General Blue. The person he had to face was Lin Xian, not Wukong. At this moment, Wukong was heading towards the Karen Holy Land. There was also a Dragon Ball at the Karen Holy Land beneath Karen Tower. On the Red Ribbon Army side, the ones heading to the Karen Holy Land were Colonel Yellow and his team, just like in the original plot. The difference was that Colonel Yellow and his team had not yet reached the Karen Holy Land and were engaged in a fierce battle with Bra, who guarded the Holy Land. Bra, resembling an Indian, was a powerful warrior protecting Karen Tower and was UPA's father. In the plot, when Colonel Yellow and his army came to demand the Dragon Ball, Bra warned the invaders. To protect the Holy Land, he would kill them. Bra indeed accomplished this, single-handedly destroying Colonel Yellow's entire army. Realizing the situation was dire, Colonel Yellow took UPA hostage as leverage, which was coincidentally struck down by Wukong. Because Wukong rescued his son UPA from the Red Ribbon Army, Bra became friends with him. Later, he was killed by the assassin Tao Pai Pai. Wukong swore in front of UPA that he would gather all the Dragon Balls to resurrect his father. Wukong succeeded, and during the second summoning of the dragon, his wish was to revive UPA's father, Bra. The world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, brother of Master Xuan, was hired by the Red Ribbon Army to kill Wukong. Initially, Wukong was no match for Tao Pai Pai, but later, he climbed Karen Tower to train with the Hermit and greatly increased his power. Tao Pai Pai's initial combat power was 150. After being defeated by Wukong, he modified himself into a cyborg with a combat power of 200. Stronger than Wukong's combat power of 120 from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament and Master Roshi's 139, but weaker than Tien Shinhan's 180 from the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament and Wukong. Now, Wukong was different from the original story. He had the strength to defeat Tao Pai Pai head-on without climbing Karen Tower for training. However, speaking of Tao Pai Pai, one cannot forget his famous scene, using the soles of his shoes to block bullets, facing bullets from behind. Tao Pai Pai kicked off his shoe at the moment he stepped, letting it arc over his head just in time to block the bullet before smoothly flying back to his foot. This seemingly casual move was even more shocking than grabbing bullets with bare hands or taking an explosive head-on. The bullets blocked by his shoe returned along the same path. He boiled bathwater with his bare hands while simultaneously using the boiling water to cook eggs. After 12 minutes of boiling, he retrieved the eggs, which were already cooked. He killed with his tongue, piercing through Blue's temple with his tongue, causing instant death. Upon learning that Wukong was located 300 kilometers to the north of the Karen Holy Land, Tao Pai Pai felt that the plane was too slow. He lightly tapped his fingers twice, snapped off a stone pillar, threw it with force, flew on the pillar, and said he would return in 10 minutes. Not to mention defeating Wukong, making a round trip of over 600 kilometers on a stone pillar in 10 minutes. Tao Pai Pai's famous scene in the plot was indeed impressive. As a minor boss in the early Dragon Ball plot, Tao Pai Pai had such a famous scene, which was commendable. Compared to Hit, the assassin from Universe 6, Tao Pai Pai lacked the cool demeanor and formidable strength. The first to act, Wukong, had now arrived at the Karen Holy Land. Colonel Yellow and his team had not yet arrived. Flying on a flying Nimbus, Wukong landed on the ground and saw Bra, the protector of the Karen Holy Land. "Hello, do you know where the Dragon Balls are?" Wukong greeted Bra and asked about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. "Dragon Balls? Where are those?" Bra asked back. If it were someone else, if there was even a hint of malice in their eyes or tone, Bra would have told them to leave without hesitation. And it wouldn't be like now, actively asking what the Dragon Ball was. Dragon Ball, before Goku could describe it, the Red Ribbon Army arrived and interrupted him. Dozens of planes flew in from the sky, each marked with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. Since Goku had never encountered the Red Ribbon Army before, he didn't recognize them by their insignia. However, Bra sensed that the newcomers were not friendly. As the planes landed, Goku recalled something and murmured to himself. Could they be the Red Ribbon Army that Xian mentioned? The members of the Red Ribbon Army, led by Colonel Yellow, were not as easy to talk to as Goku. They all looked fierce, and Colonel Yellow coldly addressed Bra, saying, "Hey, big idiot, and that little brat, have you seen the Dragon Balls? Or do you have the Dragon Balls with you? If so, hand them over, and I can give you a quick death." Those like Colonel Yellow, who spoke the hardest words without strength, were bound to take the hardest hits. "You're also looking for the Dragon Balls, so you are indeed members of the Red Ribbon Army. In that case, don't blame me for being rude," Goku said while preparing to fight. Bra beside him was also ready. The next moment, a scene that left Bra dumbfounded occurred. Goku dashed out and quickly defeated the army, led by Colonel Yellow. Colonel Yellow couldn't even withstand a single punch from Goku. The blow left him questioning his life, as he had never been hit so hard before. After gasping in shock, he met his end. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the plane that Colonel Yellow was on had a communicator. The moment their army was wiped out, the headquarters learned of it, and the soldiers hurriedly reported to their superiors. The commander of the Red Ribbon Army, Marshal Black, also known as Marshal Rit, claimed that he was collecting the Dragon Balls to rule the world through the 7 Dragon Balls, but in reality, he wanted to gather them to increase his height. When he learned that the army led by Colonel Yellow had just landed and was wiped out by that kid Goku, he was furious and overturned the table. Rit gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, that useless Yellow can't even handle a kid," and got his whole army wiped out. If it weren't for the communicators still being connected, the headquarters wouldn't have known right away. Seeing Rit so angry, his aide, Black, did not dare to speak. After a while, when Rit's anger seemed to subside, Black finally asked, "Marshal, should we send another army over?" "No, no need." Rit waved his hand. Black asked, "Marshal, are we going to give up that Dragon Ball?" "Give up?" Rit narrowed his eyes and said, "You can't give up the Dragon Ball. I just don't want to send more people over to die. To eliminate an elite army of our Red Ribbon Army so easily, we can only find someone similar to him to deal with him. I've already thought of it. Hire the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, to take care of that kid who wiped out Yellow and the Yellow team." Aide Black flattered, as expected of the Marshal. "The difference in intelligence between you and me is as vast as the sky and the earth. I never thought of such a good strategy." Rit said proudly, "Of course. If you could compare with me, you wouldn't be my aide. Black, go tell the other teams looking for the Dragon Balls about the destruction of the Yellow team. Tell them that if they can't find the Dragon Balls, they'll either end up like the Yellow team and be wiped out or wait to be shot," Rit said, holding a pipe in his mouth with an imposing tone. "Yes," Aide Black replied. "I'll contact Tao Pai Pai right away and inform the other teams." On the other side, Lan Lanqi and Lan Fong arrived at their destination. When inquiring about the specific location of the Dragon Ball, Bulma discovered that the Dragon Ball Lanqi and Lan Fong were looking for had disappeared from the Dragon Ball radar. Lin Xian knew that the Dragon Ball that had disappeared from the Dragon radar must have been found by Pilaf and his gang, hidden in a special box. blocking the dragon radar's detection, and they had collected the 6 Dragon Balls that could be detected first. Lan Qi, Lan Fong, you go look for other Dragon Balls. Lin Xian said to Lan Qi and Lan Fong through the golden communicator. When facing the blue-haired Lan Qi, Lin Xian would call her sister Lan Qi. However, when facing the blonde Lan Qi, he would not call her sister Lan Qi, and his tone would be the same as when he spoke to his subordinates. While Bulma was notifying other troops searching for the Dragon Balls, Colonel Saluba and his subordinates encountered Gold Horn and Silver Horn. Colonel Saluba looked at the two wearing golden armor and asked, "Who are you two?" "I am Gold Horn. I'm Silver Horn." After revealing their names, Gold Horn and Silver Horn arrogantly said, "We are members of the Golden Armor Legion, also known as the Golden Army, an existence that your Red Ribbon Army cannot afford to provoke." Golden Army? An existence we cannot afford to provoke. Saluba sneered, disdainfully saying, "This joke isn't funny. I see your golden armor looks good, so why don't you leave it here? I can let you go." The soldiers behind Saluba, looking at the golden armor of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, had already lit up with excitement, and upon hearing their colonel's words, they couldn't help but speak up. "Ha ha! No wonder Colonel Saluba is so formidable. I wonder how much gold he will give us. Daring to covet our armor, since you seek death, we'll send you on your way early." Gold Horn said, while aiming a treasure gourd at Saluba. Then Gold Horn asked, "Saluba, right? If I call you, will you dare to answer?" Seeing Gold Horn pointing the gourd at him, Saluba had a bad premonition. But thinking about how many subordinates he had behind him, he felt that if he didn't answer, it would affect his image. Combined with his defiant spirit, he really did respond to Gold Horn, saying, "Why wouldn't I dare? Saluba, stand right here. Use whatever means you have." If Saluba had not responded or revealed his name, he would indeed be in danger and would definitely be sucked into Gold Horn's treasure gourd. He was not Goku and did not have Goku's strength and luck. If he were sucked in, he would have no way out. "Oomph." Silver Horn coldly snorted and then said to Saluba, "Consider yourself lucky, but this is also your misfortune, because we will take action ourselves." As soon as Silver Horn finished speaking, he attacked. In the past, without the treasure gourd, Silver Horn wouldn't have been able to defeat Saluba. In the plot, Saluba was indeed capable of taking things from Goku. Now, Silver Horn and Saluba were evenly matched from the start. Gold Horn was not idle either. He first dealt with Saluba's subordinates, clearing the minor soldiers, and then teamed up with Silver Horn to deal with Saluba. With the two brothers working together, Saluba immediately fell into a disadvantage. In the extremely cold, snowy ground to the north, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar had just arrived when General White of the Red Ribbon Army, along with his subordinates, Sergeant Purple, Lieutenant Arnold, Bu, Android 8, and a group of soldiers, rushed over. They arrived later than Yamcha and the others, and the character Miss Ruta from the plot was not visible to them. They had no time to build anything. Members of the Golden Armor Legion, led by Yamcha, were about to fight after exchanging a few words with the members of the Red Ribbon Army, led by White. "General, dealing with this kid and a pig doesn't require me to act. Lieutenant Arnold, Bu, and even the soldiers can handle these 3 guys," said Sergeant Purple. This guy was General White's trusted aide. From his appearance, he was a genuine ninja with excellent verbal skills, claiming to know techniques like invisibility and tatami reception. But in reality, it was just a bunch of crude props or deceptive tricks. As for claiming to use the clone technique, it was actually because he was a quintuplet. In short, he didn't know any ninjutsu at all. He and Satan probably came from the same school, both relying on verbal skills and ruining the reputation of ninjas. The ninjas from the Naruto anime are not in this world. Otherwise, Sergeant Purple would have a very tragic end, hanging a sheep's head and selling dog meat. He completely tarnished the ninja's reputation. No, if we were to use ninjutsu to describe it, Sergeant Purple's verbal skills could be called mouth escape. Hearing Sergeant Purple's words, a soldier shouted, "General, leave this to us. But we want a set of their golden armor." "Yeah, leave them to us." Other soldiers chimed in, echoing the first soldier's words. Looking at the leading soldier, White scolded with a smile, "Good kid." However, as soon as White opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Oolong. "Which bastard dressed as a ninja are you calling a pig? And those subordinate soldiers, how dare they covet Lord Oolong's golden armor?" At this point, Oolong didn't care about Yamcha and Puar. He took action first. In this icy, snowy place, it was very cold, but the Yamcha who had learned the sun-breathing technique, along with Oolong and Puar, felt no cold. Now, Oolong's hand was emitting blazing flames, melting the snow beneath him. Oolong's movements were quick. He struck with a fiery fist, and the scorching flames surged towards White and the others. "General, be careful." Sergeant Purple tried to pull White away, but he couldn't protect himself. However, White was also lucky. Despite lacking any real ability, he survived under Lieutenant Arnold's protection. Oh, you actually survived. And you guys. The Yu Oolong referred to as naturally white. And you guys referred to Lieutenant Arnold, Android 8, and Bu. Aside from White, the other three who survived were not ordinary people. Android 8, the 8th model of the Android series, was a creation of Dr. Jarrow. Lieutenant Arnold was a pure robot manufactured by the Red Ribbon Army, capable of launching missiles from his mouth, and his mechanical arm could launch attacks on enemies. Bu was a super monster created by the Red Ribbon Army, entirely pink, with a super soft body that could release electricity and rebound any attack. In the plot, Goku used clever tricks to defeat Arnold and Bu. Arnold's head was gone before he stopped attacking Goku. After Goku broke through the wall, Bu was frozen stiff by the cold wind that blew in. At this moment, Bu was not frozen as in the plot, although the cold was its nemesis, preventing it from rebounding attacks. The situation in the plot was due to the excessive heat inside Miss Ruta and the extreme cold of the cold wind, which caused the temperature to reverse drastically, freezing Bu. Now, without the cold wind, Bu is naturally not frozen like in the plot. Poor, you choose an opponent. Let's make our move too. Yamcha said, I'll choose you. Poor chose Bu. After saying that, Poir transformed into Bu's appearance. Yamcha faced Android 8. The robot Arnold and White were left too long. Wait, I think we can have a good talk. White, seeing the situation before him, panicked and quickly spoke up. Oolong sneered, saying, there's nothing for us to talk about with the Red Ribbon Army. On the other side, after dodging Yamcha's attack, Android 8 said, although I was created by the Red Ribbon Army, you think I stand with the Red Ribbon Army. But I don't want to do bad things for the Red Ribbon Army, and I don't want to fight with you. Can we just stop here? Oh. Yamcha was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, interesting. Since you don't want to work for the Red Ribbon Army, I can let you go this time. However, on Goku's side, the Dragon Ball he obtained from Bra turned out to be the 4-star ball, a relic of his grandfather Son Gohan, which made Goku very happy. On the side of Gold and Silver Horns, after capturing Suruba, they used the Golden Communicator to ask Bulma for the specific location of the Dragon Balls and found them as well. Back with Yamcha, White and the artificial monster Bu were defeated. The robot Arnold was severely damaged, and Android 8 agreed to go to the Golden Army headquarters with Yamcha. Yamcha felt that Android 8 and Robot Arnold were very valuable and could be used as research material when taken back. After that, they also contacted Bulma and found the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian and Bulma have now arrived at the seaside, ready to search for the Dragon Balls that fell into the sea. Blue, along with his subordinates, has also come here. Before searching for the Dragon Balls, they need to deal with the members of the Red Ribbon Army. With just one move, Blue's subordinates were all taken care of. As for Blue, Lin Xian spared his life. Lin Xian said, let me see your superpower. See my superpower? You said it yourself, Blue replied with a smile. Lin Xian was able to eliminate all of his subordinates with a single move, which made Blue feel it was tricky. However, Blue had complete confidence in his superpower. Blue's blue eyes were the name of his superpower, and it was official. As long as Blue locked eyes with his opponent, and the opponent made contact with his gaze, they would become paralyzed and unable to move. In addition, he could also move objects with his superpower. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute. Visual paralysis fragment. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute. Object movement fragment. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute. Visual paralysis fragment. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute. Object movement fragment. Blue's superpower, Blue Eyes, was divided into two superpowers by the attribute collection system, visual paralysis and object movement. Visual paralysis fragments, 150 object movement fragments, 150 the last superpower he collected. Handshake to Carrot required 300 fragments to synthesize, while the combined cost of visual paralysis and object movement was only 300 fragments. Blue had also collected combat power, but it was too little for him to be concerned about at this moment. Blue widened his eyes and said to Lin Xian, my superpower is actually ineffective against you. Due to the vast difference in combat power, Blue's superpower was useless against Lin Xian. He did not understand the reason behind it, and thought his superpower had failed, so he decided to confront Lin Xian directly without using his abilities. With Blue no longer posing a threat, Lin Xian took him down with a single move. After defeating Blue, Bulma took out a submarine, and she and Lin Xian boarded it to search for the Dragon Balls at the bottom of the sea. Lin Xian naturally knew exactly where the Dragon Ball was. With Lin Xian's hint, Bulma controlled the submarine to enter an underwater cave. Following the tunnel of this underwater cave, they arrived at a space deep within the cave that had air. Unexpectedly, there was such a place in the sea. It must have been artificially created. Bulma got out of the submarine. Lin Xian said, "You are right. This place was indeed artificially created. There used to be a gang of pirates who raided this sea area, and this was their secret base, as well as a place to store their treasures. As expected of you, Xiao Xian, you know everything," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Then, looking around, she continued, "Pirate treasures are truly something to look forward to. We're here to find the Dragon Balls, and now we have unexpected gains." After that, Lin Xian and Bulma walked a short distance, turning on a row of long lights inside the cave tunnel. They walked further, passed through the traps set by the pirates, and arrived at an underwater port. The phrase "a world of its own" is particularly fitting here. First, there was space in the underwater cave, and now the underwater port boasts a vast area. In the port, military warships and submarines were docked. Seeing this scene, Bulma was completely shocked. As for Lin Xian, he was once again speechless about the only country on Earth. Cities on Earth experience countless robbery incidents every day. Highway robberies and bank heists are commonplace, and one can only blame the king for being too weak in ruling the country. Nowadays, having warships and submarines that could sweep the seas in his past life, Lin Xian could only say, "A gang of pirates has such advanced weapons. It's a wonder the Earth isn't in chaos." In his past life, Lin Xian had never seen any gang of pirates with the most advanced military warships and submarines, nor had he seen any gang of pirates able to dig out such unique caves underwater to serve as secret bases and treasure locations. "This place is really nice," Lin Xian sighed. "If I didn't already have a home, settling down here wouldn't be bad. It's hidden and has a sense of mystery, without worrying about being robbed." On the shore of the port space, there were many small buildings for residents, as well as small cars and trucks for transporting goods, indicating that someone had lived here before. What is that saying? Right, the villain's things are desirable. Pilaf's gang's home was taken over by Lin Xian as his own. While this was a pirate's secret base and treasure site, with no one around, just skeletons, the sun couldn't reach here, and timid people definitely wouldn't dare to stay here alone for long. Lin Xian saw potential in this place and thought it was great. Bulma pouted and said, "Xiao Xian, what's so good about settling down here? It's quite eerie and scary." However, she added, "But this underwater cave is well built. It could be developed into an underwater paradise, themed around the pirates' secret base and treasure site." The genius Ms. Bulma had already begun to consider how to develop this underwater cave. As they spoke, Lin Xian and Bulma walked along the edge of the port. After just a few steps, a robot suddenly leaped out from the shadows. This robot belonged to the alien type, with a skull pattern on its head, holding a sword in its right hand, missing its left hand, which was replaced by a gun, and the number 2 written on its legs. In his past life, Lin Xian remembered this Pirate Number 2 robot. If he didn't know it wasn't a creation of Dr. Gero, he would have mistaken Pirate Number 2 for the Android series Number 2. That is, Android 2. Lin Xian shot out an energy line, easily dealing with Pirate Number 2, who was attacking him with a knife. "This robot is quite good, just a bit outdated," Bulma commented about Pirate Number 2. After passing through the space where the underwater port was located, there was a long corridor. Continuing forward, there was a fork in the path with 2 routes on the left and right. The left path had a giant octopus, while at the end of the right path was a sea well. Jumping into the well and swimming across led to the location of the treasure. Lin Xian walked both paths. On the left path, he didn't see the giant octopus, as he used his ability to foresee the future to deal with it. The pirate's treasure was stored in a large chest filled with gold, silver, and jewels, worth a fortune. Wow, what amazing treasure! As the daughter of the richest person on Earth, Bulma's eye for value was undoubtedly sharp. The moment she saw the large chest filled with gold and jewels, she roughly knew the worth of this treasure. Let's put it this way. Just one extra-large diamond in this chest is worth 10 billion. That's just one diamond. That's 10 billion. It's not something that can be compared to the 500,000 prize for the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The Dragon Balls were under the pool nearby. Lin Xian jumped into the pool and fished out the Dragon Ball, which was the 3-star ball. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the 3 armies led by Sairoba, White, and Blue had also been defeated. The commander of the Red Ribbon Army, Rit, had already found out and was so furious that he overturned the table. It is worth mentioning that the 3 armies destroyed by the Goldhorn and Silverhorn brothers, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, along with Lin Xian, had not yet received news about the Yellow Team's defeat. What reassured Rit was that Tao Pai Pai was coming quickly. They had just agreed on a price, and now Tao Pai Pai was already on his way to the Corinne Tower. First, let Tao Pai Pai retrieve the Dragon Balls there. As long as he could get back the Dragon Balls, Rit didn't care how many people were killed. After all, the Red Ribbon Army was not short on money. On the contrary, Rit thought it was quite cheap and worth it, as Tao Pai Pai charged 100 million for each kill. Since this was the 20th anniversary of his career as a killer, he was only charging 50 million for each kill. The Red Ribbon Army was a super army equipped with high-tech gear and immense financial resources. Even if Tao Pai Pai killed 100 or 1,000 people, it would only amount to 5 billion or 50 billion. To the Red Ribbon Army, 50 billion was just pocket change. In just a few minutes, Tao Pai Pai arrived at the Korin Tower and saw Goku and Bora. Tao Pai Pai introduced himself, saying, "I am the assassin hired by the Red Ribbon Army, the world's #1 killer, Tao Pai Pai. I'm here to kill and to retrieve the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing that he was an assassin hired by the Red Ribbon Army to kill and retrieve the Dragon Balls, there was nothing more to say. Bora, who was guarding the Korin Tower, was more aggressive than Goku. Before Goku could act, Bora charged first. With his strength, he couldn't last even one move against Tao Pai Pai. Fortunately, Goku was not the same as in the original storyline, and when Bora was in danger, Goku saved him just in time. Next, it was Goku's battle with Tao Pai Pai. The 7 Dragon Balls could only be detected by the Dragon Radar for 6 of them, all of which had been found by the Gold Armored Army. As for the remaining Dragon Ball, they could go ask the fortune teller. However, there was no rush. They would wait until Goku dealt with Tao Pai Pai, climbed the Korin Tower, and then came down. For now, they would deal with the Red Ribbon Army. Blonde Lanchi and Lan Fong were feeling gloomy since their group hadn't found a single Dragon Ball. Now, it was just right to vent their frustration on the Red Ribbon Army. Members of the Gold Armored Army, from various directions, gradually approached the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The captives of Sairoba, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, who had been captured by the Gold Horn and Silver Horn, along with Colonel Violet, caught by Krillin, noticed that they were being taken to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Some spoke up to remind them, while others remained silent. The one who spoke up was Android 8, while Sairoba remained silent. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was established in a vast plain filled with greenery, heavily guarded by numerous soldiers and equipped with various high-tech defense facilities, forming a protective barrier like a copper wall and iron bastion. With the gold communicator present, those near the Red Ribbon Army headquarters waited for the latecomers. Except for Master Roshi and Goku, everyone had arrived. Outside the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, a distance away, members of the Gold Armored Army touched the Red Ribbon Army's defense line and were met with an attack from the Red Ribbon Army's defensive forces, with bullets raining down like a storm. However, for the members of the Gold Armored Army, the attacks from the Red Ribbon Army were child's play. The Gold Armored Army members began to fight back as well. They struck simultaneously, quickly eliminating the so-called defensive forces. The entire headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army sounded a strong alarm, and through the screens, the higher-ups of the Red Ribbon Army saw the figures of Yamcha, Krillin, and others. Seeing their destructive power, the faces of these high-ranking officials changed dramatically. Rit looked grimly at the gathered commanders who were discussing countermeasures. Rit shouted loudly at his subordinates, "Who among you will go stop them? Eliminate these invaders." The scene fell silent, and no one spoke. Seeing this, Rit's face darkened even further, wishing he could execute a few of them. Rit frowned and said, "Is there no expert in the headquarters?" A colonel of the Red Ribbon Army replied, "The strongest in our Red Ribbon Army is General Blue, and he is already dead, killed by the invaders. Even if there are experts in the headquarters, I'm afraid." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Rit shot the colonel dead. The gun was still smoking as Rit coldly said, "I don't want to hear your nonsense. If only Tao Pai Pai were here, as the world's #1 killer, he would surely be able to deal with the invaders." Rit thought of Tao Pai Pai, but then angrily scolded. That bastard Tao Pai Pai said he would be back in 10 minutes. It's already well past 10 minutes. No one among the high-ranking officials of the Red Ribbon Army responded. After all, the last person who spoke was now lying dead on the ground. Outside the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the ground was pockmarked and devastated. The attackers were the members of the Gold Armored Army, and their leader, Lin Xian, had not made a move. A mere Red Ribbon Army headquarters was not worth his effort. The captives, who had been captured by Yamcha and the others, watched the process of the Red Ribbon Army's destruction beside Lin Xian. Bulma and Doraemon stood behind Lin Xian, only occasionally attacking with high-tech weapons from a distance. Members of the Gold Armored Army moved through the hail of bullets, each using their own methods. "Die, you bastards!" Blonde Lanchi shouted angrily, taking down dozens of soldiers. The soldiers outside the Red Ribbon Army were nearly all eliminated. The remaining soldiers had lost their fighting spirit, panicked, threw down their guns, and fled in all directions. The members of the Gold Armored Army ignored the fleeing soldiers and entered the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the place that made countless people tremble with fear. The tall and magnificent building was orderly, with various military equipment visible everywhere, planes circling in the sky, and soldiers with guns all around. This was the legendary headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Today, they finally witnessed it with their own eyes, Krillin exclaimed. The Red Ribbon Army is nothing like this, said Rabbit Brother. Yes, today we will rid the world of this menace, Lan Fong said playfully. I don't care about ridding the world of this menace. The Red Ribbon Army must be very rich, probably more than the pirate treasure that Xiao Xian and Bulma found, said Blonde Lanchi. After that, it was a one-sided massacre. After most of the soldiers at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army were dealt with, the members of the Gold Armored Army encountered Rit, the commander of the Red Ribbon Army, and the surviving high-ranking officials. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, and those high-ranking officials who didn't want to sit and wait for death could only instinctively fight back. Let me handle it. Yamcha stepped forward, extended a hand, caught all the bullets, and then bounced them back. All the high-ranking officials of the Red Ribbon Army, except for Rit and Deputy Brack, were dead. Fools, Yamcha said flatly. Rit and Deputy Brack couldn't help but continuously retreat, backing into a corner with nowhere to go. Rit shouted at Brack, Why aren't you protecting me? Have you forgotten your duty? I know, I will protect you. Brack, covered in sweat, bit his teeth and gathered the courage to face the Golden Armor Legion, fearlessly raising his fist at Yamcha. Brack's fist was easily caught by Yamcha, who then gave a gentle toss, sending Brack's tall body flying like a sack, crashing through the wall, enduring immense force, and falling from a great height, dying on the spot. Waste. Rhett couldn't help but curse under his breath when he saw Brack being taken down by Yamcha without even lasting a single blow. Now, there was no one to protect him. He himself was just a short weakling, and even an ordinary soldier from the Red Ribbon Legion was stronger than him. Indeed, Rhett knelt down without dignity. After kneeling, Rhett continuously bowed to Lin Xian, loudly pleading, Please spare my life, I can give you anything you want. I have a lot of treasures, I can give them all to you. He was quite aware of the situation, knowing how to beg for mercy and to whom he should plead. Seeing Rhett's humble demeanor, Lin Xian smiled, and the expressions of the Golden Armor Legion members varied. Lin Xian smiled and said, If I kill you, I can obtain the treasures you speak of just the same. Why should I let you go? That's right. Xiao Xian is correct. Bulma said to Ritter, You are guilty of heinous crimes, and killing you is a way to rid the people of harm. It's a great thing. Haha. I never thought that one day my brothers and I would also rid the world of harm, especially from a threat like you. Jin Jiao laughed heartily. The members of the Golden Armor Legion knew that the Red Ribbon Army had committed numerous atrocities and deserved to die 1,000 deaths. In the face of Ritter's pleas for mercy, not a single person stepped forward to speak on his behalf. The captives, witnessing Ritter's behavior, were filled with countless thoughts. Lin Xian ignored Ritter's pleas for mercy. After getting a signal from Lin Xian, Yamcha picked up a bullet from the ground and flicked it with his finger. The bullet pierced through Ritter's forehead at a speed faster than that of a handgun. Ritter didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground, his eyes revealing deep unwillingness. After dealing with Ritter, they began to loot the treasures he left behind, as well as the legacy of the Red Ribbon Army. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xian did not find Dr. Gero at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, nor did he see his corpse, which suggests he either left immediately or was never at the headquarters in the first place. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Golden Army, in Lin Xian's home, there was an additional former assassin, 2 former colonels of the Red Ribbon Army, and 3 robots. The former assassin was Tao Bai Bai. After Goku defeated him that day, he did not kill him. However, fearing he might do bad things, he brought him here. When Tao Bai Bai saw Master Roshi, both of them froze in surprise upon realizing they were in the same place. Master Roshi and Turtle Hermit are sworn rivals, and since Tao Bai Bai is Turtle Hermit's younger brother, they naturally recognized each other. The 2 former colonels of the Red Ribbon Army were naturally Zuba and Violet. With the Red Ribbon Army having been destroyed, it was unnecessary for them to be buried with it as captives. The 3 robots were Android 8, Robot Arnold, and Pirate 2. These 3 were repaired by Brief, and the ones that weren't broken were checked and upgraded by Brief. The bomb installed in Android 8 was removed. Now, all 3 of them had a combat power of at least over 100. There was no helping it. Brief had equipped them with high-tech weapons, capable of spitting high-temperature flames and shooting lasers from their eyes. The IQ of these 3 robots was also standardized, matching that of humans, with the ability for independent thought and their own emotions, similar to the previous Android 8 and the Blue Cat, Doraemon. Lin Xian only wanted Android 8, Robot Arnold, and Pirate 2 to see the home, and did not intend to use them to deal with anyone. With new members joining the Golden Armor Army, the members began to be specifically categorized into ranks. Including Lin Xian as the leader, the Golden Armor Army now had a total of 20 members. And with Lin Xian's clone, that made 21. Yesterday, Lin Xian's Saiyan clone awakened. Lin Xian, in order to distinguish himself from his doppelganger, named his Saiyan clone Lin Yu. Today, Goku came down from Karen Tower, and after returning to the headquarters of the Golden Army, Lin Xian took him and the members of the Golden Armor Legion to visit the Fortune Teller Granny. The Fortune Teller Granny is the sister of Master Roshi. She is stingy, loves money, and enjoys watching others fight. She is a witch who can use her crystal ball for divination and can bring the dead back to the human world for 24 hours. As Master Roshi's sister, she is also an immortal, rumored to be 500 years old, over 200 years older than Master Roshi. If the legend is true, the Fortune Teller Granny and Master Roshi are biological siblings, and their parents were likely prominent figures as well. She lives in a palace in the desert, using her abilities to provide divination to the world, but her services are expensive, charging 10 million each time. If one cannot afford the fee, they can battle her 5 warriors and win 5 consecutive matches to receive a free divination. The Fortune Teller Granny is friends with King Yima and the North Kai, which allows her to frequently summon people from the underworld to assist her in battles. Her status in the Dragon Ball world seems to be quite special. Although she is not part of the divine hierarchy, her unique abilities allow her to freely traverse between the realms of life and death, bringing the deceased back to the living world for 24 hours, a power that even the gods and Kais do not possess. The Earth's god shows great respect to King Yima and the various Kais, yet she can speak casually in their presence. And even the Grand Kai seems to hold her in some regard. On the way, Goku asked Lin Yu, what is your relationship with Xiao Xian? Why do you have a tail just like me? Although Xiao Xian and the others might have explained it, I still don't understand. Lin Xian's avatar, who has a tail and is also a Saiyan, is Lin Yu, whose bloodline was even taken from Goku. This allows Goku to find a kindred spirit, and he chases after Lin Yu to ask questions. Lin Yu patiently answers Goku's inquiries. However, compared to the Earthling Lin Xian, the Saiyan Lin Yu, as an avatar, carries an underlying and inescapable sense of hostility even while speaking patiently. After a series of explanations, Goku finally understands the concept of an external avatar. Beside Lin Xian, Bulma says to him, Xiao Xian, look, Goku and Xiao Yu are chatting quite well. At this point, Bulma suddenly asks, by the way, now that we have collected all the Dragon Balls, what wish do you want to make? Yamcha, Krillin, and others perk up their ears, very interested in this question. Let's talk about it later. Lin Xian doesn't reveal what they are most curious about, but waves his hand and smiles, saying, wishes. Don't you think there are still plenty of them to make? Lin Xian has long had plans for this wish, but he doesn't want to reveal it just yet. In the oasis of the desert, the palace of the fortune teller is built on a lake. The members of the Golden Army, led by Lin Xian, arrived at the entrance. At the entrance, there was a long line of people waiting, all seeking divination. Silverhorn spoke up. Leader, are we going to wait? Should I send the people in line away? Or shall we just go in? After all, these walls can't stop us. Old man, what do you say? The divination granny is your sister, Lin Xian playfully asked Master Roshi. Before Master Roshi could respond, a pink creature resembling a ghost and wearing a straw hat floated out and approached Lin Xian, asking, are you here to see the granny for divination? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. The straw hat ghost continued. So, do you want to pay for divination? Or do you want to do it through a contest? If it's a contest, you might have to wait a little while. We want to do it through a contest, but we don't want to wait. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he led the members of the Golden Army inside. The people in front of them were all fierce-looking individuals. Those who could line up here were confident in their own strength and wanted to compete, not those who paid for divination, who had already been taken inside. Now, as Lin Xian and his group tried to cut in line, those in front were unhappy. To describe them as fierce would be an understatement. With appearances like Tao, Bai Bai, Shiru Ba, Violet, and the Gold and Silverhorn brothers, before becoming members of the Golden Army, they were not exactly good people. In short, fake tough guys encountered real tough guys. The people in front were thrown out by Shiru Ba and the others. Seeing that Lin Xian and his group were about to cause trouble, the pink straw hat ghost hurriedly floated inside to report to the divination granny. Granny, it's bad. Someone has come to cause trouble. Inside a palace, the divination granny looked at the members of the Golden Army who had walked in. When she saw her brother Master Roshi, she frowned and asked, Wu Tian, what do you mean? After so many years of not seeing each other, you bring people to disrupt my place? Or are you the one leading them to cause trouble? Sister, you misunderstand, Master Roshi quickly explained. After hearing Master Roshi's explanation, the divination granny's expression softened a bit. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Fortune-telling Granny, don't look so glum. We're just cutting in line. We didn't expect you to do a reading for me for free because of your relationship with the old man." After saying this, Lin Xian created a diamond using his diamondization ability and tossed it to the fortune-telling Granny. "What a mesmerizing ability!" Clint exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. When it came to wealth and extravagance, they only acknowledged Lin Xian. As for the fortune-telling Granny, her eyes widened the moment she received the diamond. This diamond was worth at least 2 to 300 million. What kind of ability allows one to conjure a real diamond out of thin air? The fortune-telling Granny asked curiously. In response, Master Rashi proudly explained to her, as if he were the one who could create diamonds. A superpower granted by wishing on the Dragon God, she murmured, clearly aware of the Dragon Balls and the Dragon God. After that, the fortune-telling Granny asked Lin Xian, "Kid, what do you mean by this? I charged 10 million for a reading, and you should know that." Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Divination, Granny. I think you misunderstood. I'm giving you this diamond not for you to divine for me, but to teach me the art of divination. Before that, we will gain the opportunity to divine through a contest. You want to learn my divination skills?" Divination Granny was slightly taken aback, then said in a regretful tone, "My divination skills are not something just anyone can learn. Even if I teach you, you won't be able to master it. What a pity." The regret that Divination Granny spoke of was due to her inability to keep the diamond in her hand. Although she loved money, this diamond was given to her for free, but Lin Xian was the disciple of her brother, so she felt it was inappropriate to take the diamond. Seeing that Divination Granny was about to return the diamond to him, Lin Xian made it clear, "Divination Granny, you can teach me the art of divination. If I learn it, you can consider the diamond as tuition. If I don't learn it, this diamond will be a gift from a junior to you. Anyway, I don't lack money, nor do I lack gold and jewels. Diamonds and gold, I can have as much as I want. What is generosity? What is impressive?" At this moment, it was all showcased in Lin Xian's words. Upon hearing Lin Xian say this, Divination Granny joyfully accepted the diamond and said to Master Rashi, "Wu Tian, you have taken in a good disciple." While Master Rashi responded with a smile, he thought to himself, just because others can't learn your divination skills doesn't mean that Lin Xian can't. Once he masters your abilities, let's see how you feel about it. Before the contest, Divination Granny wanted to offer Lin Xian a free divination. After all, she had already received a diamond and didn't care about a mere 10 million, but Lin Xian declined. Among Divination Granny's 5 henchmen, he needed to pick one ability and one technique. The first henchman was the Batman. He could turn into a bat or a human and could suck others' blood, a perfect replica of a vampire. The second was the Invisible Man, whose ability wasn't very strong, but he was invisible. The third was a mummy, who had some strength. In the original storyline, he couldn't even defeat Yabankadu and was taken out by Goku in one move. The fourth was the Demon Man, who had a special move called Demon Beam. Anyone with selfish intentions who got hit in the heart would explode, a divine skill, but unfortunately, in the original storyline, he encountered the pure-hearted, or rather, simple-minded Goku. If someone more powerful mastered this move, they could take out a being of the same level in one hit, unless they encountered someone like Goku. The fifth was Sun Wukong, who was Goku's grandfather. Lin Xian invited Wukong here specifically for the two of them, grandfather and grandson, to meet. The abilities of the Transparent Man and the moves of the Demon Man, such as the Demon Beam, are Lin Xian's targets. Seeing that Lin Xian insisted on fighting, the fortune teller Granny had no choice but to agree. She led Lin Xian and the others to the arena. Krillin asked Lin Xian, "Big brother, are you going to fight yourself, or will one of us take the stage?" "I'll do it," said Lin Yu. As Lin Xian's avatar, Lin Yu naturally understood what his main body meant. He would take the stage to fight, which would be just right. All right. Lin Xian had no objections. Seeing this, those who wanted to fight and those who didn't had to step back. Thus, Lin Yu remained on the stage. Soon, his first opponent appeared. A bat flew out and then transformed into a small human with boxing gloves, resembling a boxer, under everyone's gaze. This was the Batman squeak, squeak, squeak. The Batman looked at Lin Yu and made squeaking sounds. "Let's get started. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to strike," Lin Yu said. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the Batman did not attack Lin Yu, but transformed back into a bat and swooped towards him, trying to catch Lin Yu off guard to suck his blood. In response, Lin Yu didn't move at all. As the bat approached, he flicked his tail, acting like a whip, and sent the bat flying into the lake. Thus, the first fighter of the fortune teller Granny was eliminated. Lin Yu's second opponent, the Invisible Man, stepped onto the stage without being seen. If it were an ordinary person, they would just be waiting to be ambushed. However, Lin Yu on the stage can sense the aura and distinguish sounds, so he has many ways to catch the Invisible Man. As for the people below the stage, at the moment the Invisible Man appeared, Lin Xian had already picked up the special ability Fragment of Invisibility. Wukong, Master Rashi, and Tao Bai Bai, among others, also sensed the presence of the Invisible Man on the stage in their own ways. The most common method was listening for sounds. The Invisible Man on stage thought Lin Yu couldn't see him, so he ran up to Lin Yu to attempt a sneak attack. As a result, he was kicked down by Lin Yu. As long as the Invisible Man remains invisible, the special ability Attribute Fragment will continue to drop. If he cooperatively allows Lin Xian to unlock the invisibility ability, Lin Yu wouldn't bother to completely defeat him. Of course, besides the invisibility fragment, Lin Xian also picked up some combat power, but it was too little to mention. The Invisible Man was also looking for trouble, continuously attempting to ambush Lin Yu. What awaited him was predictable. On stage, the fortune teller was getting anxious. Although she didn't care if Lin Xian won and provided free divination for him, Lin Yu was defeating her henchmen as easily as squashing bugs. First, he defeated one of her henchmen, and now he was swatting away her second henchman like a fly, making her feel frustrated. It should be noted that her 5 henchmen were usually unbeatable. It had been many years since someone or a force had challenged her 5 henchmen. The first round with the Batman and the second round with the Invisible Man had defeated 99. 9 of those who sought free divination by fighting on the stage. They defeated their previous opponents as easily as Lin Yu was defeating them now. La la, la la la, de fortuna te vegan tosin. She did this just to salvage a bit of her dignity. There are still so many people on Lin Xian's side. Lin Yu on stage has been defeated, but others can still take the stage. Do they want to use their singing to interfere with Yuga? Clin instantly saw through the fortune teller's intentions. The Turtle Hermit said, "This invisible transparent ability is indeed enviable and quite sneaky. But thinking that adding sound interference can defeat that kid Yu is undoubtedly dreaming." Oomph. Tao Bai Bai snorted coldly, saying nothing else, but he agreed with the Turtle Hermit's words. Below the stage, many of Lin Xian's subordinates envied the transparent person's ability. If they could also become invisible, there would be many more things they could do. The fortune teller's singing had no effect on Lin Yu. He continued to do what he was supposed to do. Transparent fragments. 100,100. Synthesize transparency. It requires 100 fragments. To synthesize the super abilities of visual paralysis and moving objects. Each requires 150 fragments. To synthesize the super ability of turning a handshake into a carrot requires 300 fragments. The transparent ability, along with the simultaneous special ability of floating, and the lower-level Saiyan Bloodline, and the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique, all require 100 fragments to synthesize. Once the transparent ability is used up, the transparent person has no value on the arena anymore. Lin Yu kicked him into the lake, eliminating him from the match. Next, Lin Yu was about to face his third opponent. However, it would not be here. Lin Yu was taken into a place called the Demon Toilet by a fortune-telling old woman, while Lin Xian and the others stood outside watching. Lin Yu's third opponent, the mummy, emerged from the head of the demon statue, with the statue's outstretched tongue serving as their arena. Below them was a pool of highly toxic water. It was said that if someone unfortunate fell in, they would be instantly dissolved, leaving no trace behind. The mummy, unaware of Lin Yu's strength, advised him, "Kid, give up. Otherwise, you will die. Give up." Lin Yu scoffed. In the next moment, the mummy was sent flying and pinned against the wall, eliminated. The third opponent was swiftly dealt with by Lin Yu. Then, it was time for his fourth opponent, the Demon Man, to take the stage. This Demon Man had won the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament twice and was recognized by Master Rashi as soon as he appeared. Upon hearing that there was a master in the ring, Goku, who was already itching to compete, became even more eager. World Martial Arts Tournament champion? Just garbage. Tao Bai Bai said disdainfully. However, after saying this, his expression changed, realizing that his master Lin Xian was also a champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He quickly changed his tone, saying, "Except for the leader, the champions of the World Martial Arts Tournament are not worth mentioning. Tao Bai Bai can easily take care of them. Your strength is indeed superior to the Demon Man, but the gap is not significant. If you underestimate the Demon Man, you will pay for it with your life," Lin Xian warned Tao Bai Bai. The Demon Man has a special move called the Demon Ray, which can amplify the evil thoughts in a person's heart, ultimately leading to their explosive death. You don't need me to ask if you have any evil thoughts, do you? Master Rashi nodded, recalling the Demon Man does indeed have this special move, and it gives me chills. No one has ever survived after being hit by the Demon Ray. Hearing about the power of the Demon Ray, Not only Tao Bai, but also the members of the Golden Army who had come with Lin Xian showed expressions of surprise or astonishment. On the arena formed by the statue's tongue, Lin Yu and the Demon Man had already begun their battle. The Demon Man was no match for Lin Yu, and in his embarrassment and anger, he started to unleash his special moves. Due to his own lack of strength, Lin Yu did not dare to take the Demon Ray head-on. He was not arrogant enough to think that he had no evil thoughts, especially considering his Saiyan body. Lin Yu was waiting for the Demon Beam. As soon as the Demon Man used it, he immediately dodged, seeing that his ultimate move missed Lin Yu. The Demon Man used the Demon Beam again. Before the Demon Man used the Demon Beam for the second time, the fortune-telling old lady wanted to speak up and tell the Demon Man not to use the Demon Beam anymore, fearing that Lin Yu wouldn't be able to withstand it and might die. But before she could speak, she was stopped by Lin Xian. In total, the Demon Man used the Demon Beam 5 times, and only then did Lin Xian manage to synthesize the Demon Beam. Once the Demon Beam was synthesized, it was time for the Demon Man to exit the stage. Lin Yu's 5th opponent is an old man wearing a mask, who is actually Sun Wukong's deceased grandfather. Sun Gohan, the eldest disciple of Master Roshi. Sun Gohan doesn't possess any abilities or techniques that Lin Xian is concerned about. So Lin Yu doesn't fight him and instead lets Wukong take the stage. Wukong has been eager to participate, and now it's the perfect time. Upon seeing Wukong enter the arena, Sun Gohan, seeing his grandson, becomes extremely excited and requests the fortune-telling lady to change to a more spacious arena. After that, without revealing his identity, he starts to fight with Wukong. Sun Gohan cannot match Wukong. He couldn't win in the original storyline, let alone now. Before long, Sun Gohan voluntarily admits defeat. While conceding, he removes his mask. Grandpa, Gohan, Wukong and Master Roshi exclaim in surprise. Wukong, Teacher Wutian. Sun Gohan greets his grandson and teacher. Lin Xian did not interfere with the reunion of the grandfather and grandson. Instead, he asked the fortune-telling grandmother to help him divine the location of the last Dragon Ball. The divination took less than 30 seconds, and after learning the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, which was with Pilaf and his group, he immediately flew out. It's you. Lin Xian's arrival made Pilaf tremble. His 2 subordinates, Xiao Wu and his Xiao, were even more distressed. Pilaf asked Lin Xian, "How did you know we were here?" Lin Xian said, "You don't need to worry about that. Just hand over the Dragon Balls." Damn it. Pilaf gritted his teeth, feeling a deep unwillingness in his heart. Lin Xian had taken away his wish opportunity last time, even robbed his home, and now he was coming to snatch his Dragon Balls again. Pilaf had long anticipated this. However, what he didn't understand was that the Dragon Balls in his possession were hidden in a special box that could block the detection of the Dragon Radar. How did this detestable guy find this place? Pilaf was not going to hand over the Dragon Balls so easily. On the contrary, he wanted to snatch the 6 Dragon Balls from Lin Xian. A fierce battle was about to break out? No. Lin Xian used a parasitic thread to control the movements of Pilaf and his gang, making them take out the Dragon Balls themselves. Then, Lin Xian sent Pilaf and his 3 companions flying. Throwing the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, Lin Xian shouted at them, "Come forth, Shenron." In the next second, the sky darkened, and a blue dragon appeared, spiraling in the air. "State your wish. I can grant any wish, but you can only make one wish." As soon as this line was spoken, Shenron's expression turned a bit strange. If it weren't against his dragon rules, he would have liked to say to Lin Xian, "How is it you again?" The sky darkened, and Shenron had already been summoned by Xiao Xian. Bulma murmured to herself. After Lin Xian left the fortune-teller's place, the members of the Golden Army each used their own methods to chase after Lin Xian. However, their speed could not keep up with Lin Xian. Goku was at the back of the group. Upon learning that Goku had a bunch of good friends, Gohan was very happy and quickly ended their brief reunion. Lin Xian has made a wish to the dragon. As the dragon's eyes flashed red, it said, "Your wish has been granted, goodbye." Ding! You have acquired a special ability attribute, low-level miracle power. Lin Xian was lucky, during his second summoning of the dragon, to fulfill his wish. He obtained the complete power of a low-level miracle. The dim sky returned to normal, and the dragon disappeared. Time rewound a bit, and Lan Qi shed her dual personality, transforming into 2 individuals, the gentle blue-haired Lan Qi and the violent blonde Lan Qi. Lin Xian's wish is clear at a glance. His wish to the dragon was to let the dual personality Lan Qi transform into 2 corresponding personalities. The members of the Golden Army who arrived saw the dual personality Lan Qi become 2 people. Although they guessed Lin Xian's wish, they still wanted to confirm it with him. After receiving Lin Xian's confirmation, the blue-haired Lan Qi was deeply moved. The blonde Lan Chi was very happy, glad to finally be rid of the other her. The blue-haired Lan Chi. Clint praised, "Big brother, you made a good wish." Not everyone agreed with Clint's words, but no one dared to speak out. "Wukong, this is for you." Lin Xian handed the petrified 4-star ball to Wukong. "Xiao Xian, is this?" Wukong asked uncertainly. Lin Xian nodded and said, "This is indeed the petrified 4-star ball. I intercepted it when it was flying away." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wukong took the petrified 4-star ball and held it close. After that, Lin Xian brought the members of the Golden Army back to the fortune-telling old lady, as he was going to practice the divination technique. A year later, Lin Xian once again collected the Dragon Balls and made another wish. This time, he completed the collection of the Dragon Balls in less than a minute by himself. A year ago, he intercepted the 4-star ball. As for the other 6 Dragon Balls, Lin Xian left a Flying Thunder God mark on them, allowing him to instantly obtain the Dragon Balls using the Flying Thunder God technique. For 3 consecutive years, he summoned the dragon 3 times. After being summoned, the dragon once thought it was Lin Xian's exclusive dragon. Lin Xian already possesses the low-level miracle power to fulfill wishes. So why does he still want to use the dragon to realize his wishes? It's quite simple. The low-level miracle power is like money in the hands of an ordinary person. Fulfilling a wish is equivalent to spending money, while making a wish to the dragon is like spending someone else's money to buy something for oneself. Before summoning the dragon, he wanted to acquire 2 superpowers, but Lin Xian eliminated one of them. The 2 superpowers were the ability to control others through visual or telekinetic means, with the commands being absolute. Even if it meant forcing the other person to commit suicide, they would be powerless against the mental control. The other was the ability to dominate the opponent's 5 senses, making them completely believe in the appearance, form, quality, feel, and even smell of a specific object as the master desired, achieving complete hypnosis. Lin Xian eliminated the complete hypnosis. He already has the power of the otherworldly god, so complete hypnosis can be postponed. After realizing his wishes with the dragon, Lin Xian used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Bulma's house in West City, and with his low-level miracle power combined with Bulma and brief scientific technology, he manufactured more gadgets from the anime Doraemon. The 4-dimensional pocket has already been created. Now, the Blue Fat Cat's 4-dimensional pocket contains numerous gadgets, such as Bamboo Copter, Air Cannon, Momotaro Rice Balls, Super Gloves, Gulliver's Tunnel, Shrinking Lamp, Enlarging Lamp, and the Anywhere Door, Earth version. Some gadgets were created using pure scientific technology, entirely crafted by Brief and Bulma. Others were quickly manufactured with the help of low-level miracle power, then analyzed using scientific technology to achieve rapid production without relying on low-level miracle power. Over the course of a year, the Blue Fat Cat Doraemon gained a sister, who is the character Dorami from the anime. Master Rashi, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu have been recruited by Lin Xian to join the Golden Armor Legion. Lastly, it is worth mentioning that Lin Xian transmitted the most popular sci-fi novel, The 3-Body Problem, from his past life to this world, specifically to Earth in the main timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. Unlike the Doraemon anime, the people of Earth in the main timeline of the Dragon Ball universe faced a wave of panic. The 3-Body Problem tells the story of a reckless Earthling using the sun as an antenna to send out the first cry of Earth civilization into the universe, achieving a breakthrough in the search for extraterrestrial civilizations. Under the domination of 3 erratic suns, the Trisolaran civilization, located 4 light-years away, has faced destruction and rebirth over 100 times and is forced to flee their home planet. Just at this moment, they received a message from Earth, exposing Earth's coordinates. Trapped in a predicament, the Trisolarans decided to invade Earth in order to find a stable world for survival. Nearly 200 years later, the future Earth space fleet was annihilated by a small water droplet from the Trisolaran civilization. An Earthling confirmed the Dark Forest rule among cosmic civilizations. Any civilization that exposes its position will soon be destroyed. The Dark Forest rule states, the universe is a dark forest, and every civilization is an armed hunter, stealthily moving through the woods, carefully parting the branches in their path, trying hard not to make a sound, even breathing cautiously. They must be careful because there are hunters lurking everywhere, just like them. If they discover other life, there's only one thing they can do: shoot to eliminate it. In this forest, others are hell and an eternal threat. Any life that exposes its existence will soon be destroyed. This is the landscape of cosmic civilizations. With this discovery, that Earthling threatened to reveal the coordinates of the 3-body world to the entire universe. temporarily halting the Trisolaran invasion of the solar system and establishing a fragile strategic balance between Earth and the Trisolarans. However, the threat could not stop the Trisolaran civilization's desire to invade. The Earthlings activated gravitational wave broadcasts to announce the coordinates of the Trisolaran star system to the universe. Ultimately, Earth civilization could not escape the fate of being destroyed by a higher civilization, because there exist even more powerful civilizations in the universe. The methods of warfare and weapons have far exceeded Earth's imagination. A highly advanced Singer civilization sent a card-sized two-dimensional foil, which compressed the entire solar system into a two-dimensional plane, leading to its destruction. Two-dimensional foil, a cosmic rule-type weapon. The space two-dimensionalization caused by the two-dimensional foil can never be terminated, and the speed of dimensional collapse will gradually reach the speed of light. However, if one can escape at the speed of light using means such as a curvature engine, it is still possible to evade the fate of two-dimensionalization before being consumed by the two-dimensional foil. In the time of Dragon Ball, Lin Xian does not know if there exists a Singer civilization in all timelines and universes. But what he does know is that in this world, the substitute for the Trisolaran civilization is the Science working for Frisia. Vegeta once said that the job of the Science is to eliminate the civilizations of weak planets and sell the planets to higher civilizations that need to immigrate. Isn't this the very essence of the Dark Forest rule? Before Vegeta and Nappa invaded Earth in the Dragon Ball world, Earthlings naively believed that aliens were friendly. Once the three-body problem emerged, not all Earthlings became wary of aliens. Most became vigilant and no longer yearned to communicate with extraterrestrials as they once did. The Dark Forest rule, along with the technology from the three-body problem, especially the two-dimensional foil, once again shocked Dr. Brief. Bulma and all the scientists on Earth were also astonished by the two-dimensional foil. Lin Xian didn't know how many scientists were secretly researching the two-dimensional foil. Dr. Brief and Bulma had been studying the two-dimensional foil for a while. They didn't have no clues at all, but with Lin Xian's low-level miracle power added to theirs, they still couldn't create the two-dimensional foil for the time being. In the face of the two-dimensional foil, Lin Xian's low-level miracle power, which was the same ability as the Earth's Shenlong, was completely inadequate, as the two-dimensional foil was a weapon governed by the rules of the universe. If the two-dimensional foil were to be created, even Frisia from the Mechicase era wouldn't escape the dimensionality reduction attack and would become a painting. At that time, Frisia's battle power was only 120 million, and his speed couldn't reach the speed of light. Moreover, as a weapon governed by the rules of the universe, his battle power was far from being able to challenge those rules. Furthermore, the panic caused by the three-body problem didn't just affect Earthlings. Even the gods and immortals of Earth were alarmed and even more terrified. Lin Xian was invited to visit them, and they had their first meeting. The gods and immortals of Earth had long been paying attention to Lin Xian. As a powerful Earthling with pure blood, it was hard for Lin Xian not to attract their attention. During his visit to the immortals, Lin Xian took away almost all the immortal beings. Of course, Lin Xian didn't take them for free. He gave the immortals a lot of fish and promised to deliver a batch of fish periodically. At the immortals' place, Lin Xian had no attributes to brush. Planting immortal beans didn't require special abilities or techniques, but it also required skill, which Lin Xian was not destined to have. On the other hand, at the gods' place, there were practical skills. The Earth gods could create Dragon Balls and give life to Shenlong, possessed telepathy and telekinesis, and could conjure various items, such as hourglasses. The gods and Piccolo had used their superpowers to change Goku and Gohan's clothes, and they had the ability to regenerate their bodies. As long as their heads weren't destroyed, their limbs could regenerate, but their stamina couldn't be restored. They could create low-level Dragon Balls, give life to low-level Shenlong, use telekinesis, conjure items out of thin air, have telepathy, and foresee the future. Telepathy, using superpowers to communicate with the opponent's mind. Foreseeing the future, used by those in the heavenly realm to monitor the lower realm. As for the regeneration technique, Lin Xian didn't manage to acquire it. Because it didn't drop, Lin Xian didn't pick up the relevant attributes. 2 years passed, and the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament arrived. After such a long time, Lin Xian's attribute page had changed significantly. Host, Lin Xian Battle Power, 1000 Bloodline. Earthling, Transcendental Level, Clone, Saiyan. Lin Yu Superpowers. Handshake turns into carrot, elementalization, visual paralysis, moving objects, mental control, telekinesis. Conjuring items out of thin air, creating objects out of thin air special abilities. Breathing underwater, max power, sensing breath, transformation, levitation, 850 times strength, life restoration, hypnosis, magical chewing gum, telepathy, super regeneration, invisibility, low-level miracle power, divination technique, air dance technique, solar fist, creating low-level Dragon Balls, giving life to low-level Shenlong, telepathy, foresight technique, created techniques, physical technique, 6 styles, master, breath of the sun, fist technique, 7 styles, master, flight technique, flying thunder god technique, energy lines, Izanagi Kimui, otherworldly god, emperor engine, 6-story immortal thief, incomplete, techniques, rock paper scissors, master, Wolfang fist, master, Kamehameha, master, afterimage fist, master, drunken fist, master, world-shattering palm, master, demon ray, master, whole wave, master, 4-demon fist, master, volleyball fist, master, key cannon, master. The attribute page now included a clone section. Currently, in the clone section, there was only the Saiyan clone Lin Yu. The bloodline had been upgraded to the transcendental level by Lin Xian. All the techniques in the created techniques had also reached the master level. The abilities in the creation category, Emperor Engine and 6-story Immortal Thief, incomplete, were previously mentioned. Lin Xian's bloodline had reached the transcendental level to create the incomplete version of the 6-story Immortal Thief, which could not achieve immortality. The main abilities of this incomplete version were eternal youth and the ability to grow stronger by eating, missing only the immortality aspect. Lin Xian had a premonition that once his bloodline reached the immortal level, he could easily resolve this incompleteness. The so-called Emperor Engine utilizes the heartbeat of one's own heart to shock beings with lower battle power than oneself, intimidating those with battle power comparable to one's own, preventing them from exerting their full combat strength. The inspiration for this ability came from One Punch Man. The difference is that when Lin Xian activates the Emperor Engine, he is not afraid of the sound of his heart beating. This edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament had little competition. At this time, all capable contestants on Earth had joined the Golden Army. Participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament was merely a test among members of the Golden Army. Additionally, a few days ago, the Earth Gods informed Lin Xian that the evil Demon King Piccolo had been released and asked him to deal with Piccolo. Dealing with Demon King Piccolo didn't require Lin Xian to take action. The entire Golden Armored Legion could handle it. Besides Lin Yu and Goku, there were plenty of others who could deal with Demon King Piccolo. Instead, it was Piccolo and his gang that needed to be cautious. Members of the Golden Army generally had 2 external abilities, Breath of the Sun and the incomplete version of the 6-story Immortal Thief. Members of the Golden Army who learned the incomplete version of the 6-story Immortal Thief could grow stronger by eating, and they had more options for food, consuming items that, when digested, provided a large amount of energy. The reason for caution regarding Demon King Piccolo's gang is that Piccolo can reproduce. The so-called demon warriors he spawns from eggs can be considered nutritious food, and consuming them can yield a significant energy boost, leading to a noticeable increase in battle power. In the original work, Demon King Piccolo spawned 5 eggs, and he only acknowledged one son, Piccolo, also known as Piccolo II, while the remaining 4 included 1 Demon Clan member and 3 demon warriors. Piano, a fellow resembling a pterosaur with an elongated neck and a rather lewd appearance, was clearly not a good person. He was a subordinate of Demon King Piccolo and lacked combat power, not being a warrior type. Damblin, upon his appearance, defeated Krillin, and even beat Goku, destroying the flying Nimbus. Such achievements are not something every character can boast. Among all the warriors spawned by Demon King Piccolo, his record was the highest, having defeated Krillin and Jiren, killing them. However, Damblin was later eliminated by Goku's Kamehameha. Cymbaloo, who looked somewhat like a dinosaur and, like Damblin, had wings, was much larger in size and didn't seem particularly suited for combat, lacking the ruthless aura of Damblin. Cymbaloo's demise was sudden. He was quickly resolved by Ichiru, and his corpse was even roasted and eaten. He was considered the most useless of the demon warriors spawned by Demon King Piccolo, with a record of 0, purely wasting Demon King Piccolo's life. What left the deepest impression was Ichiru commenting on the roasted Cymbaloo, saying his meat was very tasty and asking Goku if Cymbaloo had any siblings. Doram was the first child spawned by Demon King Piccolo after he regained his youth, naturally wearing pants. Doram's birth was primarily to deal with Tien Shinhan. When Tien Shinhan came to stop Piccolo, the Demon King felt there was no need for him to take action himself, so he laid an egg. Doram quickly battered Tien Shinhan. In terms of strength, he was certainly stronger than Damblin and Senbaru. Fortunately, Goku arrived just in time, and with a flying kick, he took down Doram, allowing Tien Shinhan to escape a disaster. The Demon King Piccolo laying eggs and giving birth consumes youth, which is to say, his lifespan, after he regained his youth. The side effects of laying eggs became less pronounced. Lin Xian expressed that he did not want this special ability of laying eggs. As of now, the Demon King Piccolo has only laid 2 eggs. One is Pianono and the other is Dambarin. After this tournament, they would encounter Dambarin at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The task Piccolo assigned to Dambarin was to collect Dragon Balls and eliminate the martial arts masters on Earth. Thus, the top 8 from previous tournaments became Dambarin's targets. The 4-star Dragon Ball was in Goku's hands. It was a perfect opportunity to obtain the Dragon Ball and eliminate the top 8. Dambarin would not miss the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In South City, Bulma called out to the members of the Golden Army nearby. Everyone, focus on the competition. We'll deal with that Demon King Piccolo after the match. In front of the Golden Army, that Demon King Piccolo is nothing. Before this, members who had never heard of the name Demon King Piccolo or were confident in their own strength did not take him seriously at all. However, the names of people cast long shadows. Even though Master Roshi and Master Crane had increased their strength, they still felt a lingering fear of the Demon King Piccolo and often spoke of how powerful he was. Of course, Master Roshi and Master Crane knew that no matter how strong Piccolo was, he was still not as powerful as Lin Xian. Let's eat something before the martial arts tournament starts, Goku said, patting his belly. Ever since the food blanket from the Doraemon anime was created, the members of the Golden Army no longer had to spend money on meals. They could order whatever they wanted. However, the food blanket was only an Earth-level item, and while it could provide unlimited food as long as it was spread out properly, it was limited to ordinary food. The taste was excellent, but the energy obtained after digestion was minimal. Some clever members threw the food produced by the food blanket into the woodcutter's spring, which was also a tool, hoping to gain rewards from the spring by telling the truth. As a result, the woodcutter's spring was also an Earth-level item that only enhanced the taste of the food and did not increase the energy contained in it, leaving them disappointed. If it was just to fill their stomachs, the food blanket was definitely the best tool. I want to eat barbecue and ribs. I want ramen. I want takoyaki. I want grilled fish. Then I'll have lobster. I want my favorite dorayaki. I want pineapple buns. Once the food blanket was laid out, they shouted the names of the food they wanted, and it appeared instantly. In addition to food, they could also order various snacks and drinks. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian and the others entered the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Other than Doraemon and Dorami in the group, the members of the Golden Armor Legion no longer attracted attention, because the members of the Golden Armor Legion were divided into different levels. Their golden armor transformed into a single golden bracelet in its original state. This golden bracelet represented their identity, and the golden communicator was integrated into it. It could be used to contact other members. When activated, the bracelet could transform into golden armor. Depending on the members' levels, their golden armor varied. Although made of gold, the highest level members were fully covered in golden armor with helmets, while members of lower levels only had partial golden armor when they activated their bracelets. At this moment, the Golden Army members had not activated their bracelets. To outsiders, they simply appeared to be wearing golden bracelets. In this World Martial Arts Tournament, Lin Xian did not participate, and Master Roshi did not disguise himself as Chung Long to compete. With Lin Xian's current power level of 1,000, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament would be as absurd as using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The other members had no chance of winning either. As for Master Roshi, if it weren't for Master Crane being present and too many experts in the Golden Army, he wouldn't be able to win even if he participated. He wanted to disguise himself as Chung Long and participate in the tournament again to teach his disciples on the ring. At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, no one recognized the previous champion Lin Xian, who had won the last tournament in the form of an 18-year-old. Now, Lin Xian was his true age of 12. On the other hand, his clone Lin Yu, who looked very much like Lin Xian, was now 16 and could be considered a little adult. If it weren't for the tail behind him, many people would mistake him for the previous champion Lin Xian, even though he was shorter than the 18-year-old Lin Xian. The members of the Golden Army who registered for the World Martial Arts Tournament included Goku, Yamcha, Krillin, Blonde Launch, Lan Fong, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Tao Pai Pai, Saliba, Tien Shinhan, and Dodo, totaling 11 people. All 11 had the strength to enter the top 8. However, since only 8 could advance to the top 8 matches, some would inevitably be eliminated. Just like the last tournament, the contestants were divided into 4 groups. The 11 members of the Golden Army had 3 members in Groups 1, 2, and 3, while the last group had only 2 members and wouldn't face each other in the preliminaries. This was the best outcome. If all 11 members were gathered in 1 or 2 groups, only 4 could advance to the top 8. In the original plot of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, there were 182 contestants. The top 8 matches were Yamcha versus Tien Shinhan, Chung Long, Master Roshi, versus V. Shota Wolf, Krillin versus Dodo, and Babbitt versus Son Goku. The champion was Tien Shinhan, with Goku as the runner-up. Now, the competitors advancing to the top 8 included Goku, Yamcha, Krillin, Lan Fong, Goldhorn, Tao Pai Pai, Tien Shinhan, and Dodo. After the draw, the matchups for the top 8 were quite interesting. Goku versus Tao Pai Pai, Yamcha versus Tien Shinhan, Lan Fong versus Goldhorn, and Krillin versus Dodo. 2 of these matches were the same as in the original story, just with a different order. As the top 8 matches were about to begin, the voices of the audience outside the ring rose and fell, each face filled with anticipation. Come on, why hasn't it started yet? Oh, what a pity. The last champion didn't come to compete again. Dear audience, please be quiet. The blonde referee in a suit and sunglasses stepped onto the stage. Seeing the referee speak, the audience gradually quieted down. Then, the referee smiled and said, I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time. So I hereby announce that the top 8 matches of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament will now begin. Let's welcome our first match, contestant number 1, Son Goku, and contestant number 2, Tao Pai Pai. We look forward to their wonderful performance. In the audience area, Bulma asked Lin Xian beside her, Xiao Xian, who do you think will make it to the top 4 from the top 8? Lin Xian said without hesitation, Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Lan Fong, Klin, Bai Bai and Jiaozi will also lose? Master Roshi murmured. One was his brother, and the other was his disciple. Master Roshi didn't want to see them lose, especially not to Wukong and Klin, the disciples of Turtle Hermit. As expected, the 4 who advanced to the semifinals were Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Lan Fong, and Klin. Oolong chuckled and said, Hee hee, if Lan Fong uses the tactics from the last martial arts tournament, I wonder if Klin can hold up? Pu'er chimed in, Don't worry. Lan Fong won't use those tactics again. She won't give you an advantage. I know, I was saying if. Oolong pouted, as his dreams were shattered. In the first match of the semifinals, Wukong faced Tianjin Fan and won by a large margin. In the second match, Lan Fong faced Klin, and the two had a fair match, with Klin winning overwhelmingly. The finals became a contest between the brothers of the same master, Wukong and Klin. There was no doubt that Klin couldn't defeat Wukong. In the original plot, starting from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament to the 22nd and 23rd tournaments, Wukong participated in 3 consecutive tournaments to win the championship. Now, if Wukong defeats Klin and wins the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament, it is worth speculating whether he will participate in the next tournament. No accidents occurred, and Klin lost to Wukong. Wukong won the championship of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. After the tournament ended, as the audience was leaving, a green figure flew over, landing in front of Lin Xian and others. Before Damblin arrived, Lin Xian, Lin Yu, and many members of the Golden Army sensed Damblin's aura at different times. The Demon King Piccolo's people have come, Lin Xian said softly. Hee hee. Lin Yu smiled playfully. That's right, it's you guys, human experts, those with Dragon Balls. And you're also my targets to eliminate. Looking at the assassination order in his hand, and then at Lin Xian and the others, Damblin said proudly. Seeking death. Tao Bai Bai coldly snorted and was the first to attack. Tao Bai Bai acted out of his own interests. He sensed that Damblin was very strong, not weaker than the one defeated by Son Wukong 3 years ago. If he could take down Damblin, his strength would greatly increase. Uncle is so cunning, Jiaozi exclaimed. This guy is my prey. Tao Bai Bai, you should back off. Yamcha followed closely behind and knocked Tao Bai Bai away, charging at Damblin. Yamcha, you are cunning too. He is my prey. Wukong, who acted afterward, pushed Yamcha aside and threw a punch at Damblin. Not only Tao Bai Bai, Yamcha, and Wukong, but also Tianjin Fan, Klin, and other members of the Golden Army, including Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, and Shilu Ba, all acted simultaneously as Wukong made his move. They were all pushing and shoving each other before striking Damblin, not wanting anyone else to get the kill. Seeing the members of the Golden Army scrambling to attack, Damblin was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he showed a mocking expression and said, A bunch of foolish guys, fighting to come and die. In order to take down one person, our own people are fighting among themselves. Really, Doraemon expressed his speechlessness. Dora, May said from the side, Brother, you can say that because you're standing. We are type robots, and cannot fully learn the techniques of the six paths immortal, and we have no fighting spirit. So we don't need to care about that guy. But Wukong and the others are different. Doraemon, the blue cat from the anime, along with other robots of the same type, also needs to eat. If they don't eat, they will get hungry. However, unlike humans, who need to digest and excrete waste, Doraemon can completely convert food into energy through the atomic furnace inside him, so he doesn't need to use the bathroom. In theory, even if Doraemon eats dirt, he can sustain himself, but since he has taste buds, he definitely wants to eat tasty food. Let me mention one more thing. Actually, Doraemon's feet don't touch the ground. In the setting, Doraemon doesn't wear shoes. He often goes in and out of rooms and outside without dirtying the floor, because he has an anti-gravity floating device, keeping his feet 3 millimeters above the ground. This means Doraemon is always floating in the air and naturally doesn't get his feet dirty. Doraemon and Dora May were initially created based on a 1:1 ratio according to the data from the anime. The atomic furnaces inside them can completely convert food into energy, making it seem that the atomic furnace and the six paths immortal have the same process, both digesting food and converting it into energy. The difference is that the energy converted by the atomic furnace is for Doraemon and Dora May's living needs, similar to how humans eat and digest, and it doesn't make them stronger. The six paths immortal digests food, converts it into energy, and makes itself stronger. In this situation, if Doraemon and Dora May learn the techniques of the six paths immortal, it would only overload their atomic furnaces to allow them to cultivate like humans. Brief and Bulma had them remade, upgrading them once. However, they still cannot fully learn the techniques of the six paths immortal. Both of them, along with the android 8 guarding the headquarters, the robot Arnold, and Pirate number 2, have combat power stuck between 200 and 230. Arnold and Pirate No. 2 cannot cultivate at all. To improve their combat power, they can only rely on upgrades and modifications. Damblin spoke again to Wukong and the others. Hey, have you decided who will come to die first? I don't have time to mess around with you all. Don't fight over dying. Just come at me together. Saying this, Damblin expressed the most arrogant words since his birth. Together? Lan Fong, who was watching, showed a disdainful smile, unknowingly seeking death. Violet spat out these 4 words. As a former assassin, Tao Bai felt insulted. He said to Wukong, Yamucha, and the others, don't fight over it. I'll take care of that guy, and we'll split his corpse. What a guy, saying he would share his praised corpse in front of others, something that rarely happens in decades. Damblin heard this. Bastard. Damblin gritted his teeth and said, damn it, how dare you covet the corpse of a demon warrior? Godi. Saying this, Damblin made his move, flapping his wings and charging at Tao Bai, with a deadly move coalescing in his hand. Seeing this, Wukong and the others all dodged. It wasn't that they were afraid, but rather because of Tao Bai's words and Damblin's actions. As a result, Tao Bai took a small step, executed a Black Tiger heart-piercing move, and took Damblin out in one strike. Damblin stopped, his face filled with fear of death and disbelief, saying, Wah, how is this possible? The great demon warrior actually died at the hands of a human, and in one move. At this point, Damblin twisted his neck and unwillingly gasped his last breath, unable to say any more. On an airship far from South City, at the moment of Damblin's death, the Demon King Piccolo on the airship sensed it. Cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead as he squinted and said, Damn, someone actually killed the demon warrior I painstakingly created, wasting my life for nothing. This is truly cursed. What? Damblin is dead? How is this possible? The non-warrior demon Piano exclaimed. Upon hearing that Damblin was dead, Pilaf and the others responsible for piloting the airship were drenched in cold sweat. Then, Pilaf said to King Piccolo, It was Lin Xian, it was the Golden Armor Legion. It must be them who killed Damblin. Oof. King Piccolo snorted coldly and said, This king admits that I underestimated the Lin Xian you mentioned, as well as the Golden Armor Legion he created. Being able to kill Damblin proves they are quite capable. Next, I need to consider whether to personally eliminate them or to regenerate a stronger demon warrior. King Piccolo pondered. Pilaf said, Your Majesty, you should go personally. If you regenerate a demon warrior, it would just be sending them to their death. Nonsense. Piano angrily retorted. This outburst startled Pilaf and the others. Seeing this, King Piccolo thought Piano wanted him to regenerate another warrior. Out of trust in Piano, King Piccolo immediately began to lay an egg. Piano wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He didn't want King Piccolo to regenerate a demon warrior, at least not before he regained his youth. He couldn't waste his life force any further. The reason he scolded Pilaf was that he found Pilaf's words too harsh, saying regenerating another demon warrior would just be sending them to their death. Simbaru was born, and his strength was greater than in the original plot. But King Piccolo had become older and weaker. Not only that, but now, before regaining his youth, if he fought for a long time, he would be drained to death. The die was cast. He could only let Simbaru go eliminate Lin Xian and the Golden Armor Legion and bring back that Dragon Ball. However, King Piccolo, are you sure that sending Simbaru over won't just be serving food to Goku and the others? In the southern city, in an unfinished deserted park, Goku and the others were having a barbecue. They were still unaware that after finishing this meal, they wouldn't have to stop eating as the next meal would arrive shortly. Lin Xian and Lin Yu sensed that the energy of Demon King Piccolo had weakened, and a presence far beyond that of an ordinary person was born. Anyone with a brain could guess that Demon King Piccolo had given birth to another one. Lin Xian said softly, "In that case, can Piccolo still be born? If King Piccolo is killed, or simply dies of old age, the Guardian will be gone too. Once the Guardian is dead, the Dragon Balls on Earth will be useless, and the Eternal Dragon that grants wishes won't be summoned either." This isn't a problem for Lin Xian, who has the ability of the Earth's Eternal Dragon and can still create Dragon Balls. As for dealing with King Piccolo at this rate, he won't even need to handle it himself. King Piccolo will die of old age directly. On King Piccolo's side, after recognizing Lin Xian and the others from the photos, Simbaru immediately set off for South City. On the airship, Pilaf was searching for the other Dragon Balls besides the 4-star ball that Goku had. According to the Dragon Ball detection device on the airship, "I found you, Lin Xian and the Golden Armor Legion members. Kill the existence of Damblin." Simbaru found Lin Xian, Goku, and the others in a deserted park in South City. After landing, Simbaru said to them, "I can't believe you managed to kill Damblin. There's nothing unbelievable about it. If you're talking about him, then you will become him," Tianjin Han said while waving the barbecue grill in his hand. Upon seeing Tianjin Han and the many barbecue grills in the hands of those present, Simbaru jumped up, his face changed drastically, and he said, You actually ate Damblin. How dare you? He is a warrior of the Demon Clan, and you are merely humans." As he continued, Simbaru seemed to lose track of who was really the Demon Clan and who was human. "Enough nonsense. You should quickly become barbecue too," Tianjin Han said as he moved to attack Simbaru. With Damblin gone, no one was competing with him this time. They knew that, after dealing with Simbaru, they could share the spoils. Simbaru is also dead. King Piccolo's thin arms trembled, shock reappearing on his face as he gasped for breath and slowly spoke. His dry face looked particularly sinister as he spoke. Seeing King Piccolo like this, Pilaf dared not speak anymore, with two of their kin dead. King Piccolo's mood was surely as grim as his face, so it was better to remain silent. After Simbaru's death, King Piccolo had no cards left to play. What? He made a move himself? King Piccolo understood that facing someone who could kill Simbaru, he had no way out. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he would soon run out of energy. With no other choice, King Piccolo actually sent Pilaf and the others to steal the Dragon Balls, specifically the 4-star ball from Goku. Surprisingly, they succeeded. The premise was that Goku hadn't taken the 4-star ball with him. While having a barbecue, Goku had placed the 4-star ball to the side, giving Pilaf the opportunity to steal it, and since Lin Xian didn't stop him, Pilaf was able to succeed. Before Pilaf and his gang came to steal the Dragon Balls, the Guardian's servant Bobo privately contacted Lin Xian to discuss King Piccolo's matters. This led to Lin Xian turning a blind eye and letting Pilaf steal the Dragon Balls. It's worth mentioning that Pilaf also had some skills and was quite resourceful. Of course, if he weren't resourceful, he wouldn't have been able to find the rice cooker that sealed King Piccolo in the vast ocean along with his 2 subordinates and release King Piccolo. With the 4-star ball and the 6 Dragon Balls collected from elsewhere, the 7 Dragon Balls were brought together by King Piccolo. He descended from the airship and smiled as he took the Dragon Ball held in Pilaf's hands. Then he opened his mouth and spat out the other 6 Dragon Balls, which appeared on the ground. At that moment, seeing the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, King Piccolo could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, my youth. It's finally coming back. Congratulations, Your Excellency the Demon King. You will soon rule the world." Pianuo and Pilaf began to flatter him. King Piccolo enjoyed these compliments. However, he did not forget the main event, and in a hoarse voice, he shouted, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." As soon as his words fell, the previously clear blue sky instantly darkened, and the Eternal Dragon was summoned. In South City, Goku noticed that his Dragon Ball was missing. Just as he was about to look for it, he saw the sky darken. The sudden darkening of the sky, covering the entire Earth, left no doubt that this was the scene of the Eternal Dragon being summoned. How is this possible? Bulma said, puzzled. The 4-star ball is with Goku. How could the Eternal Dragon be summoned? Goku scratched his head and said, Bulma, I can't find my 4-star ball. What? All the members of the Golden Army were shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke to explain to them. The Eternal Dragon, hovering in the sky, looked down at King Piccolo and the others on the ground and asked solemnly, What wish do you wish to state? Any wish can be granted. Speak your wish quickly. Hearing the Eternal Dragon's words, King Piccolo trembled with excitement. Looking at the Eternal Dragon, it had been summoned 3 times by Lin Xian in a row. And after more than a year, the person summoning it had finally changed. Little did it know that being summoned by King Piccolo was far more dangerous than being summoned by Lin Xian, who at least had no thoughts of killing it. King Piccolo looked at the Eternal Dragon, took a deep breath, and in a hoarse voice said, I want to return to my youth from my current state. Eternal Dragon, can you do that? As he stated his wish, King Piccolo stared at the Eternal Dragon without blinking. The Eternal Dragon's enormous head moved slightly, and in a deep voice, it said, A small matter, of course, it can be done. With that, the Eternal Dragon's eyes flashed, and a red light passed through its gaze, shining like sunlight onto King Piccolo's body. In the astonished gaze of Pianuo and Pilaf's group, King Piccolo transformed as if he had become a different person. King Piccolo was overjoyed. His previously emaciated, lifeless, and dull skin suddenly regained life. His skin became shiny and vibrant in an instant. His muscles tightened, no longer slack as before, but elastic and full of explosive power. The wrinkles on his face were instantly smoothed out, and his previously gaunt and greenish old face was replaced by a young face filled with malevolence. King Piccolo slowly extended his strong arms, looking at his youthful hands, a nostalgic look flashing in his eyes. Then, he gently clenched his fists, instantly feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Compared to his previous body, which was on the verge of exhaustion and easily fatigued, the rejuvenated him felt like he was reborn. Feeling the powerful energy within him, King Piccolo was filled with ecstatic joy. The strength of his peak had returned. Ha ha ha! This king has finally regained his youth. With the ultimate power, this king is invincible. Next, the entire world will be ruled by this king. The Demon King Piccolo burst into laughter once again. As he laughed, he stretched his arms high up, proudly releasing his energy. The Pilaf gang beside him couldn't help but kneel on the ground. At the same time that the Demon King Piccolo regained his youth, Lin Xian and his clone Lin Yu sensed that Piccolo's energy had slightly increased. In their eyes, the rejuvenated Piccolo, with his power back at its peak, was only slightly stronger. Goku, Master Roshi, and the others sensed the evil energy released by Piccolo. Is this the energy of Piccolo when he regains his youth? It feels just about average, not as exaggerated as Grandpa said. Goku looked at Master Roshi in confusion. Similarly, Tien looked at Crane Hermit with confusion. Perhaps this is not all of Piccolo's strength. Master Roshi slowly spoke these words. Right? Crane Hermit nodded in agreement. Piccolo calmed his emotions, and at this moment, the voice of the dragon appeared again in his ears. Your wish has been granted. Now I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, a murderous intent filled Piccolo's gaze. Before summoning the dragon, Piccolo had already thought that no matter whether the dragon could fulfill his wish or not, it would surely die. If the dragon couldn't grant his wish, it must die. If the dragon granted his wish, it must die as well. The reason is simple. The dragon possesses such magical power. If others obtained the Dragon Balls and made wishes, wouldn't it be detrimental to him? A situation similar to the Demon Seal wave could happen to him again. You don't need to leave, just die for me. A villain's unique smile appeared on Piccolo's face. In the dragon's astonished expression, Piccolo opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful energy wave. The energy wave, dazzling and bright, had no resistance for the dragon, which could only watch as the energy wave shot toward it. Just when the dragon thought it would be torn apart in the next moment, Lin Xian, along with Bulma, Goku, and other members of the Golden Army, arrived here using the Flying Thunder God technique. They had been forgotten. After all, the 7 Dragon Balls had the Flying Thunder God mark. Piccolo's energy wave was deflected by Lin Xian and landed on the ground far away, exploding with a loud bang and creating a sizable pit in the earth. Seeing that it was saved, the dragon let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the dragon felt that this person who had granted it 3 wishes was particularly magnificent and friendly. Meanwhile, Piccolo's murderous intent intensified, along with a hint of shock. You are Lin Xian? Not bad. You actually deflected my attack with your bare hands. Piccolo stared at Lin Xian, having recognized him from the photos. A mere trick. Not worth mentioning, Lin Xian said with a smile. In Lin Xian's words about trivial skills, it is unclear whether he was referring to himself or mocking King Piccolo. Trivial skills? King Piccolo sneered and then said, just in time, the king has regained his youth. Before killing this dragon and ruling the world, I was just about to exterminate you and your Golden Armor Legion. You came at the right moment. With that, King Piccolo unleashed an energy wave, much stronger than the one he had just used to attack the dragon. I'll take care of this, Goku shouted, then struck the signature pose for the Kamehameha, exclaiming, Kamehameha! Dragon, aren't you leaving yet? Lin Xian turned to the dragon behind him and asked, Thank you so much today. The dragon first thanked Lin Xian and then added, In that case, I shall take my leave now. You all be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, flying off in 7 different directions. The 4-star ball, now a stone, was intercepted by Lin Xian as usual. Really? He says thank you, but doesn't he take any real action? Bulma complained about the dragon nearby. King Piccolo's energy wave collided with Goku's Kamehameha, shattering into pieces and dissipating amidst the explosion. Seeing his powerful move easily countered by someone other than Lin Xian, King Piccolo's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he could no longer care about the fleeing dragon. Impossible. I have regained my youth. My power is at its peak. How could a little brat block my terrifying energy wave? Damn it! King Piccolo howled in a manic rage. After his roar, he looked at Lin Xian and the others with a sinister grin, continuously waving his hands at them while shouting, Weak humans, all of you shall die. As King Piccolo waved his hands, he unleashed all the techniques he could muster. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute, 190. Ding! Acquired technique attribute, magic light cannon fragment. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute, 250. Ding! Acquired combat power attribute, 260. After a wave of attacks, there was smoke, but no damage. Those seemingly powerful attacks were all blocked before reaching the members of the Golden Army, with not a single attack hitting them. Naturally, the members of the Golden Army suffered no injuries. King Piccolo, who had been very confident in this wave of attacks, was left dumbfounded when the smoke cleared and saw that all the members of the Golden Army were unharmed, not a single one dead. How could you? King Piccolo trembled as he pointed at Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, and the others, his gaze sweeping over the faces of these Golden Army members, only to see mockery in return. What the heck? Is King Piccolo really this weak? I can easily deflect his attacks. Exactly. Master Roshi and Master Xuan are too cowardly. They made King Piccolo sound way too formidable. To be fair, most members of our Golden Armor Legion can't defeat King Piccolo in one-on-one combat. And while many can barely fight him to a standstill, very few can actually defeat him. But for King Piccolo to think he could take us all on by himself is just ridiculous. After blocking Piccolo's attacks, the members of the Golden Army began to speak, mostly to mock him. Dumnomans. One can only imagine how King Piccolo felt upon hearing the words of the Golden Army members, leading to another wave of attacks. King Piccolo was truly generous, gifting Lin Xian all 4 of his techniques and 1 special ability. Explosive Magic Light Cannon, Violent Magic Wave, Magic Light Cannon, Magic Light Ray, and Light Beam Eye, allowing Lin Xian to synthesize them. Special ability Light Beam Eye shoots a beam from the eyes to attack enemies. Technique Violent Magic Wave, after gathering all his energy, creates a massive explosion centered on himself. King Piccolo's strongest technique. Magic Light Cannon fires a key wave from the palm. Magic Light Ray emits a beam from the fingers. Explosive Magic Light Cannon swings the arm to create a huge explosion, equivalent to the power of a small nuclear bomb. With just a gentle swing of his arm, he could generate an explosion equivalent to that of a small nuclear bomb. Now, King Piccolo's combat power was at 260, just like in the original storyline when he regained his youth, reaffirming how high the combat power in this world is. The ancient weapon Pluto from the One Piece world can destroy an island with a single shot, something all factions and pirates yearn for. Yet the so-called ancient weapon Pluto can't compare to King Piccolo's gentle arm movements. Whether a small nuclear bomb can destroy an island is a question that doesn't even need to be asked. An interesting scene emerged in Lin Xian's mind. The last time the interdimensional tunnel appeared, it connected to the world of One Piece, but it couldn't allow living beings to pass through. The system said that when the tunnel appeared again, it would be fully formed and allow people from both worlds to reach each other. Previously, when Lin Xian mentioned that King Piccolo could easily defeat the strong beings in the One Piece world, including the admirals and the four emperors, it was just his modesty. It was not just an easy victory. If the interdimensional tunnel reappeared during the time King Piccolo was conquering Earth, the various forces and greedy pirates from the One Piece world would invade this Earth. What admirals and four emperors? With a wave of King Piccolo's hand, they would all perish. Oh my god, the legendary King Piccolo couldn't even handle a member of the Golden Armor Legion, let alone Lin Xian. It was all in vain. I went through so much trouble to dredge him up from the depths of the sea, just to have him deal with Lin Xian and the Golden Armor Legion. Otherwise, why would I release him? Just to have him sit around? But unexpectedly, this King Piccolo turned out to be a useless piece of trash, completely wasting my efforts. I went out of my way to please him and bow to him. What a damned thing. At this moment, Pilaf's furious voice came out. Pilaf's words were like a sharp thorn, piercing deeply into King Piccolo's heart. Goodness, Pilaf had directly torn off the mask with King Piccolo. Of course, Pilaf was angry. And with Lin Xian and many members of the Golden Armor Legion present, King Piccolo couldn't pay him any mind, which gave him the courage to speak like this. King Piccolo, with his back turned to him, heard every word he said. As a result, King Piccolo was so furious that his head felt like it was about to explode. Pianeo immediately scolded Pilaf angrily. You idiot, what are you saying? Are you tired of living? Hee hee. Pilaf responded with a cold laugh. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Or are you deaf? Damn it, they all deserve to die. King Piccolo cursed while laying eggs to produce helpers. Whether they killed Pilaf or dealt with the members of the Golden Armor Legion, it would be good to lighten his burden. After all, he had regained his youth and was not lacking in vitality. The Dolarm, born from dealing with Tien in the Dragon Ball plot, had now been born. So disgusting. Bulma frowned and said. Krillin agreed. It's really disgusting. Witnessing King Piccolo giving birth has completely ruined my appetite. Were the two that we ate born like this? King Piccolo isn't a female, right? Naturally. It was Goku who voiced this question. Goku, beings like Piccolo don't have a gender, Lin Yu explained to Goku. Upon hearing the words from the members of the Golden Armor Legion, King Piccolo and Dolarm's eyes twitched. Goodness, he was born. The demon warriors he gave birth to were actually treated as food and eaten. A strong sense of powerlessness surged in King Piccolo's heart. How'd he feel now? Like he wanted to flip the table because he couldn't play anymore. Dolarm, go take care of those three guys first. King Piccolo pointed at Pilaf's group without looking back. King Pilaf, Aoi Xiaowu are scared and can't even speak clearly next to Pilaf. King, let us run. Ash trembled as he spoke. Run? Pilaf didn't think he could escape. Pilaf realized that rather than kneeling like a dog in front of King Piccolo, it would be better to rely on the strongest being in this world. So, Pilaf said to Lin Xian in the sky, Lord Lin Xian, we surrender. I won't fight with you anymore. I won't compete with you for the Dragon Balls anymore. Please save us. My scientific knowledge can definitely help you. Oh, you're actually asking me for help. You're really interesting. Lin Xian smiled, not expecting Pilaf to do this. The reason he hadn't killed Pilaf in the previous two encounters was not out of mercy, but because Pilaf had value in his existence, namely his scientific knowledge and talent. All right, from now on, you will also be members of the Golden Armor Legion. Welcome home. Lin Xian accepted Pilaf and the others. The so-called home refers to the headquarters of the Golden Armor Legion, which is Lin Xian's home, formerly Pilaf's home. Lin Xian has always been raising Pilaf and the others freely because he knows that one day they will come to rely on him. Lin Xian thought that this day would be when Pilaf and the others used the Dragon Balls to wish to collectively turn back into babies. In the original storyline, when Xiao Wu first appeared, she looked to be in her 20s. After so many years, Xiao Wu, Pilaf, and Aishio inevitably turned into an old lady and an old man. In Dragon Ball Super, it tells the story of why Pilaf and the others became small, which was during the Android saga, when the three of them used the Dragon Balls to wish to return to their baby form. At that time, their normal ages were at least over 45 years old. Meanwhile, Bulma at that time was just in her early 30s, and Trunks was still a baby. If not mentioned, Trunks from the original storyline would never have thought that he was dating an old aunt or even an old grandma. Baffled, Demon King Piccolo was confused. What was going on? He was released by Pilaf, who wanted him to do two things. First, to rule this world and share half of it with him. And second, to eliminate Lin Xian and the Golden Armor Legion. In the current situation, Demon King Piccolo was sure he wasn't dreaming. Demon King Piccolo died without leaving even a whole corpse. For this, Goku and the others expressed deep regret. Before his death, Demon King Piccolo spat out an egg, which was Piccolo Jr., the future Piccolo, fearing that his son Piccolo would be eaten before he grew up. Demon King Piccolo asked Piano to take care of Piccolo before he died. Lin Xian gives King Piccolo the chance to regain his youth, which is essentially giving him a chance to be born again, knowing that King Piccolo is dead, and that he and the God of Earth share a symbiotic relationship. If Piccolo dies, the god will also die. Goku, Tianjin Han, and the others do not pursue Piccolo, allowing the weak Pianeo to escape a disaster. As for Dorum, like Dambalin and Zinbalu, he was turned into barbecue. The King Piccolo incident comes to an end, and the members of the Gold Army resume their training, with some going to the temple above Corinne Tower to cultivate. Time passes, and 3 years go by. Host: Lin Xian Combat Power, 10,000 Bloodline. Earthling, Celestial Level, Clone, Saiyan, Lin Yu Superpowers. Handshake transforms into Carrot, Elementalization, Visual Paralysis, Moving Objects, Mental Control, Telekinesis, Materialization. Creation out of thin air, Control Actions, Transformation of Objects Special Abilities. Breathing Underwater, Max Power, Sensing Aura, Transformation Technique, Levitation, 850 times Strength, Life Return, Hypnosis, Magical Gum. Mind Reading, Super Regeneration, Invisibility, Low-Level Miracle Power, Divination Technique, Sky Dance Technique, Solar Fist, creating low-level Dragon Balls, granting life to low-level Shinron, Telepathy, Foresight Technique, Light Beam Eyes. Precognition Creation Technique Abilities, 6 Styles of Body Technique, Master. Breath of the Sun, 7 Styles of Fist, Master. Flight Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique. Energy Line, Izanagi Divine Might. Otherworldly God, Emperor Engine, 6 Library Immortal Thief Techniques. Rock Paper Scissors, Master. Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Master. Kamehameha, Master. Phantom Fist, Master. Drunken Fist, Master. Global Shock Palm, Master. Demon Ray, Master. Whole Wave, Master. For Demon Fist, Master. Volleyball Fist, Master. Key Blast Cannon, Master. Explosive Demon Light Cannon, Master. Explosive Demon Wave, Master. Demon Light Cannon, Master. Demon Light Ray, Master. Lin Xian's attribute page has seen a significant improvement compared to last time, with his combat power rising from 1000 to 10,000, and his bloodline reaching the celestial level. The 6 Library Immortal Thief is no longer a fragmented version. Among his superpowers, the abilities of controlling actions and transforming objects, as well as the special ability of Foresight, all originated from dumplings. Foresight, naturally, refers to the ability to predict the future. Originally a passive ability, Lin Xian managed to transform it into an actively usable ability after acquiring it through synthesis. Tomorrow marks the start of the new World Martial Arts Tournament. How time flies. Most members of the Golden Army are training across the globe. Over the past 3 years, with the addition of Pilaf and Lin Xian's initial miracle power, many items from the Doraemon anime have been produced. At this rate, the time machine that can travel through the time tunnel from the Doraemon anime won't be far from being created. Many of the manufactured items, which do not cause turmoil on Earth, have been mass-produced and sold. The gourmet tablecloth, an infinite food ordering tablecloth, has been modified into a vending machine. While it can provide unlimited food, it requires payment. Bulma has aptly named it a refusal to waste. As for how the gourmet tablecloth charges money, after purchasing the gourmet tablecloth, one must register it and activate it. Then, every time food is ordered, the corresponding amount is instantly deducted from the bank account based on the food's price. What is this? In a forest, a small-eyed, hedgehog-headed, stout figure dressed as a samurai, wearing a vertically striped kimono and wooden clogs, with a samurai sword at his waist and a voice resembling Krillin's, looked at the superdimensional tunnel that appeared before him and expressed his doubts. If Lin Xian were here, he would recognize this person as a Kairobe. Not only Lin Xian, but during the 3 years of defeating Demon King Piccolo, Goku, who was training outside, also encountered a Kairobe, and the two had a fight. Naturally, a Kairobe couldn't defeat Goku. However, the two became friends as a result. Now, the superdimensional tunnel has appeared before Kairobe. On the other side, in the world of One Piece, a great battle is taking place, the Marineford War. It is a fierce battle between the Navy and the pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates, led by the man known as the strongest in the world and one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, consists of 600 members divided into 16 divisions. Each captain is a powerful son. 1st Division Captain, Marco the Phoenix. 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu. 5th Division Captain, Vista the Flower Sword. 6th Division Captain, Lamek. 7th Division Captain, Lackey. 8th Division Captain, Fisherman Namor. 9th Division Captain, Blenheim. 10th Division Captain, Cooley L. 11th Division Captain, Jindudo. 12th Division Captain, Harda. 13th Division Captain, Water Buffalo Atmos. 14th Division Captain, Spido Kill. 15th Division Captain, Fasa. 16th Division Captain, Izang. The 2nd and 4th Division Captains are missing. 1 captured and 1 dead, leaving 2 fewer captains. In addition, under Whitebeard, there are 43 pirate crews, including the notorious Squard and Little Oars Jr., totaling over 50,000 members. Navy Fleet Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. Admirals, Akiji Kizuru Akainu. Vice Admirals, Tsu, Chief of Staff, Garp, Squirrel, Spider, Stolo Berry, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Barleytown Bastille. And Gumi. The Navy headquarters has 100,000 elite soldiers. The Navy also has allies, the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The 7 Warlords of the Sea are 7 great pirates recognized by the world government, whose acts of robbery and other behaviors can be pardoned by the world government, as long as they hand over a certain amount of wealth to them. When one becomes a Warlord of the Sea, their previously issued bounty is suspended. Although the Warlords of the Sea still engage in organized crime beneath the surface, the world government generally turns a blind eye. Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk. Identity, the world's #1 swordsman. Bartholomew Kuma, originally a bounty of 296 million berries. Identity, Revolutionary Army officer, pawpaw fruit user. Pirachi Impris, Boa Hancock, originally a bounty of 80 million berries. Identity, Queen of Amazon Lily, sweet fruit user. Don Quixote da Flamingo, originally a bounty of 340 million berries, possesses Conqueror's Haki, string fruit user. Gecko Moria, originally a bounty of 320 million berries, shadow fruit user. A war with over 150,000 participants. Many famous strong figures from the One Piece world have gathered at the Navy headquarters. The war was triggered when Blackbeard killed the 4th Division Captain and defected from the Whitebeard Pirates, and the 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, who wanted to capture Blackbeard, was instead captured by him. To obtain the title of Warlord of the Sea, Blackbeard handed Ace over to the world government. Today is the day Fire Fist Ace is to be executed, and the Whitebeard Pirates have come to rescue him. As both sides are fiercely battling, the superdimensional tunnel appears. A Kairobe, standing at the entrance of the superdimensional tunnel, becomes the center of attention. When the Marineford War began, many transponder snails were live broadcasting the situation, and the war was being followed by the entire population of the One Piece world. Suddenly appearing in the eyes of the ordinary public, what is this? Fleet Admiral Sengoku recalls unpleasant memories. The time flow differs between the two worlds. Lin Xian is 15 years old this year, having spent only 6 years in the Dragon Ball world, while 36 years have passed in the One Piece world. Yet even after so long, Lin Xian's Kamehameha is still deeply etched in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's mind. Not to mention Sengoku, those who survived Lin Xian's hands, including Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, Rayleigh, Barrett, Garp, Zifa, Tsuru, none of them have forgotten the memory. That day is known as the Day of Shocking Wonders. If you know what happened at God Valley, Lin Xian is such an impressive child. How powerful must the adults be in his otherworldly realm? Where's the ceiling of battle power? It's hard to imagine. Sengoku, the Marine Admiral, hopes that the passage to the other world will never appear again. But contrary to his wishes, the transdimensional tunnel has emerged once more. There's a move called Shifting Contradictions. At this moment, the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates seem to have that intention. Drawn in by the transdimensional tunnel, the Marines and Pirates tacitly cease fighting without any orders from above. These two existences are the top forces in the pirate world, and normally, nothing could make them shift their contradictions, but the other world is the exception that allows them to do so. Gururara. Whitebeard revealed his signature laugh. However, beneath his usual cheerfulness, there was tension. One can imagine that if what happened 36 years ago were to happen again today, he and his sons could perish together. Similarly tense are Tsuru and Garp on the battlefield of the Marineford War, Rayleigh watching the live broadcast at Sabeti Archipelago, and Kaido and Big Mom, who are also watching the live broadcast, sweating coldly. From the outside, a Kairobe's appearance is even more daunting. In the eyes of Sengoku and others, Lin Xian is just a delicate, handsome child, while a Kairobe is a swordsman who has mastered the way of the sword, undoubtedly with terrifying skill. Unlike those who know the situation, those unaware of the transdimensional tunnel are merely surprised upon seeing a Kairobe in the forest he is in, not feeling much fear. After all, their pillar, the Marine Admiral, and the General are here. No trick would work. This scene seems familiar. As one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, A former celestial dragon, Kaido's partner, and the Joker of the underground world, Don Quixote da Flamingo, knows a bit about what happened 36 years ago. Mihawk, do you see that guy? He is also a swordsman. Aren't you interested in him? Da Flamingo provoked Mihawk beside him. Da Flamingo wants to use Mihawk to test a Kairobe. Mihawk is no fool and understands Da Flamingo's intentions. However, it cannot be denied that he is indeed interested in a Kairobe, having reached the realm of invincibility in swordsmanship. He looks forward to someone who can fight against him. Thus, Mihawk swings his black blade at a Kairobe. A simple slash, sent through the transdimensional tunnel, strikes toward the Kairobe. Sengoku and Garp can't stop Mihawk in time. What the hell is this? Why did he attack me? Moreover, I have no grievances with him. Yet he aimed to kill me. A Kairobe exclaimed angrily. Through the transdimensional tunnel, a Kairobe, witnessing the Marineford War, is filled with uncertainty and curiosity about this great battle. Under the gaze of the multitude, a Kairobe feels a bit flustered. Now, a Kairobe is enraged and draws his sword to counter. A Kairobe's swordsmanship is superb and remarkable. However, compared to the great sword masters of the Pirate King world, his techniques are simple and crude. The sword-drawing technique, the core of a Kairobe's swordsmanship, also known as Aido, is centered on the concept of a one-hit kill, using a rapid draw to deliver an unexpected blow to the enemy. In short, one move to conquer all. Mihawk's slash is instantly neutralized by a Kairobe. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, whose battle power is 10,000, along with his clone Lin Yu and the celestial being, immediately senses what is happening with a Kairobe. Lin Xian and Lin Yu rushed over, while the celestial god observed from the celestial god palace. As a celestial god, it was his first time seeing the superdimensional tunnel, a passage leading to a completely different otherworld. Lin Xian and his clone arrived quickly. Using the flying thunder god technique, they flew to the forest where a Kairobe was located and arrived in less than a minute. In the world of One Piece, at the Navy headquarters, seeing his slash being deflected by a Kairobe's draw technique, Mihawk's eyes immediately lit up. Just as he was about to make another move, Admiral Sengoku spoke up. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Carp, Whitebeard, and Tsuru, seeing a Kairobe easily neutralize Mihawk's slash, were not surprised. Instead, they thought to themselves, as expected, Sengoku angrily shouted at Mihawk. Mihawk, who allowed you to act on your own? Mihawk was slightly taken aback, but ignored Sengoku. As the world's greatest swordsman, he had his pride and looked down on explaining himself to others. Besides, he was not part of the Navy system. Seeing Sengoku scold Mihawk, Doflamingo chuckled and said, Sengoku, don't be so fierce. We warlords of the sea are here to help your navy. Suddenly, Whitebeard said to Sengoku, let's call a truce. You hand over Ace to me, and we, the Whitebeard pirates, will leave the Navy headquarters. What do you say? Before Sengoku could respond, Admiral Akainu flatly refused. No way. Pirates deserve to die, especially Fire Fist Ace. Whitebeard, don't dream. Kid who plays with magma. Can you make decisions in Sengoku's place? Whitebeard said playfully to Akainu. Then, Whitebeard looked at Sengoku. Sengoku had already fallen into deep thought. As a strategist, Sengoku understood Whitebeard's intention. The Navy headquarters was too dangerous. Whitebeard wanted to take his people and Ace away without executing Fire Fist Ace, and they could also withdraw from the Navy headquarters. With 100,000 Navy soldiers and 50,000 pirates, both sides were engaged in a bloody battle, and there were still over 100,000 people alive. If what happened 36 years ago were to repeat, those 100,000 people would be wiped out. Although it was already too late to leave the Navy headquarters, Mihawk's reckless action would definitely provoke retaliation, and the Navy would be blamed. But even so, the Navy couldn't just stand there and wait to die. Watching Sengoku lost in thought, both the Navy side and the pirates, as well as those watching the live broadcast, all showed expressions of disbelief. No way. Is the war about to end? Admiral Akiji scratched his head in confusion. Marco murmured, what's going on? Do we really not have to fight? That would be nice. We could get off work early, said Admiral Kizuru, in a lazy tone, looking pleased. In the original plot of One Piece, besides defeating his teacher Zephyr, Kizuru never used his full strength whenever he acted, earning the title of a true actor. It was uncertain whether he really wasn't paid enough, or if his salary was substandard, or if he was a spy for the Revolutionary Army. However, at this moment, none of that mattered. At Mary Geos, the 5 elders watching the live broadcast were very dissatisfied with Sengoku. Sengoku dared not to report to them while considering whether to release Fire Fist Ace. He truly did not put them in his eyes. Many celestial dragons and Mary Geos were also unhappy with Sengoku. They had not experienced the events of 36 years ago and did not understand Lin Xian's terror. Even if the red line was breached by Lin Xian's Kamehameha, it would not stop some celestial dragons from wanting to explore other worlds and capture some slaves. As world nobles, the celestial dragons could learn about the events of 36 years ago if they wanted to, and with further digging, they could know even more. "Hey, who are you?" a Kairobe asked as Lin Xian and Lin Yu flew to his side. Lin Xian casually said, "The leader of the Golden Armor Legion, Lin Xian." Lin Yu stood by, silent. "What? You are Lin Xian, the leader of the Golden Armor Legion. I've heard Wukong mention you. I am Yakalobi, a friend of Wukong." At this point, Yakalobi, who originally planned to storm the One Piece world and take out Hawkeye, asked Lin Xian, "So, may I ask why you are here? Is it because of me? You?" Lin Xian shook his head, pointing at the hyperdimensional tunnel, and said, "I am here for it, the One Piece world." The appearance of Lin Xian shocked Sengoku, Carp, and those who had seen Lin Xian before. After 36 years, Lin Xian's appearance had changed from 8 or 9 years old to 15, but they still recognized him at a glance. As for Lin Yu, who was beside Lin Xian, although he looked very similar to Lin Xian, he had an extra tail, which Sengoku and the others mistakenly thought was Lin Xian's brother. Carp, who was beside Sengoku, said, "Sengoku, this is trouble. Now there are 3 of them, the Navy and pirates present, as well as the viewers watching the live broadcast. Did not understand why Admiral Sengoku and Navy Hero Carp were so tense over just 3 people. From the attribute extraction system, Lin Xian knew that this superdimensional tunnel was particularly stable. Unless he blew up the sailing star of the One Piece world, the superdimensional tunnel would not close for the time being. With Lin Xian's current combat power, launching a Kamehameha to blow up the sailing star was a routine operation. However, Lin Xian did not do it immediately. He pulled Akalobe into the superdimensional tunnel, leaving his clone Lin Yu to guard the original spot. Vice Admiral Tsuru said, "They're here. They've come to our world." 6 years ago, when the superdimensional tunnel first appeared, Lin Xian did not want to go to the One Piece world. Now, he had come to the One Piece world simply because he suddenly felt interested and wanted to try the attribute extraction system in a world outside of Dragon Ball. That was all. Arriving in the One Piece world and standing on the ground of the Navy headquarters, Lin Xian greeted Sengoku, Carp, Tsuru, and Whitebeard. "Weaklings, we meet again." The Navy headquarters and the viewers watching the live broadcast were in an uproar. "Who is this kid? He dares to say that old man is weak. I want to kill him." The arrogant brat actually dared to say that Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp were weak. Lin Xian came to this world, and before making a move, he thought about attributes, all fragments of observation hockey. At the Navy headquarters, those who could use observation hockey sensed Lin Xian's strength with it. This perception was fine, but the faces of those who could use observation hockey changed drastically. Because Lin Xian was too strong, so powerful that when they used observation hockey to sense him, they felt a palpitation, as if a person was on a small boat drifting in a vast ocean, with storms and tsunamis crashing in, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. Finally, Sengoku spoke up and asked Lin Xian, "What do you intend to do in our world?" "Of course, to destroy this world. No, it should be said to destroy this planet beneath our feet." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Every time Lin Xian speaks, he overturns the understanding of the navigators. The people of the navigators are also curious about what it means for you to come to our world. What does Admiral Sengoku's words mean? Some clever but uninformed individuals have boldly speculated that Lin Xian and Akilib come from another world. "Damn it, I will never allow you to do this." The speaker is Carp. Lin Xian shook his head and slowly said, "Kapu, boasting is the behavior of the weak. To me, although you are insignificant, you are still a strong person in this world, on this planet. I didn't expect you to say such words. Didn't you witness my strength decades ago? Do you have the ability to stop me?" Kapu replied without any hesitation, "I am indeed not your opponent, but if you want to destroy the world, I cannot just stand by and do nothing." What? The naval soldiers and pirate lackeys present, who couldn't use observation hockey, as well as the viewers of the live broadcast, were all shocked and dumbfounded. That was the naval hero, Kapu. Known as the Iron Fist, he had pushed the Pirate King Roger into a corner multiple times. Although he didn't hold the title of the world's strongest, he was definitely not weaker than Whitebeard. Such a being actually admitted that he was not a match for a young man. Sabaody Archipelago. Let's go. Let's take a look at that kid who isn't even a match for Kapu at the Navy headquarters. The one who said this was Eustace Kid, the captain of the Kid Pirates. Eustace Kid, hailing from the South Sea, had a bounty of 315 million berries, one of the 11 supernovas, and ranked first in bounty on Sabaody Archipelago. He was a user of the magnet fruit, possessing the ability to attract iron objects and reflect them. One of his crew members said, "Captain, won't it be too dangerous to go to the Navy headquarters? What are you afraid of? The Navy doesn't have time to deal with us." On the other side, Capone Beej made the same decision as Kid. Capone Beej, the captain of the fire tank pirates, was also one of the 11 supernovas, ranked 9th in bounty on Sabaody Archipelago, hailing from the West Sea, with a bounty of 138 million berries. He was a user of the castle fruit, able to shrink his subordinates, cannons, and even horses into miniatures and hide them in his body, which would return to their original state when released. It must be said that Eustace Kid and Capone Beej were really bold. However, without their courage, they wouldn't become supernovas. Seeing the Kid pirates and fire tank pirates heading to the Navy headquarters, a crew member from the Hawkins pirates asked their captain, "Captain, are we going?" "No. If we go, our survival rate is 0. Captain Basil Hawkins of the Hawkins pirates shook his head. Basil Hawkins, one of the 11 supernovas, ranked 3rd in bounty on Sabaody Archipelago, hailing from the North Sea, with a bounty of 249 million berries. He was a magician and a fortune teller, a user of the straw fruit, able to use straw dolls to block attacks and transform into a straw man. Hawkins had one more thing to say. If they didn't go to the Navy headquarters, their survival probability was also 0. Of course, if he went to the Navy headquarters to give Lin Xian the ability attributes, Lin Xian would be very happy. The straw fruit's ability was quite good. If he couldn't win, he could use the straw doll, in other words, a substitute to save his life. Navy headquarters. Standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard tightened his grip on his Naginata, the Tatsuka, no Tsurugi, and laughed. "Gurura, Kapu, it's rare for us who stand on different sides to have the same thought." The Vice Admiral and Chief Staff Crane asked Lin Xian, "Is it really necessary? Is there no room for negotiation?" Lin Xian said disdainfully, "Don't ask such childish questions. If the world I am in is very weak, would the people of this world not invade my world? No, because this is the unchanging rule. When two worlds meet, the weaker side seeks to attach itself to the stronger side to gain benefits, while the stronger side wants to invade the weaker side, also for the sake of obtaining benefits." Lin Xian's words left General He speechless, as it was indeed the case. The Navy, which considered itself just, couldn't help but speak up to refute Lin Xian's statement. Lin Xian didn't waste any more words. He stood still and used telekinesis to attack. As for Yakalobi, he didn't remain motionless. When Lin Xian made his move, he targeted the eagle eye that was attacking him. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 40. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 50. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 60. Lin Xian used telekinesis, and in an instant, countless people were incapacitated. Many naval commanders, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and their subordinate captains, faced with pressure, attacked Lin Xian, and shards of armament hockey continuously fell. Suddenly, Lin Xian sneered and said, "My body doesn't move. I'll use telekinesis to deal with you. You can think of it as a thought. If you can make my body move even a little, I'll consider myself defeated and leave this world immediately." Damn it. Arrogant. What is this bastard saying? No matter how strong he is, he shouldn't be this arrogant. Thinking he can deal with over 10,000 of us, including many naval commanders, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and 43 captains under Whitebeard all at once. No one can withstand that. Yes, even if this kid is stronger than Rear Admiral Garp, it's impossible to defeat these strong foes with just thoughts. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 95. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 100. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 130. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 140. Achillebe and Mihawk dropped their most valuable attributes, the Great Swordmaster Swordsmanship Fragment and the Drawing Sword Technique Fragment, before Mihawk was killed by Achillebe. Lin Xian combined the Great Swordmaster Swordsmanship and the Drawing Sword Technique. Your swordsmanship is high, but unfortunately, your power is too weak. After leaving this sentence, Achillebe slashed Mihawk to death. Mihawk was killed so casually that it caused a huge uproar in the world of One Piece. The top fighters usually can't determine a winner without fighting for 10 days or half a month. Mihawk and Achillebe had only fought for 2 or 3 minutes, and during those 2 or 3 minutes, Mihawk was barely holding on. Two swordsmen then attacked Lin Xian. They were the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista, and the Naval Vice Admiral, Spider Demon. The dual sword flow, Great Swordmaster Swordsmanship, and the 8 sword flow, Swordsman Swordsmanship, granted Lin Xian 2 more special abilities. After that, Lin Xian resolved Vista and Spider Demon with a thought. Vista, Spider Demon. The Whitebeard pirates and the Navy were enraged and rushed over to take revenge on Lin Xian. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 80. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 90. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 90. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 95. The 2 captains of the Whitebeard pirates allowed Lin Xian to combine 2 Devil Fruit abilities. Unlike eating a Devil Fruit, the abilities Lin Xian obtained had no side effects. And a new section for Devil Fruit abilities was added to Lin Xian's attribute page. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 100. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 105. On the Navy side, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru took action. One used the powers of the Buddha fruit, transforming into a golden Buddha, while the other used the Wash fruit's ability, attempting to cleanse Lin Xian's mind. As a result, it was useless, and Lin Xian gained 2 more Devil Fruit abilities for free. What are you 7 warlords doing? My hawk has already been killed. If you don't want to be killed, bring out your ultimate techniques. Sengoku, pushed away by Lin Xian's telekinesis, rallied the remaining 7 warlords. Kid, pretty impressive. I want to turn you into a zombie. Moonlight Moria stepped forward with arrogant words. I'm too beautiful. I could be forgiven for anything. Sweet, sweet wind. Bear paw shock. 5 color line. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 40. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 50. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 60. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 70. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 80. Another 4 Devil Fruit abilities appeared. The String Fruit was useless to Lin Xian, but since it appeared, Lin Xian combined it with others, planning for the future. After acquiring the Devil Fruit abilities, Lin Xian did not allow these 4 warlords to live, not even the Empress Boa Hancock. You killed my beloved son. I will do everything I can to avenge him, Whitebeard said as he attacked Lin Xian. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 100. Ding. Acquired Combat Power Attribute, 110. Ding. Acquired Special Ability Attribute, Conqueror's Hockey Fragment. The Tremor Fruit and Conqueror's Hockey were graciously accepted by Lin Xian. Lin Xian temporarily spared Whitebeard, allowing him to live a little longer. D. A Navy Vice Admiral rushed forward. Just then, a ship fell from the sky. This ship came from Impel Down. And except for Monkey D, Luffy, everyone on board were criminals from Impel Down, who had escaped thanks to Monkey D. Luffy. Ace, I'm coming. Monkey D. Luffy shouted as he fell from the sky. Luffy? Fire Fist, Ace, and Garp were stunned to see Monkey D. Luffy. After landing, upon learning that the current enemies were Lin Xian and Akarobi, the prisoners from Impel Down were baffled. What was going on? The 2 major forces, the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, with over 100,000 people and many strong fighters, couldn't take down just 2 individuals. Curious about Lin Xian's strength, the people from Impel Down attacked him. After learning that the Empress Hancock had died at Lin Xian's hands, Monkey D. Luffy's rage erupted. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Natural Type, Sansan Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Paramecia Type, Cut Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Paramecia Type, Shatter Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Paramecia Type, Hormone Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Paramecia Type, Wax Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Move Attribute. Fishman Karate Fragment. Ding. Acquired Move Attribute. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Zoan Type, Mythical Beast, Nika Fruit Ability Fragment. Mythical Beast? Nika Fruit? Shouldn't it be the Gum Fruit? Lin Xian was very confused. Before he traveled to this world, One Piece was still ongoing. He clearly remembered that Monkey D. Luffy's fruit ability was the Paramecia type Gum Fruit. How did it turn into a Zoan type mythical beast? And what was Nika? Did it change in the later part of the anime? Lin Xian didn't think much and continued to struggle with the issue. Among the 6 fruit abilities, 2 moves, the Sansan Fruit and the Slash Fruit were completely useless to Lin Xian. But just like the Line Fruit, Lin Xian decided to combine them as he had other plans. How scary. So many strong individuals, and some are dead. At this moment, Kizaru's tone was not at all teasing. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Nature Type. Flash Flash Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Nature Type. Magma Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Nature Type. Ice Ice Fruit Ability Fragment. The fruit abilities of the three Marine Admirals were also useless to Lin Xian. No. With the superpower of elementalization, it should be said that the nature-type Devil Fruit abilities were all useless to Lin Xian. And many superhuman-type Devil Fruit abilities were the same. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Nature Type. Smoke Smoke Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Superhuman Type. Barrier Barrier Fruit Ability Fragment. Seeing the three admirals being sent flying by Lin Xian's telekinesis, Commodore Smoker and Tina resolutely attacked Lin Xian. After that, Lin Xian combined several more Devil Fruit abilities. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Superhuman Type. Transparent Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Nature Type. Burn Burn Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Superhuman Type. Operation Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Nature Type. Dark Dark Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Animal Type. Ordinary Species. White Dove Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Animal Type. Mythical Species. Nine-Tailed Fox Fruit Ability Fragment. The transparent fruit came from Absalom, one of Moonlight Moria's subordinates, who was hiding in the Marine headquarters. The Burn Burn fruit originated from Porgas D. Ace, who was released by Garp. In Garp's words, this world was at a point of life and death, and having one more person meant one more strength. It was no longer about Ace. The Operation fruit came from Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw and his pirate crew were hiding in the sea outside the Marine headquarters with their submarine, which Lin Xian pulled up to the Marine headquarters using telekinesis. The Dark Dark fruit, White Dove fruit, and Nine-Tailed Fox fruit came from the Blackbeard pirates, who had come from Impel down to the Marine headquarters with Blackbeard and his crew hiding in the shadows. The Dark Dark fruit goes without saying. The White Dove fruit is the devil fruit of the Devil Sheriff Lafitte. The Nine-Tailed Fox fruit is the devil fruit of Hunter of the Lunar Eclipse Katarina Devon. Hiding in the shadows, Blackbeard and others wanted to find an opportunity to ambush Whitebeard, but Lin Xian disrupted Blackbeard's plan, and they were pulled out by Lin Xian. After finishing the attributes, Lin Xian threw Akiro Bay back into the Dragon Ball world from the superdimensional tunnel. He was going to destroy the planet beneath him. The One Piece world still had many good Devil Fruit abilities, but Lin Xian had no intention of browsing around. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Superhuman Type. Magnet Fruit Ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired Devil Fruit Ability Attribute. Superhuman Type. Stronghold Fruit Ability Fragment. Before destroying the One Piece world, Kid and Becky arrived, gifting their Devil Fruit abilities to Lin Xian. Goodbye. The magic cannon gathered in Lin Xian's hand. Those watching the live stream, even after seeing Lin Xian sweeping through the Marine headquarters, Whitebeard, Garp, the Fleet Admiral, and the three Marine Admirals without any resistance, still held on a hope or were unwilling to believe that Lin Xian had the power to destroy planets. At this moment, Sengoku said, "Before this planet is destroyed by you, I have two questions to ask you. Ask away." Lin Xian gave Sengoku the opportunity to ask questions. Sengoku asked, "I want to know, why hasn't your age changed much? Also, with your strength, you could destroy all of us with one move, or even think of killing us. Why drag it out for so long? What is your true purpose?" It's simple. Decades have passed in your world, while only 6 years have passed in my world. As for the second question, you can consider it as me walking a dog. After finishing, Lin Xian fired the magic cannon. At the same time, Lin Xian returned to the Dragon Ball world from the superdimensional tunnel and casually took away a dozen Marine headquarters Den Mushi and some Sea Prism Stone, as well as several pacifists created by Vegapunk. In the One Piece world, as Lin Xian's magic cannon hit the ground, the entire planet exploded instantly. Hello, dear readers. This book is now on the shelves. Here, I want to thank everyone for their continued support. After the book is on the shelves, I hope everyone continues to support it. After the book is on the shelves, there will be a minimum of 2 updates daily, totaling 4,000 words. If the performance is good, there will be 3 updates of 6,000 words, and 4 updates of 8,000 words will be arranged immediately. Now, let's talk about some questions that readers have brought up. The main time and space where the protagonist Lin Xian is located belongs to the main time space and will include the animated versions of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, and Super Dragon Ball Heroes, interspersed with Dragon Ball movies and popular Dragon Ball manga fanworks. The manga version is from Dragon Ball Volumes 1 to 42 and Dragon Ball Super. Some readers mentioned that Dragon Ball GT is another parallel world, not the same world as Dragon Ball Super, which is not rigorous. Firstly, Dragon Ball GT is indeed another parallel world and will not appear in the protagonist's main time and space. Just like Super Dragon Ball Heroes, there are 2 Gokus and 2 Vegetas from 2 different time spaces, one following the Dragon Ball Super route, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, the other following the Dragon Ball GT route, becoming Super Saiyan 4. Alright, let us leave it at that for now. Finally, I want to thank the readers once again for their support. That's it, I forgot to cry. On this trip to the world of One Piece, Lin Xian gained a lot. Skills: drawing sword technique, fishman karate, fishman jujitsu. Special abilities: observation haki, armament haki, great swordsman swordsmanship, dual wielding great swordsman swordsmanship, 8 sword style swordsmanship. Conqueror's haki. Devil fruit abilities: paramecia, pocket fruit, Xuan, mythical type, phoenix fruit, Xuan, mythical type, great Buddha fruit, paramecia, wash fruit. Paramecia, shadow fruit, paramecia, sweet fruit, paramecia, paw fruit, paramecia, string fruit, paramecia, quake fruit. Xuan, regular type, barley town fruit, logia, san fruit, paramecia, slash fruit, paramecia, shatter fruit, paramecia, hormone fruit. Paramecia, wax fruit, Xuan, mythical type, nika fruit, logia, flash fruit, logia, magma fruit, logia, ice fruit, logia, smoke fruit. Paramecia, threshold fruit, paramecia, clear fruit, logia, burn fruit, paramecia, operation fruit, logia, dark fruit. Xuan, regular type, white dove fruit, Xuan, mythical type, nine-tailed fox fruit, paramecia, magnet fruit, paramecia, fortress fruit. Paramecia, pocket fruit, is the devil fruit of Brachmak, captain of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It allows the user to hide a huge wooden hammer inside their body. The only storage area revealed so far is his chin, which has 2 pockets covered by cloth. The Xuan, regular type, dog fruit, barley town form, also known as the Dalmatian form, is the ability of Vice Admiral Dalmatia from the Navy headquarters. Also known as Barley Town, Lin Xian collected 29 types of devil fruit abilities that are either completely useless or not to his liking, which he considers to be of little value, and he plans to distribute them among the members of the Golden Army. Lin Xian left behind the fruit abilities: Superhuman Series, Wash Fruit, Superhuman Series, Shadow Fruit, Superhuman Series, Sweet Fruit, Superhuman Series, Hormone Fruit, Superhuman Series, Surgery Fruit. In the setting of One Piece, consuming a devil fruit alters the bloodline factor, especially for Zoan-type devil fruits. Lin Xian picked up these devil fruits with different abilities, like various superpowers, which can also be seen as special abilities. In short, the genes and bloodlines will not change at all. The ability of the wash fruit can cleanse others' minds, and even wash people and hang them up like clothes. The ability of the shadow fruit can cut off other shadows and create zombies. The surgery fruit is the most valuable, with the most clever uses. The sweet fruit can enhance one's charm. The hormone fruit is very interesting, so Lin Xian kept them for himself. Speaking of which, without the Dragon God's ability, the power of low-level miracles, Lin Xian would not be able to pass on the attributes he picked up to others. Yakalob went with Lin Xian to the Golden Army headquarters and joined the Golden Armor Legion. Afterwards, Lin Xian was called to the Celestial Palace by the Celestial God to inquire about matters in the other world. After coming down from the Celestial Palace, Lin Xian went to Bulma's house in West City, giving the phone bug, Sea Stone, and the 4 pacifists to brief and Bulma. Now, 23-year-old Bulma, who is 8 years older than Lin Xian, no longer needs to go to school. She travels back and forth between her home and Lin Xian's house. Bulma stared at Lin Xian and said, "Xiao Xian, why do I feel like you look even more handsome? No, more charming." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Haha, when have I ever lacked charm?" Lin Xian was very satisfied with the ability of the sweet fruit. He was already handsome, and with the ability of the sweet fruit, anyone who had seen him, regardless of age or gender, would be petrified and turned into a stone statue. To prevent this, Lin Xian did not activate the ability of the sweet fruit, or more accurately, he did not use the ability of the sweet fruit. Ahem. Brief deliberately coughed to interrupt Lin Xian and Bulma. then said to Lin Xian, Xian, introduce to us what you brought. All right. Lin Xian nodded and pointed at the over 6-meter-tall peacekeepers, saying, these are all things I got from other planets. These 4 things are called peacekeepers, number P1, P2, P3, and P4, created by the top scientists of that planet. Other planets? Brief was slightly taken aback. Bulma then asked, Xian, when did you go to other planets? Why didn't you take me with you? It's a long story. Just a little while ago, there was a spatial distortion that created a spatial tunnel between that planet and our Earth. I went to that planet, destroyed the spatial tunnel, and prevented the people from that planet from invading Earth. Lin Xian avoided mentioning the matter of the interdimensional tunnel and used the spatial tunnel as an excuse. I see. Bulma felt something was off. All right, let me continue. Lin Xian pointed at the Si Lu stone and the handcuffs made of it, saying, these stones and handcuffs are called Si Lu stone, a rare mineral that only exists in a certain sea area of that planet. They are peculiar stones, equivalent to the crystallization of the sea, with a composition similar to that of the sea, and can be considered a solid form of the sea, extremely hard. It is said to be as hard as diamond. I wonder if we have it on our planet. Si Lu stone, huh? Brief said, I've never heard of it before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Finally, these creatures that look like snails are called phone worms, a type of animal that can be used for communication. They have spots or stripes or are solid colored, and on top of their shells, they're intercoms or buttons. When not connected, they sleep. When connected, they wake up and make a baloo-baloo sound. During a call, the mouths of the phone worms move like the speaker's mouth. They can understand human speech and have human-like emotions. Their working principle is to convert human voices into phone worm sounds for long-distance transmission. They're a naturally grown type of worm. Wow, what a magical creature that looks like a snail. Bulma praised. There are many types of phone worms. Lin Xian continued, picking up a phone worm. This is the most common and ordinary phone worm. Its shell is marked with its own number, which is a private number, and its facial features seem to resemble its owner. Each phone worm has its own unique characteristics, with 10 buttons on the side for peer-to-peer communication. Its size and function are comparable to a home phone or mobile phone, making it portable. It has a strong signal and can communicate even across islands. Capable of long-distance calls. With special components, it can also send faxes, and during calls, it can vividly mimic the speaker's expressions and tone. Next, Lin Xian introduced other types of phone worms to Bulma and Brief. The black phone worm is smaller than the ordinary phone worm and will never grow. It doesn't like to communicate with its kind and is used for eavesdropping. The large phone worm has functions similar to the ordinary phone worm, and it also has a number, which is a public inherent number, unlike the spotted phone worm, which has a private number. It should be immobile, akin to a phone booth. The surveillance phone worm collects images through the eyes of its kind and projects them through another phone worm's eyes, similar to a closed-circuit television monitoring device. The juvenile phone worm is the young version of the phone worm, with functions similar to the spotted phone worm, and its appearance is a mini version of it. Its advantage is that it is very small and easy to carry, but its disadvantage is a weak signal, making long-distance calls impossible. The projection phone worm can project the images captured by the surveillance phone worm onto a larger screen for broadcasting, and its characteristic is that it is larger than a person. The white phone worm is slightly smaller than the ordinary phone worm and is used to prevent eavesdropping. It is placed next to the spotted phone worm during use. The camera phone worm can take photos. There's also a golden phone worm that emits signals for demon-slaying orders and a silver phone worm that receives demon-slaying order signals. These 2 types of phone worms are not very valuable. After Lin Xian introduced all the telephone bugs, Bulma said, these telephone bugs are of no use to our Earth. With our civilization, we don't need them to communicate at all. After all, they're living creatures, and it's inconvenient to take them to certain places. Plus, we have to take care of them. That's true. Lin Xian replied, I brought them back because I saw that Earth doesn't have such creatures. I thought you might find them interesting, so you can keep them as pets. Let's add a new creature called telephone bug to Earth. Pets? There are people here who love to keep pets. Bulma looked at her father and said, Dad, right? Yes, leave it to me. Brief nodded. As for these 4 pacifists, you can upgrade them and keep them for guarding the house. Lin Xian mentioned the pacifists again. Suddenly, Bulma said, Xian, with your elemental superpowers, you know the texture of sea stone and can create it, right? Lin Xian nodded in response. With his elemental superpowers, he could indeed make sea stone. In a world without devil fruits, the only use of sea stone is for scientific research. Otherwise, it has no value at all. After a while, Lin Xian left Bulma's house. Before leaving, Lin Xian said to Bulma, tomorrow is the World Martial Arts Tournament. After it's over, I'll give you 2 abilities. Abilities? What abilities? Seriously, so secretive. Looking at Lin Xian, who had already left, Bulma stomped her foot with a smile. The next day, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament arrived. Host, Lin Xian Fighting Power, 12,000 Bloodline. Earthling, Celestial Level. Clone, Saiyan. Lin use Superpowers. Handshake turns into carrot, elementalization, visual paralysis, moving objects, mind control, telekinesis, materialization, creating objects out of thin air, controlling actions, transforming things, special abilities, breathing underwater, max power, sensing breath, transformation technique, levitation, 850 times strength, life restoration, hypnosis, magical chewing gum, mind reading, super regeneration, transparency, low-level miracle power, divination, dance in the air, solar fist, creating low-level Dragon Balls, giving low-level Shinran life, telepathy, foresight, light beam eyes, precognition, observation, color hockey, armed color hockey, great swordsman swordsmanship, dual blade, great swordsman swordsmanship, 8 sword flow, swordsman swordsmanship, conqueror's color hockey, devil, fruit abilities, Superman type, wash wash fruit ability, Superman type, shadow shadow fruit ability, Superman type, sweet sweet fruit ability, Superman type, hormone fruit ability, Superman type, surgery fruit ability, created techniques, 6 styles of body technique, master, breath of the sun, 7 styles of fist, master, flight technique, flying thunder god technique, energy line, Izanagi Ki, Baitokami, emperor engine, 6 treasures of immortal thieves techniques, rock paper scissors, master, wolfong fist, master, turtle school qigong, master, after image fist, master, drunken fist, master, universal shock palm, master, demon light beam, master, whole wave, master, for demon fists, master, volleyball fist, master, qigong cannon, master, explosive demon light cannon, master, explosive magic wave, master, magic light cannon, master, magic light line, master, drawing sword technique, master, fishman karate, master, fishman jiu-jitsu, master. This is Lin Xian's current attribute page. The special abilities and techniques are increasing more and more. In the southern capital, members of the Golden Army who were to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament had already signed up. Many members who were training around the world arrived in the southern capital last night and found places to stay. In the original plot, the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament was held on May 7th, 756 of the Aji calendar, with 72 participants. Goku married Chi-Chi at this tournament. The champion was Son Goku, and the runner-up was Piccolo. Semifinals, Tien Shinhan vs. Son Goku, Piccolo vs. KO. Quarterfinals, Tao Pai vs. Tien Shinhan, Kiki vs. Son Goku, Piccolo vs. Krillin, KO vs. Yamcha. Given the current situation, Chi-Chi would definitely not make it to the top 8. It's worth mentioning that Goku did not skip the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin sighed and said, with Goku around, this championship is his again. 3 years have passed, and Goku has undergone tremendous changes, now a young man. As for hearing that Piccolo Jr. was also going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, the members of the Golden Army did not pay much attention. After 3 years of training, defeating Piccolo Jr. would be like child's play for them. Seeing that the members of the Golden Army had no hope of defeating Goku, Lin Xian originally planned to distribute the Devil Fruit abilities to them after this World Martial Arts Tournament, but now he decided to do it earlier. Why do I want this Devil Fruit ability? I want the Transparency Fruit ability. Master Rashi shook his head regretfully. Oolong then echoed, I also want the Transparency Fruit ability. While I have no ill intentions, I just simply want the Transparency Fruit ability, really just that. Krillin scratched his bald head and expressed his thoughts. Hee. Master Shin sneered and said, all your fruit abilities are good. Look at the Devil Fruit ability I got. It causes double the pain when hit. If it's like this, I'd rather not have this fruit ability because it's of no use to me. Completely useless. Double pain? Goku shivered at the thought of double pain and said, that's scary. It seems that the Devil Fruit abilities Xiao Xian gave you aren't that good. No, Pilaf rebutted. It's not that the Devil Fruit abilities aren't that good. It's that good abilities haven't come to me. If I had the ability of the magnetism fruit, as a smart person and a scientist, if I could control magnetism, it would definitely be used thoroughly. Hee. A Kairob, who just joined the Golden Armored Army yesterday, said with a smile, my Devil Fruit ability is pretty good. I won't have to carry a knife all the time anymore. With Goku around, he had already become familiar with the members of the Golden Army. Others might not know about the Devil Fruit abilities, but he had been to the Pirate King world yesterday and saw people from that world using their abilities with his own eyes. However, a Kairob knew what to say and what not to say. Brother Pilaf, Ash and I are very satisfied with our fruit abilities. Xiaowu said to Pilaf. Yamcha said, I'm also very satisfied with the fruit ability I got. Although I'm severely restrained when it rains and can't elementalize, I don't consider it my main means. Hee hee. Silverhorn laughed and said, I'm also satisfied with the fruit ability I got. My precious gourd doesn't have to be held all the time anymore. Lin Xian assigns devil fruit abilities, not randomly. Genius scientist Bulma. Superhuman, magnet fruit ability, superhuman, transparent fruit ability. Martial artist wolf god Yamcha. Natural, sand fruit ability. Transformation master Oolong. Superhuman, split fruit ability. Shape-shifting Puar. Superhuman, ball fruit ability. Martial arts master Rashi. Superhuman, shock fruit ability. Turtle school martial artist Krillin. Xuan. Mythical beast, great Buddha fruit ability. Blue-haired launch. Xuan. Mythical beast, phoenix fruit ability. Blonde launch. Natural, burn fruit ability. Female martial artist Lan Fong. Xuan. Mythical beast, nine-tailed fox fruit ability. Robot Doraemon. Superhuman, fortress fruit ability. Goldhorn. Natural, flash fruit ability. Silverhorn. Superhuman, pocket fruit ability. Tao Bai. Superhuman, thread fruit ability. Zaluba. Natural, smoke fruit ability. Violet. Superhuman, barrier fruit ability. Android 8. Xuan. Normal type, barley town fruit ability. Pirate number 2. Xuan. Normal type, white dove fruit ability. Crane Hermit. Natural, dark fruit ability. Jiaozi. Superhuman, wax fruit ability. Pilaf. Xuan. Mythical beast, Nika fruit ability. Xiaowu. Natural, freeze fruit ability. Ashura. Natural, magma fruit ability. Akirabai. Superhuman, slash fruit ability. The devil fruit abilities for Android 8 and Pirate No. 2, who stayed at home, will be given after Lin Xian returns. Saiyan Goku, Magician Rabbit Brother, Robot Arnold, and Tianjin Fan did not receive any devil fruit abilities. Goku doesn't need a devil fruit ability. Rabbit Brother and Arnold have no suitable devil fruit abilities. Tianjin Fan has other important tasks assigned by Lin Xian. Bulma possesses 2 devil fruit abilities. The magnet fruit ability goes without saying, as she must maximize its potential as a scientist. As for the transparent fruit ability, Lin Xian felt it was either useless for others or would be used for bad deeds, so it's better to give it to Bulma. Yamcha, being a desert thief, is perfectly matched with the sand fruit ability. Whitebeard is an old man, and Master Rashi is even older. The stronger the shock he causes, the more powerful the backlash will be, but Master Rashi can withstand it. Wasn't Krillin a monk before? Once he uses the great Buddha fruit ability, he instantly transforms into a Buddha. Due to blue-haired Launch's gentle personality, Lin Xian gave her the best recovery ability, the Phoenix fruit ability, which enhances physical strength. The Phoenix form has a physical entity, but when injured, the wounds are surrounded by the resurrecting blue flame, leading to rebirth, making attacks ineffective. However, regeneration has its limits. It doesn't mean one won't get hurt at all. If injuries exceed a certain threshold, even in the Phoenix form, one can still die. Additionally, the blue flames of the Phoenix form do not possess typical fire characteristics and cannot spread or burn things. But this does not stop blue-haired Launch, who has learned the sun-breathing technique. Moreover, Launch is not Marco, the pineapple head, or the dead fish eye. She is not referred to as a weird bird once she transforms into the Phoenix form. Launch transforms into the Phoenix form, living up to the name of the immortal bird. Pilaf is indeed a clever person. Shortly after acquiring the Nika fruit ability, he devised a development route. The Nika fruit looks like it's just a renamed version. Its abilities are still those of the Gum fruit. Or perhaps, Pilaf has not unlocked the true power of the Nika fruit ability. With the Nika fruit ability, Pilaf can lengthen and rebound any part of his body, including internal organs, skin, and teeth, allowing seemingly ordinary attacks to have greater power. His rubberized body has excellent elasticity and extensibility. With the distance, he can stretch being proportional to the user's strength. When his body becomes rubbery, his insides, including the heart and blood vessels, also turn into rubber. Thus, the user can pump air using their legs to accelerate blood flow, and the enhanced body can perform extremely rapid movements, allowing distant enemies to be attacked without seeing anything, as if striking a cow behind a mountain. Additionally, he can blow air into the gaps in his bones, making parts of his body enormous to attack. Munkide. Luffy has developed techniques from the Nika fruit over many years, and Pilaf can just think about it and develop them. Isn't that infuriating? Afterwards, Pilaf guided Jiaozi and Oolong in developing their fruit abilities. Wax fruit users can create various things with wax. And items made from wax are harder than steel and highly malleable, but wax products are afraid of fire. Jiaozi is neither satisfied nor dissatisfied with the wax fruit ability. After acquiring the fruit ability, his body did not become rubberized like Pilaf's. He merely gained the ability to create candles, although this ability is quite redundant. The split fruit ability allows the user to divide any part of their body into several smaller pieces, and the body can separate into blocks freely, floating in the air or bouncing out to attack enemies, with the smallest unit currently being block-shaped. When splitting, unless acted upon by external forces, the feet must remain on the ground. The effective range of the ability is within a 2-meter radius from the feet. If the split body exceeds this range, the main body will be unable to control it, and the split body will be forcibly pulled back within 2 meters. Attacking the split body also shares pain sensations. If one or several pieces of the body are taken after splitting, errors will occur during reassembly, leading to disordered assembly. The split fruit ability is characterized by both active and passive body splitting, making it immune to sword techniques, thus being a nemesis to swordsmen. The World Martial Arts Tournament has begun, and the members of the Golden Army participating in the tournament are heading to the preliminaries. Under Lin Xian's intervention, using Jiaozi's superpower to exchange items, it ensured that Chi-Chi did not encounter members of her own Golden Army and luckily passed the preliminaries. Avoiding members of the Golden Army and passing the preliminaries also involved Piccolo and the character played by the God of Heaven. The top 8, Goku, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, God of Heaven, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Yamcha, Jiaozi. The first match of the top 8 is Goku versus Chi-Chi. As soon as they enter the arena, Chi-Chi asks Goku, "Son Wukong, do you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Goku is stunned, while the members of the Golden Army raise their curiosity. On the stage, Goku scratches his head, thinks for a moment, shakes his head at Chi-Chi, and says, can you give me a hint? Bastard. Chi-Chi's anger completely erupts. After cursing angrily, she attacks Goku. Poir asks Lin Xian, "Big brother, do you know who that girl is?" Oolong jumps in first. "I know." "You know?" Master Roshi asks. "Then tell us who that girl is." "It's a secret. Just watch." Oolong replies with a grin. Lin Xian said at this moment, "Bulma, Poir, and the old man, do you know the girl on stage? She is Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. The girl who said when she was young that she would marry Wukong when she grew up." "How boring." Oolong shrugged and said to Lin Xian, "Big brother, you really know how to spoil the fun." As for Bulma, Master Roshi, and Poir, upon hearing that the girl on stage was the Bull Demon King's daughter, they instantly recalled what Chi-Chi looked like as a child. "So it's her, no wonder," Bulma murmured. On the arena, Wukong didn't hear the conversation below. He kept asking Chi-Chi, "Who exactly are you?" Chi-Chi, while throwing punches at Wukong, shouted, "You heartless man, don't you remember who I am? You told me that when we grew up, you would marry me." In the resting area behind, Krillin looked at Wukong enviously and complained that Wukong was being inconsiderate. Yamcha also recalled Chi-Chi, who said she would marry Wukong when she grew up. At this moment, Chi-Chi was knocked off the stage by Wukong's punch from a distance. "I am Chi-Chi, don't you remember?" The already defeated Chi-Chi revealed her identity to Wukong. "Chi-Chi, you are the daughter of the Bull Demon King. That Chi-Chi?" Wukong remembered Chi-Chi and his promise. Then, a classic scene unfolded as Wukong announced he was getting married. Announcing marriage at the World Martial Arts Tournament. To a fellow contestant who had just finished a match, this was truly the first time in the history of the tournament. The referee, in a black suit, already an old friend, loudly said into the microphone, "Let's congratulate contestant son Wukong." The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. In the resting area, Krillin and Yamcha were left eating dog food. The next match was Krillin versus Piccolo. In the original story, Krillin was not Piccolo's opponent at the same time. "Little brat, just clean your neck and wait to die." Before going on stage, Piccolo walked up to Krillin and provocatively said, making a gesture of cutting his neck, "Oomph." Krillin coldly snorted in response, "You talk so big, don't let it backfire on you later." Yamcha said, "Krillin, give it to him." "Krillin, let us see your Buddha fruit abilities." Said Tien, "Right, let's see a Buddha that subdues demons." Then chimed in, "Just watch." Krillin confidently stepped onto the stage. The second match of the quarterfinals began, and as soon as Piccolo made his move, he was constantly suppressed by Krillin. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute. 280. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute. 320. Damn it. Piccolo gritted his teeth in frustration. If he couldn't even defeat Krillin, how could he avenge his father? How could he defeat the stronger son Wukong? How could he defeat the leader of the Golden Army, Lin Xian? In the audience, Pianon, who was responsible for taking care of Piccolo, also came to watch the World Martial Arts Tournament. Hidden in the crowd, Pianon murmured, "This situation is very unfavorable for Piccolo." Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 250. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 260. As Piccolo used his chasing bullet, Krillin activated his Buddha fruit ability, transforming into a magnificent golden Buddha. Seeing this scene, the audience erupted. Buddha? Is he the reincarnation of a Buddha? Piccolo was momentarily stunned. As the son of the Demon King Piccolo, Piccolo too inherited his father's title. He was a Demon King, while his opponent, the little bald head, had transformed into what humans refer to as the Buddha. It was his first time encountering such a situation, and being dazed was quite normal. Afterward, both Krillin and Piccolo launched their attacks. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 300. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 310. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 240. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 250. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 310. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 320. Until Piccolo was beaten half to death and knocked off the stage. Lin Xian extracted a move and 4 special abilities from Piccolo. Move, chasing bullet, an energy bullet released with one hand that automatically tracks the target wherever it goes. Special ability, clone technique, creates several clones with strong combat abilities for training or combat. Regeneration, the body can self-repair lost structures, except for the head, but it requires a lot of energy. Giantization, the ability to enlarge the body to the size of small mountain, maintaining speed, but with the drawback of reduced maneuverability. Even simple breathing creates shockwave-like effects. Arm extension allows the arms to extend for attacks. The third match of the quarterfinals was Yamcha versus Tien. Tien came to fight for Piccolo, but with Piccolo already beaten to that state by Krillin. He posed no threat to Earth anymore, and staying here was pointless. As soon as the disguised Tien entered the ring, he directly conceded defeat. Yamcha won without a fight. After leaving the stage, Tien planned to seal Piccolo, which scared Pianon. It was Lin Xian who stopped Tien, saying, "No need to seal him, just watch. There will be a time when he will be useful." The fourth match of the quarterfinals was Tien versus Dend. In this battle between brothers, neither of them held back. Dend used his wax fruit ability, but as expected, members of the Golden Army were almost all counter to his abilities. As long as they knew the breath of the sun, they could condense energy into golden flames symbolizing the sun. The wax products of the wax fruit were afraid of high temperatures and flames. Without using the wax fruit ability, Dend was no match for Tien. Dend lost, and before the next match, he used his wax fruit ability to repair the arena. Piccolo's giant form and Krillin's Buddha form had severely damaged the arena. Now, Dend used his wax that was as hard as steel to completely repair the arena. Thank you, contestant Dend, for using your strange ability to repair the arena. The referee's voice thanked Dend through the microphone. In the semifinals, first match, Wukong versus Krillin. Second match, Yamcha versus Tien. Once again, it was Wukong versus Krillin. 6 years ago, at the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, the first match of the semifinals was also Wukong versus Krillin. 3 years ago, at the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Wukong faced Krillin in the finals. This was the third consecutive World Martial Arts Tournament. In the first 2 times, Krillin never won. And this time, alright, this time was no exception. Krillin lost again. Even transformed into the Buddha form and becoming a glorious Buddha, he was still no match for Wukong. Compared to Earthlings, Saiyan start off with an advantage from birth. In the second match of the semifinals, Yamcha and Tien both used their signature techniques. Ding. Obtained combat power attribute, 300. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 400. Chi Bomb, a unique move created by Yamcha. Holding his right wrist with his left hand, he gathers energy into his right palm to form an energy ball. Once this energy ball is thrown, it will not explode upon hitting an object, and he can also control it to change direction. In Lin Xian's moves section, there was another technique added. Looking at Tianjin Fan, he was busy dealing with the energy ball and, not paying attention, was hit by Yamcha's sand fruit ability. This wasn't a big deal, but Yamcha used the sand to absorb a lot of water from Tianjin Fan's body. Now like a dried corpse, Tianjin Fan was no longer a match for Yamcha and was defeated by him. Of course, this wasn't a life-and-death battle. If it were a life-and-death battle, Tianjin Fan still had a big move left to use. In the final match, it was Goku against Yamcha. Yamcha was no match for Goku, and losing to him was inevitable. Goku once again claimed the title of champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, becoming the first contestant to win 2 consecutive championships. Meanwhile, this was Yamcha's first time finishing as the runner-up. 21st World Martial Arts Tournament champion, Lin Xian, runner-up, Goku. 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament champion, Goku, runner-up, Krillin. 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament champion, Goku, runner-up, Yamcha. This edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded successfully. Next, Goku and Chi-Chi first held their wedding at the Golden Armor Legion headquarters, then held another wedding at Baozi Mountain, where they settled down. Lin Xian gifted Wukong and Chi-Chi 1 billion in cash. With such a large sum of money, Chi-Chi was stunned. A year later, Wukong and Chi-Chi's son, Sun Wufan, was born. In the same year, 16-year-old Lin Xian married Bulma. Another year passed, and Lin Xian and Bulma's son, Lin Xiu, was born. 3 years later, Lin Xian turned 20, his son Lin Xiu was 3 years old, and Wukong's son Sun Wufan was 4 years old. Inheriting Lin Xian's bloodline, the 3-year-old Lin Xiu had a combat power of 30,000. 2 months ago, 2 villains appeared on Earth. The first was Carrick II, a villain from the Dragon Ball movie series. His father, Carrick, once fought for the position of a deity on Earth but failed, vowing to return for revenge after 300 years. 300 years later, Carrick died, and his son Carrick II came to take revenge. He first used the Dragon Balls to gain immortality and then defeated the Supreme Kai, claiming he would conquer the world. In the original story, he was defeated by Sun Wufan and was sent into a vortex of his own making. 10 months after Wukong defeated Frieza and had not yet returned to Earth, Carrick II escaped from the vortex to seek revenge again. Although he attained the position of Supreme Kai, he was ultimately defeated by Sun Wufan and died in the vortex he created. The second villain was Dr. Willow, also from the movie series, and recognized as the strongest master in Dragon Ball Z. 50 years ago, due to an accident, the genius scientist Dr. Willow died in his laboratory. 50 years later, his assistant, Dr. Gajin, wished to the dragon to revive Dr. Willow's brain for revenge. He sought the strongest person in the world to transplant the brain into, intending to become the ruler of Earth. In the original story, he first targeted Master Roshi and later set his sights on Wukong. Carrick II possessed immortality. His abilities included Shrinking Light Ball, which could create a transparent light sphere to shrink and trap people, and Hell Vortex, which opened a portal to hell in the sky, sucking everything around it into hell. Unless one possessed super strong combat power, they could never escape. Are you sure Carrick II is not sending attributes to Lin Xian? The low-level immortality typically has combat power below 10 million, making it ineffective against him. Given the level of Earth's Dragon Balls, achieving this is already better than Tianji. After Lin Xian brushed out the valuable attributes of Carrick II, he opened the Hell Vortex and had his son Lin Xiu throw Carrick II into it. Dr. Willow is a very good scientist. Lin Xian subdued him and completely revived him using low-level miracle power. Lin Xian won over Dr. Willow not through force, but through personal talent. Can you believe it? To be honest, Dr. Willow had read the 3-body problem and was fascinated by the civilizations and technologies in it. And he learned that the 3-body problem was written by Lin Xian. Thus, Dr. Willow found common ground with Lin Xian. As they chatted, Dr. Willow was convinced by Lin Xian. Today, Wukong brought his son Gohan to Lin Xian's home, the headquarters of the Golden Armor Legion, to join Krillin, Lan Chi, Bulma, Lin Xian, and his clone Lin Yu for a gathering by the Turtle Hermit's house next to the lake in the Cherry Blossom Forest. During the gathering, Lin Xian was the first to sense a presence approaching Earth. Lin Xian murmured to himself, "Raditz, you've finally arrived." He knew that soon, Goku's brother Raditz would be arriving on Earth in a spaceship. After a while, the strong warriors on Earth sensed a powerful energy that was about to land. Is an alien coming? Dumpling wondered. Tianjin Han said, but this alien's energy isn't very strong. Come on, let's drink. We don't need to worry about the alien for now. Blonde Launch called out to Tianjin Han and those around her to drink. Raditz's spaceship flew quickly through the universe and finally landed on Earth in a grassy plain. Raditz's spaceship descended here. A nearby shepherd, hearing the loud noise, grabbed his shotgun, got into a truck, and drove towards the location. When the shepherd arrived, his eyes widened as he looked at the large pit that had appeared on the ground, thinking a meteor had fallen. After a closer look, he realized that what was in the pit was not a meteor at all. At that moment, Raditz opened the door of the spaceship and slowly floated up, hovering not far from the shepherd. Looking at the shepherd, Raditz frowned and said, "How come there are still people alive on this planet?" "That cockroach kid." At this point, the shepherd interrupted Raditz. He raised a shotgun, aimed it at Raditz, and asked, "Hey, what are you?" One must say, that was a very reckless thing to say. Anyone would be angry, and Raditz was no exception. However, before making a move, Raditz used his power level detector to check the shepherd's power level. The power level was only 5, trash. Saying this, Raditz descended from the air and walked towards the shepherd, who was very afraid of the flying Raditz. "If you come any closer, I'll shoot." Hearing the shepherd's words and seeing his nervous expression, Raditz sneered and continued walking towards him. Bang! Finally, the shepherd couldn't hold back and shot at Raditz. The bullet not only missed Raditz, but was caught by Raditz, who clenched it in his hand. Then, Raditz flicked the bullet back, returning it the way it came. The shepherd was hit by the bullet and died. Raditz mocked, "What a weakling." After that, Raditz began to use the power level detector to search for powerful energy to locate Kakarot or Goku. But when he pressed the button on the power level detector, his expression instantly froze. 998, 2,616, 3,841, 4,300, 5,505, 10,333, 13,100. The strong warriors on Earth appeared on Raditz's power level detector from high to low. The power level detector has a critical value, and depending on the version of the detector, the critical value varies. The old version would explode if it detected a power level over 10,000, while a newer version would explode at over 20,000. Raditz's detector reached a critical value, and just before it was about to explode, he quickly pressed the button to stop the detection of power levels to avoid an explosion. For Raditz, who couldn't sense energy, the power level detector was his eyes. Moreover, he needed to use the power level detector to communicate with Vegeta and Nappa. What's going on? How can there be warriors on this planet with power levels over 10,000? There are quite a few with power levels above 1,000. Not to mention me. The remaining Saiyans. Aside from Vegeta, even if Nappa came to this planet, he wouldn't stand chance. Raditz muttered to himself. At this point, Raditz suddenly changed his line of thought. The one with a power level of 13,100 could it be? Impossible, that Kakarot kid shouldn't have that potential. Raditz shook his head. With so many strong warriors on this planet, no wonder Kakarot didn't destroy the humans here. Well, it could also be that the power level detector is broken. I should first find a soft target, the one with a power level of 998, and see if I can squash him. If his power level really is 998, then the detector isn't broken. Is the one with a power level of 998 Kakarot? As my brother, if he can have such a power level, I would be very pleased. After saying this, Raditz flew towards the location of the one with a power level of 998 as shown by the power level detector. Mainly because the one with a power level of 998 was alone, without any strong companions nearby. That alien, what is he doing here? Standing on a rock and pondering life, Piccolo sensed Raditz flying towards him and was greatly surprised. Not Kakarot. At the same time, Raditz also realized that Piccolo was not his brother. Piccolo asked, "Who are you and what are you here for?" "I'm here to take action against you." Raditz said, "By the way, I wanted to see if you were the person I was looking for, but you aren't. So just get lost. Don't seek death." Piccolo was also bold, knowing that Raditz was stronger than him, but he did not back down. Raditz sneered, "Hee, quite arrogant. A power level of 998 is not bad. But unfortunately, you're not my opponent." Raditz's words changed Piccolo's expression. Piccolo questioned, "Do you know who you're talking to?" "I don't know." Raditz honestly shook his head. Piccolo didn't waste any more words and unleashed his energy wave to attack Raditz. Instantly, it stirred up a storm of dust and debris, shattering the ground. When the dust settled, Raditz was nowhere to be seen. When Raditz invaded Earth, the official power level given was 1,500. Piccolo's power level was only 998. Although his power level was more than twice that of the original story's time frame, he was still no match for Raditz. It cannot be denied that in the original story, Goku and Piccolo teamed up to defeat Raditz, partly due to the protagonist's halo, plus Goku dying alongside Raditz. Now, without Goku, Raditz wouldn't just stand still, so Piccolo naturally wouldn't be able to hurt Raditz. Although Raditz's power level wasn't high, he had fought alongside Vegeta and Nappa in the universe for many years, invading many planets. Not to mention, using his strength to crush an existence with a lower power level than himself was something he could easily do. As Raditz and Piccolo began to engage, even before they started fighting, the strong warriors on Earth sensed that Raditz was going to find Piccolo. In the heavenly temple, the god and master Rashi observed the battle through foresight. Is that all? Raditz first mocked Piccolo, then said seriously, "However, your power level does indeed have 998. It seems my power level detector is not broken." Piccolo's energy was rapidly declining, exhausted, and his aura was weakening quickly. Should we go save him? If he dies, the god will be in danger too. Tianjin Fan said to the members of the Golden Army nearby, "Not yet. Don't think that Brother Lin Xian is just at the Turtle Hermit's gathering. He is definitely paying attention to Piccolo. Respectful Strong One, please let Piccolo go. If he dies, the Earth's god will die too, and the Dragon Balls will become unusable. Pianon cannot just watch Piccolo die." "The Earth's god?" Raditz said disdainfully. "What do I care if he lives or dies?" Then Raditz asked, "By the way, what is the Dragon Ball?" Pianon quickly replied, "There are 7 Dragon Balls. As long as you collect all 7, you can make any wish. The Earth's Dragon Balls are made by the god. And if the one who created the Dragon Balls dies, they can no longer be used. The god's life is linked to Piccolo's. If Piccolo dies, the god will die too." Piccolo's life was spared, but Pianon did not know that Raditz's power level detector could also be used as a communication device. On a distant planet, 2 Saiyans heard his words through the power level detector. "Dragon Balls that can grant any wish? How interesting," Vegeta smirked. Seeing Vegeta's interest, Nappa asked Vegeta, "Should we go to Earth to collect the 7 Dragon Balls?" Of course, Vegeta nodded. Nappa then asked, "What wish should we make?" "Let us wish for eternal life." Raditz did not kill Piccolo, but he also did not let him go, as he was afraid that Piccolo would inform the Strong Ones on this planet. Before Raditz could get information about the Earth's Strong Ones from Piccolo or Pianon, Lin Xian appeared in front of them. It was the flying thunder god mark that Lin Xian had left on Piccolo. When Lin Xian's energy leaked a little, Raditz's power detector exploded. This was intentional by Lin Xian. If Vegeta and Nappa found out that the Earth's warriors exceeded their imagination, they would no longer dare to come to Earth. That would be meaningless. "Who are you?" Raditz's tone changed as he looked at the suddenly appearing Lin Xian, especially after his power detector couldn't withstand this person's energy and exploded. "Oof. Alien. He's the strongest on Earth, the leader of the Golden Armor Legion." Piccolo snorted coldly. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Raditz, I am Lin Xian. Your brother, the Saiyan Kakarot, known on Earth as Sun Wukong, is also a member of the Golden Armor Legion and is nominally my subordinate. Knowing that I am a Saiyan and that you know my name, did Kakarot tell you?" Upon hearing his own name and race spoken by Lin Xian, Raditz's pupils widened. Lin Xian smiled without speaking. In the next moment, Raditz appeared outside the Kame house with Lin Xian. Piccolo looked at Lin Xian and Raditz, who had disappeared before his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt helpless once again. Piccolo could sense that members of the Golden Armor Legion were sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, growing in strength rapidly, each surpassing him. In terms of potential and bloodline, Piccolo believed he was not inferior to Earthlings, but he just couldn't catch up with the members of the Golden Armor Legion. The reason being that the leader of the Golden Armor Legion was Lin Xian, now being beaten by the Saiyan Raditz. Piccolo made a decision to seek refuge with Lin Xian. Outside the Kame house, Raditz exclaimed, "Kakarot, you look just like your father. It's almost identical." Raditz recognized Goku at a glance, even though Goku no longer had a tail. Goku pointed at Raditz and said, "You have a tail too." Then came a scene of brotherly recognition. Unlike the original story where I was the boss and my brother the second, Raditz knew that there were many stronger warriors on Earth than him, and Lin Xian was the leader of those people. Raditz's attitude was extremely good, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. Upon learning that Goku had suffered a head injury as a child and had forgotten everything about being a Saiyan, Raditz's expression changed. Raditz asked Kakarot, "Do you really not remember anything?" Goku replied, "I really don't remember. I had a head injury when I was little, and I still have a scar." Raditz said, "So that's how it is. Before I came, I never thought your head would be injured and that you would forget everything." The members of the Golden Army in the castle came out to see Raditz, this alien. Regardless of whether they knew Goku's identity or how much they knew, after hearing Raditz speak, they fully understood. Goku was born on planet Vegeta and was a Saiyan. The Saiyan race is the most powerful and proud warrior nation in the universe. Goku was specifically sent to Earth to eliminate the humans living there. The Saiyans are a warrior race whose job is to find suitable planets, eliminate the inhabitants, and then sell the planets at a high price to aliens looking for suitable worlds. For tricky planets, the Saiyans would directly send adult warriors. If a planet had children sent, it meant that there were no powerful warriors on that planet. If that planet could see the moon, it would take only a few years to wipe out all its inhabitants. Raditz's words confirmed the Dark Force theory. Dr. Willow admired Lin Xian even more. At the same time, Dr. Willow set his sights on Raditz, wanting to study the Saiyans. Neither Lin Yu nor Goku was someone he could touch. But the weaker Raditz was an exception. Everyone, Lin Xian regained his composure and said to the crowd, in a year, 2 more powerful Saiyans, stronger than Raditz, will come to Earth. They are here for the Dragon Balls and to destroy human civilization, selling off Earth. Krillin, with one hand on his hip and the other stroking his bald head, casually said, if those 2 Saiyans are only 2 or 3 times stronger than Raditz, that's like 20 Saiyans. I can handle it alone. Right, I'm not as good as Krillin, but I can still manage. Many members of the Golden Army did not take the Saiyans seriously. Raditz felt hurt because the people speaking were comparing him to them. In his youth, Raditz was at least rated as an upper-level warrior. It was just that due to years of neglecting training, his battle power had fallen off. And now everyone seemed to be stepping on him with their words. Was that really okay? Inside the Kame house, Lin Yu walked out. You're also a Saiyan? Raditz exclaimed in shock, still in disbelief. Raditz couldn't possibly not recognize Lin Yu's tail. That was the tail of a Saiyan, a symbol of the Saiyans. What puzzled Raditz was why his brother Kakarot had amnesia since childhood, while Lin Xian seemed to know everything about the Saiyans. It turned out that there was another Saiyan on Earth. If that's the case, does that mean there are 5 Saiyans still existing? Raditz didn't know that son Gohan, who was playing with Lin Xiu in the Kame house, was also a Saiyan. However, why did the Saiyan look so much like Lin Xian? They seemed to be cut from the same mold. Could it be that Lin Xian was also a Saiyan? But then, why didn't he have a tail? Raditz's mind raced with various thoughts as he looked at Lin Yu and Lin Xian. Lin Yu opened his mouth and said, my name is Lin Yu. Apure blade artificial Saiyan. Raditz, as one of the few remaining Saiyans, you will follow me from now on. Artificial Saiyan? Raditz was taken aback. Can Saiyans even be artificial? If that's the case, then the situation on this Earth is really complicated. There are so many beings with immense power, and now there's an artificial Saiyan. Meanwhile, Lin Xian used low-level miracle power to create a power-level detector and threw it to Krillin. Lin Xian said, Naba's combat power is between 4,000 and 7,000. Vegeta's normal combat power is 18,000, and after transforming into a great ape, his combat power is 180,000. Pointing to the device in Krillin's hand, Lin Xian continued, this thing you have is called a combat power detector. It can detect others' combat power. You can use it to check your own combat power. That's amazing, Krillin exclaimed. All the members of the Golden Army gathered around Krillin, eager to try out the combat power detector and see their own combat power. Scientists Bulma, Pilaf, and Dr. Willow's eyes lit up, and they were sure they would study this machine that could detect combat power later. Goku urged Krillin, quickly check what my combat power is. Oh, Krillin hurriedly put the detector to his face and pressed the button next to his ear as per Lin Xian's instructions. Then, except for Lin Xian and Lin Yu, everyone's combat power was detected. Lin Xian and Lin Yu's combat power exceeded the detection range of the power detector. To prevent it from becoming a one-time use item, Lin Xian made a slight modification when he wished for it to be realized. If the power exceeded the detection range, the detector would not explode, but simply would not be able to detect it. Wukong stated the combat powers of everyone present except for Lin Xian and Lin Yu. One by one, as Krillin listed them out. Some were satisfied with their combat power, some were not, and others were dissatisfied with others' combat power. Silverhorn asked Krillin, why is there no combat power for the leader and my brother Yu? Yeah, Bulma nodded and also asked, why are they not included? Krillin scratched his bald head and said, I don't know either, the power detector didn't show it. It's because our combat power exceeded the detector's limit, which is why it didn't show up, Lin Xian explained. The combat powers of everyone present were ranked from highest to lowest. First was Lin Xian. Second was his clone Lin Yu, and third was his son. Lin Xian, 1. 88 million. Lin Yu, 1. 6 million. Lin Xiu, 32,000. Son Wukong, 13,100. Krillin, 10,333. Doraemon, 10,000. Dorami, 10,000. 10 Shinhan, 9,661. Yamcha, 9,594. Tao Bai Bai, 8,888. Yajirobe, 7,900. Master Roshi, 5,505. Kami, 5,227. Jiaozi, 4,888. Bunny Brother, 4,245. Bulma, 4,000. Sairoba, 3,841. Goldhorn, 3,602. Silverhorn, 3,601. Lanfang, 3,308. Oolong, 2,999. Puer, 2. 743, Violet. 2, 616, Blonde Lanchi. 2, 552, Sun Gohan. 2, 100 Xiaowu. 2000 Raditz. 1, 500 Blue-Haired Lanchi. 1, 366 Pilaf. 1, 261 Ash. 1, 200. Raditz was surprised for several reasons. First, the sudden appearance of the battle power detector, not knowing where it came from or who created it. Second, Lin Shiyu's terrifying battle power. Third, the battle power of his brother Kakarot. And fourth, hearing Lin Xian say that he and Lin Yu's battle power exceeded the detector's limits. That battle power detector could even detect 32,000 points of battle power. So what was its upper limit? Raditz organized his thoughts and asked Lord Lin Yu, "May I ask who Lin Shiyu is? And what is the relationship between Sun Gohan and Kakarot?" "Shiyu is in the house. He is my true form and the child of Bulma, 3 years old this year. The Sun Gohan you mentioned is Wukong's son, making him a nephew. And he is 4 years old, a hybrid of Earthling and Saiyan." Lin Yu pointed to the Kame house and said, "What? 32,000 battle power at just 3 years old? Is he really an Earthling? And Gohan, having 100 battle power at 4 years old, is incredible." Raditz couldn't count how many times he had been surprised. He even doubted whether being a Saiyan was holding Gohan back. If Gohan were a pure Earthling, would he have a battle power of over 30,000 by now, like Lin Shiyu? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Raditz shook his head, dismissing it. He had measured the battle power of Earthlings, and compared to the entire Earth, strong Earthlings were just a tiny minority. It couldn't be said that a whole race was powerful. In comparison to pure Saiyans, hybrids born from Saiyans and Earthlings had higher base potential than pure Saiyans. Moreover, your family's bloodline is not bad. Your father Bardock had a battle power of over 10,000 and was a famous warrior on planet Vegeta, an elite warrior. You also had the potential of an elite warrior when you were young, and you have seen Goku's battle power. At this point, Lin Yu paused and continued, "Therefore, Gohan's potential is naturally high. Having 100 battle power at 4 years old is not something to be surprised about. If he had started training as soon as he could walk, his battle power would be even higher now." "I see." Raditz nodded, finally understanding. "Wait, how does this newly recognized boss Lin Yu know about his father Bardock? Not just the name, but he knows so much. Everything is too mysterious. From knowing his name to now knowing about his father, ignoring Lin Yu and Raditz, the members of the Golden Army, realizing they were not as strong as the Saiyan named Vegeta, including Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha, were determined to intensify their training during the next year. All right, now they were all full of motivation. When they later witnessed the Saiyan's abnormality, their battle power skyrocketing after near-death recoveries, transforming into Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan Blues. Even if they had the advantage given by Lin Xian, they would feel far behind. Unless, of course, Lin Xian provided them with even greater advantages. Piccolo came and asked Lin Xian, "Hey, can I join the Golden Armor Corps, too?" "Of course." Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Welcome, Piccolo." No member objected to Piccolo joining the Golden Armor Corps. Because Piccolo's battle power was too low, only 998, he was the weakest member in the Corps, and even the lowest battle power member surpassed him. He wouldn't stir up much trouble by joining the Golden Army. In the following year's training, Lin Xian had already prepared training courses for the Golden Army members, as well as for his son Lin Shiyu and Goku's son Gohan. Goku, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jiaozi were taken to the King Kai for training by the Earth-S God. Others could train at the Goddess Temple. Piccolo would train Shiyu and Gohan, while he would guide Piccolo in his training. Lin Yu trained Raditz. After that, Lin Xian asked those who wanted to cultivate to pack their bags, and with a flying thunder god technique, brought them to the temple. He explained the situation to the god, who said it was no problem, and then took those who were going to train with the king of the north to the underworld. Wukong and the others needed to go through Snake Way to reach the North King Star, where the North King was located. For those with battle powers of at least a few thousand, it would only take a day or two to traverse Snake Way. In the universe, 2 round single-person spaceships flew by. Vegeta and Nappa were in these 2 spaceships. Through the communication device on the ship, Nappa asked Vegeta with some concern, "Vegeta, are we still going to Earth?" Vegeta disdainfully retorted, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Scared?" Nappa replied, "Earth has a presence that the Raditz battle power detector detected as an explosion, which is more terrifying than the highest battle power of 13,100 that Raditz detected before." "Oomph," Vegeta proudly said, "It must be that Raditz's detector is broken. There is no race in the universe stronger than us Saiyans, except for the Frisia Force." He thought this, and just waited to slap their faces when they reached Earth. Earth, the temple. Lin Yu suddenly asked Raditz, "How do you feel about Earth?" Raditz was a bit confused by this question. He couldn't just say that the scenery on Earth was great, everything was fine, and that it could definitely fetch a good price in the universe. Earth is great. I really like it here. Settling down here is nice. On the surface, the only difference between Earthlings and us Saiyans is whether or not they have a tail. Earthlings really fit our Saiyan aesthetic. As Raditz spoke, he became invested in the idea, thinking about marrying an Earth woman and having a hybrid Saiyan child like his nephew go on. It's great that you can think this way. Lin Yu began to paint a grand picture for Raditz, saying, "Raditz, you can settle down on Earth with peace of mind. I'll take care of your food, lodging, and transportation, and even help you find a wife to start a family. Before that, I will make you stronger than your brother. No, even stronger than him. At that time, you'll punch Vegeta, who invades Earth, and kick Nappa, surprising those two Saiyans who look down on you." I must say, this grand vision was exceptionally appealing to Raditz. He earnestly pledged his loyalty, saying, "Lord Lin Yu, big brother boss, from now on, my life is yours. You tell me to go east, I won't go west. You tell me to fight a dog, I won't stop. Stop. Lin Yu waved his hand, then asked Raditz, "Are you afraid of pain? I have a shortcut for Saiyans to get stronger if you're not afraid of pain." This time, Raditz interrupted Lin Yu, saying, "Boss Lin Yu, I've battled across the universe for so many years as a Saiyan warrior. I can endure any pain. It's a joke. As long as I can endure pain to get stronger, I, Raditz, say let the pain last forever. I want to become stronger forever." In the next moment, Lin Yu shot an energy wave at Raditz's stomach. Suddenly, a hole was opened in Raditz's belly. After taking this hit, Raditz could barely stand. He didn't understand why Lin Yu, who had just been speaking nicely, was now trying to kill him. "Wow, Yuga is so ruthless," Silverhorn exclaimed. "He has the potential to be a killer." Tao Bai commented, "What's going on?" Bulma asked Lin Xian. "Honey, wouldn't really kill Raditz, would he?" "No." Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Just watch." "Uncle." Gohan's little face turned pale. He had just recognized Raditz, and now this uncle was about to die, while his father was not here. "If you eat this, you won't die." Lin Yu brought a senzu bean to Raditz's mouth. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Raditz quickly ate the senzu bean, and the life-threatening injury was instantly healed. As long as a Saiyan recovers from the brink of death, their combat power will soar. Lin Yu has never used this shortcut to enhance his combat power. Otherwise, his combat power would be far more than 1.6 million. Lin Yu doesn't do this because frequent near-death recoveries will always increase his combat power, but the rapid surge will no longer happen. Lin Yu didn't want to waste the opportunity. Why wait until his combat power reached tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even higher to do this? Wouldn't it be more appealing to let his combat power soar? After recovering, Raditz looked at himself in disbelief and said, "My combat power has increased significantly." Lin Yu said, "As a Saiyan, you should know that after recovering from the brink of death, one's battle power will soar." Raditz nodded, understanding why Lin Yu wanted to take his life but didn't kill him instantly, leaving him with a breath. Raditz said, "Boss Lin Yu, if I were to get such a serious injury on the battlefield, there would be almost no time for rescue, because there wouldn't be time to enter the treatment pod, and even if I did enter the most advanced treatment pod, such a serious injury might not be salvageable. I really didn't expect that you have such a thing in your hand, a tiny little bean that can instantly heal near-fatal injuries when eaten. It's truly amazing. I can fully utilize my Saiyan talents." Lin Yu's method of boosting combat power opened Raditz's eyes. 2,800. Dr. Willow put on the combat power detector, pressed the button, and exclaimed at Raditz's current combat power, "Incredible. Raditz's combat power has increased from over 1,500 to 2,800, nearly doubling. Saiyans are truly a warrior race. It's amazing." Raditz, upon learning his specific combat power, excitedly clenched his fists. Raditz shouted, "Boss, let's go again." Raditz's journey to boost his combat power had begun. 5,000, 8,600, 12,000, 15,000. The way Raditz was enhancing his combat power had already astonished everyone in the temple. In just 5 attempts, Raditz's combat power had surged from 1,500 to 15,000, a full 10-fold increase. However, this also meant that after Raditz recovered from his serious injuries, his combat power would increase less. "How much?" Raditz asked Dr. Willow. "What is my current combat power?" 15,000. Dr. Willow responded excitedly. "Raditz, your current combat power is 15,000. Raditz clenched his fists and said, "I surpassed it. My combat power exceeds Kakarote's." Finally, Raditz regained his pride as an older brother. Lin Xian splashed a basin of cold water on Raditz and said, don't be too happy too soon. Goku's fighting power is earned through battles and training. At the very least, it's increased by basking in the sun and eating food. If he takes this shortcut, his fighting power will instantly surpass yours. The main body is right, Lin Yu echoed from the side. However, Raditz felt that while the first half of Lin Xian's words made sense, the latter half made him twitch at the corners of his mouth. What do you mean by increasing fighting power by basking in the sun and eating food? Can fighting power really be increased this way? Speaking of which, isn't increasing fighting power by basking in the sun and eating food just a shortcut? 17,000, 19,500, 21,000, 22,000, 22,800. Lin Yu helped Raditz increase his combat power by 5 times using the near-death recovery method, raising Raditz's combat power from 15,000 to 22,800. The increase in combat power became smaller and smaller. In the last instance, it only increased by 800, making it unnecessary to waste any more senzu beans. After that, Raditz was taken by Lin Yu for training. The training ground changed from the temple to the harsh environment of Earth. Raditz's training can only be summarized with one word: miserable. In the most ordinary training, he was crushed by Lin Yu's combat power of 1.6 million. Lin Yu said he wanted to repeatedly temper him, to forge him into something as strong as steel. In the continuous crushing and heavy blows, Raditz gradually adapted, and sometimes even found opportunities to fight back. At this point, the regular training ended, lasting for 2 months. Raditz's combat power increased from 22,800 to 160,000. Lin Yu's combat power did not increase much, only rising from 1.6 million to 1.62 million. Then, he began training in a gravity environment. With the help of brilliant scientists like Bulma, creating a gravity system was quite simple. The training venue returned to the temple, where Lin Yu took Raditz into the room of spirit and time, where 1 day outside equaled 1 year inside. The way to planet Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth. In the room of spirit and time, training in a gravity environment starts with a gravity level 50 times that of Earth, which is 5 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Lin Yu is fine. His combat power is high. Raditz, on the other hand, has become very slow in his movements and can only wait to be tortured by Lin Yu. Later, Raditz gradually adapted to the 50 times gravity, and Lin Yu increased the gravity environment to 60 times that of Earth using the gravity system. 70 times gravity, 80 times gravity, 90 times gravity, 100 times gravity. Outside, 2 hours had passed, but in the mental time room, a month had gone by. Raditz's combat power rose from 160,000 to 1.5 million. While increasing his combat power, Raditz couldn't help but ponder